practice noob squad. I was like, what is OPN? What is that? Found out pretty quickly that there were these two brothers who were ridiculous at the game, like untouchable. So good that they basically had a squad of semi-pros or aspiring pros that they would just demolish as practice. It's like hearing about a pitcher who can throw 105 miles per hour. It's just like this legendary. Is it real is the first question. Turned out it was real.
And there is Ogre 2, final boss going with all kinds of momentum. And Scott, Ogre 2 just played that perfectly.
I mean, this kid is basically the definition of an all-star.
It's Ogre 2 once again. This time it's just nasty.
Final boss trapped in blue base. Ogre 2 getting charged. He wins that battle against his lunchbox. And there we go. Ogre 2 gets it.
Ogre 2 is the greatest console esports player to ever play any game, period. You're talking about the epitome of a true legend.
You look at the body of work, every scenario you would want, he's got it.
Stay alive here, but here comes Ogre 2 on a perfect flank behind both players. And there's Ogre 2, the veteran, stepping up, the crowd going crazy.
I would stack his career and achievements against pretty much anybody's.
The guy placed top 2 at 40 events in a row. An absolutely insane streak. And I think that is the best way to describe just how dominant Ogre 2 was.
There never felt like there was a year that Ogre 2 lost a step. The man continued playing deeper than almost everyone else in Halo history. This guy was just a monster.
I'm a god! Holy sh**.
Ogre 2 is the winningest player in Halo history, with 5 national championship victories across 4 Halo titles and multiple season MVP awards. Ogre 2 stands atop the pack as the greatest of all time.
You know, the story of Halo 1 ultimately was about how incredible the Ogre twins are.
You didn't have Xbox Live, but you heard all these whispers about these titans known as the Ogres. And you're just like, wait, what? How good are they? I haven't really seen footage. Like, I can't go on YouTube and watch them play.
Was immediately made aware of the fact that they were on a different plane. So much so that there was speculation, wow, these guys have ESP. They can communicate without talking. They can read each other's minds.
They ran the circuit at all of our local events. They heard about an event in Texas, flew out, dominated the 2v2. Not only were they better than everyone in Pickerington, Ohio, they were better than everyone else in the United States.
They had mastered the game at a very early level. They were playing the game in 2006 as we were still trying to figure out what Halo 2 was.
Sword and sniper, and Gandhi goes down, trying to jump up.
You come up learning about these legends, final boss. That's an intimidating name to go against because you know that these guys are the final boss of every single tournament.
Final boss is your 2007 MLG Pro Circuit champion.
The period of time where Ogre 2 was a dominant force is just incredible. To transition through all 3 of those games and to be just a world beater, we didn't see it a lot.
He was dominant in Halo 1. His Halo 2 career was even better, and he went on to continue winning in future Halos after.
Instinct takes home Columbus.
It's just unheard of. It's something you can't even wrap your mind around, right? You're talking about a decade of winning.
Time and time again, it was the familiarity with the maps, it was movement, it was vision.
Up the double as Pistola's going for a 3rd kill in the sword, and it's going to Ogre 2. There's his triple.
Every single pro player on the planet thought this was the best player in the game.
And then he cleans up his own kill on SK, Extermination, returning his flag.
He didn't need the power-ups to shine, but if you ever gave him a power-up, he wouldn't miss a bullet.
You're going against Ogre 2 on the main stage, and you hear 4 down. It would pierce me. I'd be like, damn.
Once Tom starts yelling, you know he is at the top of his game, and there's almost nothing you can do to stop him.
I've seen really good players in lots of games, but that level, that gap, I haven't seen it again.
And it is officially over. Final boss here, 2010 MLG National Champions. Ogre 2 doesn't even realize what he just did. Final boss going down as the only Halo 3 dynasty, and there you see the sportsmanship.
Ogre 2's unprecedented 14-year career and 40 LAN victories set the bar for future pros. A true pioneer of gaming and a master of the fundamentals of Halo, Ogre 2 has left a lasting impact on esports forever.
The term legendary, you know, we throw it around a bunch. Godlike, we throw it around. Ogre 2 is that word.
How much he inspired people, how much he dominated. I think he was a trailblazer.
Ogre 2 will be remembered as the greatest Halo player that ever lived.
You just won 4 national championships. You're the winningest player in Halo 3 and the winningest player in Halo. You are the man here. You're the best.
Their legend had grown so much over the years. Some of the biggest creators and influencers out there today idolized Ogre 2. They aspired to be on a team with him or just to have interactions with him.
When I was growing up, it's sort of like, all right, like there's a boxer or a fatality. And, you know, I think to a generation, there was an Ogre 2.
There are kids who grew up idolizing him who play Valorant professionally. Kids who grew up idolizing him who play Call of Duty professionally. The impact, it's like throwing a pebble in the middle of a pond. That ring is still expanding and growing, still impacting esports. And that's timeless. That's not gonna go away.
I think the Ogres were some of the first to pave the way and prove that that route would become something that was not only very real, but something that would become very special for a lot of people.
You know, if you're gonna tell the story of professional Halo, he's got a big chunk of that story that he owns that everybody should know. He's on the Mount Rushmore. He's one of the 4 faces I put up there.
I think he's going to go down in history as the greatest console player of all time. If you look at his tournaments that he attended and the success that he was able to accomplish in that time period, there's no one who is ever going to have a career like his.
Scary Ogre 2. I've gone against an Ogre 2 like that in the 2007 championship. We both have, and we didn't take a game from him. He is terrifying when he is
We built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
shirt.
Hello one and all, and welcome back to the 2021 Halo Championship Series. This is the Kickoff Qualifier 2-day event, and we're just starting day 2 here in North America, making our way right through the bracket, and then by the end of the day, we're going to have our Kickoff Qualifier champion, so make sure you stay with us. My name is Lottie Van Praag, and I'm going to be hosting today, but I'm actually joined by a few well-known fellas in the Halo community, and not only are they exceptionally dressed, but they aren't too shabby on the mics either. I got Bravo, Onset, and Gaskin joining me, fellas. So excited to get into this one because there's a lot on the line here. Obviously, seeding with Raleigh involved. To be honest, a lot of pride on the line here as well, I think. But Bravo, long day yesterday. We had match after match. We saw some incredible things happening on our screens. But what is your big question heading into today?
Yeah, I think probably the biggest question of the day is, can Optic continue what they've started? I think in week 1, people were wondering, best of 10, they win game number 10, 10 series, 10-game series, they win game 10. Are they the best? They win week 2 pretty convincingly. Can they keep that up and keep the momentum into Raleigh?
Yeah, indeed. Onset, honestly, on the back of that, though, are you feeling a new name, winning this grand final, or are you thinking of 3Ps on the cards?
Optic's certainly the favourites, but I'm loving the landscape of Halo at the moment, because if you kept your eyes on social media yesterday, you would have seen there's a bit of spice between a few teams. That means that everybody is gunning for each other. That means that every single series here is going to matter more than ever, and that's all we can ask for, right? Every single series being taken up just a couple of notches to mean just a little bit more as we head towards Raleigh.
Yeah, spice level, I would say, is a happy 8 out of 10 at the moment. We'll see if a couple of notches can be put more on that spice level later on. Gaskin, though, after all of the matches we aired yesterday and all of the competition, what was your biggest takeaway from day 1?
I think that Sentinels certainly looked like they were struggling with their confidence at times, and them losing to E United was a big one. There is a little bit of a rivalry developing there for sure. The real question, though, is how they bounce back and how they respond here today. Are they going to have that losers bracket run? Are we going to see the Sentinels of old, or are they going to crumble once more down in that elimination bracket? As for E United, they're going to be riding high, and I'd love to see them make a run in the winners bracket too.
Yeah, rivalries do seem to be forming, but rivalries would be nothing without competition. And speaking of Bravo, obviously we're in the Kickoff Qualifier here in North America. Let them know how it works.
Sure, yeah, important to get a lay of the land here as we get ready to get into our day 2 of the Kickoff Qualifier. As you see, 330 teams in this tournament, ranked 44 game modes that you can find in the ranked playlist in Halo Infinite as well. Double elimination bracket, as it should be in Halo Esports. And also, you'll notice one big change here, best of 5s all the way through today. There's been an update to get these matches a little bit longer and a little bit more on the line between these teams. So we'll see a little bit of a longer series here. And in the casting booth, we certainly look forward to best of 5s, and we know you guys do at home as well. And of course, the big thing is that the top 4 NA teams will qualify for Raleigh pool play.
Yeah, indeed. I am absolutely pumped for best of 5, by the way. Cannot wait to see some more matches happening and the longevity of those. And by the way, top 4 do qualify, but meaning if you win winners semis or elimination quarters, you've qualified for Raleigh pool play, which is absolutely wicked. Let's take a quick look, though, at our elimination bracket. That is where we kind of left things off yesterday. If you were joining us, it was lovely to have you on board. So you can see round 13, Sentinels versus XSET, and we have G2 Esports versus Pioneers. Now, Pioneers have been looking pretty damn good recently, so I'm excited to see that matchup against G2, but I think I'm excited to see the potential bounce back from Sentinels. How far can they go? It was a little bit dry last time. They actually fell around before that a couple of days ago, so we'll see how far that journey can extend onto. Now, let's take a look at the winners bracket, though, because these are the teams who've really kept that momentum going. Optic Gaming versus E United in your winners semi-finals, and just below them, Cloud9 waiting in the wings with Inconceivable. And let's see who progresses onto the winners finals as well. We could see another rematch here, folks. I mean, on set, Optic Gaming versus Cloud9, another rematch here. I mean, what are we thinking? Are we manifesting this a little too much? Do you reckon that's a possibility?
I'm not getting ahead of myself quite yet, Lottie. I'm just looking across the bracket, and I noticed that Optic Gaming did drop a game to XSET as well. E United with a very convincing 2-0 win over Sentinels yesterday are looking in great form, but that was yesterday. Today's a different day. This is where you've got to get the business done. This is where the biggest matches are, and this is where the biggest players are going to have to come up with the biggest plays.
Yeah, indeed. Now, of course, we are, in this competition for a reason, and that is, of course, all the different spots qualifying our teams for pool play in Raleigh. We do have an 8th position that is still open right now. Gaskin, we have Oxygen or XSET potentially gunning for that 8th position. I know there's a bunch of math and numbers, and that is where I don't qualify to talk about it. So, Gaskin, I'm going to hand this one over to you, mate.
So the 7 teams you see there are all but guaranteed to be in pool play just off of the points they've accumulated, and of course then the top 4 from today as well. But for that 8th spot, XSET are still behind Oxygen when it comes to the points they've accumulated over the last 3 tournaments. However, if they were to beat Sentinels in the losers bracket, they would pip Oxygen Esports and they would secure that 8th pool play position. So it's a massive game for them in the lower bracket. However, of course, if they did lose to Sentinels, Oxygen would keep that spot in pool play and XSET would have to play in the open bracket, but they would get funding.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, there is a lot on the line here, and this is exactly why we are playing today. We need that 8th spot secured, of course. On set, XSET or Auction Esports? I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who do you fancy in that 8th position potentially, just in terms of the road they have ahead of them, both of these teams?
I mean, it's a tough one, and also, thank goodness we have Dan here to explain that. I mean, you saw my maths yesterday, so it's a good job that Dan did take that little segment. But, I mean, it's kind of a story in itself, right? We have Kratos, Halo's greatest villain, and I'm sure that he loves that title as well on XSET. If they beat Sentinels, and then, everyone's questioning Sentinels at the end of it, and XSET get that win, that wouldn't surprise me. However, Sentinels, I think they'll have too much for them today. I think today is a new day. I think yesterday was not a performance they will want to perform once again. And I just think there's some players, right? They need to get fired up somehow. And I mentioned a little bit of a Twitter spat going on yesterday. I'm keeping my eyes on Lethal today because I think that man needs a little bit of drive, and maybe yesterday was the thing he needed to get him going.
That is very true. I mean, yeah, Twitter was crazy yesterday. And if you guys don't know what we're talking about, then I don't know where you've been. But I'll tell you what, Sentinels, I think the last time we saw Sentinels play was yesterday, right at the end of the day. And I believe it was against G1. Watching that game, obviously, a bit of a different team there with Sentinels. Completely reversed as opposed to E United in their series there. And I think that is obviously to be expected with no disrespect at all to G1. But obviously talking about our 2 teams, Auction or XSET there, Bravo, how do you see that series going against Sentinels? Do you see another kind of G1 type scenario, or are they going to be fighting fit here?
It's a toss-up, just like I think Onset started to say. It's going to be a really tough series to call, and I think it just comes down to if Sentinels shows up in true Sentinels form, they will take that series handily. However, if they're only at about 75%, I think that they could maybe start to drop a few games here and there, and things start to get a little shaky for that side. So for me, it's a question of which Sentinels do you get today. If you're a Sentinels fan, you're hoping it's them firing on all cylinders.
Well, we're going to switch the POV right now to the team that did actually take down Sentinels, E-United, because we're getting into this winners semis versus Optic Gaming. I'm handing it over to the very well-dressed gentleman. I really did mean that when I said it. Bravo, and on set.
I felt like I should have worn a shirt now. I do like this jumper, but Andy, you've kind of outclassed me today. You're looking dapper, my friend, and what a perfect occasion to dress up for. What a first game we have of the day. Welcome along, everybody, to this first game, of course. We have our back-to-back champions in Optic Gaming going up against a team who, for me, are in red-hot form right now, and that is E-United. Now, Andy, we've talked about these two teams. I've kind of mentioned everyone knows what Optic have done, but the question has always been with E-United. Do they have the firepower to break into that top 3 to get into a grand final? You have to say, if they come out of this best of 5 with a win, then you have to agree.
I certainly agree here, and they're going to be very happy it's a best of 5. Let's take a look at some of the maps and modes these teams are going to be playing, and as a reminder, it will be a best of 5, and this is what we like to see in the Halo Championship Series. Let's send this one the distance. Some interesting stats here from Gaskin, who we have here. So lucky to be joining us in the North American broadcast. Optic Gaming has not dropped any of these game types in this series layout.
Yeah, very interesting stat indeed, and E-United are going to have their work cut out for them, but I do think it's worth kind of just looking back at that previous round that Optic Gaming played and the fact that they did lose one of those games, and even though it might be one game out of a lot of games that they have played over the last couple of tournaments, it still shows they can bleed, and that gives E-United the little bit of, you know, the confidence they need to look ahead of some of the game types and think, hey, maybe this is a little bit of a weak point for them, and this is something we might be able to expose.
Yeah, certainly. I think on the side of E-United, too, this is a side that is going to thrive off of momentum. If they start to take a game, or even if they start to get maybe an extra flag cap or so, they are going to thrive off of that. Rain, Ryan Noob, Spartan, King Nick, these are guys that are really momentum players, and when they get hot, they get really scary. And you have to think that the entire E-United side, they are looking at this as a huge opportunity. Right now, if they can shut down the back-to-back champs in Optic Gaming, honestly, Onset, it changes the whole narrative going into Raleigh. It will change the entire conversation around really these top teams, and this is a big chance for E-United to make that statement.
It certainly does, and talking of stories, we're kind of mentioning some of them. They're developing tournament after tournament, week after week, day after day at the moment. Let's say that Optic Gaming do take the win here and send E-United down to that elimination bracket. There's a potential rematch there against Sentinels if everything works out, so that could be very spicy to watch, so keep your eyes on that one if it does happen. Obviously, E-United fans will be hoping that that isn't the case and it will be Optic falling down to that lower bracket. But what do you think is the secret to success here for E-United? The way they played against Sentinels yesterday, it seemed like they were playing a really good pace, but also being very mindful when they didn't have advantages on the map and being aware that they could slow the game down too.
Yeah, it's really that delicate balance of understanding when to push the aggression and not. If I'm on the side of E-United, I want to lean towards being more aggressive, being more of the decision maker and the pace setter in these games. I want to see them taking chances. For example, if they have only 1 or 2 players alive, but they think they might be able to make a great play with dynamo nades or using a grapple to get into a certain part of the map on Bazaar, things like that. Take those chances, even if they're a bit lower percentage, just because those are the types of things that are really going to start to get under Optic's skin. And one thing I think we also know, also some great stats from Gaskin, is Optic also 2-0'd E-United in Open 1, and 2 of these game types were in this series as well. So E-United hopefully will have watched the tape from those games. They'll have watched the series that they had with Optic just about 2 weeks ago, and they'll be able to play these game types and approach them a bit differently.
Yeah, I think the player I keep my eyes on that performed very, very well yesterday for E-United was Rain. I think he's a player that doesn't get talked about enough, and he's, you know, we've got so many talented players in the Halo Championship Series, it's almost difficult to fit them all into one broadcast, let alone one conversation, but he was a standout for me yesterday. Every time we looked at his stats at the end of the game, he seemed to be leading kills for EU.
Yeah, and I think you bring up a great point there. Rain was my go-to in terms of a player that really stood out yesterday, and I think one thing about this E-United roster that stands out to me historically when you look at these players, Ryan Noob probably the most consistent and the most stable of this group. You don't really get bad games from Ryan Noob. You might have a bad Slayer here and there, otherwise it doesn't happen. However, when you look at the likes of Rain, King Nick, Spartan, these all get into a little bit of X Factor category for me. These are players that historically can pop off, but don't necessarily have as much consistent performances like a Ryan Noob player. So it's interesting on E-United that you have 3 players that really sit in this X Factor role. That's pretty uncommon in professional Halo. So for me, I'm going to be keeping an eye on which of these players is really going to make sure that they step up in this series and perform. And if they're all on fire, they're going to pose a huge threat to Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I think there's some great points there, and it's only fair that we now look over the other side of things Games, right? Who's the other team on the virtual stage, so to speak, and that's Optic Gaming. Back-to-back champions. Everybody knows that. The 3P is on for them heading into Raleigh. And I think, Andy, the biggest story coming out of this is if Optic do go on to win this tournament, they are the undoubted champions, undoubted favorites, I should say, heading into Raleigh to pick up that first Halo Infinite trophy.
That's right. CTF Bazaar are going to be game number 1. And as a reminder, Optic did win this game type against United in open number 1. So right now, Optic not only undefeated in the game type, but also undefeated against United in this game here. It's going to really be up to United to try to set the pace, set the tone for a very different series if they want to continue advancing in the winner's bracket. Here we are.
Well, welcome to day 2, everybody. This is where the big boys play. And already APG has got a nice opening kill, but it's going to be a couple of double kills actually exchanged per side there. You saw that APG picked up a double. However, it was traded out almost immediately. But 3 alive now for Optic Gaming. United just about getting back up to a full complement as well. Lucy with some nice shots to pick up 1. However, Rain's going to trade that one out. And this is a frantic start to this first game, Andy. Both teams just trading kills.
It really is an interesting play there. You saw APG actually pick up, as now we do see rockets in the hands of Trippy. That's exactly where Optic Gaming wants them. Actually will fall with a great little rocket push there from Spartan. And you have to think Trippy maybe didn't anticipate that, just because, you know, as a rocket player, you don't expect someone flying out the rocket side. But very quickly to highlight, APG hitting those double door nades and picking up a double kill off of the break. So certainly we're ready for that opening rush from United.
Well, it looks like the game actually might be a little bit of a full start. If you needed some more examples of what is the universal sign of let's start this one again, something's not quite going right. APG hitting 540, fakey, no scope, I can't remember anymore, air grabs. I don't know. I haven't played Tony Hawk's in a while. I've got to be honest with you, Andy. But that is an example of it. Unfortunately, we'll get that game started as quickly as we can. A little bit of a full start for everyone.
Yeah, certainly the pirouette there from APG on the bridge did not look like traditional competitive Halo, and if you were thinking the same thing from the comfort of your phones or laptops or devices, you were absolutely right. Sounds like we're going to get that match restarted in just a second. We're hearing updates in our ears, but one thing to note, as we said, about the opening rush is it's a very different focus onset from how things were in week 1 of Halo Infinite. Originally, you saw players sending a few players BR, sending a few players tree. Now it is pretty much a written rule that you do send players out the front door to try to contest grapple, dynamo nades, and overshield immediately. And APG capitalizes on that with the perfect nade, gets a double kill cluster luck off of the opening, and it gave them a little bit of an advantage. They weren't able to convert entirely, but you have to see in this restart how that changes a little bit for these teams.
Yeah, and someone, excuse me, who is hyper-focused on the micro decision-making that's made in those opening rushes is something that I find very, very interesting to watch. We were watching back some VOD this week, and we were saying that the dynamo nades were being collected and then used to kind of almost half the middle of the map, used as an area denial device, basically, as teams kind of fought one side 2v2 for the rockets and then the other side 2v2 for the overshield. But one thing I noticed at the start there, trying to shoot the dynamo nades, trying to trigger them almost immediately, which is maybe a team thinking, hey, we're going to deny the player who's going for the dynamo grenades, try and get some initial damage, and then try and work against that. So you can already see, like, there's counter strategy for counter strategy. It's just fascinating to watch. Again, the game evolves so quickly.
I was going to say, it's unfolding right before our eyes. And yeah, what was happening bottom middle, probably some type of weird experiment that would have made Nikola Tesla very proud, as you just saw the dynamo nades just kind of chaining with each other and just doing their own thing in the bottom middle of the map. And that's actually a theory I have while we wait for this match to get started, is you might see a lot more shooting of grenades, period, because for 2 reasons. One, obviously you can activate them, but 2, you don't want to be running, just to use maybe a recharge example, you don't want to be running through C-Plat with those plasmas sitting there, and someone could just be baiting them on control, or vice versa on long haul. The same can be said about Bazaar nades. I think we're going to see players shooting nades a lot more over the next few weeks of competitive Halo Infinite, because they just want to use them as an area of denial, but also make sure that they're not getting caught off by them. And actually, I don't know how, but our production team actually has this ready from the back. So here's exactly what we're talking about with the remote detonation. And you can see, for an example, if someone's just sitting control here, by the way, this was not planned out, so a huge shout out to our team here at Esports Engine to have this ready. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. I think both players in this situation on set are just going to shoot these plasmas. And to be completely honest, as a fan of competitive Halo for a very long time, I don't know actually if that's what we want, is that nades are just being used as denial nades instead of pickups. I think it could actually become something that's pretty interesting that multiplayer designers at 343 are looking at, because I think we're going to see a lot less picking up of nades and a lot more that you just, as a rule, you shoot the nades so they're not a problem for you instead of trying to run through them, for the exact example on your screen.
Yeah, I think it's a very good point that you're making. We also know how strong those grenades are here in Halo Infinite and how much damage they can do, and also some of the positions they're in are kind of positions like, if we take that recharge example that we were just seeing, you've got also some grenades up on that blue sneaky ledge, and it's such a difficult fight. Sometimes you come out of C and you're fighting kind of against the guy who's kind of shimmying above you, and just hit the nades. It kind of takes a lot of the aiming out of that battle and gives you that advantage. And also, if a player's jumping up there, it lets them know that you're in position to shoot them. So it's almost a warning sign for players, as well as actually doing that damage. And I think you're completely right. It's certainly something that we're expecting to see used more and more. But one thing I do want to talk about is the grapple and how we're seeing that used more and more, not just to get from point A to point B, but to pick up power-ups, to pick up power weapons, and to also run that flag. We saw it from Penguin on Cloud9, actually running past the flag and then grappling it back in a more safe position. We've seen flag tosses out, which have been then grappled into safer positions. And I just wonder if it's going to be almost a designated thing now for the player who has grappled to take a power position on a run, because of the fact they have that ability to scoop up flags without taking too much damage.
Absolutely right. I think more and more you're going to see that prioritized, even if not prioritized in the immediate moment of the flagpole, prioritized as part of the run. For example, if I'm a player with grapple, maybe I'm top rockets, maybe I'm on my own BR or bar area, and a run starts. As the grapple player, I'm immediately communicating to my team, I have grapple. Like, once you get the flag front door, I will grapple. And you're going to start to see a lot of movement where the flag is going to be ran based on where that grapple player might be and things you could do. The other great thing is that having that grapple lets you really outsmart your opponents. You can bait the flag. You can do all sorts of things that were not possible in previous Halo titles. So as the grapple player, you don't need to grapple the flag immediately. You can bait and act like, you want players to jump on the bait that return, and then grapple the flag. So I couldn't agree more. I think we're going to continue to see grapple as more and more a part of the flag run. You mentioned we saw Optic do it. As soon as the flag gets off of the flag stand and becomes unanchored, they grab it into bar and they traverse the hardest distances. Once again, you're joining us here for our first match. It's a winner's semis, Optic Gaming versus E United. Excited to get back into this one as fast as we can.
Yeah, excited to get back into game number one and get this series back underway. And I'm still waiting, by the way, for someone to wait for the last second that a flag's being returned when they have grapple to just yoink it away. It's almost trolling people in game. That's what I want to see at the highest level, grand final game 5s. That's what I want to see. That's actually going to be done. A little bit of a misfire from our side. The first map is actually going to be on recharge, and it's going to be Stronghold. So we're not going on to Bazaar for now. We might be going to save that for a little bit later in the series. We'll get an updated series as soon as we can, just to inform you all where we're going to be going and what game times we are going to be playing. But we were talking about those plasma grenades. We were talking about grenades being shot on those spawns, Andy, and maybe we'll get to see it now as we head to recharge.
Yeah, I guess we had a little bit of a feeling here. Recharge Strongholds will be our game number 1. We'll take a look at the game type layout in just a second. Aquarius Slayer, our game number 2. After that, we're going to go to Bazaar CTF. So we will see some Bazaar in game number 3 on set, guaranteed. And then if necessary, we'll go to Streets Oddball, and also Live Fire Slayer will be your full round of 5 here. But like you said, Recharge Stronghold is going to be game number 1.
Yeah, the pace at which this game type is being played as well, especially on recharges, seems to be getting faster and faster at the moment. It's almost as if it's already outgrown the idea of holding 2 strongholds before you get those kills. It's now just a constant rotation battle, kind of taking into account where respawners are coming in, Andy. And we've talked about this quite a lot. The influence of respawners on the map is vital, not only if you are the player respawning the team who might be down numbers, but also if you are the team in control, it lets you know what areas of the map are safe to move around and try and get that team fight down.
Certainly, and just to confirm, this was the same game type lineup, just a different order than we saw originally. So everything we said still stands about the overall precedent in these matches. So essentially, Optic Gaming still undefeated in each of these game types, not just in this tournament, for the past 3 weeks of official tournament play. And also 2 of those game types once again in the series. That's going to be CTF Bazaar and Slayer Aquarius. Optic has already beat E United in week number 1. So all of those stats will stand with this updated rotation lineup.
Really looking forward to seeing Lucid in particular playing on this game type, Andy. I would say Trippy as well is one of those players who's mastered the ability to close space extremely quickly because of the fact that he can use that grapple and he can traverse from one side of the map very, very quickly. And also, we've got some new stuff we should talk about for some of our new fans who are watching right now. We'll leave the grapple to the side for one moment because we all love a ninja. Historically, you've been able to do it for some time, right? And you jump over your opponent's head, you give him the back whack. It's a great feeling. But it never really got shared, did it, Andy, in game, that you'd embarrass someone? Well, that's all changed now. That's all changed now. You can see it in the kill feed, and everybody knows that you made the mistake or that you've made a little bit of a genius play.
Let's be clear. You said you made the mistake. I did not make this mistake. Let's be abundantly clear here. This was This was somebody else. I swear this wasn't me. But as you can see in the feed, when you do ninja someone, jumping over, just in case you're new to Halo, welcome, first of all. When you do jump over a player's head who's been chasing you and then hit them with the one-hit kill assassination, just like that, it will be not only a glorious moment for you in-game, but as Onset said, the entire lobby will be notified that this happened, and it's honestly a pretty unavoidable moment in the kill feed. Onset, everyone's going to find out. They're all going to know about it. No longer do you have to hope that you were recording on OBS. It's going to be shared for everyone.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well. You have no excuse because we've all been there. Everyone's been ninjaed if you've played Halo for 20 years. It happens to everyone. But there was always the excuse of like, oh, I was lagging. You know, the guy wasn't in front of me. That wasn't a back smack. I beat him. You know what I mean? Because nobody had that evidence, that proof. Now it's just cold hard fact. It's in front of you. It can be a legal document. And if you go to court for the ninja, you're not going to win the case in denial, essentially. But just a little reminder of everyone, and this is going to be the order of games played, as Andy quite rightly said. It will be the same game types, but we will start off on Stronghold's Recharge. Then we move over to Aquarius for some Slayer, CTF Bazaar, that we did get a little peek at just before the game got restarted because it was being played in the wrong place. It's going to be Game 3, and then Oddball Streets and Live Fire Slayer will close this out.
That's right. And what's interesting, Onset, to worth noting is CTF Bazaar, and when you talk about a Game 1 objective, and just for anyone who might be joining us for the first time, there's a rule here in this series in the best of fives. You will always play an objective for match number 1, a Slayer, then 2 objectives, then a Slayer to end up the series. You have 3 objectives and 2 Slayers. That's done intentionally because historically it has been argued that objective play is a little bit more of a proof of teamwork, cohesion, and skill. That's why you have it slightly weighted towards objective over Slayers. However, Slayer's still a very important part of the series. That's why it represents 2/5 of the best of 5. But back to talking about that first Game 1 objective, CTF Bazaar is very different, Onset, from a Stronghold's Recharge, and it's just a different game type, and it's almost right. One game type I would say on Stronghold's Recharge, you lean forward a little bit more, because on CTF Bazaar, just with how that map is built, you can kind of get a feel for each other. It's a lot of shooting base to base. There's a lot of time to kind of sprint, either base trade, sprint back to your base, things like that. When you're playing Stronghold's Recharge, it's very different. You need to be ready to play off of the first respawn immediately. There's not really any slow getting into it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a 100-mile-an-hour game type to start things off, and it's the kind of game type I love to start a series, to see players not being allowed to make mistakes. Essentially, you cannot make mistakes on that particular game type on Recharge as well, because of the fact that it's such close proximity a lot of the time, and one mistake can lead to a double cap, a triple cap, and then before you know it, the game really has slipped away from you. But one thing, because we've got a little bit of time while we wait for this lobby to get set back up, that we can discuss is what's going on in that elimination bracket, Andy, because I think it's very interesting to see some of the teams in there. One team we haven't even mentioned, probably haven't even mentioned for the entirety of Halo Infinite so far, is G2, who are still alive. They are down in that lower bracket, and they could make a run here and remind us just at the right time as well, ahead of Raleigh, what a team they are.
Absolutely. As we take a look also where G2 is right now, right? I mean, in terms of the overall standings right now, in 7th place. And I think that's a team that we certainly could be saying is a top 6 team without a doubt. So another team we're going to be keeping an eye on as we get closer to Raleigh.
Well, we'll keep our eyes on them, but we're going to jump into a quick break now while we wait for the series to get back up and running. So don't go too far. We'll be back as soon as possible.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our Kickoff Qualifier 2-day event. We're in day number 2 here. If you missed yesterday, you missed an entire day. You must have slept all the way through it. I don't know what happened. Set alarms next time because you missed a lot of action. But gentlemen, we're waiting to get into our winners semi-finals right now. We do have Optic Gaming versus E-United lined up, but things be happening in the background. We're going to get into that one as soon as we possibly can. But while we're waiting, gents, I want to ask you a few questions and potentially expose all 3 of you at the same time.
Oh.
Yeah, you heard me right. You heard me right. So
I did not
obviously,
agree to this.
No, you did not. You did not. And I'm going out on a limb here. But you know, obviously, brand new game, brand new title, released not that long ago, which is pretty impressive considering we've started our competitive season already. Super exciting. But there must have been some bumps in the road along the way when all 3 of you guys were learning the game. And learning the game, I mean playing the game. I've got to ask you about, obviously, all of the different utility and the power-ups and all sorts of things to play with learning the game. Did you have any stumbles, any embarrassing moments where you were like, oh my goodness, this is really awkward, thank goodness nobody can see? Has anybody had any instances like that? Because I certainly have.
Is this all coming back to your flag run? Lottie, is this where this is all coming back to?
This is where we're going with this.
Well, I was never.
Or were you trying to deflect from that, and now you've just realised that that is something that happened?
Yeah.
And by the way,
that's
for everyone.
We are
Okay,
right now.
I really didn't think this through. Wow.
You can tell the story, Lottie. Now that we're here, I think you should go first in this. That would be the best idea.
Story time.
Okay, I have also been told that this has happened to everybody in their life. Okay, I'm just going to let you know. So
that's what people say to make you feel better.
Nice.
For sure.
Yeah. Behemoth flag game ranked. Okay, I'm trying to climb. It's on stream as well. This is really embarrassing. Anyway, so I am focusing so hard on capturing, the flag as you do, and I'm also focusing very hard on juggling in front of my 50 viewers that I had at the time to look really cool and to make sure it looked like I knew what I was doing. And in fact, I did the complete opposite, and I ran the flag the entire way. Which Behemoth is a very large map, if you'd know.
This is the biggest map in the circuit.
Yeah, it is. It is across the jump into the base of the opposition where I just took the flag from, and we'd ran it basically to our base, and I ran it all the way back. So you're welcome.
Like a golden retriever, almost, wasn't it? Like you just ran it.
It's almost.
You saw it.
I think what you did. Yeah, what you did was arguably harder, right? You actually the fact that you didn't die on the way back to their base is pretty amazing. But I'll go first here. I think everyone knows that that it's pretty easy to head case with Halo Infinite's controller settings and like all of the controller nuances of dead zones and axial, whatever the heck, and I don't even know what any of them are called. So until I dial, now I'm in on formal settings because Maniac's just been like, listen, you need to put in formal settings, hit 515, use this controller, all that stuff. But I was getting out BR'd on the regular in the first few days, and until I found that exact sweet spot, and I think maybe a few people are in the same boat, I was getting outshot time and time again. So now I'm feeling better though. Everything's all good in my case.
That's what's happening to me then, is it? That must be what it is.
That's nothing to do with running a flag. You can have any set. I don't think any settings can save you from that one, unfortunately. Lot.
Did anyone else have a problem with the drop shields, by the way? Because you want to know something else that's really embarrassing, which I'm happy to self-expose.
No.
I dropped a drop shield one of the first times I got them. And I didn't realize it was a system where you could shoot through them. So I was popping a little hole in the middle of the drop shield.
That's like the hard way.
That's how you learn, right? That's how you learn. It's experimentation. Maybe you would have discovered something that nobody else had known about by doing so. But I do have.
What about you guys?
I have one embarrassing thing, and it's it's one of those things that nobody would have seen, but it's embarrassing because it just looks funny to me. And so I had a repulsor and I had a big play in my mind, right? And I'm on live fire, on back pillars. I'm like, right, I'm going to repulsor up to the platform here. But I didn't look down far enough, like to jump up. So basically, I just looked at the floor and just went, and just didn't move.
We've been there,
I just died. Yeah, and I was like, and like all the ideas that were in my head didn't quite add up, and I ended up just, for the person who was killing me, they were just walking behind me and just saw a guy look down, and then just kind of just disintegrate. It was not a good feeling, but you live and learn.
It happens, man. It totally. Gaskin, I bet you're just perfection, aren't you, mate? I bet you are. But none of this has happened. Really?
I'm really good at the game, but it took a while for me to get into it, especially with the grenades being able to be shot. Now, I have an Ogre twitch. Sometimes I just check my aim, and sometimes I even fire a shot, and I did it by accident, shooting the grenades that were under my feet, and that was a lesson that I learned on that day, that grenades can explode, and you definitely shouldn't shoot them if you are very close to them. But I quickly then transitioned that to shooting it when enemies were close to it, so I guess it was a worthwhile lesson, similarly to what Andy and Mark were focusing on just before we got into that game earlier.
I tell you what, mistakes though sometimes can be very beneficial. We're seeing that a lot, I think, in the first part of our competitive season. So I think that transitions us very nicely on to talk about some of our teams, because obviously we're all learning here. They're all learning. They're figuring out how they like to play the games in terms of strategies and what they really want to do on the map. But let's take a quick look right now at our bracket though. Let's have a look at the winners bracket to see exactly where our teams are at. If you're just joining us, welcome. That was story time with your fellow Halo casters, and I hope you enjoyed. But we do have our semi-finals happening here at the moment, and as you can see though, the quarterfinals have happened already. This is how they kind of set up. Optic Gaming versus Exet come through pretty well there, but did drop a map.
Can I touch on that, Lottie? Because that's the first time Optic have dropped a map against anyone other than Cloud9. Throughout all 3 tournaments, they've 2-0'd everyone. Then they would play Cloud9, and of course they lost to Cloud9 in several maps, but they have still toppled them ultimately. But with Exet taking that game and being the first team to take another map off them, I think puts Exet in a very confident position in that lower bracket with their matchup against Sentinel. So I think it's fantastic they were able to achieve that. It was a Slayer game, it was on Bazaar, so you know we have seen sometimes the lower city teams win those Slayers, but I still think that's a fantastic achievement for them.
Yeah, here's another story here, Lot. Sorry to jump in very quickly, but Pioneers losing 2-0 to Inconceivable. We know how much talent's on that Inconceivable lineup, but we also know how strong Pioneers have been over the last couple of tournaments. So I think that's a real confidence boost for that lineup. Obviously, with Snipedown coming in a week or so ago, joining the lineup, coming back to Halo, I feel like they're finding their form a little bit, and that could be a really interesting match against Cloud9.
Yeah, definitely. I think in terms of how they line up against Cloud9, obviously you have Snipedown, Boo Boo. There's a ton of talent on that Inconceivable roster here. You know, Brav, looking at Cloud9, going up against them in that semi-finals with that momentum, the 2-0 against Pioneers, which wasn't exactly an easy feat there, like Mark mentioned. How do you see that one lining up?
I think it's going to be a great series, and I think one thing that we should know, we keep talking about Optic and Cloud9, and for good reason. They were our grand finals matchup week back-to-back with incredible series both times. However, these teams are going to continue to catch up and get closer and closer to Optic and C9. So E-United and Inconceivable are 2 great examples. Even though these teams have to be coming in confident and they're going to be feeling themselves, I think they both know that Inconceivable and E-United are really, really good teams, and they are getting better every day. Every single team here is continuing to improve, and it really is a question of who could be on the fastest trajectory. So C9 and Inconceivable are going to be a great series, and I know C9 is not going to take them lightly.
Absolutely. We're actually going to head over to our eliminations bracket as well, because obviously we do have matches in progress right now in our round 13 here. But just taking a look at the elimination bracket here, obviously teams that have been sent down. If you're not sure how the elimination bracket works, these teams were in the chance to be in the winners bracket. They did fall down here, and they have a little catch-all at the bottom here with a little safety net. But unfortunately, if they do lose, they will go home. Sentinels versus Exet and G2 Esports versus Pioneers. Now, I want to touch upon this Pioneers roster once again. Onset, obviously, you spoke about Pioneers and how well that they've been doing against G2 Esports. How do you see that round 13 going? I know it's an ongoing match at the moment, but do you think Pioneers could be strong enough to take down G2 there?
I do. I think Pioneers, it's almost no longer a surprise to me when they beat one of these more established rosters that we've seen performing over the last 5-6 years in the Halo Championship Series. They've just been that good, but it's a real opportunity for G2 here as well. I kind of quickly mentioned it before we went into our break to Bravo about how G2 have kind of been absent in a lot of our conversations about teams who are performing well, could cause upsets. It always seems like it's been a pretty simple 2-0 to whoever they go against in that upper bracket when we get into those latter stages. But take down Pioneers, and G2 will remind us all of the talent that they have on that lineup. You have the likes of Gilkey on that team. You have the likes of Straight Stick, and those players have been in tournament finals before. They've been into those really, really tough matchups that you get at the end of tournaments. They have had a lot of success, but something hasn't quite clicked for them as yet. You could say that about a few teams, though. Maybe it's taken them a little bit of time to get the idea of the game and how they want to approach it and kind of get that in-game strategy, a little bit like Sentinels have had. Or maybe it's just been a case of just playing against a few different teams to get those reps in. But G2, they take down Pioneers. I think was certainly one to watch in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I do too, without a doubt, without a question. I think a lot of our teams here are going to be absolutely exceptional. They have a long road ahead in the elimination bracket. But, gentlemen, we need to get right into this winners semi-finals. I'm throwing it straight over to you with all of my might. On set, Brav, take it away.
Thank you very much, LVP. And here we go, Andy. Finally, we get into our first game of our first series of the day. Apologies for the delay, everybody. But now we're bringing you gameplay. It's Optic Gaming, the back-to-back champions, looking for that 3-peat, going up against E-United, who have a story of their own to tell.
That's right. Let's waste no time. It is time to play here. This is your first series of the day, and it's going to be a great one here. As we saw earlier, it's a best of 5, and it's a sneaky Ola in the back of Elevator getting the back whack top A.
Couple of adjectives that seem to just fit before the word Pistola, and one of them is always sneaky. Those two always combine together, more often than not, it would seem. Early control here for Optic Gaming with the A-B setup, and this is what you want to have initially to then move up and look for those kills. Spartan is going to find himself once again with a sneaky Pistola behind him. The Mangler kill will do some damage, and that's going to be 2 dead here for EU.
As a rule, nice little sword kill there does come in for Ryan Noob. However, traveling in 2s is APG and Ola, and that's going to then go in the favor of Optic Gaming as they will put a few more points on the board. But as a rule, if you don't know where Pistola is, it's kind of like a horror film. He's probably behind you, and 9 times out of 10, that's the case.
Yeah, Pistola's going to peek from the shower curtain, and it's going to be a scary thing for sure. Ryan Noob using that grapple to traverse from A towards bottom control. Not without losing his shields for a few moments, but that's going to allow APG now to move in onto A. And we've been talking about Lucid and Trippy a lot in this Optic Gaming lineup with the stats they've been putting up, and quite rightly so. But like I mentioned yesterday, I feel that doesn't happen without the likes of APG and Pistola doing what they do on the map.
That's right, and APG doing very well here because he's sitting back A. Keep in mind, we just saw what happens if you leave back A, back elevator exposed. Players can not only get behind you in the back whack, they can actually spawn behind you if you start to move towards control. So this is very good discipline, very good control here coming in. And even though the team's tight, you gotta tell him he's behind him. APG not able to get the communication there that Spartan was behind Ola. So tables turned there for just a moment, but not really on the scoreboard because just like that, it's 44-6.
Look at the pressure that APG is keeping on, though. He manages to escape with his life as well. That is such a good play from APG, just buying his teammates time to move up. And now 2 E-United players have fallen as a result of that. The score, like you mentioned, 45-16. However, E-United are scoring for now. They have control of B, they have control of C, as you see Trippy now trying to rotate for Optic.
Look at Ola's quick work with that commando. That's something of nightmares. You know, that commando, once you start to master it, it has such a fast kill time, and you put it in the hands of someone like Ola, and it gets really dangerous. Speaking of things that get dangerous, also Trippy with the shock rifle as well. We're going to be keeping an eye on that. And what I like here on set, and a little bit of a slide underneath the tag comes in from Spartan. They do make sure to clean up the kill, but one thing I got to point out is that Optic is really prioritizing holding back A and then patrolling on the actual elevator platform, which not a lot of teams do, and it forces them to lose A. Optic is really being disciplined about that.
Now look at these respawns coming in for E-United, all on the long haul side and all away from the majority of the strongholds that they want to be trying to get control of. So it's going to be a tough battle here for E-United, and especially with the shock rifle in the hands of Trippy. Any kind of crosses they try and go on, they're going to be denied very, very quickly. But 2 kills do go down for them. King Nick, the force push doesn't take him off the edge, but it will force him into the respawn screen as Pistola now starting to work his magic around C.
What a play from Ola. There's a reason we've been talking about this guy so much. Takes a nade back C ramp, and it looks like we were just going to see a player from United just fly in for the melee kill. Instead, hits the repulsor. Perfect timing to get the few extra shots and wins that battle. And just another example of how mastering that equipment can be the difference maker in these engagements.
Look at how Optic are playing this. They were down in numbers, so you saw Ola and Lucid both playing together, just slowing things down and valuing their lives. I think that's something to really highlight. We hear a lot of pros talking about it, Andy. The ability to stay alive and not give away just silly deaths is being put on perfect display here from Optic.
And there should be another cleanup on King Nick from Lucid, and Lucid maybe no one really been matched with him in terms of the use of the equipment, and that's such a great grapple to fly him into back A. Essentially, no one even caught him going in that direction there. And it's going to be a camo grab for Ryan Noob, going to try to turn this game around, but just like that, already about 116-26.
King Nip going to be working with Ryan Noob here to try and put some pressure onto B. A couple of kills will go their way as Ryan Noob does manage to pick up one. Ryan Noob now going to be able to control the grapple too. And the shock rifle is going to make a trio of power-ups and power weapons here for Ryan Noob. Now, can he put them to use in the same way that we see the Optic Gaming players do? That's the real question here. Manages to body APG, but not going to be that headshot, which could have been so valuable.
Ooh, tries to hit the grapple. He's going to fly right into C plat, and it's a very nice win. And he's going to get help on APG as well, it looks like. So they should be able to clean out back C here as long as they don't run into too much trouble. APG will be sent for a swim, but not before taking down King Nick. So it's a pretty big play from APG to stay alive there.
Yeah, APG doing a good job, but as you say, sent to the icy depths. This can be shocking for all. Ryan still playing the back of this sword area so well at the moment. The spiral ramp is such a good place to just poke up and down and play those head glitches and protect C. And United are starting to claw back into this one a little bit, Andy. Grapple going to be coming in, and Trippy going to be removed from the game for a few moments. And timing on the side of Rhino there, another second or so, and that might have not looked so cool.
I don't know if we could have asked for a better clip, a better evidence of just how important it is to have that grapple to snag the power weapons. And right there, he gets rewarded immediately, times the battle against Trippy perfectly, kind of putting on a little bit of a clinic and showing you exactly how to use that grapple as he continues to hold down back C.
And you saw, once again, Rhino, perfect indication of what we were talking about, shooting those grenades on that blue platform. Now he's got that sword in hand as well, and Pistola causing in some problems here, but Rhino buying enough time for his teammates to get close and give him a little bit of assistance, but 110 to 118 now. Or I should say 116 to 110, excuse me, in this favor of Optic Gaming at the moment. United have made a really good comeback here, and finally Optic starts scoring once more.
Brought this back in a really strong way. Just look at Lucid's movement, though. This guy is drop sliding and curb sliding much more than anyone else on the map. You can see how fast he's zooming across the map and just absolutely getting to where he needs to be. And we're going to continue to see a skill gap emerge with players that are mastering Halo Infinite's movement.
Yeah, one of the best players and getting from A to B. However, there's not much he can do when Ryanoob is falling from the skies with a piece of cutlery in his hands. He'll cut him down for now, as Pistola will now move up to jump into B to help out his teammates. Some shots going to be coming in, but they're double capping this. The contestant comes in now. Pistola whiffs that beat down, but his teammate is there to give him a little bit of assistance. As now AB is in control. Spartan will be taken down as well here by Lucid. Picks up the sword. An easy double kill for him. And Optic back in control.
Feels like time and time again, whenever we get to Lucid's POV, it is him putting the team in the driver's seat along with the rest of the squad. That will be a trip cap. As you say, for Optic, they will start to put points on the board even faster here. One of the first trip caps we've seen in this game. And after a very strong run from E United, Optic answers back.
Once again, Lucid trying to use that grapple to close the space. Now he's going to be putting pressure on it, uses the grapple to get even closer and too close for comfort for King Nick there as he gets taken down with the sword. Now he has a 1v1 with Spartan. Spartan will turn that one around, though. A big win for E United. BC controlling their hands too. 170 or so to 128 and climbing here. E United once again trying to claw their way back in.
Trippy does well to clean out the back of C. Yeah, C players there in that Lucid Spartan battle, maybe both missing just a shot. You have to think Lucid maybe had a chance to win that battle and wishes he had that one back. But as you say, still points on the board for the side of Optic Gaming. They will continue scoring and extend their lead by just a bit. Nice work from Trippy here around Elevator.
That's a really big kill from Trippy as well, because there's a triple cap in effect here for E United. Spartan was trying to convert A and he was just a few seconds away, but that one bullet that just found its way through the door, found its way onto a Spartan's helmet was the difference maker, and now Trippy is rotating back to C, and this triple cap is really starting to hurt E United.
Goes and gets the sword the old-fashioned way. If you'll remember, Trippy was actually on the receiving end of that grapple sword play earlier, so now wants to get the sword in hand and wants to prevent that from happening again. Lucid also camoed, pushing B.
Easy kill for Lucid. Shock rifle in his hands, and he calls it his weapon. And to be honest with you, it should be renamed the Lucid gun, because he has been hitting headshots more often than not with this thing. Spartan will pick up one onto Trippy, though. Two players have fallen for E United. Here goes Lucid once again, just transitioning from power position to power position, Andy, so well.
Do you see how he teed up that grapple as if he had hit that 10, 20 times before? He knew the exact spot, hits even a shot there into control. He knew the exact spot to grapple. He knew exactly how to 180. I'm telling you, and everyone has said this, he looks weeks ahead of other players in this game, and that is still showing here in our day 2 of our kickoff qualifier.
AB in control of Optic, and they're only around 12 points away from closing this out. It's up to E United to try and make a play here, and the way things are looking, it's going to be difficult for them to do so. King Nick tries to force his way through the front door. Beat down onto Rain. Might just slow things down. Spartan's trying to do what he can at B, but the reset will come in now for Optic Gaming on B. Transition trying to happen at A, and it will do, but C now being taken by Optic.
Yeah, all eyes on C. They're at 244, only 6 points away now from closing this one out, Optic Gaming.
ANC still in control of E United. That's a big kill as two players now fall. Optic Gaming find themselves in a momentary 2v4. Rhino trying to convert B as well. Pistola coming to have something to say about that though, but a little bit of desperation here all of a sudden from Optic Gaming, Andy. Around B, and Deaths are starting to stack up for them, but the distraction at C maybe was enough, as finally they will be scoring. But as I say that, B has 2 players from United dressed in blue, converting that back to their score.
Just like that. Now we'll see what happens with A is going to be big here, of course, and it does go the way of Optic. They will remain scoring once again. Does United have any answer back? 247, 248. This should be it.
This will be it by the looks of things. Optic Gaming managed to close things out with 250 to 150, the final score. And it was just those triple caps we had a couple of times in the game, Andy, that just kind of dangled the bait out to E United a few times, but it was whipped away as quickly as it was offered.
It certainly was, and what a great game one between these two teams. A little bit of back and forth. 250 to 150 is going to be our final, but keep in mind, right around that 110, 120 point mark, this game was tied. So we did see a nice bit of tug of war between the two in terms of Optic with an early lead. And you saw United answer back right away. And take a look at the stats. And in the end, it was all Optic Gaming through and through. But let's take a look at some of the standout players. My eyes, of course, go to Lucid here, 20 and 12.
Of course they do. I mean, you don't just take Lucid's stats off next time. Every single time he leads a lobby, he has the most kills, and it feels like the least deaths as well. It's just ridiculous. Damage dealt we'll take a look at as well. And it wouldn't surprise me to see Mr. Lucid at the top of that leaderboard as well. Almost 6k in comparison to everyone else in the lobby, and with Trippy the only other player to break 5k, I think that shows what an influence he had once more.
Certainly, and it just shows you how well Optic is playing right now, how good they look, and even when they started to lose a little bit of control in that game, they stayed collected and they answered right back. Let's take a look at some highlights from that game, number 1.
Yeah, it was a very tight game for the majority of it. These sword plays around C certainly had an influence on who was controlling things. The repulsor as well. A couple of plays we saw coming in that are becoming almost more and more common, with players knowing what angles to kind of hold Andy to send people down to their depths if they do get a little bit too close.
You're starting to see some really great consistency in gameplay as well. There are specific things that teams are prioritizing. Look at this play from Olo once again against King Nick. There are certain things that players are prioritizing and the way that they're playing that. Just to give you a few quick examples, once again, holding all of back elevator to ensure that no players are spawning back there. Also things like pairing the sword with the grapple as much as you can. And here's another great example, perfectly timed there with Ryan New picking up that kill on Trippy.
Yeah, can we just say about how production and you are completely in sync today? Because that's the second time that's happened now. You mentioned something and within 2 seconds we've had a perfect example of it. But this is where things started to get a little bit out of hand. Just towards the end, there was a triple cap that came in. The desperation from E United to try and break that. Just put them in a difficult cycle of spawns. And that was what allowed Optic Gaming to close out our map number 1 here. But we should remember, this is a best of 5, as once again, production gives himself a pat on the back, and quite rightly so.
Look at the timing. Shout out to our man Joe in replay here, just hitting the exact replays that we're looking for every single moment. Look at this from Trippy's POV. He had to watch all of this happen. He even got the melee off first and saw that sword being snagged and was like, oh god, this is going to come down to the wire. And guess what? We're going to game number 2.
Yeah, no time to talk about that anymore, because here we go into Aquarius Slayer, first to 50. The camouflage top middle going to be so vital, as well as those dynamo grenades. A little bit of a frantic start here as the teams are going to be trading kills 2-1 to E United as Trippy tries to survive. And Ryan Noob tries to do the same. He is the player who's got that camo, though.
Yeah, nice job there from Optic to prioritize that camo, making sure that it was neutralized. So we will stay here knotted up off of the break. As a reminder here, Slayer Aquarius is a game type that Optic has beaten E United in tournament play already just about a week and a half ago. So we'll see if they can repeat here and go up in the series 2-0.
4-2 now. Ola picking up the kill, and Trippy going to be joining him as well. Spartan taken down, so that's 3 in quick succession falling for E United, and now doubling up on the score, and the heat wave and the weaponry seem to be in the hands of Optic Gaming all the time when we're looking at their POVs. As Rain will come in, it'll be a trade, but not without Pistola going to the grave with a killing spree to his name.
Yeah, Ola with a heat wave, that is the stuff of nightmares. Rain is going to be pretty happy with a trade there, because shutting down Ola with that weapon is definitely going to be a priority on the map. As Spartan needs to figure out how he maybe wants to move in through here. Has very good timing, but Lucid already has the heat wave in hand and makes quick work of him.
No fear whatsoever from Lucid. Just Reed Charles knows he's got his teammate there to give him a hand, and Rain's now going to be trying to finish off Lucid and manage to finally slow him down. But I think if you needed an example of how indicative the confidence is in Lucid right now, that was a perfect one.
And Lucid almost win that battle as well. Just, I mean, we're talking about a very small tick of damage. Double kill for King Nick, comes in to clean up the scraps and manages to keep the game close. Only a 3-kill game here, 12-9 in favor of Optic.
King Nick trying to put some shots down onto Trippy in the back of the base. And it seems like there's a little bit of a slowdown in the pace for now, but Lucid just, I mean, he drops the shoulder on him. It was almost like a Spartan charge back from Halo 5. The way that he thrusted forward into that beatdown, but 3 players have fallen for Optic while that play was being made. And Rain has managed to pick up the camo, but neutralized immediately. This time it's Trippy who was on his back.
A little bit of deja vu there. It's another E United camo grab, but the player was forced bottom middle and then gets naded out of bottom middle. So Optic is just doing so well. Hey, if we can't grab that camo, let's at least keep eyes on it. Then let's kill the camo immediately. That's been a big reason why they're still here with this lead.
Who kills the difference between the teams? Trippy will take the heat wave out of Ryan Noob's hands. However, there's another teammate from E United there to pick that one up. So APG recognizing the situation, knowing that it's not a good battle to take as he goes down to bottom plants, but unfortunately he will find Spartan, who will find him a few moments to think about what he did. Ryan Noob now flying in. Unfortunately, that's a little bit unlike an Optic Gaming player there, Pistola, not to get at least the trade in that situation where he did have that sidekick to use.
I agree, and Ryan Noob, he knew that, right? He saw the sidekick in Ola's hands and knew, I need to get this 2-shot melee as fast as I possibly can, and Ryan Noob prioritizes that, gets the kill very quickly, and just like that, this game is essentially knotted up here, 20-19 now, as E United will take the lead for just a moment.
Top middle control being fought for all of a sudden because the camouflage is going to be coming up in around 40 seconds or so, so if E United can get it back into their hands, it would be their 3rd in a row, but not without them being put to use so far. Ola now up on the top pink. You can see from the point of view here of Ryan here, the Dynamo grenades are going to be ticking to give that information, but also recognizing that his teammates were on the respawn there, so had to back down, and now he's trying to work a fight from a difficult angle against Trippy as we jump over to the POV of Rain.
Ryan Noob just showing time and time again how difficult of a kill he is, and kills will go back and forth. You're going to see a little bit of a lead gain here for Optic. They will take the next 2, so they will be leading at the halfway mark here. 25, and Rain hitting perfect nades from his feet onto the ramp. Maybe even turns 2. APG says no, but man, what a great game 2 between these 2 teams.
Yeah, it's been back and forth. Camouflage up as well. This is going to be the battle. You're going to see teammates flying towards top plants here for Optic Gaming. APG is going to be having a battle in the window with King Nick, though. Those shots, though, in reply were absolutely fantastic, but Nick is going to jump back out to get that. And speaking of getting hold of things, it's going to be Trippy getting the first camouflage of the game for Optic Gaming.
That's a big grab as well. He knows the pressure's coming in. Rain does not see the camo double back. That's going to extend their lead by 3. And like you said, you have to wonder, is this the swing that Optic Gaming needed? The last 2 camos were, for all purposes, burned by E United on the last rotations. Now that Optic actually has control of one, they might be able to start to extend their lead here.
3 players from E United just trapped inside of the closet. I'm sure the Trippy's wishing he had some grenades to play with. Well, a couple of grenades in there, and he would have done a lot of damage to the players who were kind of skulking around. Speaking of skulking around, here's Pistola, and I'm going to say it again, being very, very sneaky as he pops around the corner with that heat wave to clean up the kill. But you have to say, even though United have kind of been caught in a corner here, they've done well not to let this get too out of hand, Andy.
That is such a great and nerdy play by Ola. You might have seen he actually made sure that he died right next to Lucid on the Dynamo pillars. In doing so, Lucid picks up the heat wave right away and pushes in to get that kill as well. Those little differences, Ola knew that he really didn't have anywhere to go. Instead of running bottom middle, he actually runs back to Lucid so that the heat wave would fall. And guess what? Now the heat wave's right back in the hands of Ola, just keeping that weapon on lock.
Lucid just keeping it warm for him until he came back off the respawn screen. Pistola going to pick up one bottom middle and retreat back to Lucid. And it seems like these two are making such a dynamic duo across the map at the moment. Every single time we're seeing one of their POVs, it seems to be 2 of them working together hand in hand to pick up some kills or create some space here for Optic Gaming. And speaking of creating space, now there is a 4-kill gap between the 2 as APG makes it even bigger.
APG grabbing that boxer medal off of a double kill, like you said, extends their lead even further. And you have to think, on paper, what we're seeing is that camo and that heatwave control has been the difference maker. The first time Optic gets the camo, they also come away now. That's going to be their 2nd camo, and that's what has been really what has created a gap on the scoreboard.
11 kills to go for Optic Gaming. 19 for E United, and with the camo in the hands of Lucid, he's scary enough as a presence on the map when he doesn't have that power up. He's also got a sidekick, as you can see, doing some damage and allowing his teammate to add to his +1. And now he's going to have a pretty easy job here. King Nick had absolutely no idea Lucid was there and just gets eliminated by the small gun.
This is a stealthy man right here. Lucid's out here playing Tom Clancy and a little bit of Splinter Cell action while everyone else is trying to play Halo Infinite, because this man is popping around invisible with his sidekick out. Just so, does he get this kill as well? Yes, he does on Ryan Noob. Are you kidding me? This man is putting on a show with the sidekick.
Lucid just gives 0. I mean, that's all I'm going to say every single time he's in a battle. He sees a body. He's going to challenge until the death. There's another kill coming in. A little bit of assistance from a teammate as Pistola now is over on the plant side trying to control things and just close it out for Optic Gaming. How has this got so out of hand for E United? Those 2 camos were the difference makers. Now it's just 3 to go to close out game 2.
They really were. Now, like you say, only 3 kills to go as we're just going to jump on board with APG, just getting a little bit of shields back in the fridge. It's going to be 48 now as they're going to get ready to close this one out. Such a strong finish from Optic Gaming.
2 kills to go. And at the moment, Optic Gaming just hunting for bodies. Lucid manages to do some damage, but not going to be able to pick up the kill. It's 49 now. Azola does manage to get that kill. Trippy trying to fire onto King Nick across the map, but not being able to connect quite as yet. Camo up in 20 seconds. But you get the feeling here, Andy, that Optic Gaming would like to close that out just before that power-up comes up.
Yeah, and even if the power-up does come up, the chances are they're going to get the kill off of that. And we'll have to see now that we're seeing this. Yes, indeed, it's going to be a final score, 50-39 in favor of Optic Gaming, with a very, very strong run from them towards the end of that match.
And the question still stands. E United, can you turn this one around? Because it's been the Optic Gaming show, and that series layout is just draped in green at the moment. The green wall adding brick by brick, and they're looking to add a third one to it now as we head to capture the flag on Bazaar. But that was dominant, Andy. The camouflages were the difference maker. E United got the first 2, but they were chased down immediately. They weren't allowed to influence the game, whereas Optic, when they got them in the hands, they just put those runs together.
And it really was the Ola show. 16-10 from the Wizard. He will go with a 7.3 KDA, big numbers. Trippy also 12-8. Lucid 12-9 on their side. On the other side of the board, it was a 15-13 performance from Rain, but not enough. Like you said, a dominant performance, 50-39.
I mean, it's almost a given the Lucid's going to go positive, isn't it, at this point in Halo Infinite? So we'll look at everyone else. You can just presume at home that it is going to be another positive KDA for Lucid, but this is some of the plays, and as I say, it was a story of camos. We always stress in Halo, over the years, it doesn't matter what iteration it is, how vital power-ups can be to influence in these top level games, and it's, again, a perfect example of that.
And man, we saw some remarkable plays here across the board, really from both sides throughout that game. But once Optic Gaming started getting camos on set, that was really all she wrote.
It certainly was. Pistola and the Heatwave, best of friends. Certainly in his MySpace top 8.
Yes.
As we see the double kill coming in here. But this was how devastating and how quick the TTK is on the sidekick. That's a really good example of what we've been talking about. And another example of it here from Lucid as well. Jumping back up, re-clambering, reanimating himself back into that fight, and he's just cleaning out the closet, so to speak, with that sidekick in his hands.
And I think here's what E United is finding. If you want to take the sidekick out of Lucid's hands and take him out of utility, you need to send 2 players, because he's going to win those 1v1s. Look at what he just did to Ryan Noob, one of the most technically advanced players in the game. And of course, Ryan Noob not aware maybe they had thrust there, so instead just thrust straight past him while Ryan Noob is grenading. That gives Lucid so much time to land those sidekick shots, but no time to waste. We're going straight into game number 3. It's going to be CTF on Bazaar.
Well, here we go then. This is we got a little teaser of this just before we got the series underway properly, but it didn't give us too much of a clue to how this one might work out. So for Optic Gaming, is the case now of just needing one more win to close out this series in what would be an emphatic 3-0 fashion.
Also getting an update as well. We have Sentinels and XSET 1-1 in their series. We'll keep it posted on that one, but things are heating up elsewhere in the bracket as well, as we now jump into game number 3 between these two teams. We'll see how this opening strat plays out this time.
Just another update. Apparently it was a 50-49 Slayer, so that series really is heating up, as is Optic Gaming now. Overshield going to be popped up to start with by Rain. Slams that one into his chest. Ola's trying to do what damage he can, but already a flagpole coming in here from Optic Gaming. They are trying to be aggressive.
That is a very, very fast flagpole for CTF Bazaar. You also saw the Dynamo Nades becoming a factor once again. Actually, APG trying to fly right into those. An interesting series of events. The Overshield will essentially be neutralized there off of the opening, and we'll go back to a little bit of mid-map control.
On taken down in the hut. See that Nick is trying to do what he can here, just to kind of hold the treehouse. But the problem with holding a treehouse is that you set yourself up for someone flying in with rockets. There's going to be a double, and there might be a triple for Lucid. Everybody is in his way. Oh, the The kill was waiting, but it's going to be Ola, not the over. He's going to pick up that kill and now try and move in on that flag.
And you have to wonder, did they just take a little bit too much time? And Ola dropping down, now players are spawning up. They're trying to run this flag with only 2 players. We'll see how far they can get across. It's essentially a 2v3 flag run, but they have the map positioning right now. Big kill from Trippy.
2 kills coming in, though. United now on the staggered respawn. Spartan and King Nick the last alive. Trippy's going to pick up 1. Spartan just needs to be called out here by E United. This will be a guaranteed flag cap for them. They've already got it up to their balcony. Spartan is down low on those double doors. It would have to be a hero play, and it looks like E United have decided we're going to have to let this one go.
They did. I like the play from Spartan there. He actually went front pillars. He went front door to help clear off his balcony. They knew that that flag was probably gone. Spartan was not about to pull off a 1v3 miracle in the back of the base and get the re before other players had spawned. That's a bit too tall of an order. So instead he goes pillars and helps to shoot his bridge there to maybe get a little bit more control. But guess what? Trippy's still behind enemy lines here.
Love this from Trippy, and I love the way that Optic Gaming have started playing this game. They do not worry about that 50-yard line. They just worry about getting into your base and starting to cause you problems. Overshield for the second time, though, will go to E United. It'll be Ryan who has it. However, I use has, and I should have used the word had it, because that is just going to be ripped off of his chest, and that is going to be him sent back into the respawn. E United now trapped in the base once more.
We've seen a melted overshield. That was a supreme tuna melted overshield. Amazing teamwork, amazing timing. The Bulldog comes out from Trippy as well. Almost gets the kill on Rain, but regardless, they're going to be very happy with how they neutralized that overshield. It'll, of course, stay 1-0 in favor of Optic Gaming.
A little bit of a misplay there from Trippy. He almost caught me off guard. It's probably pretty much the first one I've seen from him since Halo Infinite launched. Lovely shots coming in from Spartan, though, to take down Pistola down on the trench. He knows there's another player around as well. Has the Mangler to try and use, but so does Lucid. However, the high ground always wins those fights, so Spartan picks up 2.
Yeah, now a little bit of control here from E United, and while we wait for these rockets to pop, Trippy also on the flank around Spartan, so we'll keep an eye on this battle here. Top rockets.
Thrust going to get him out of what looked like a little bit of a precarious situation there. Stoller going to be trying to clear some space for his team, but he's just going to be met by a rocket here from Spartan, who now pushes forward himself. 3 dead momentarily as E United now try and make the move into the base, and Spartan with the thrust finds Lucid. And just for a few seconds, I'm not sure he knew where Lucid was. APG going to be taken down. This is a massive opportunity as Spartan is starting to find some form.
Wow, confident, ballsy play from Spartan just to fly in there. It's so risky to go double doors because, as you saw from Spartan, he doesn't know whether he needs to look left or right, and you can't blame him on a map like Bazaar, but he has the help. He thrusts backwards and rockets the sandbags, and a perfect kill there. He really had to make sure he stayed alive, and Trippy, though, is behind the enemy lines once again. Here he is on the flag.
Yeah, he is a snake in the grass right now as Ryanoob will be taken down to low shields, and he just needs to buy time. Ryanoob's going to reach Ali. Oh, my word, Ryanoob turning that one around. That is a huge 1v1 battle, because that 1v1 win, getting Trippy out their base, results in the game being tied up at 1-1 as well.
And we'll have to see if we have that from Ryanoob's POV, because you might have heard the audio cue. It sounded like a grapple back in there from Ryanoob. I think he executed that very well, but we're right back in the action because APG secures another overshield for Optic.
APG now trying to move into the treehouse, but at the moment he knows that he can hear the audio cue of the green gun, also the needles, the purple and pink. He's starting to make him shrink, and he'll be taken down. So the overshield not been too effective for Optic Gaming in that particular situation.
Double kill there for Ola. We're also getting updates here from our team in the back. Inconceivable is now up 2-0 over Cloud9 after a 50-40 Aquarius Slayer. We talked about it earlier on set, and sounds like I thought a player was staring at a body there. You can see just how excited I was about this result. So we'll talk about both things in just a second. Apologies, it sounds like a player did drop out of that match. So we will get back into that CTF Bazaar. We'll let League Ops figure out what's going on there. But let's also talk about, and maybe we'll get a look at the bracket as well. It's 2-0 Inconceivable over Cloud9 on set, which is the update that we just got from the League Ops team here. And we said that that was a series to watch. And what a different bracket it would be if Cloud9 were to drop at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, the wonderful thing is, right, it all has been building towards Raleigh. We've been talking about this road to Raleigh, right? And we've been talking about how it's the first live event. The one thing I was hoping for is that when we got there, we weren't going to be able to say, I don't know who's going to win this thing. Optic Gaming looking strong, but then you've got Cloud9 now 2-0 down to Inconceivable. You've got Sentinels falling down to that lower bracket. XSET starting to come into form as well. I mean, every single team, every single player seems to have found the form at the right time, which just makes us looking forward to that live event even more exciting, as if we needed more excitement to hype it up.
Exactly. I mean, I think we knew that this series was going to be a close one, but as the updates started to come in to us from the league ops and the production team saying, okay, Inconceivable's up 1-0. I'm like, okay, we'll see how this goes. Then we get the update that it's 2-0 and a 50-40 Slayer, which is quite a margin at this level of professional Halo. And I think, and here's the thing, Inconceivable is a team that also we haven't been sleeping on, but I think Onset, as a collective Halo community, we've known that this team was capable of much higher placings. And when you have a team like the Inconceivable roster, everyone kind of knew that this team was just waiting to pounce and waiting to kind of hit form. And I would even compare it to the Sentinels story, right? This is a team that's capable of much greater things that we haven't seen yet, and maybe we're starting to see it here.
I'm going to give you some more updates if you're just joining us as well on the Sentinel series we were talking about. Sentinels won the first map. They went up 1-0 against Exet. And remember that Exet, there's quite a lot of implications for them as far as pool play seedings are concerned. If they win that, it's really, really big this series. It went to game 2. Exet won it, a 50-49 Slayer, and I'm reading that apparently Sentinels had a 4-kill lead when they were on 49 kills and let it slip through their fingers. So if you want drama, you're in the right place today. This is going to be an amazing show with some amazing plays from amazing teams.
Right, and a 4-kill lead would have given them a 45-49, which is maybe a little bit too familiar for them. If you remember the insane Lucid clip in scrims where he goes on a 5-kill spree himself to win a game 50-49 against Sentinels. So you have to wonder in the Sentinels camp what's going on with the late game Slayer coordination to see a team like that, both in scrim play and tournament play, lose 2 games where they were up 49-46. That signals to me just a little bit of lack of coordination, cohesiveness in terms of that final setup. Got to make sure they're prioritizing that. So we'll keep an eye on that series as well, of course, as it continues to progress.
Yeah, we'll keep giving you updates as we get them as well, so that you don't have to leave the show and you don't have to miss any of the action. We got you covered. Don't worry. We're going to get our sideline reporters in our ears every single moment that we can. But let's focus ourselves back to this series. Tied up at 1-1 in Bazaar Flag. And I've been impressed with the aggression from both teams, to be honest with you, Andy. As soon as there's any advantage, there's no longer kind of this wait for a kill, hold the halfway line. It's kind of, let's go forward. Let's see what we can make happen. If we can stagger those spawns, we don't need 4 alive. We can run it with 2 dead and kind of half the map the other way as we come our way back.
And here's what teams are learning. And you saw it in the hands of both Trippy. You saw it with Ryan Noob. If you are a player on the opposing team's side of the map and you have something like a Bulldog Thrust or a Bulldog Grapple, you are no longer this solo guy in the back of the base. Let's make some comparisons to the competitive Halos of old. Think about a solo player in the back of your base on the pit, maybe even Narrows. That player is so limited in what they can do. In Halo Infinite, that's so different now because you've got a player with a Bulldog Thrust or a Bulldog Grapple on other game types with other weapons. That player can easily 1v2, 1v3, and it's not crazy to think that that's possible. So there's the reason that you're seeing players like Trippy pretty comfortable in the back of the base and trying to then challenge and make big plays, especially, I mean, forget about it. If you have Grapple Rockets, Rockets Thrust, you could easily wipe out 4 players. So it's pretty wild what's possible now. And just like you say, players are no longer respecting that. You could send 1 player in and let them do damage in the back of a base.
I'm glad we got to see some Spartan POV when he went on that killing spree as well, because I really feel like this is the kind of game where Spartan will excel. I feel like when you've got that quicker strafe speed, the importance of hitting your shots is so vital, and he has one of the best shots in the game. You've already seen him out shooting Lucid a couple of times, which I think you can count that on one hand, to be honest, with the amount of players that have managed to do that so far in Halo Infinite. And also, you know, a momentum player where things start going his way, things start going right for E United. He can take over games. And you mentioned in that bracket and that conversation, a little bit like Reign of X Factor players who can push you a little bit further up towards a tournament win.
Certainly, and that's the players that are going to be making the difference here. And I think we've seen a great start on CTF Bazaar. We have to assume from a league ops perspective that game will start with 1 flag per team aggregate on the board after the exact moment that game did end and where this one will restart. So essentially 4 flags to win for each team, or we'll see which team might have the lead in timing, but they're tied regardless. And I think what we saw there is just really great confidence out of both sides. They're not afraid to get into the enemy's face. They're not afraid to run flags that are a little bit riskier. And even look at Optic's first run, right? On set, they were 2 dead, but they knew that they might have an opportunity to run that double doors, maintain control of the opponent's tree, because you're going to start to force those rocket side spawns, which are so hard to peek around. And they ran that flag essentially for a moment in a 2v3. So I think the confidence out of these teams to run the flag, even when all the numbers aren't on their side, that's also showing a lot of confidence and also a lot of homework on these teams as well.
I completely agree with everything you've said there about how they're trying to approach this, and I'm just kind of taking a second to take myself out of the series and look ahead if E United do manage to take this game, because it's a tall order in itself, but tied up at 1-1, they show that they can hang with Optic Gaming on this particular game type. You look across the next 2, and there is potential here for E United. This one is obviously, you've got to win this one to stay in the series, but you look at Streets Oddball and you look at Slayer Livefire, and I just feel like they're E United kind of game types with the way that they're played, and And there's some of the game types we've seen them win against some of the biggest teams we have.
I agree. I think if you're on the side of Optic, you want to win this game right here because those game types, like we talked about, it's hard to find an exact word to describe those types of game types, but they are faster paced. They are less structured, and I think if you're Optic, you want the game types that allow you to really run the map where you can really focus on your structure and your strat and your setup. When you look at Oddball Streets and Slayer Livefire, those are game types where sneaky, nerdy plays, which, I mean, we're talking about Ryan Noob here, can really make a difference, but we're right back into the game here. Once again, resuming game number 3.
Yeah, not a good start here for E United, though. They might not be thinking about that game 3, or game 4, I should say, because 3 players have fallen almost immediately. Ola's going to pick up the rockets. Ola's going to pick up the overshield. So the perfect start here for Optic Gaming. Tied up a 1-1, we should say, in this game. So it will be the first team to pick up 4 flags, or when that time does disappear from our very eyes. Spartan picks up 1 on Trippy, but look at how, I mean, this is just like he's kid in a candy store here for Pistola. He's got the rockets, he's got the overshield, he's got the bulldog. The only thing he hasn't got, Andy, at the moment is anyone to shoot.
He's going to actually drop that bulldog and instead go for the mangler there, and a little bit of a rocket mangler combo here. One thing I want to point out is Optic Gaming time and time again prioritizing this rocket side of the map. Onset, you highlighted it in some earlier events as well. They really make sure, as he has a grapple in hand as well, they really make sure to keep rockets around the rocket side. It has paid off for them.
Yeah, Pistola just clearing out his side of the base at the moment, and Rain will actually take him down, and well, the trade won't come in immediately, although a teammate did pick up that kill. So King Nick now trying to play a little bit defense on the E United side of things. And I have to say, defensively, after what was a very, very shaky start from E United, they managed to stabilize here. Now we're back to our fight for mid-map control.
It's a good team shot there from the side of Optic, but it's a flank from Ryan Noob. He's the one that ends up with the bulldog in hand. So what looked like it was going to be a pretty convincing Optic opening doesn't translate to any flags on the board on set.
Yeah, it's been just an attritional start to this one. APG now having a difficult fight against King Nick. Tries to get one of those dynamo grenades off to do as much damage as he could, but 2 players have fallen mid-map here for Optic Gaming, so this is an opportunity for E United to just move up a little bit. However, Pistola with that kill on Spartan might just slow things down as he has some beautiful angles now, and also 3 players in front of him on the crosshairs. Rain in the 1v1, and some great shots from Rain just to back Ola down and make him play his life.
Great play from Ola there. Even though he was down a shot, he could have just scurried away to bottom rockets, but instead he stays and fights as long as he wants to do extra damage to Rain on the pillars, knowing his teammate's going to clean that up, and he still exits the fight in time to stay alive bottom rockets. It's plays like that that really make the difference here from the Optic side.
Well, Trippy moving in now with that grapple, and with the kills going down to Optic Gaming and the positions they find themselves in. Spartans only just come off the respawn, and that flag is already into the bar. So if E United find themselves on the receiving end of a couple of slays here, this could be the first flag of our restart going in, which would give Optic Gaming a 2-1 lead.
Ooh, Trippy actually uses the grapple to get out and stay alive. Was wondering if we were going to see an attempt at a grapple grab there, but Trippy tries to just narrowly stay alive bottom middle. He will get taken down, so the grapple is out of this run for now.
I mean, what a defensive play from E United. They were completely wiped inside of their base. The flag was moved halfway across the map, and yet E United are still here and still surviving and still have their flag back at home. So we're tied up at 0-0, and you have to say that's a little bit of a misplay from Optic Gaming, knowing where the spawns were going to be coming in and just not being able to quite coordinate themselves well enough to pick them up in unison.
Grapple in the hands of Rain for just a second. He will fall, though, as Optic will maintain control of their bar and bridge. And one thing we should point out, I mean, you called it perfectly on set, a little bit of lack of coordination on that run. Trippy's going to have these rocks and start to make his way down the rocket side of the map, but it's actually going to be King Nick that was aware of that. We got to highlight a few players right now, because already on the board I was about to highlight APG and Spartan, but guess what? The first player that hits the 10 kill mark, unsurprisingly, it's Lucid.
Sometimes you just can't help but talk about him. He just announced it himself to every single game at the moment. APG trying to survive in the treehouse and just playing his head glitch angle so well, and just buying time for his team to move up, and gets the beat down off as well. So Rain has had to work so hard for that kill onto APG, which unfortunately for him means he's going to take a bit of time to get back into the respawn screen. But that, again, is an example of creating space, as Lucid is creating space himself by flying in. However, he's going to fly into a green gun, and Rain, that overshield will be taken out of the game almost as quickly as it was introduced.
Yeah, King Nick using that green gun. To tell you the truth, I have no idea what that green gun actually hit. Did it hit a teammate? Did it hit the Ovi? Lord knows, but it took out the overshield in the end. So E United going to be happy with the way that they handled that play. But as you take a look at the kills category in the top left, Optic has really started to outslay their opponents. For a while, it was all APG. He was the first one to hit the 6 kill mark, and all of his teammates were right around the 3 and 4 mark. But Trippy and Lucid now both at 11 and 11, tied up with kills.
Lucid with an assault rifle in his hands, and it seems like he's always got something up his sleeve. Clutch was talking about how he thinks he's one of the best players for scavenging the map for weapons and really taking advantage of the Halo Infinite sandbox. And you're seeing another example of it here, trying to help out a teammate bottom middle. Unfortunately, he will be taken down due to some grenades and a little bit of focus fire coming in from E United. But look at this, Pistola, even with teammates falling, is still putting pressure onto the E United base.
I mean, it was so much confidence from him. He just hops up with the commando, not afraid to pop right into the enemy's tree for a second. Now just going to wait and bait as his teammates also get some additional angles.
Commando in hand. Kill to add to the collection as well. Zola will pick up 1. APG trying to win an important 1v1 and forces that player down. However, Spartan's going to pop back through the window like an uninvited guest. I managed to pick up the kill. Trippy will chase it down though. So 2 dead for E United here, but no one really in position to look at a flag grab right now for Optic Gaming. Spartan with the Mangler is going to beat the Bulldog in that close range encounter.
It's a big win. You saw that Trippy had just put away the Bulldog split second, and that gave the opening for Spartan to actually come in with the Mangler, which would have, you have to guess, lost the battle otherwise against the Bulldog. And for that exact reason, he actually swaps out the Bulldog into his own and can't get away in the hut. All eyes on the overshield now.
Yeah, can't get away in the hut, but did he create enough space pushing up into the Optic base for that overshield to go to E United? It looks like it was, but with everyone falling around him, you feel a little bit sorry for Ryan Noob right now as 3 green Spartans are charging after him to eliminate him and take him out, and that's exactly what's happened. And that's not the first time, unfortunately, Ryan Noob has had a power-up and just been hunted down by Optic Gaming.
You could even say that about E United and getting power-ups, right? If you think back to the Aquarius match, it was really a matter of them getting those camos and not being able to convert on them. And Optic Gaming is entirely fine with letting that camo go or that overshield. In this opinion, the shots from APG look great, but they are just prioritizing the melt on the power-ups so well. We'll have to see, though. Just as a reminder, if you're just joining us here, this is the winner's semifinals, Optic against E United. Optic up 2-0 here in the series, but the question is, which team's going to be able to win this game number 3? And an aggregate score from the restart. 1 flag on the board apiece, but these teams are essentially tied up in terms of score.
Trippy just commanding top rockets at the moment, doing a lot of damage, putting a lot of good shots in. Ryan Noob's going to be challenging finally, and there will be a player, King Nick, who managed to traverse behind him to give him a little bit of a shake-up. King Nick now will swap over to his POV. As he's going to grapple. I haven't quite nailed that one yet, Andy. There's a few times I've seen that happen, and now he's going to pay his APG. Will put him into the dirt.
I think it's the 4th time we've seen the... Ooh, nice little melee there with Bulldog play from APG. He'll stay alive, bottom rockets. We'll talk about that in just a second. But I agree, no one has quite nailed. I think it's the 4th time we've seen that on broadcast. I don't think we've seen it pulled off in official tournament play on our screens, being able to grapple across the side of the vents on top rocks.
Rain going to pick up 1, and Rain just playing his life at the moment, but going to be taken down here by Trippy. Another player going to be challenging Trippy up on that high ground. It seems like United are now kind of skirmishing for control a little bit better. And speaking of skirmishing, while all of this is going on, Spartan's got a flag in hand, and E United take the lead in this game. 2-1 now overall. Reminder to everyone who might have just joined us, we did have a 1-1 flag game before we had to restart. So that first flag on the board in this game is going to mean 2-1 overall.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy with that run. Look at the shots from Spartan staying alive against APG as well. Both of them trying to peek. Eventually, Spartan will get cleaned up, but some great battles going down here. And one thing I was going to talk about during that E United run on set is the fact that Optic Gaming continues to hold down rocket side, and specifically bottom rockets. They do that in Slayer as well. But in that example, despite getting those kills bottom rockets, that doesn't mean a whole lot if the enemy is running your flag truck. E United now leading in this game.
Rain weak. APG makes him pay for a few seconds. Now APG on this little wrap around will pick up the double kill, and Optic Gaming is starting to swarm inside of the base. The melee doesn't connect for now, and APG will finally clean that kill up. So that's APG picking up 3 essentially back-to-back kills, and now looking to continue his reign of terror as he picks up the killing spree now. Spartan's trying to challenge him, but you do not challenge APG when he's feeling himself.
the way that Optic is keeping each other alive in the back of their base and really anchored by APG's performance there is absolutely incredible. They had 3 players alive. APG no shield several times, time and time again. This is now his 3rd time. King Nick's in a world of hurt in the hut, and that's such a great run from Optic. We'll have to see if they can continue it, though.
APG maybe thinking about a little flag touch here just to drag a couple of E-United players back. One of them is going to be Ryan with the grapple and just about manages to turn that one into his favor. The Bulldog's certainly going to help him out as E-United will manage to once again put up a very solid defensive stand, but it was a little bit messy for them. But to be honest with you, that flag being at home, I think they're more than happy to clean up that mess.
Yeah, they can finally take a breath. The way that APG played that was pretty perfect. You could kind of tell by the way he got a little bit of a slow turn that maybe he didn't mean to drop off the top of tree in that engagement there. Instead, he falls down and takes so long to reset his aim onto the player's head. So it felt like maybe he was hoping to stay up top and just backed off of the top of tree just a little bit there. In the end, not sure if it would have converted because the players from E-United were there.
Yeah, I felt every single pellet of that Bulldog there from Lucid. That hit hard as he moved in. King Nick going to fall down to Lucid as well. Complete bar control here for Optic Gaming, and that's one of the secrets here of getting a clean flag run going. Even with 3 players alive for E-United, you can see that those lanes have been opened up. The overshield has been picked up by APG ahead of him as well. So now it's a case of fighting back through your flag. Spartan's going to be challenging APG and will win that fight alongside Ryan Noob. But here comes the cavalry here for Optic Gaming. The flag is down inside of those doubles doors, and the nades will clear the way. And now Pistola has to go huge and grabs it with the grapple. That's his best Scorpion impression for Mortal Kombat, but is it going to be enough?
Ola was the only player alive. You saw 3 dead for Optic. He grapples the flag all the way back up. What can Lucid and team do off of the respawn to maybe keep this run alive? Great work from Trippy and Lucid there. They're going to try to keep this run going.
Desperation from Ryan Noob and the rest of E-United, though. They're trying to force their way in, but here's APG. Wow. He started this thing, and he's going to finish it as well. We got a tie game.
Talk about a hero moment from Pistola. He's all the way on the flag. The pressure is coming in front doors. The man grapples it all the way up to his flag box, and they're able to cap. Here we are tied 1-1, 2-2, of course, in aggregate score.
Back and forth. This game keeps on going. Lucid wins the 1v1. Almost expect to say every single time you're on his POV. King Nick taken down to no shields. 2 players receiving damage from the battle rifle of Lucid for now. Ryan Noob trying to peek, shoulder shimmy around that corner. But Lucid just staying alive and being such a nuisance here as that overshield is going to be popping in around 10 seconds. But there are the dynamos that's going to deny him moving forward.
Yeah, nice shots here from Ola, but they do lose the battle bottom middle, and they lose another player as well. So right now, a momentary 3v1. APG last player alive as Ryan Noob's going to make his push. Look at the time on the clock here. About to head to sudden death overtime.
We are going to sudden death indeed. I've got to respect Ryan Noob putting the sneakers on and trying to just straight line towards that flag to get a pull to extend that game. But here we go. Overtime. Next flag wins.
And what timing there from Optic. They had no time on the clock to get that cap in. And once again, we're going to see it in the highlights package, folks. It's that grapple play from Pistola to bring the flag into scoring position.
Lucid just kind of overlooking teammates at the moment. Pistola going to do what he can, but 2 players from E-United have flown down bottom middle. Overshield is still going to be available, and Lucid loses the fight as Spartan will be stood tallest on top of his balcony. Where is that overshield, though? That's the question. Where is Trippy? There's Trippy. There's the overshield. Both questions answered, one after the other.
A little bit of a messy exchange there, and they will take off a fair bit of that overshield, but a few missed melees. Not going to be what they wanted to see on the E-United side. Trippy with a sliver of overshield and rockets in hand in the tree, though.
Only 2 to work with, though, as we know. It's King Nick. Even though the kill does go down, I'm pretty sure that E-United are going to be happy with the positions they took to make sure those rockets were not too much of an influence.
They really played it perfectly. They did not die in tree, which was huge as a starter. That means they continued holding tree, and the fact that a player flanked around to rocket side pillars to clean up the front door and force that rocket trade, like you said, E-United essentially won that battle. That could have gone very differently for them.
Now for the first time, a little bit of calm here on Bazaar. It's been constant action. As King Nick now is trying to stay alive, having just won that 1v1 in his hut. However, the grenades are just flying, and it's so difficult to survive in these corners, especially with those brute grenades, Andy. We know how they can clean out rooms.
The spikers and the dynamo nades both. We hear players talking about them each day. The fact that once you're in hut, it is pretty much game over at a good night once you're in the hut and a dynamo nade or a spike grenade comes flying in. Those are really the weapons of choice to clear out that really pesky part of the map.
APG alive on the bar as King Nick tries to apply the pressure to Optic Gaming. E United do have control of the map at the moment. You can see them pushed up, but it's all about getting that first kill here. All about trying to find that 1-0 trade. And maybe just picking up that overshield. There it is. King Nick manages to get it. Now they have the opportunity to move forward, but with Spartan falling, it's not going to be quite as simple.
That's a freebie overshield, but once again, Optic was ready to essentially melt it right away. Look at it, only 3% left. It's already off. There goes the overshield. So Optic doing so well. Great shots, by the way, from King Nick. Somehow stays alive despite that nade flying as well. So maybe an opportunity for E United to push with 3 dead on Optic.
Yeah, great survivability there. Rain now trying to put the pressure on for E United, being the furthest player forward. He manages to work with a teammate as the rest of E United now swarm. Now, can they slay on their way back? You can see how the Optic Gaming players are all overextended here, Andy. Essentially, if Optic do not win this battle in the E United base, this will be a flag cap.
Look at the management there. Both players heads on a swivel, knowing that a player might be spawning behind them. They immediately get the kill, so they maintain the man advantage. 2 dead once again and 2 fresh. This should be an E United crab.
This will be the final flag as well, when we will be going towards that game 4 as we are in sudden death. APG still alive though, and maybe APG can do something special. Look at the return coming in though. Lucid and Trippy diving around, but they do get taken down. Rain recognized the situation. It will be Spartan who runs it in, drops it off, and E United will close out game number 3 here, showing that Optic Gaming can bleed.
And they do it narrowly, right? As we get a fast slam into the E United roster, taking a look at that beautiful E United armor, but they do it pretty narrowly with the way that those rockets came in. The rockets come in to kill 1 carrier, and they almost kill the flag capper. It's a more difficult rocket that would have to hit the ceiling or the bottom of the flag stand, but there you see the players on your screen. They will take game number 3. And Onset, to be honest, once again, as simply as fans of Halo Infinite, that's what you want to see. We want to see these 2 teams putting up a fight against each other. It's a 3-2 win for E United in game number 3. They will force a game number 4.
Now we start to look at the stats, and we also start to think of those little seeds we were sowing a few moments ago before this game got underway, with E United winning and sending it to these next 2 game types. Maybe there is a little glimmer of hope for them to turn this series around, but Lucid, once again, the standout player for Optic Gaming. On the other side, though, I mentioned him, Spartan, 29-2 for Sparty.
Great numbers from him. Players on the other side putting up some good numbers as well, but in the end, it was all that coordination, and doesn't it really come down to timing on set on Bizarre CTF? King Nick staying alive as we take a look at damage dealt as well. Lucid the standout again at breaking 8,500 damage, but really we also have to talk about the way that E United played that last cap. King Nick staying alive with that bottom middle push, and that gave them the 3-man advantage, and also spinning around, killing Trippy in the back of the base again. Let's take a look at the highlights, because that was just such a damn good game.
It certainly was. This was the opening break where we saw Lucid moving in before we had our reset, the triple, and just for a second I was like, we cannot be spoiled this early on with an overkill. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to get it, but it was pretty darn close. This was the first flag actually being run home by Optic Gaming, as we saw it just in the background of that little 3rd-person cam. And that was Optic up at 1. But E United always felt like they were in this one, Andy. Even though we saw some crazy stops, it was objective efficiency, which has always been the staple of teams that have the name Rhinoob involved.
And look at this. I mean, if you remember, this now we're back into the restart as well, which is what you're seeing here, the second half of that game, and it was still Optic Gaming with really great control in the back of this, but here was that 3 dead in overtime.
Spartan managed to get that flag in as APG managed to pick up these kills that we saw, and Trippy moving that flag, and this was the beautiful double kill from APG, just managing to clear the way for his teammates to run that one home. But this was the desperation play. Pistola, hands wide, eyes wide as well.
Look at the flag.
Getting that touch.
Look at the flag on the corner of that tin roof. That thin tin roof manages to hold up the flag, and thank God for Optic fans, because it really paved the way for them to bring that one in as well. But in the end, it was E United who will write the history books on that game, and they will take game number 3 and send us to a game number 4. That was an amazing CTF Bazaar, one of the most back and forth that we've seen there on set.
Yeah, I never thought I'd hear you say the words thin tin roof with such excitement, but here we are. Halo Infinite, it's new to everybody, right? Let's look ahead of ourselves now. Let's look at Oddball Streets, Andy, because we sowed these seeds, like I mentioned, that E United will be looking at these final 2 game types and thinking, hey, we kind of fancy these ones, especially Oddball Streets. I feel like this is a game type where 15 seconds, 10 seconds of extra ball time by someone being a little bit sneaky and managing to avoid the attentions of the likes of Optic Gaming's players can win you games. So Optic, I've got to be very, very careful here. Even though they only need 1, they lose this one, we go to a game 5. Anything could happen.
one player staying alive on oddball streets can be the difference maker. Now that applies to all of Halo Infinite and in a lot of game types in previous Halos as well. But just to put it in perspective, if you're the last player alive and you happen to be alive in the enemy's base on Pit Flag, a huge map, it's much less of a factor. Winning a single kill here on oddball streets as the last player alive can truly change the trajectory of the next holds, of the entire round, and of the entire game. So just like you said, every single kill is really going to matter, even more so. E United is going to be really happy they have these next two game types, and Optic can't dwell on it, but they're probably thinking that they really should have won that game 3 and closed this out in 3 games.
Well, just some more updates for you as well. We were talking about the Sentinels X-Set series that was tied up to 1-1. Sentinels went 2-1 up in that series, so Sentinels looking good. And on the other side of things, I'll tell you what, this is very interesting. 2-1 Inconceivable over Cloud9 at the moment. So 2-1 to Inconceivable, reminding us all of exactly what they can do. But back to the action at hand as we see Optic Gaming versus E United restarting here as we head towards Streets Oddball.
And this is going to be the test between these two. Can E United send us to a game 5? Maybe even reverse Optic, or will Optic end it here? We're into the action on game number 4.
Enough from the point of view of Trippy here. However, he's going to be taking a lot of splash damage from a lot of grenades. Rain gets the first pick of the game. Ryan will get the second as well, and Rain will slide in to get the third. APG did manage to get the rockets momentarily, but as you say quite rightly, 4 dead. Ball control here to E United. The perfect start for EU.
Spartan is going to set tires with these rockets. I love it. Someone will come eventually. He knows that someone will come, or he'll have the opportunity to flank, and here comes the opportunity. He's going to give his team a lot of information. There's one. There's a second one on the B stairs as well, and we'll see if he can get 2. Not able to do it. Lucid cleans it up.
Yeah, the only problem here for E United is even Y, who was patrolling and trying to get some kills with those rockets, his teammates were falling across the map. So Optic doing a pretty good job, to be honest, to break the hold before it even really got started. 2 fall for Optic Gaming as E United do try and do something magical. However, speaking of magic, Lucid with the thrust stays alive after the double. I mean, that's just nuts. That kind of play, not many players can make.
No one's even really shooting back there. And one thing I'm surprised by, Spartan was watching tires to B. And I have to point this out because, as you heard me say, players will eventually come, but they didn't come because they actually rotated the ball straight out of ball spawn into tram, and they went for a fast tram setup. That kind of screwed Spartan because Spartan's in the tires with rockets. The entire side of Optic had already pushed B stairs and B street, and that let them not actually utilize the rocket launcher for early control. I'm surprised they didn't sit neons and watch spawns and maybe go for a tower rotation based on where their rocket player was. So if you ask me, that's a little bit of miscoordination and miscommunication from the E United side.
I'll have to see if they can put that one right, but for now they do have the ball in their hands, and they also are about to go into the lead. Lucid with the Sentinel beam in hand is looking to heat some people up from the inside out. And just can't find any targets at the moment. 4 alive on both sides. The Spartan does fall first. So E United a player down, and here comes the microwave. There's the kill. Lucid, Trippy, all falling or taking names with them. As now will be 2 dead for E United. The ball in the hands of Trippy as Optic Gaming will be scoring.
Yep, Lucid just going to go ghost jump up into top C. Going to be able to hold that down. Watch B stairs as well. That's a nice little jump for you to take away from this broadcast. Make sure you implement that into your gameplay because you can see just how important that is across many different scenarios here. Continuing to rack up ball time is Optic, and some nades off the pillar as well for Lucid. Going to make sure that the front of the base might be clear, or at the very worst, weak as well.
Look at this help coming in as well. Trippy gets the beat down, but the ability and the speed at which Lucid reacted to those comms was very, very impressive. There's the thrust back into King Nick to pick up yet another kill to add to the Halo Infinite collection for Lucid. And I'll tell you what, he's going to need a couple of binders by the time he's done.
If you didn't think that the Sentinel beam, or the microwave as we affectionately call it, was good enough to be used in competitive play, let the way that Lucid is using it prove us all wrong. The way that he also combined that with thrust, you can close that gap so well. Once again, just utilizing, as we said, the whole sandbox, and in a way that is a little bit more efficient than a lot of other pro players at this stage in the game.
Pistola just showing presence everywhere at the moment. Trippy picking up kills, but Pistola just baiting himself so brilliantly here. This is one of those things that doesn't get talked about enough. We're talking about Lucid, we're talking about Trippy, but Pistola's survivability to get all eyes on him and stay alive through the end of it is so, so impressive. Unfortunately for him, he does get taken down in this circumstance, but look at the rotation now coming out of Optic Gaming. Moving that ball towards PD to try and get a different kind of setup and scrape up those extra ball time.
2 dead for each side for just a moment, but it will end up in 3 dead for E United with 2 fresh spawners. So Ryan Noob's going to have to make a play here if he wants to set up his team for a little bit of control.
Ball carrier kill.
All be down for the moment. 2 players from Optic Gaming will also fall. As the United now try and make their charge up the Neon Street. APG picks up one though. Pistola will be weak, and Spartan's just trying to work out how he wants to move at the moment. King Nick's trying to lead the way. I think Ryan managed to escape with rockets, but as I say that, it will be traded out as Lucid will fall alongside him. So 2 dead here for Optic Gaming, but no real control on the map as maybe Rain getting that kill in the feed and Spartan picking up yet another will give EU the opportunity they need.
I think we were all thinking the same thing. That ball had not been picked up in a very long time, and the ball reset does come in. So Spartan's able to win a pretty big battle back A, and they're able to just reset a bit and focus on this push as they get out to Neons and B. But maybe an opportunity that we should have seen some time on the board from E United with that 2 dead and a momentary 3 dead on the side of Optic.
I'm going to have to ask you to continue casting, Andy, because unfortunately I've lost the stream for 2 seconds, but I'll be back as soon as I can.
You bet. Also, remember to grab that stream in Discord, too. You can probably watch it through that second backup link as well. As we take a look here, Ola just staying alive bottom middle as we take a look. 69-37 momentarily. And Onset, you let me know when you're back here with that live feed in this remote setup, of course. And Ola going to be the one pushing towards the back of the base. And Onset, I'll give you a visual description of what you're seeing on screen here and try to paint the picture for you, if you will, as we see Ola staying alive here at the back of base, still doing so well and just obnoxious with that drop shield.
I tell you what, Andy,
stay alive here. 71.
He certainly is looking obnoxious. And I'm back. Don't worry, I've got the feed back up, which is fantastic. Apologies, everybody. Andy doing a wonderful job of just keeping us entertained as I got my feed back up because, yeah, you know, remote broadcast. It's one of those things. But United with that ball in hand for now, and they do have a little bit of work to do here, but 3 players from Optic Gaming spawning out is going to give them at least 10 seconds or so. It's all about holding off this push, though. As they can see, they're going to pick up that first kill on Trippy, and first kill in Oddball, always vital when you got that ball in hand.
And also that double kill vital for Rain. That's a great play, but who else but Lucid on the B Street just pushing up and picking up kills of his own here now, also challenging all the way from the A balcony and using the thrust to just fly across the map and be everywhere he needs to be. He just went from B arcade to front A and now challenging front C and just doing so much damage. There's a reason that he is in a completely different category, not just in terms of skill that we've talked about, but damage every single game. Also picks up a rocket on Spartan.
He certainly does. It just, every time I'm watching Lucid play, it's like he's playing Fiesta and everyone else is spawning with BR. It's just ridiculous. He's always using a different weapon, a different piece of the sandbox to get an advantage. Here's another example of it. There's the Bulldog, going to be used to take down one. 2 players falling for E United. Trippy with that ball in hand as well, and it's starting to tick away, and it's looking like this might be round 1 to Optic.
I mean, look at Lucid. As we, just like you said, look at the time, 98, 99. That'll be 100. That'll be the round. Optic Gaming closes it out. And look at the slaying category. 16 kills for Lucid. Nobody else even getting past the 12 mark.
Yeah, nobody else even close. As now Optic Gaming move within just one more round of this oddball game to close out the series in a 3-1 fashion. But it does give us a little bit more of an opportunity, this best of 5, to see how teams match up against each other. And there's not too much of a gulf of class between the two, I would say, at the moment. But Optic Gaming, just those little moments that are so valuable at this top-level play seem to be falling in their favor at the moment. Spartan is going to be pushing up alongside Ryan Noob. He'll be getting the kill. So this is going to be another good start here for E United. The question is, can they get a hold down and pick up time before Optic can push?
Ryan Noob now just patrolling on the B stairs. That really is the question. And my, oh my, did Optic ever just silence the side of E United? And I think everyone who's an E United fan in the chat as well, because we're coming into this as a pretty hype game 4, but the way they played round 1, they've made it pretty clear that they intend on ending this series in 4 games.
4 dead for E United. Where is that oddball, though? It's still up in Tram. Lucy's going to spawn there, so he's going to be picking up that oddball, and that's kind of gifted a setup here. Although I say gifted, it's still hard work from E United to break, as Optic did take all 4 players down very quickly. Pistola this time with the Sentinel beam in hand is going to be firing some shots across, and now his job is to watch this cross. Just to get some shots of those 2 players, but staying alive, important for Pistola here, but more important, Andy, getting that information to his teammates.
Yeah, Lucid drops the ball. He's going to instead push out here with APG to try to make something happen at B stairs. They both get tagged up with nades, though, so this is another opportunity for EU to put a little bit more time on the board, especially if they get this second kill.
25 to 16 to score. United with the ball in hand as well, and still with some semblance of control. Pistola will get the trade inside a Tram, but trades are fine as long as you're the closest spawners to that oddball. For now, APG's just trying to survive. King Nick's still inside of that Tram station. Rhino also on the respawn. That's kind of spotted him out as well, and Rhino threading the needle with those bullets through the handrail to take him down.
Two players that have known each other a very long time. They're APG and Ryan being an absolute pest on the bottom of C stairs. And if you're APG, the one player you don't want to see challenging you through that little crack in the railing is Ryan Noob. Nice little exchange between those two, as we will still stay pretty early on in the game here. It's another grab, though, for Optic Gaming as they look to tie it up.
Now look where these respawns come in. The communication, Trippy blocking all these PD spawns, which means that they're going to be able to lock down this A tower. The fight is going to be on B Street, as you see players trying to flood through. Spartan trying to do what he can, but look at APG, recognizing the game situation, recognizing that was where the hole in the setup was, and helping a teammate to close it.
Maybe a miscommunication once again. It's a good idea from Spartan to fly into PD, to slide in. However, look how easy it was for them to send two players down to PD, Trippy included, get the kill, and no one else is in position. Rain is rotating back to C. There needs to be communication from the E United side on whether they were pushing PD there or going back. And now maybe circumstances happened to play out so that Rain couldn't get there, but they need to be a little bit more cohesive in their pushes.
Another update from the bracket very, very quickly. Inconceivable versus C9 is now tied up at 2-2. So that one is going to a game 5. But as we jump back into this game, it's looking like Optic. They're going to have their work cut out for them in the second round now. So all 4 players do fall. So E United with a chance to claw back that 10-point or so deficit and maybe turn this into a lead.
Now here's the question. How does E United play this? How do they ensure that they get the first kills? And how do they work together here? This is tough for Spartan. He's in a battle there with 3 different players. So E United, though, trading out. And if they can hold this, they might get a lead here.
I like this play from Rain as well. He's going to flank through bottom middle, knowing he's got time to do so with that respawn going to be coming in for Pistola. He's not going to get shot in the back for around 5 or 6 seconds. Lucid taken down, and there's the double, an easy double, and that's the movement I was talking about, finding the angles that are going to be left available as Optic Gaming do try and force their way towards that oddball. Wow. And Rain working so well with the rest of his teammates on E United to pick up these kills.
Back-to-back doubles, it might as well be an overkill in terms of points on the board. Great stuff from Rain here on set, just like you said, the routes that he chose. Now King Nick has the rockets here at B. We'll see if he can connect with these. No! Not able to get anyone, and that's maybe a big misplay as Optic's now going to push.
They are indeed. It gives them the opening they're looking for. Here's Rain, though. He's got the Stalker rifle, and he's slowing things down. Rhino also has that Bulldog, but Lucid picking up one, and APG is going to break the setup here of E United, and even though they do have that lead now, APG is going to be a thorn in the side, but a vital kill from Spartan inside of PD.
You have to wonder what happens there if King Nick instead just pulls the rockets back into tires, maybe sits A court or PD for a moment, rotates them to front A. There were a lot of options there, and it's easy for us to be armchair players here in the casting booth, of course. So much credit to these players for having to make the decisions in the moment, but as analysts, we have to look at that and think, what if King Nick played that differently? Does that change the outcome of this game?
2 players coming off the respawn here for E United. It looks like Trippy wants to make the move on that ball, and he's just tried to delay for a few seconds to hope the grenades would come in a little bit sooner, but unfortunately the timing couldn't have been more perfect for E United as he slid to collect that oddball, just took the damage. And wasn't able to get that oddball where he wanted to get it on that neon street, and now it's just a battle. I like the flood coming in here from E United, and Trippy and Ola, they're kind of stuck on the back of A, and it looks like recognition of that from E United. They've rotated the ball away to Tram now.
And they continue scoring as well. Can they get these first kills? It's a great angle from Spartan on bottom. Neons needs to prioritize his life here and stay alive as long as he can.
That's going to kill on APG as well. So Lucid and both Pistola have now managed to sneak past enemy lines, but it's going to be up to the players inside of Tram here with a little bit of help from Rain to clear these final players out. Trippy will shut down Rain, and now King Nick's left in a little bit of a precarious situation. We'll have to go for the play ball.
It's a perfect play ball. He goes front C. He gets a little bit of extra time on the clock. It was a 2v2 there, and it paves the way for his team to continue pushing.
Oh, Lucid managed to win an important battle on those stairs. 87-42. The score in this game. Rocket's going to be collected, though, by Optic Gaming. You can see Rain trying to do so much damage to so many different targets. APG will be taken down with those rockets, but players just falling everywhere at the moment. Spartan last player alive here. Rockets down at the front of the base. Ola with ball in hand.
It was Ola versus Spartan. Ola goes for the ball. He does not grab Rocket's front C, makes the decision to bring that all the way back up to B. If I'm not mistaken, Spartan probably grabbed the Rockets and just scurried away to Neon. So still back and forth between these two teams. Only 13 points left for E United.
Somehow Rhino's ended up with those Rockets. He's picked up a double kill as well. Pistola trying to desperately nade and keep them off of the ball. This is starting to get a little bit desperate for Optic Gaming in this round, as King Nick takes a lovely position up. All players going to be flying now on the driveway from Tram towards B. A big hold here for E United. If they manage to hold on for 3 more seconds, then they will close out this game. And I tell you what, Andy, it's 1-1 now on rounds. This is looking very, very interesting.
Looking very, very good. Would we want it any other way here, as the team's a little bit slow to start there? You wonder if maybe we were seeing something strange, but maybe just a little bit of comms there. Team's getting ready to jump in. So here we are in round number 3. United answers back convincingly there with as much flack as I gave them for those plays with the Rockets. They still managed to win that game pretty handily with some very good, less traditional holds there with the arcade hold to close out the game.
APG swiveling around to hit that rocket, but look at the kills early on here. APG left on his lonesome with one more rocket to play with, and he's going to be spotted out as well. He's not going to hit with the rocket, but he manages to get the damage done and the kill secured. But while all this is going on, the most important piece of the puzzle for any team playing oddball is having that ball in your control, as well as Spartan laying down so much cover fire.
I was going to say, look at the amount of damage that Spartan's doing. He's winning BR battles like that, also just continuing to hold things down from Cafe, which, by the way, is not the position that offers the most cover on the map, and stays alive as long as he can, paves the way maybe for his team to push and get a little bit more control, or at the very least contest here.
How is APG coming back into this fight, having been one shot for so long as well? His survivability there has given Optic Gaming the chance to now funnel United through the Neon Street. Lucid trying to do what he can bottom middle. Spartan will re-engage after coming off of his respawn. Rhino picks up another as well. So this is the opening now that United need, but this is a little bit clustered at the back of A here. And both teams cannot get a clear hold on the ball and cannot get a clear rotation either. Rhino's going to pick up the ball, though. That's going to cause some distraction. Now you've got the setup here for E United. You can see that Rain is holding down tires, and the rest of the team are spread out accordingly.
It's the full A-hold, and once again, at this moment, you need to make sure you're getting the first kills, and that is big because they don't just get the first one, they get the first 2. It's a 4v2 momentarily. This should mean continued time for E United.
What E United need to do here is survive. Don't have to over-challenge these kills because they will come to them eventually. Lucid, last player in the cafeteria, will be falling. So now the last 2 players were the respawners from Optic Gaming, trying to get across the map. They do pick up 1, but this ball is in the hands of King Nick, and they're about to cross that 50-point threshold.
That's right, that was 2 dead, 2 fresh, 1 again, and momentarily 3 dead for Optic. It's a drop of the ball from E United to help with Rockets. Love that play, but it does look like they've been picked up, so we'll keep an eye on Rockets, but regardless, a monster lead here for E United.
Lucid with the Rockets, trying to do a little bit of splash damage off the roof. Rain's going to be weak as well, so we'll pick up 1, but a 1 for 2 with the Rockets. I think that E United not going to be too concerned about that, more concerned about that ball time. Stalker rifle going to be overlooking all of his teammates, trying to do some big damage. And the one thing we've always mentioned about the Stalker rifle, you can lock down a street almost on your own if you can hit those shots.
Lucid very aware that there might be PD spawns. You could tell just how intently he's watching that area of the map. He'll engage across the map, but also being very aware that there might be a push coming in from B or tires.
Now gets that information. Little warning shot there as Rhino is going to fly through cafeteria, and that's going to put Lucid under pressure as are those grenades, taking down to no shields whatsoever. Somehow manages to still do damage, even though a little gust of wind might knock him back into the respawn screen. Look at this from Lucid. Now he's on the flank, and now he picks up 2. Lucid, elusive as ever.
I mean, completely outplaying, outthinking, and outmaneuvering his opponents. You watch what you just saw. Anyone who's played enough Halo Infinite, that was perfectly timed the way that he just went around to the side of A, on the courtyard side, sits on the awning for a second, helps with the kill at PD, loops behind both of those players at elbow, and just making that look way too easy while maintaining shields the entire time. Optic going to continue scoring, and now look at the scoreboard.
I think against Lucid is like chasing a ghost a lot of the time. You just don't know where he is. You cannot get your eyes on him. And at points you're not even sure if he exists. APG, look at this rotation coming in from him as well. He's last player alive. Trippy just come off the respawn. And it seems like they've actually managed with that rotation to get one of those transitional holds I was talking about. Trippy, big kill from him.
Definitely. 2 dead for both sides here. A 2v2 on this push for E United to try to get back into the back of Tram.
Rocket launcher coming up as well. Rhino trying to put pressure onto Pistola. No pressure felt by Pistola. He's been doing this far too long to feel pressure in those situations. Perfect shots. There's a back smack, and single-handedly almost, Pistola is clearing out Tram.
Look at the perfect play ball, though, from Spartan, just making sure to sprint drop that ball all the way back to bottom middle. Rockets, though, in the hand of Trippy here. He uses 1.
Pistola having done all the heavy lifting inside of Tram to clear it out. Now has the ball in hand. And Optic Gaming, having lost that last round, are starting to creep towards a victory here overall, not just in this round. It's 1-1 in rounds. And Trippy with this rocket should be able to at least pick up 1. There it is. King Nick did manage to get a kill onto APG, which has forced Maybe a little bit of an opening for E United. 2 for 2 now as King Nick flies over the top. But once again, look at that kill feed. Pistola picking up kills, and vital ones at that.
Certainly, and now look at the scoreboard. Optic really just poised to clean this one out as they continue to pick up kills. 2 dead again for the side of United, and look at that time getting very close.
Spikes from that brute grenade are gonna peel away at Trippy though. Yeah, try and thrust forward to do some damage. King Nick has managed to sneak in and break the setup here, so 2-4 for Optic Gaming. And even though if a couple of kills would have gone their way just at the end of that team fight, Optic might have been saying, hey, GG's to E United. E United have a foothold. They have a chance, but it needs to be almost perfect from here.
I don't know how Ryan Noob died in the back of the base. That's surprising because that leads to now 2 dead and might become 3 dead pretty quickly for the side of United, and Optic might close this out. They clear out the back of Tram, and Optic now only needing about 10 seconds to win this game.
Yeah, Ryan Noob desperately trying to kill that ball carrier. Spartan took a long route to try and maybe get a flank, but Optic Gaming looks set up here. Spartan is going to be chasing shadows, just trying to get hold of that oddball. 1v1 Trippy versus Ryan Noob. Ryan Noob will win it with a little bit of assistance. And you're right, 99 points is not enough to get the win. E United break, and E United now might be able to turn this one around.
Oh my god, it was 2 dead and 2 fresh spawners here. Optic will pick up a kill, but another kill goes to the favor of E United. So this one is going to go down to the wire as they hit the 90-point mark as well. E United could close this out.
3 dead for Optic Gaming. Pistola's the only one alive, and even though the man is magic, I'm not quite sure he's got the spell to break this one.
Oh my god.
With 99 points on the board, Optic Gaming, they can't call themselves the victors. E United close it out 2-1.
100-99, the comeback win in our game number 4. You could not ask for a better series to start the day. We are going to a game number 5. E United looking for the reverse sweep.
Kind of speechless. Kind of speechless. Well, we planted the seeds. Now we got somewhat of a tree in the back garden, Andy.
I guess this is
extremely quickly.
I guess in all fairness, this is what we asked for as we take a look at some stats from that game. My God, it's Spartan there, 41 and 30.
He's been listening. I'm telling you, Tyler's been listening. You talk about the man on a broadcast, he starts to put up the stats alongside it. 41 and 30. Well, Optic Gaming, that's one of those that you look back on and you think, how did we let that slip through our fingers? How did we let that ball out of our hands? How did we drop the ball?
And I think, amazing puns, by the way. I think we're going to see it in the highlights. Spartan was the last player alive, maybe one of the last players alive, but the only player in back tram, you saw it on your screen, chasing back C to B Street. He got the kill on the ball carrier at the 99 mark. Spartan not only goes positive 11 in that game, he essentially kept the game within reach for them, and I can't wait to see the replays of the final match. But once again, on set, Optic and E United just delivering in this series. It's been an amazing set of games.
Remember when people used to say that oddball was boring? Yeah. I remember. I'm calling you out right now. This is amazing in Halo Infinite. The rounds just make it so much more of a heartbreaker or a dream maker, depending on what side of it you are. Some of these kills coming in from Lucid weren't good enough towards the end. First round did go to E United, and again, there was a comeback there as well, Andy.
I mean, this is so back and forth throughout this entire game. All 3 of these rounds were fantastic. It felt, in the best way, it felt like such a long game of oddball because we saw so many epic battles. And look at Rain, essentially those back-to-back doubles, essentially adding up to an over to get them so many points on the board. And E United just leading so strong out in this, as we see the round 2 there ties up the thing. Now we look at round number 3, and E United had such a great start here on set.
They certainly didn't, and if you're wondering why I said, oh my word, we've got a score update for you in just a few seconds, but this was the round. I mean, you're looking at it here. I mean, Pistola was playing incredible in this final round.
Here's the play.
Breaking setups almost immediately, but this was the 1v1 here. Ryan Noob just jumping up and just having the nous, the ice, whatever you want to call it, to hit that final headshot. They get the hold of that oddball, and then King Nick with the rockets towards the end clears house. And E United send us to a game 5. And speaking of game 5s, Andy, do you want to deliver the news or should I?
I think I can't speak right now. You go ahead. You deliver the news because we got a lot of surprises here.
Probably best. Just to give you some stats before I break the news, Optic, as you can see on the bottom of your screen, 8-0 on Live Fire Slayer. So maybe they're going to be feeling confident about it, but maybe not after a 100-99 loss. But the update I wanted to give you is that Inconceivable have beaten Cloud9 3-2 in a 50-38 live fire slayer. So inconceivable. Welcome to the pie. That's what we want to see. This is a crazy day.
And I think we said it when we talked about it during the bracket previews, when we looked at that match. Cloud9 could not afford to take that one lightly, but we don't even have time to talk about everything that just happened. We are going into our game number 5. It is Optic versus United. We would not want to start this championship Thursday any other way. These two Titans do not want to fall to one another in the winners semifinals. Game 5 will take it all.
That stat, though, is going to be in the minds of United, I'm sure. Optic Gaming 8-0 on live fire slayer. By 8-0's history, this is what we got in front of us, and a chance for United now to rewrite that history book. But what a start here for Lucid. He's got his hands on a sniper rifle, and he's already managed to pick up one.
Already one in hand, and that's exactly where you want to be if you're on the side of Optic Gaming. I can't believe this has been such an amazing series just to kick off the day. By the way, welcome to everyone joining us. Thank you for hanging out with us on this Thursday evening if you're in the US, but this pressure coming in on Lucid. Has to stay alive on window as long as he can here. A few kills being exchanged here. A little bit of a slower start for this first game. Another kill does come in though for Lucid.
Yeah, Lucid's pretty simple body shot onto Rain there, who maybe thought that he had the advantage. Doesn't get the beat down though. In that situation, APG will clean things up. So looking at the score right now, 4-3 to Optic. Also have APG with the heat wave in hand, and this is kind of a secret to success, a key to success, I think, for United. You gotta keep that heat wave out of the hands of Optic. They're so good at finding routes to do damage.
And look how slow these teams are playing the Slayer. You could just tell. We talk about how that indicates always mutual respect for one another. Neither team wants to be the one making the big mistakes. After just a little bit of time of play, we are essentially netted up here. Optic with just a 1-kill lead at 5-4. This is playing pretty slowly. These teams want to make sure they don't go down by any sort of margin. They really can't afford to lose either of them at this stage in the bracket.
Trippy's going to have angles onto top middle, though. But you're right. There is a real feel of kind of trepidation from both teams at the moment, recognizing and, like you're saying, respecting that if one kill goes down and you're the first kill in a team fight, the collapse might come in very quickly and things can certainly get out of hand. Weapons are in the hands of Optic Gaming there. Like we mentioned, they have a sniper rifle, they also have the heat wave, but here comes the push now. King Nick trying to be the aggressor here for United, but Lucid's got that covered. Watch.
A very nice play from Lucid. Look how he took those angles from sandbags and always isolating the angle that he is actively checking. Just such disciplined, such smart play out of Lucid here as they try to figure out how they want to make this tower push.
Lucid just kind of roaming at the moment, and he's able to do so because a couple of kills have fallen to Optic, which has created space for him to do what he does best, and that is be elusive. APG has got the camo, however, he's not been able to make too much of a play with it for now, but he has managed to make a play as far as taking attention away from his teammates, and with that, they're going to pick up kills. 3 now full for United. Sometimes it's not about the flashy plays, it's about taking that attention away.
What a swing from Optic. They get camo control, they get tower control. It gives them such a lead here, just like that. Heat wave as well in the hands of Ola. Perfect baiting and switching from the side of Optic. Created the space, that let them get the power up, that let them get the weapons, and they've established such a lead here early on.
Pistola trying to help out his teammate. The trade will go down in front of him. The heat wave in the hand as well. We'll give him the beat down that he's looking for. 2 for 2 on the map, but that's 3 players now falling for Optic Gaming, and Rain has managed to get the heat wave in his hands. I mentioned how vital this is, in my opinion, to United being able to close out this Slay. The fact that the score is 15-12, and Optic have had the majority of the weapons so far, I think actually bodes quite well for EU.
It absolutely does. It's a great point on set. It was just 12-6, and just like that, now 17-13. United has responded back so well, so confidently to maintain their composure here in really the second set of battles in this game.
Grenades are coming in, though, onto Rain. Can they make use of the weapons in the way that Optic have? That's the question. Ryan will fall, though, as Ola does as well. APG on the nest. He's going to be taking some shots here from the battle rifle of Rain, but just a little bit of poke damage at the moment. I think you set the table absolutely perfectly, Andy. It's just respect from both teams at the moment. No one wants to poke, no one wants to prod, and nobody wants to be blamed by their teammates for being that first kill.
Yeah, no one wants to be blamed, and on the other side is Trippy, who wants to start to blame with that weapon as he wants to look around and find some heads to click and see if he can pick up some kills here. Ola needs to be very careful, but he knows how to dipsy doodle and tiptoe around those pillars, that's for sure.
He's still with that sniper in his hand. He manages to get the body shot, but it's not quite the headshot. However, Lucid will turn it into a kill, and that's the most important thing. So good communication and teamwork. And with that, it's going to be camouflage and Heatwave in the hands of Lucid now. If you wanted to pick one player to not have it, if you're an E United fan, it would be Lucid, who then escaped as well with the repulsor. The man is just light years ahead at the moment.
You said it earlier, elusive Lucid is no better way maybe to describe this guy. With what he's doing right now, goes for the horizontal pivot, back to the vertical there, and just when you think you have Lucid dead to rights, he just repulsor cancels Heatwaves back up the top middle and just starts running circles around your team. This is what Optic was waiting to do. Now they're up by 8.
Yeah, that's the difference maker. Lucid getting that combo. And E United being staggered on those spawns has given us the difference of 7 kills now between the two teams. And it's going to be up to E United now to try and get some weapons in their hands, try and get the camo in their hands as well, because if they can do that, it's going to be their only way back into this game. Ola's going to pick up one in the feed, Trippy as well, as we see Rain with the repulsor jumping up to top middle, but Trippy's not going to let that kill get away. He'll be taken down as well, and all of a sudden Optic are starting to heat up.
King Nick makes sure to stay alive there. It does well and needs to make sure to keep this close. Still a 6-kill game. That's not, keep in mind that this game is not out of hand just yet, but E United needs to make sure they're stepping it up and keeping this game close.
Beat down from Lucid. Trade goes down. 2-4 for Optic Gaming. This is now a 5-kill game. Stola now rotating back through the garage. Lucid's going to be spawning with him. You can see the King Nick is on our player outlines here. He might be somewhat of a thorn in the side as he's now actually going to back up, realizing that 2 players had spawned. So good communication coming in from E United. And in these kind of tight games, these nervous game 5 slayers, your communication has to be on point, Andy. One little misstep, it can cost you the game.
Trying to take down Trippy as King Nick, and there's a good reason. Trippy right now 16 and 8, has has half of the kills of the entire opposing team with insane numbers in this game. Trippy absolutely leading this Optic squad.
And for now, Mangler in the hands of Rain, but he's not going to be able to fire any bullets in anger as Pistola is soaring through the skies here, top middle over the sandbags. Just trying to put any pressure onto these final players that are inside of the garage from E United. That grenade over the top of him is going to do the damage as far as giving away the information of where that player was. Optic will clean that one up. 37 and 29, and you can see with the way they're playing here, Andy, why these guys are 8-0.
Lucid just cleaning out the back of the tower. Like you said, if you're just joining us, Optic Gaming has not lost this game type in competitive play. There's actually very few game types that they even have lost in competitive play, and as the numbers continue to accumulate for the side of Optic Gaming. Trippy now 17 and 8, enormous numbers from him.
Trippy trying to slide down to help out a teammate. He'll find Spartan behind him instead. His teammate Lucid will move in to pick up the assist as well. So 2 fall very, very quickly here for Optic Gaming. Lucid and Trippy trying to survive for now and doing a fantastic job of doing so. And by surviving, you can see the cavalry is coming as well. Ola will pick up one. Spartan manages to trade one out, but look at this teamwork. So good. The movement here from Trippy to just get into position to help out anyone who asks.
They are both weeks ahead in terms of preparation, and now 11 kills ahead in the game. 45 to 34, only 5 kills away from closing this out.
United trying to put up a final valiant last effort, but Pistola's going to repulsor back up top. Spartan takes him down for now, but 36 kills to 46 is a gulf between the two that I'm not sure Optic will be able to turn around. The United trying to do what they can. Spartan, he'll pick up one. Lucid, he'll pick up one himself, and when he picks up one, it normally turns into 2. And now just 3 kills to go here for Optic. E United have had a valiant effort in this series, but it's looking like Optic will be should, and I say that, should be able to close this out.
They should. Really, these next few kills, there's not even enough kills to even make a game of this. 48 right out of 40. Optic Gaming just looking for their final 2 to close this out. What a series it's been, but they need 2 more kills to finish this one.
And the players trapped in garage as well. It's just a case of making that push. Push because we can't lose. The Ogre said it best. Maybe that's going to be the case here. The game is over. The series is over. But it's the same old result as Optic Gaming will win the series in an absolute nail-biter versus E United.
I believe it was 21 and 11 from Trippy, and if I'm not mistaken, we'll get an eye on the stats. I think it was a 50 to 40 win. Trippy being the difference maker. We talk about a lot of players on this Optic roster and how they can really step up and go off at any given moment. Even closer, a 50-42 win there. So Trippy doing more than his share. This is your final series layout. Optic Gaming will close it in 5 games, but what a series to start the day off on set. I mean, we are having some wild winner semifinals here.
Yeah, we really are. And yeah, trippy. I'll say it 3 times because he deserves to be noticed. 21-11 in a Game 5 Slayer. You dream of that as a teammate. If you're APG and Ola, you're going, hey, that's great by me. But once again, APG and Ola, maybe not the kills, maybe not, you know, the flashy stats to go alongside it, but Trippy and Lucy can't do what they do without those two. Still a team effort coming in from Optic Gaming. On the other side of things, you're looking at Spartan trying to do what he could, but it just wasn't enough. It was that one camo heatwave combo that really cost him that final game.
We're getting full highlights of that series now, and to be honest, I'd love nothing less because this was one of the best series we've seen in Halo Infinite. And those of you, look at this play here from Ryan Noob. So many great moments in these matches. For those of you who might just be joining us, you're getting full series highlights here, and there were many to look forward to. And one of the best series onset we've seen in competitive Halo Infinite, without a doubt, between these two.
Yeah, Optic really tested in this series against United as well. And even though the first 2 games, it seemed like the same old story, Optic continuing to storm forward. United, I've got to say, the resilience they've shown in this series, and the fact that I questioned, right, are they able to break into that top 3? Can they challenge the likes of C9 Optic Gaming? Even though they lost the series, Andy, I think we've answered that as well.
Look at this little grapple as well. To get this flag onto elevation, I can't stress that enough. If that flag stays bottom, there's a good chance that APG doesn't have all the time. Look how much shields he has when he dies. If that flag does not get up to the second roof, that flag does not go in. Once again, it's these little details. These are why these players are some of the best in the world.
The most pivotal thin tin roof that you've ever seen. We move into our game 4 now, and as if it wasn't exciting enough at this point, Andy. I mean, this was just... Look at this kind of run out of word. Like it was ridiculous. 99 points on the board here for Optic to close things out, to make everything a little bit more comfortable. And United with a crazy last second break to win that round 100-99, sent us into our game 5. But sending us to game 5 sent us into Lucid and Trippy doing what they do best.
I mean, Trippy was the star of game number 5. Just putting up numbers, to be honest, I want to go back and watch his entire POV from this game because I don't understand. Folks, he just dropped 21 kills in a Slayer. Look at the number on your screen. That is half the kills of his opponent's final score, 42. The Trippy just absolutely going off. Lottie and Gaskin, though, what a series we got to start the day off with.
I mean, unbelievable series. I mean, I feel like it was Optic's first true test here at Halo Infinite. I mean, going to the wire, the resilience, like you mentioned, on set of United there to push it all the way to that game 5. And I think we really saw that United roster come alive there in Capture the Flag. I think that's where it started to turn here. And they thought, well, you know what? Actually, we can do this. We can take it to Optic. And we saw that. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to close things out there in that series, and Optic do continue their journey on in the winners bracket. But my goodness, Oddball, my God, that was incredible. I was so hyped with the end result there for Oddball and to continue that journey on. Gaskin, though, I really want to pick your brain about CTF Bazaar. I mean, my goodness, it is such a difficult map to play CTF well on. You know, it's all about mid-control, but more importantly about positioning on the map. So why is it so damn difficult?
Yeah, bizarre by name, but bizarre by nature. And I think it's just a matter of timing those pushes and timing those kills. Even though for a large portion of that game, Optic were outslaying United, they weren't capitalizing on the kills they were able to actually get on the scoreboard. So it's about sometimes using those kills to push into the flag at the right time, or deciding to stay with that mid-control, to pick up rockets, to go for the overshield. If you do time it poorly, it allows the other team to overextend, take control of your base, and quite often in Bazaar, your base is a fortress, so you don't want to give it up too easily. And I just think there were several opportunities where we could have seen Optic hold mid-map, but they pushed for flag because they were confident, they thought they were going to be able to take down United, and that's why we saw in the end United actually clutching up and winning Bazaar CTF. But it wasn't enough. Optic still come out on top in the whole series, but I mean, what a series to start the day.
It was outstanding. It really was outstanding. Now we're going to take a quick peek at our winners bracket, because obviously after the result of that series, things have changed just ever so slightly. You can see right now semi-finals have been and gone in both parts of this winners bracket. Optic Gaming 3-2 over United. Very close series we've just seen on our screens. And off screen, we had our semi-finals, Cloud9 versus Inconceivable. Snipe Down and Co. They take down the C9 boys, and we see a winners finals looking like Optic Gaming Gaming versus Inconceivable there. Crazy stuff that has been happening. Now we need to take a look at the elimination bracket as well, though, because of course this is where the second chances come alive, and we will hopefully see one of these teams here push themselves up to the winners bracket. We have our quarterfinals, Cloud9 versus Sentinel. Sentinels take down XSET 2-1, and we have G2 Esports go on to meet E United there as well. Now Gaskin, Sentinels obviously taking down XSET there pretty convincingly. Not a bad series whatsoever. I gotta say, the Slayer though, 49-50, kind of choked it a little bit in that Slayer on Aquarius. Talk to me about what you noticed in that series.
Yeah, they did. I think the Sentinels probably should have 2-0'd that one, but Kratos and the rest of the team showed great fight to get back into it. Unfortunately, it won't be enough for them to break into pool play. With that loss, it does secure Oxygen being there. Well, unconfirmed, but in my opinion, that secures Oxygen being in that top 8 pool play rather than XSET. XSET will still get funding. They will still be going to Raleigh, and they will be an open bracket. But it was an amazing set of games that we've started the game off with today.
Oh my goodness, I know the day is only going to get better, folks. We're going to head to a short break right now, but when we come back, we do have our elimination quarterfinals. You won't want to miss this one. It's going to be Cloud9 versus Sentinels. Some big dogs battling out once again. We'll be back right after this. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Kickoff Qualifiers. We're in our day 2 here in North America and we're about to start our elimination quarterfinals. And you know what? I don't have any time to talk to you guys right now because we need to get straight into this next matchup. That is right, we're keeping them coming your way. And casting this one is your illustrious duo of Onset and Gaskin. So fellas, straight over to you.
Thanks a lot. I mean, the games just keep coming thick and fast, Dan. It's great to have you alongside me for this one. And as if the last one was spicy enough, now we get to see a matchup we pretty much haven't seen for the entirety of Halo Infinite. It is going to be Sentinels taking on Cloud9. If you don't know a little bit of the backstory between these two teams, as this will be an elimination bracket game, Cloud9 don't want to scrim Sentinels. They refuse to play them. They don't want to give them the practice. So now we get to see it in tournament play. And you have to wonder, is that going to bite Cloud9 or is it going to work in their favor?
And I hate to tap your memory noggin on the head, but they did face each other in Open 1. And it was the winners bracket finals, and it was a 2-0 to Cloud9. Well, yeah, but I mean, this is just something that we are not going to see like very often, just because of where the seeds currently reside. You wouldn't expect to see them facing each other here in the lower bracket. But the fact that Cloud9 beat Sentinels 2-0 in Open 1 and knocked them down, I think just says a lot about where they were at the time. But that was, you know, a week and a half ago on set. We have moved on quite far now. The meta has developed already. Teams have learned a lot since then. So I'm expecting more of a fight here from Sentinels.
Let's take a look at our series layout. And Dan, I'm going to leave this one to you because I know you've got some pretty good stats on both of these teams for the maps we're going to be playing.
So the only game that featured in that winners bracket final way back in Open 1 was Oddball Street, so we know that that was a victory to Cloud9. However, I can confidently say that Aquarius CTF is Cloud9's best game type. They've played it 7 times, they've won it 7 times, including 2 victories against Optic Gaming, the #1 team right now. Elsewhere, there has been losses across the board for Cloud9, so I do think Sentinels can look at this one and say, look, there's a few here we could potentially take them down. A 75% win rate on live fire, 75% win rate on streets. There has been 2 losses and 1 losses respectively. So I think, you know, Sentinels have got a chance here, but I think it's a real shame that they open with CTF Aquarius, which is Cloud9's strongest map. But just imagine if Sentinels were to win game 1 here. What a statement that would be.
It certainly would be the best of ways to start. And it's almost it's strange to me for this not to be a grand finals game between these two teams with the history that is there. We've had Halo World Championships fought between these pretty much all of the players on these 2 rosters outside of a couple of names. But I mean, being in an elimination bracket shows the strength of Halo Infinite and, you know, how teams have approached this new game. And with the new games, you always have new teams that are rising to the top. But this is an opportunity for both these teams to remind us of how good they are. And I kind of feel like Sentinels have got more to prove here. Cloud9 in back-to-back grand finals. Yes, they didn't get the win, but Sentinels, this is the first time we've really seen them with an opportunity to knock out one of the big dogs, to reintroduce themselves into that conversation of tournament winners.
Certainly when we saw Sentinels yesterday in the winners bracket, they were lacking confidence. They got knocked down by United. They weren't looking like the Sentinels of old, the, you know, reigning supreme Sentinels team that we saw so much in Halo 5. I would like to see a little bit more of that here today. They've got the pressure off their shoulders. They've all but guaranteed themselves in pool play just through seeding points alone. So now I want to see them take the game to Cloud9. Show them that they're not going to be pushovers. Show the rest of the world that they're not going to be pushovers here and fight through this lower bracket. As for Cloud9, they are coming off the back of that loss against Inconceivable. It was an amazing series. I was able to watch both here at home, and certainly Cloud9 did come close to making a comeback after going 2-0 down. So they're going to go one of 2 ways here on set. Either that's going to really knock their confidence and frustrate them, or they're going to be coming back with a bite here.
I just don't know how to kind of pick this series apart, because I always look at, you know, one team's come down from the upper bracket and maybe they're thinking a bit, you know, we're a bit down on ourselves, we shouldn't have lost in the way that we did, but it was a game 5, so it was back and forth between Inconceivable and C9. On the other side of things, it's like Sentinels, you're thinking, oh, they've got the momentum coming through the bracket, but they dropped a game as well in the previous round. So I'm very interested to know what the mental kind of side of it is going to be between these two teams. Are they going to kind of just be mentally resetting here, or is it going to be both teams are kind of on an up, on a down? It's an interesting one to think about. And I think the role of the likes of Royal One, but in the call, I'm sure, I was about to say standing behind Sentinels, is going to be vital just for resetting that mentality and making sure they're focused.
He might be standing behind, we don't really know. It could be. He's always lurking somewhere. I know that from history and personally. But I do think that we're going to see now 2 squads who very much want to impress their fans. They want to impress the whole world. The pressure is slightly off when it comes to qualifying for Raleigh. As I say, those qualification spots have been all but secured. So I'm expecting it to be a tight series, but it could be one of those ones where it's tight games, but it could easily end up a 3-0 or a 3-1. But I'm hoping it's going to be close flag games. Certainly kicking things off with Aquarius flag. The reason why we see Cloud9 have so much success on it is because of the amount of control they're able to find. Also their success of, you know, using that heat wave, patrolling the map, making sure there's not going to be any easy routes for their opposition to get out of that flag, and they just suffocate their opponent. As soon as they've got several 4 downs, that's when they start running those flags, and it just becomes a little bit of a rhythm for them. So we'll see whether Sentinels can upset that rhythm here today.
Yeah, speaking of rhythm, it's an interesting one to talk about, especially with Aquarius capture the flag. We take ourselves back to yesterday, where Sentinels played against E United, and they went 3-0 down, and it was looking like they were a little bit lost on Aquarius capture the flag. You factor that into the stats that we had previously about Cloud9's record on this map, and it's looking tough, but I talk about rhythm, I talk about starting off in the right way because of the fact that Sentinels came back into that game, but it took them a little while to find that groove. It took them a little while to find a foothold, and it almost took them a little while to realize how E United were having so much success, and then using almost the E United strategy against them by controlling that needle side of the map and controlling the closets and everything that goes alongside that.
Yeah, I think a lot of these flag game types is very difficult to get back into if you go 2-3 flags down. It almost feels like that time starts to dissipate very quickly. So you need a hot start. You need a good starting strategy, which can be said for a lot of these maps and modes here on Halo Infinite. And it does seem like that's something that Sentinels lack at the moment. And that could be down to lack of scrim practice, which is something that these teams haven't been giving them. They haven't necessarily been able to have the top tier scrims, and they obviously appreciate the teams that have been playing against them, but you can't practice as many starting strategies if you're only playing against a certain amount of teams. So it's going to take them a couple of tournaments to maybe adjust, see how other teams are playing, working out counter strategies, focusing on those VODs, watching them back, because we know that Sentinels are going to put the time in. Like they are champions, previous champions for a reason. They will be making sure they do their research, and that's when it starts to become a little bit scary. I do think last weekend was a very disappointing situation for them. They only got top 12, which is just unheard of. And even here today, if they finished at top 6, that's still a disappointment in my eyes for a roster like this.
Yeah, I agree with you. It feels like anything outside of top 2 for Sentinels is disappointing. I mean, we spent how many years in Halo 5 saying, you know, this is just a grand finals guarantee for Sentinels. They will be there, and it's them versus another, or, you know, whoever it might be that tried to give them a fight, until, of course, that Splice roster came along and really did give them the challenge that they were looking for. But as we remind ourselves of our game types down at the bottom of the screen, after Capture the Flag, Aquarius, we go over to Slayer Livefire and then Oddborn Streets. And we've already seen, Slayer Livefire, for me, I cannot stress how important that heatwave is and how influential it can be, because, you know, Livefire, you're working your way through a lot of open areas a lot of time. If you get shot, you have to retreat into bottom mid. Bottom mid is a bigger area on that map than I think people give it credit for. And with you when you have the heat wave, in your possession, you lock down the entirety of that area. Any kind of escapes, you have the heat wave, and you can just do so much damage.
You can do so much damage indeed. It does work like a mini shotgun at times. Like, yes, okay, from distance it can do a massive job, but also it reminds me of the scatter shot a little bit from Halo 5. But another weapon very important on Livefire is going to be the sniper rifle. I just watched the Inconceivable versus Cloud9 game on Slayer Livefire, which they lost. Cloud9 did to Inconceivable, and I think it was just lack of having control of that sniper. The boy sniped down, he got his hands on it, and I don't think I really need to tell you what happened. He started world starring. We need to see someone on both of these rosters be able to have that ability within them, and we know it's there, right? It's just about taking the sniper away from them at times. They weren't able to do that against Snipe Down, really, and that really just allowed them to struggle.
Well, of course, we're covering North America here, but we're not the only region that's been working our way through our kickoff shows. ANZ also had their broadcast earlier, and it was very impressive to see the back-to-back-to-back champions, NutriBullet, picking up the 3-peat. Shout out to my boy Barco, jumped into his stream a little bit earlier. We had him on the show yesterday as well. Great stuff to see him continuing that performance, but qualifying for a rally pool play is going to be NutriBullet. So ANZ will be representing their region, and having spoke to him, as we mentioned, he's going to be very, very proud to do so alongside his teammates.
Yeah, a really exciting time for NutriBullet, and if I'm correct, that means they get a spot in either Group C or Group D in the pools, or Pool C, Pool D, if you want to put it that way, which means they avoid the 1 and 2 seed from North America. It means they could end up in, well, they will end up in a pool with one of the European top teams, 1 and 2. So just qualifying is amazing. Avoiding the top 2 NA teams is going to be good for them as well, but they are going to be tried and tested when they get out there to rally. They're going to be put through all of their paces. They know that, we know that, and I would love to see some success here from the ANZ region. I think you and I personally know a lot of the players that have come across the world time and time again, and they're just great boys, good to hang out with, and I'm sure NutriBullet are going to be more of the same here when it does come to rally. But I'm sure they'll focus up, and they can, we can enjoy their company after they actually find some success here in rally.
hey, hopefully they can take some success back to ANZ as well, because as we know, success breeds success in a region. We've seen, record numbers across the globe in all regions signing up for the tournaments for Halo Infinite. And when you do have those superstars to look up to, it gives a little bit of inspiration for the next generation coming through who might have picked up the game for the first time to think, hey, I want to be the next Barcode, I want to be the next Pips, whoever it might be over in ANZ. So I'm hoping that is a kind of trickle-down effect, if you like, from their performance in Raleigh and their performance over the last 3 weeks. But now, because we're waiting for the lobby to get us up, it gives us a little bit of time to have a chat, Dan. And I know that you always get a little bit nervous when I start any kind of conversation with that sentence, because you know what's coming. I want to get your take on something. And, I want you to be honest. I'll give my take as well afterwards on teams choosing not to scrim Sentinels. What is your thoughts on it? Obviously, there has been some people saying it's personal regions, some people saying it's a practice thing. They don't want to give them the practice. How do you feel about it? If you were one of the teams, would you want to play Sentinels?
I think it's unsportsmanlike. I can understand the reasons for not doing it, whether it be, because there's been personal issues in the past, or whether it's just a tactical reason, hiding strategy. There is definitely some method behind the madness there, hiding strategy from a team that you see as a potential top competitor, because we know that Sentinels are, but I'm afraid I don't think it is like that. I think it is more personal reasons, and I know that when everyone gets to LAN, eventually everyone's going to be friends, but we've been apart for 2.5 years now. It seems like there's so much pent-up anger that is built up between all these teams that it's just being slowly let out as we start Halo Infinite. But we'll all be buddies again once we get to LAN events. But for now, yeah, I would rather teams, just scrimmed everyone. Certainly for us as commentators, yeah, we want to watch it. We want to analyze it. We want to be able to talk about the teams as to why they're so amazing, but we can't necessarily do that in all fronts if they're not playing every single team. But yeah, I can see both sides to it, but ultimately I would rather see teams scrimming.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you put it perfectly there. I can see the method behind the madness for some people, because obviously it's such a talented roster. It's almost like the biggest compliment you can give someone, right? It's just saying, yeah, we don't want to play you because we know how good you could be if we give you the practice. It's kind of a weird catch-22, but yeah, I think it's very interesting for sure. Hopefully, whatever issues are there can get sorted out, and we can see Sentinel scrimming everyone, as well as, we get to see as we say, we want to see the Halo ourselves. We want to see all of that cool stuff. But what it does do as well is it gives us some spicy takes on the timeline, which I'm all for as well. I was encouraging it yesterday. I tried to get Snipe down to give me something earlier, and he just complimented me. I was like, I didn't know how to take that. I'm one of those people who's like, someone says something nice, and you're like, I don't really know where to go with this one, so I just replied with a meme, because that's what everyone does, right?
Yeah, Snipedown just flicked his hair and looked handsome, and you just immediately knew nothing was going to happen. It's great to have Snipedown back in the scene, by the way. But yeah, I think that spiciness on the timeline is good. I like seeing a little bit of rivalry. It does add to those matches. It does add to storylines. As long as you keep it, above the belt. I don't like any below the belt kind of blows. You don't need to take it personally. It can all be within good taste. I mean, take back to the Ryanoob versus Spartan rivalry way back in the day, and now they're teammates. So I think
now they're teaming, the best mates.
That shows like how you can go from suddenly hating one another to being really good friends. So I wouldn't take too much of it. I would just take it with a pinch of salt. But I think ultimately, like, we've got a fantastic community. It's just sometimes fun to have a little bit of banter, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I like it. As I say, it makes the everyone tune in because they want to see the results of the matches, right? The matches matter even more when there's that extra little bit of what's happened away from the game being taken into it. But as I say, it's great to see Snipedown back. We've been following, obviously, his career for the last couple of years in Apex, and it's good to see him back allowed to touch a sniper rifle, to be honest with you, Dan, because I know that as a controller player, he wasn't really allowed to touch the Kraber or whatever it might have been when he was away from Halo. But now he's back. He's back where he should be. It almost feels right that the man has a sniper rifle back in his hand, right? It's just every image you think of Snipedown is Snipedown has sniper. Why would you not give him sniper? Snipedown do good with sniper. Snipedown done good with sniper. Snipedown into next round.
Like a caveman instinct, isn't it? Just pick up sniper, get the job done.
Yeah, it's how I speak away from the broadcast, by the way.
Yeah, we've had to be slowly training Mark to say more than 3 words. But inconceivable, I think what was fantastic about them getting that result and pushing themselves that little bit further in the bracket they've not been able to do so far in the opens is they are still an unsigned team, right? They're not a partner team right now. We have heard rumors of who they might be joining, but I think this still puts them on a really good pedestal and just offers them out to potential signings. And if there was anyone who was interested earlier on, they're definitely going to be interested now.
Well, thank you for sticking with us, everyone. Apologies again for the delays. Some things we can't control here unless your name is Dan Gaskin and you refuse to start the game, because that's what he does best. But let's see what these two teams do best. Cloud9 versus Sentinels. This is an elimination bracket game. Best of 5 once again. Dan, give me your thoughts on how this one's going to go.
I can see my Twitter feed flooding now. Start Gamecaster. But I think this is going to be a comfortable game for Cloud9 on set. They have yet to lose it. They have 100% win rate across the 7 times they've played it. Sentinels looked a little bit lackluster when we saw them playing Aquarius CTF in a previous series as well. So unless Sentinels can get off to a really hot start here, get an early flag, get some confidence, I'm thinking Cloud9 should take it, but it's all going to come down to that starting strategy. Who can really get some map control from the get-go here?
Or as we spin our way through Aquarius, we get to have a little look at some of the beautiful graphics and the beautiful textures that have been added to this map, the classic arena style map. Hopefully we can get into it as soon as possible, and this isn't another false start. But one thing that has been a big influence in all games, Dan, is that camouflage. We talk about power-ups so often, and it's for good reason. They change games for teams.
Yeah, even though the camouflage has had its changes throughout several iterations of Halo, it is still extremely powerful here in Halo Infinite, but it only lasts for 30 seconds. The main difference, if you are new to Halo Infinite from previous Halos, or at least the older Halos, is that you can pick up that camouflage, but you can wait as to when you want to pop it into your chest and when you want to use it. So some of the best teams, when they get map control and they get the camouflage, let's say they kill 4 people before they actually pick up that camo, they might not pop it straight away. They may instead get into a position where they can then correctly time it so that they can have those full 30 seconds to put it to good use, rather than a 25 seconds that they might get if they popped it straight away. So there's all these little things, these little nuances that can really make a difference at the highest level of Halo, and I'm sure we will see that meta develop as we go on through the life cycle of Halo Infinite. But certainly setting up and getting the camouflage is extremely difficult on Aquarius. You saw the sightlines there. You are so vulnerable, so visible from both bases, and even though there are little kind of nooks and crannies you can hide behind, you can tuck your head away, because you are also then vulnerable from both P side and car side, you are going to be seen at some point. So if you're going to be committing to that camo, you better believe you need some assistance from the rest of the team, otherwise you're likely just going to get gunned down.
Got bad news, everybody.
Oh no.
We're going to be a few moments away from
my fault again?
number 1. No, it's not your fault, unfortunately. Cool. It's just where we are. Online broadcast, everyone. We want to get the game sorted. Unfortunately, one of the players is having a little bit of trouble getting things sorted on his end. We'll get it sorted as soon as we can. It's out of our control. Apologies. It means that you're going to have to look at our ugly mugs for a few more minutes. My question to you, Dan, is we looked at Aquarius. What plants are actually being grown in Aquarius? You need to know the lore on it.
Yes, I'm not much of a gardener, if I am completely honest. There probably is a specific set of plants that 343 have decided to put in there, but I can't comment. I can't speculate.
For hidden Xperia, to be honest with you, the lore behind the plants on Aquarius. But I mean, let's talk about some of the other performances in the bracket. XZ taking that game. I think XZ actually impressed me quite a lot yesterday.
They did.
With the way that they were playing. It was we haven't really seen much of them, but the fact that we did get that day 1 of the tournament to kind of have a look at some of the teams we hadn't seen too much, it shows that it's not just a case of, you know, the top 3 teams, top 4 teams, top 5 teams kind of working their way through a bracket. Every single match inside it feels like the top 12 at the moment is incredibly competitive.
Yeah, I mean, if my calculations are correct, which most of the time they are, XZ will be the number 1 seed going into the open bracket, with finishing in 9th with their overall points from these 3 tournaments, and that is going to be them tearing through that open bracket. And I very much expect them to be in the championship bracket after they get through the open, and Kratos is probably going to be screaming his way through Raleigh, and I'm expecting it during that series when they played against Sentinels off stream earlier in that lower bracket, which was a pretty much must win for them. Kratos got 1 big double kill to finish things off and win that 50-49. I could only imagine the kind of reaction he would have had online, and just imagine if it's going to be on LAN. I'm so excited for LAN because I think we're going to get so many good reactions.
I get to leave my house. I get to breathe oxygen for the first time outside of these 4 walls. It's going to be a wonderful thing. Welcome back, everybody, by the way. Apologies again to everyone. We can't get into the game for now, but it does mean you get to see a lot in Bravo. And what's not to like about that?
Yeah, we should get to see Lottie. I'm here too, by the way.
Appreciate that, Gas. No, it's all about, it's the Bravo. It's all about the Bravo right now. No, gentlemen, fantastic stuff. Obviously, you know, hats off to you guys for filling that. Obviously, problems happening technical wise on the ends of some of our players here, but it is what it is. We're online. This is the world we're living in, but I appreciate all of your patience, of course, as we're getting into the game. Fellas, obviously, we've had a bunch of action already today, so why not recap some of it and some of the best moments? Brav, bringing you back into this conversation, mate. You know, so much has happened. We've had a really close game so far as well, so lots to look forward to. What's been the highlight so far of your day?
Man, I gotta say, just the most action-packed and surprise-packed winter semifinals we've had in Halo Infinite to date. Both of those series on both The top and bottom side of the winners bracket were just incredible. We didn't, of course, get to watch much. Dan got to see a lot more of that inconceivable C9, but what an amazing best of 5. You see amazing tweets coming in from Pistola and Spartan just saying, like, holy crap, what a series. Both of them saying GG's to each other. Both of those teams have so much to be proud of. So as much as we love the spiciness on the timeline, we also love to see kind of really also just the camaraderie between even opponents in these series. So it's just been an amazing way to start the day. And even though it's been a little bit of time to get into these matches, one thing that is for sure, once we're in, these are great series. So I can't wait to get into this next series of the day.
They're worth the wait.
Yeah, definitely. They are worth the wait. That is for damn sure. Gaskin, we kind of discussed a little bit about CTF on Bazaar in particular. And we also kind of discussed about Optic and why that really didn't go in their favor, because we're used to seeing them close a CTF Bazaar out pretty convincingly. Obviously the confidence there and a little bit of complacentness, I think, as well, coming forward from Optic. You know, what did you notice about the Optic roster there in that particular series against United, and why they kind of couldn't really deliver the W in that?
I think a lot of it came down to how United were playing. They were being very awkward, and I'm not really surprised. When you've got a player like Ryan featuring in any squad, he always has been a little slippery snake. He knows how to get in behind you, he knows how to be a nuisance, and if he is in your base when you're trying to pull a flag, you've got to prioritize him. And every single time Optic wanted to make a move, they wanted to try and get across the map, someone from United was being a thorn in their side. And I think even though Optic, they played it all right, there were times where they maybe overcommitted to a push after getting a 3 dead, and there was usually one player just being in the back of their base. So I think their biggest learning lesson from that would be, let's make sure we at least send one player back to get that guy who's being a little rat, so that we can ensure we can pull that flag correctly. But I think it was an interesting series. I think that Optic still coming out on top says a lot about them, because United really pushed them to that next level, which we hadn't really seen. I think you could say that for both the winners bracket semis. I mean, coming into this tournament, Cloud9 had only lost to Optic. Optic had only lost to Cloud9, but then in the winners bracket semis, we've just seen 2 teams take 2 maps off them, which really shows the gulfing difference is starting to close now between the very top teams in North America and those of the chasing pack.
Indeed, I do kind of like the switch-ups that we're seeing as well, with United kind of on the rise here. Cloud9 having a little bit of a bumpy road recently as well, especially this week. Onset, obviously, I kind of want to take us all back to that oddball on Streets that United just delivered to us. It was just absolutely stunning. Obviously, casting that one, you know, how hyper moments like that, and we've discussed this before with the rounds coming through now with Oddball and the competitiveness that you can feel coming across on your screen. But how was that one to cast?
Stressful, to be honest with you. It's one of those things, like, you're so used to casting Halo and seeing a lead and the clock ticking down, and kind of things start to wind down, but it's never the case here in Infinite. You know, 1 second on the clock is enough to completely turn around, which is a difficult thing to say, but I mean, it's just indicative of how important the changes were to Oddball, to the game types, to make them as exciting as we have seen. And just remember, we've only had 3 days of competitive play that we've been broadcast, and we've had the opportunity to commentate over some of the craziest games that we've seen in competitive Halo for some time. So if we've only had 3 days of broadcast, we have 3 days in total at Raleigh where we're going to be having games going on. You can only imagine what it's going to be like in a live setting. It's going to be so fun to watch, and every time we go from day to day to day, we're seeing more and more and more from these players, and it's wonderful to watch, and it's a testament to how hard they're working to be prepared for that Raleigh event.
Yeah, I think preparation is key, and obviously having these qualifiers, having these opens is really aiding a lot of these players and teams getting to LAN. It's great to get the reps in, great to get, you know, obviously players on the sticks and whatnot. Online is obviously a little bit different to LAN. It's going to be, I think, a little bit more of a kick in the air in terms of competition. This is where it gets really fierce. But obviously, brand new game, brand new rosters coming through as well. Bravo, brand new casting skills for you to learn as well. And I wonder, in terms of the new maps, in terms of everything that you've kind of taken in from our opens and our qualifiers, what has been one of your favorite maps and modes to commentate? What is the fave combo?
I think, honestly, just to piggyback off what you guys were just saying, the first game type that comes to my head has got to be Oddball on Streets, just because it is a game type that delivers, like we talked about, there is no moment to breathe. You have to be sprinting off spawn every time. And look at the way the Spartan and Ryan Noob worked together in the back of the base in that round 3 to stop the clock at 99. That can happen at any moment in the game. So that game that we saw in our winter semifinals is maybe no greater evidence that Oddball Streets is a pretty fantastic game type to watch in terms of speed and what teams need to do. It's really a test.
Yeah, it really is. And I think also Streets as a map in itself, you know, it really leads itself into the route you take as well as a team. The rotation potential of this map is huge. It's very claustrophobic. There's lots of different alleyways. You know, you've got neons, you've got cafe, you've got arcade, you've got PD, which can be a nade fest, and it can be a little bit scary at times, especially if you're trying to get into that A tower and break one. But it's a really awesome map to watch. And I think Oddball's really lending itself very, very well to that one. So competitively, that's got to be one of my favorites as well. And then you got Live Fire with the sniper. Come on. On set. I mean, surely that's got to be a favorite coming out here.
But I'm just saying, when I get a sniper in my hands, we win games. Not because of me, but we win games probably. And I've got to say, it's a lot of fun to snipe on this game. It's a lot different though, I will say, from previous Halos. It's it makes the clips that we see even more insane. I see Frosty playing like it's Halo 5 still, and I'm like, how are you doing this? So yeah, there's still a big skill gap with that sniper rifle, which I love to see. And I'll just look forward to some more crazy clips coming in from the players.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to go to a quick break right now. When we come back, we're hoping to have things up and running for you guys. Sentinels versus Cloud9 is waiting for your screens. It will be here, I promise you, but we'll see you guys right after this.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Trick kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the HCS Kickoff Qualifier. We're into day 2 here. We're heavily into day 2 actually. We're in elimination quarterfinals. What we're trying to be. Anyway, if you guys have just joined us, you would know that we've been on your screens for a little bit of time now, and that's usually not the fan favorite, but nevertheless, we're here and we're ready to talk about some Halo. While we are waiting for the lobby to fix itself and to get straight into this next game, we're going to talk about EU, because you might have heard that we have some epic regions that are also taking part in our HCS roadmap for this season. And my goodness, have EU been working hard, especially Cartel. Dan Gaskin, talk to me about this European region and what has been going on, because obviously we can see Cartel, OEX have qualified for Raleigh, but what really has been shaken up in Europe?
Yeah, I had to leave my baby behind, my Europe. I had to I just watched it happen and unfold over the past 2 days, but it seemed like it was the same as when I left. Cartel and OEX were still 1 and 2. They qualified for Raleigh. They're going to be the main seeds in pool play, so they will avoid the top 2 North American teams. However, Na'Vi and HMDA also qualify for Raleigh based on the points they've accumulated, so we will be seeing Na'Vi there. Don't worry if you're a Na'Vi fan and you see those asterisks and you think, oh, are Na'Vi going to be there? Yes, they are. Na'Vi performed so much better today. We saw in the losers bracket finals, it was a 3-2 victory to OEX over Na'Vi, and Na'Vi were just a single point away from actually winning that series, not for a clutch comeback from OEX in the end. So that's how close Na'Vi have now taken themselves to OEX after consistently losing to them over the past few weeks. But I'm very impressed with what I've seen from Cartel, Lottie, and I'm sure that kind of Bravo and Mark will agree with me here. They are the flag runner for Europe. They are going to be waving the flag. If anyone is going to break into that kind of top 8 of North America, it's going to be Cartel.
It's the Cartel Cup. That's what we've been calling it. I mean, it's pretty much become that. Just that's 3 wins in a row for them. I mean, it's very difficult to stop them. I will say Na'Vi looked a lot better this week than they have in previous weeks. They seem to have figured out a few things that they needed to put right, and it was a very close series, like you were saying, Dan, against OEX. They did throw the game that they did lose, though. Unfortunately, that turned around that series. The Strongholds one you were talking about, they were very down on themselves about that, understandably, but they'll be back. They'll be strong, and I'm sure that Na'Vi will put in a pretty good performance through that open bracket too.
Yeah, Dan, question for you from me as the representative amongst us, this crew here who has seen the most on-screen EU action. Anything that's standing out playstyle-wise? You know, historically in Halo, you could see each region play a little bit differently in terms of speed. What are they prioritizing? How fast is the meta evolving? Anything that stands out when you contrast that with what people have seen in North America that stands out for you in EU?
I think Europe have always been historically a lot slower than North America in their gameplay in general. We prefer setups. We prefer trying to play a more methodical style at times. Yeah. However, Cartel I don't think are like that. Cartel like to play more aggressive. They're hyper aggressive on Strongholds. They're constantly rotating as a 4. They're looking to try and go for that trip cap. They don't allow their other team to breathe or set up, which is I think why they're finding so much success in Europe, because the rest of the European teams do want to play it a little bit slower. They do want to play for those kind of perfect setups, and because of that they're suffering against the likes of Cartel, which may happen again when we see Europe transition over to North America. They start to play some of these NA teams who do play quite fast-paced at times, quite relentless with their pressure, but it can go 2 ways. I think there are some game types that certainly do lend a hand towards playing a little bit slower, but for the majority, more of these game types lend a hand towards those who play a little bit faster. So I do think NA are still kind of leaps head and shoulders above the rest of Europe for now, but it's really going to be the true test of LAN when we can really answer that story.
I think pacing for Cartel has been pretty incredible, actually. I think that's starting to kind of push them away from the rest of the pack there, especially at the top. I did manage to catch a interview from Snipe Drone, Dan, and obviously I would love to hear what you think about this, because he actually said that he's trying to catch up pacing-wise with the rest of his teammates, that they play so fast and he's having to really, you know, start to buckle down and play as fast and up to their kind of pace there. Talk to me about that and kind of the insides of it.
It's why they've only really lost Slayer game types to other teams, is because Snipe Drone tries to slow the game down whilst the rest of his team is all running as a unit, and Snipe Drone gets caught out a little bit. And if he's not playing at his very best, that's when we start to see Cartel suffer, because it is kind of 3 players and 1 player. And when other teams start to realize that, they can take advantage of it and they can start to pick apart Snipe Drone. I do think it's quite funny, because we joke sometimes about, you know, the language barrier. Is Snipe Drone speaking French? Are they speaking English? They try and speak English, he tries to speak French. But I think for the most part, as long as Snipe Drone is playing well, he can kind of let those 3 do the thing. And as long as he can keep up with them some sorts in his play style, then Cartel look terrifying. And it does sound crazy, like him trying to keep up with them, when Snipe Drone historically has been a player who can play fast-paced. He likes to anchor, he likes to sit with a sniper, he likes to sit with the Stalker rifle at times. So there are game types that really lend to that ability, and that's why Cartel can be terrifying on various different aspects of Halo Infinite.
I think also looking at the list that we saw previously in terms of kind of the results here and how things have ended at the qualifier for EU, looking at Na'Vi, obviously you spoke about their journey and what a struggle it's been, but the fact that they are improving, you know, on set, Na'Vi, I think, might have had a bit of pressure potentially coming into this brand new season. I think it's a household name in Europe. And talk to me about that team and kind of, I think, maybe the pressure that they could have felt coming into this season and obviously falling short.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of pressure on their shoulders. I'm not gonna, you know, pretend it isn't. If you've got your name as the one European team who is you know, partnered with one of the HCS partner teams in Na'Vi, people are going to be looking at you to win everything, right? If you're the only team who has been picked up. But I look at that team, I have no worries. I don't worry about them at all, especially when you get to a live event. They're 4 of the most experienced live LAN event players. All of them been to America numerous times. All of them had very, very good placings, and all of them showed the ability to be calm, to be cool and composed in those big games on LAN against American teams and some of the best teams in the world. It's just a matter of time for them. And I think that Cartel and OEX, when they get to LAN, I think they still have to prove themselves. And I mean that with the greatest respect to them, because I want to see them succeed. But until, you know, you get to those big events, you get to those big moments in the live arena, that's where you're really tested, because it's not just your ability in game, it's out of game, everything that's going on around you. Can you adapt, you know, to the team across from you, the crowd, all of those things that you got to factor in. So for Na'Vi, I think it's just a matter of time. And as I say, they could have been in the grand finals today. They arguably should have been in the grand finals today, where they could have taken on Cartel. But I think there's good signs for them. I think week by week, they're getting better and better.
Well, it's fantastic to hear, and I appreciate so much the updates from the European region. Fantastic stuff. Can't wait to see our 2 teams at Raleigh as well. We're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we'll have some updates on what on earth is going on in the bracket, what match we're going to, so much more. So we'll see you after this. Hello everyone and welcome back to the HCS Kickoff Qualifier. Now, I have an update. We have something very exciting happening, and that is going to be the winners finals. You've heard right, correct. We are moving on swiftly to Optic versus Inconceivable. And don't worry, I'm sure we will have real-time updates for you guys because our casters, they do it all. They're multitasking gods, what can I say? But gentlemen, just to start things off and start this conversation, Optic versus Inconceivable, obviously Inconceivable's being Sniped Down and co. Lots of household names on the roster. The big question really is right now, Brav, is, can they do it? Can they take down the back-to-back champions we've seen in the Opens? Does Inconceivable have what it takes?
Well, I'll tell you what, we asked the same question a little while ago when they were going up against Cloud9, and you might have watched it off stream, and they answered pretty resoundingly yes, that they did have what it takes to take down the number 2 right now in Cloud9, and I think it's absolutely possible. However, Optic Gaming looks really strong as well. This is going to be a fantastic series, and I'd want to watch no other than these two teams duke it out here in this bracket. It's going to be really good to see who ends up staying in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to move this conversation on, I think Gaskin, obviously, Dan, the stats man. That is, you are fantastic at stats, Dan. Let's be honest. So with that being said, we will see our maps and game modes a little bit later on, but based on the knowledge that you have of this series, what does it kind of look like? How are we shaping up with it?
Well, something that I was discussing with Bravo, the previous series where we saw Optic going toe-to-toe, was the game types that they saw were some of their best game types. And that means that naturally we're going to see some of Optic's weaker game types here in this series, Lottie.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. Well, gentlemen, look, I have nothing left to give here other than to give you the mic. Onset Gaskin, please take us into our winners finals.
Oh, with pleasure. With pleasure. We are going to some gameplay very soon. We've had a little bit of a wait, everybody. We're sorry. Hopefully you've been somewhat entertained by the conversation that's been going on. But the good news is, as I say, we're about to head into what will be a banger of a matchup. We've got Optic Gaming once again in our winners bracket semi-final, going up against Inconceivable, who have looked devastating.
Yeah, this winners bracket final is going to be a juicy one. It's probably not the winners bracket final we were expecting to see. Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming is what has been so much that we've seen the two giants going against each other. But now, Inconceivable, they took down those giants, they took down Cloud9, and they would love to take down another giant here in Optic Gaming.
And we'll look at the games and the maps we're going to be playing in just a few seconds as well. But what a run it's been from Inconceivable as well over the last day or so, taking down some very, very notable teams on their way to this winners bracket final. Like you mentioned, Dan, Optic Gaming would be the cherry on top of the cake, so to speak, as we do look at that series lineup.
And I guess I can start to dive into things a little bit. As I mentioned earlier, we saw a lot of Optic's best game types in the previous series, so now we start to see some of their worst game types. And actually, statistically, CTF Aquarius is their worst game type, even though they've won it 6 times and lost it twice. They did lose it twice to C9 in those grand finals and the winners bracket finals respectively last weekend. So it is certainly a map which shows their weaknesses. There is definitely something that Inconceivable can take from that and maybe can expose them. Just giving you percentages across the board. Street Slayer, they've got an 83% win rate to Optic Gaming, 71% on Oddball Recharge, a 100% win rate on Stronghold's Live Fire, and my best stat is they've yet to lose on any Live Fire map, which I think is nuts. They just seem to have some domination of that, whether it be Strongholds, whether it be Oddball, whether it be Slayer, they just keep winning. And then Bizarre Slayer, also one of Optic's weaker game types. They've lost that twice as well.
That's very interesting you say that about Live Fire in particular as a map. Some other maps I wouldn't be so surprised, because there's what feels like when you're watching those games a little bit more of an element of control, but Live Fire can be a little bit all over the place. But Optic have obviously found a way to make it work. But for Inconceivable now, what is the key? For me, it's scavenging. It's keeping the weapons out of Optic Gaming's hands that you can find around the map.
Yeah, how many times do you see some of these best players in Halo Infinite, you know, walking around always with something in the back pocket that can make a difference in a fight, whether that be as simple as dynamo grenades, whether that be a mangler, whether that be a heat wave. There is always something, even if it's just a grapple, even if it's a thrust, they can change a fight, and one fight can change an entire all 4 dead, or it could change an entire flag pool. These are all the things you've got to be focusing on. So straight off spawn, you've got to be thinking, what can I actually grab? What's coming up? Timings are definitely going to be important. And we also need to see focus on the camouflage top middle as well, because that can make a difference. That can make a difference for one flag run. You can kind of get that camo on the go, and you can get behind an entire team, Mark. We've seen it so many times where once that camo is popped, you can be a real nuisance in the opposition base, throw that flag out, do some damage, and then the rest of the team, they just do everything else that needs to be done.
I think one thing that's interesting to watch as well and to note is that you look at the players across Optic Gaming, we know how individually skilled they are. They don't miss too many bullets, but you can say the same about Inconceivable. Some of the best BR shots that you have in the game, you have Snipe Down, and I'm not going to mention that too much because we've talked about him enough, but you look at Bound, you look at Falcated. I mean, those two alongside Boo Boo Doo, they don't miss too many bullets, and I think to put pressure onto Optic Gaming, you need to be winning your 1v1s where you have that advantage. There's 4 players on this lineup on Inconceivable that can do that and do it consistently as well.
Yeah, I think Inconceivable have got a very Slayer-heavy team when you look at them. They're 4 players you really can all pop off, and I think that's very important, because if you've got a couple of players who maybe just tend to go towards the objective, yes, it can work, but if that one Slayer that you've got on your team doesn't pop off, then suddenly you're going to struggle a little bit, because you're going to be outslayed by the other team. You need those mammoths on your team, and this Inconceivable roster, I think it just offers a little bit of everything, and I think that's what's quite terrifying. And when we looked at that roster formed, in the Open 1, they had to stop playing because Snipe Down had other commitments, sure. Open 2, they got that little bit further, and now here in Kickoff Qualifier, they've got top 3 already guaranteed, and that is a huge statement that they've made to the rest of the tournaments, and I'm really expecting them to give this a good go here against Optic Gaming. Cloud9, they would have been stunned, they would have been shocked by the loss, and now I think for Inconceivable, they've got to just carry on with that momentum and try and do exactly the same to Optic here.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think that they've got to, as you say, just got to take them on the back foot and put them on the back foot early. I always feel like game one in these series is so vital, just because, you know, Optic, if you're inside the head of any of the Optic players right now, they can do no wrong. They feel like they can't lose a series, especially a best of 5, where they get the opportunity to maybe slip up once, but, you know, majority of the time, like you say, you've seen the records against the teams they've played. They're winning the majority of the maps that they are playing. So game one in a series, vital. Just put them on the back foot. Just plant that little seed of doubt, especially coming off the back of a really nail-biting series against E United, where Optic had to clutch up in that game 5.
And I just want to kind of read something that Pistola said to me earlier when I was having a conversation about him, because I loved hearing it. He said he's never been more confident outside of the game, and it just bleeds into the game. Because as a team, they're so chill. He said no one lets their egos get in the way, and they all play as a unit. He says they're vibing. He's not going to lie. It feels like the Instinct roster, but more mature. And I think that just speaks volumes. We remember how amazing that Instinct roster was, but now we've got some grown-up lads who know how to put their differences aside if there is something going wrong. As he said, you leave your egos at the door. You don't allow that to take over anything in the game. And that is a powerful roster. I've always been one for saying a team should be all about chemistry, all about good vibes. If you're friends outside of the game, that is going to transition well into the game. And it just seems like all the boxes are being ticked for this team at the moment, and I think they will go from strength to strength the further they go in tournaments.
Yeah, you mentioned that Instinct roster and the coach who's going to be stood behind Optic Gaming, that's been in all their calls and been working incredibly hard. He's given a shout out to Box. Lunchbox has been stood behind him. I mean, an icon of Halo. It's great to see him back involved in the competitive scene, and one of the greatest brains you could possibly have behind you. One of the greatest objective players that we had back in Halo 3, Halo Reach. We know about all that run that, you know, Instinct and Pistola and him were managed to put together. One of the greatest runs we've seen in tournament play. I mean, there's not too many people better, I think, to have behind you just to fill in those little gaps in the comms that you see in the heat of the moment.
And certainly, you know, earlier I was saying that you get teams that are full of slayers, and sometimes you're not necessarily going to have people who know how to focus the objective or don't prioritize the objective as much. If you've got a coach like Lunchbox stood behind you, he certainly is going to be telling you when you need to be prioritizing that objective, when you need to be pulling that flag, when you need to be going for a touch, when you need to be going for a re, if you should be holding the ball, if you should be rotating the ball, if you should be getting in the stronghold. The man's going to know it. It's such a good brain to have behind you. There was a lot of questions asked, I think, about coaches. Are they going to be important? Because you can see now when rockets are coming up, when's Overshield coming up. And sure, they don't have to do as much of a job when it comes to timing, but there's so much more that coaches are going to be important for behind the scenes as well, keeping spirits up, keeping momentum, picking up people's heads when they let them drop after losing a series or losing a map. And I do think that Optic have just got the right formula when it comes to their 4 players and their coach.
Well, after Aquarius capture the flag, we're going over to Streets Slayer. Again, everybody, apologies for the delay in getting this game started. We want to get into the action just as much as everybody who is watching at home right now. So again, we extend our apologies. There's not too much we can do about these sort of things. We're trying to get into the game, as I mentioned, as quick as we possibly can. But Streets Slayer is a game type where it's a constant battle for rotations. And we're seeing that more and more now, Dan, especially with the scavenging that is available. People rotating down Neons to get that Bulldog. The Rockets. I mean, how have you seen this game type develop over, you know, the couple of weeks that we've seen it played now?
Certainly, I've seen both regions go toe-to-toe on Street Slayer, and they play it slightly differently, but I think the main thing that ties both regions and all regions together on Street Slayer is this is a messy game type that is a lot about survivability. There's so many little corners that you can duck around, you can sprint around, and it's about confidence, it's about angles, it's about knowing which fights you can actually take. If you are one shot and you get round a corner and you see your teammate in a little bit of trouble, you can usually help them because you're not going to be shot from behind, and the person you're shooting is probably not going to prioritize you unless they're getting screamed at with a call out. So I think trying to find a little bit of structure amongst that madness is where you will actually find success here on Street Slayer. Be calm, know how to prioritize rockets, make sure you're there, prioritize the Bulldog as well, because that can make a really big difference. And we have seen some teams absolutely snowball out of control once they start to get the other team on a spawn cycle here on Street Slayer, because you spawn them all in station, you collapse on them, you kill them, they spawn over towards Cafe, you collapse on them again, and you just rinse and repeat. It's difficult to do, but when it does work, it really is a pleasure to watch. And just to go back to the statistics, we've seen 5 victories for Optic Gaming of the 6 games they've played. They've lost it once, and they did lose it to Cloud9. And one thing that Cloud9 did very well against Optic Gaming on this was collapse on them, was just frustrate them, not allow Optic to have any sort of room to breathe here on this game type.
A little update from the bracket for you as well. Shout out to Lottie for that. E United beat G2 3-0. So unfortunately, G2 still looks to be struggling a little bit at the start of Infinite. I'm sure when it gets to land and they get in that live environment, they will be looking to put that right and remind everyone just how good they are, as I previously mentioned.
Oh, I've got another update
will be
for
playing. You. Yeah, go on. Talk to me.
I've got you know, earlier you asked me about the plants on Aquarius. Someone said it looks like it could be a type of vine, like the Boston ivy, which is fast-growing, German ivy, or English ivy. I could run an analysis, and they say if you get me a sample, I can see if it's a subspecies or a new variant. Shout out to UNC Butler, who just managed to provide that a little bit of analysis for us on what the plants may be on Aquarius. Cheers.
See, I just got a reply from Hidden Xperia that just said, if there's anything that comes out about it, I'm making a video on plant law. I mean, the man will make a video about anything. Shout out to you, Luke. Awesome member of the Halo community. Hopefully we can get into this game as soon as possible. But another update for you. It will be E United who will be playing the winner of C9 versus Sentinels. That match is going on now. Unfortunately, I had some problems getting into the lobby, and hopefully we can get into this Optic Gaming versus Inconceivable game as soon as possible, because to be honest, Dan, I've been able to watch any Halo for a while. I'm starting to get a little bit itchy.
I'm going to throw him under the bus. Mark, I'm going to do it. I'm going to throw him under the bus. I've just seen, we're waiting, right, on APG, because he's playing a game of matchmaking. And I'm going to throw him under the bus here, because there are priorities in order, APG. Right, if you are in APG stream, if he's streaming now, go in, tell him to quit that game. He'll take the 30-minute ban or whatever it is, and we'll get into custom games.
APG, you play that game out.
No!
You play that game out. But to be fair, they might have been moved ahead of schedule, so don't show any. Don't throw in shade at Brad. Brad's
I
good
will.
Guy. All right, he's not Dan. It's not all about you, Dan. It is all about you. Don't worry, it's always all about you, Dan Gaskin. Anyway, let's come back to us, because we've looked at this beautiful graphic quite long enough, and now you get to see our beautiful faces.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna play a game of matchmaking whilst I'm here. It'll be fine.
All right. Fair enough. I get what you're trying to say, okay? Sorry, everyone. Keep apologizing. There's only so much we can do as casters. We do know that Dan has the ability to start the games, but unfortunately it's remote, and I'm not sat next to him to get him to actually start the game. So blame Dan. I say blame Dan. Blame Dan. What do you think's taking this whole thing though, Dan, from what you've seen so far?
I guess we haven't spoke about predictions, have we?
Who's going to actually win the tournament that we're currently commentating on? Yeah.
I think, I mean, you didn't get to see Inconceivable's games because you were casting the other winners bracket semi-final. I was really impressed with what I saw from Snipe Down & Co. I think you've got 4 players who really want it. They've got that desire. How many times do I talk about players who always do everything to win the game? And I say Lethal is a similar player on Sentinels, right? He will jump on that ball when he needs to. He will dive into that stronghold when he needs to. And I think that's important. I think there are 4 players here who have that desire. Add that to their ability and the shots that they can hit as well. They suddenly become very scary. But you can very easily say the same thing about Optic Gaming here. They do exactly that. Their chemistry is going to be a little bit stronger. Optic are more practiced. We know that. So I would be expecting still Optic to come out on top. And I think it's all going to come down to these tiny little differences. Something I noticed in the Inconceivable versus Cloud9 game was, for example, on Oddball, just the ability to consistently play that ball, to be a nuisance and to throw that ball for Streets, for example, out towards bottom middle, to make it really difficult for your opposition team to pick up any time. And the same can be said for Strongholds. Make sure someone's always working their way around the map, be a nuisance, not allow them to pick up time on that. And Flag, again, we've saw E United doing it earlier against Optic. Get behind them on Bazaar. Be that player, be that thorn in the side, throw that flag out, bring their attention elsewhere. All these little tiny things can really make or break a series.
So we were discussing off camera a few moments ago, you know, what we could do for content pieces while we were waiting. And one of the ideas that came up was Twitch chat. We read it. You know, like mean tweets.
Casters read Twitch chat.
Read Twitch chat. I'm just saying, I'm opening it now. Okay, that's where we are. Well, we're waiting for this game to go. We've talked about so much Halo. We've talked about so much this tournament.
That's a dark place.
I know. I'm going to regret it in about 3 seconds' time. I saw Dan Gaskin Hart. I mean, I presume the rest of the Twitch chat is just as popular. That's what I'm going to say. Just as positive and all that kind of stuff. We're only joking, of course. We love everybody who's watching us right now and appreciate you for sticking with us through this. Trust me. When I say trust me, we want the game as just as much as you do. We're the biggest Halo fans in the world, and nothing is going to stand between us getting the game played to you as quick as we physically can. But unfortunately, physically, Dan, just can't get it right now.
No, we can't. But something, I guess, something I could talk about, because I do love my stats. I do love my permutations and whatnot. Well, you might be asking yourself, what are these teams playing for, considering we now know our teams that are going to be going to Raleigh. Well, top 4 get the top 4 seeds. They'll all be in separate pools. The other 4 get randomly put into those pools. So it's very important you still get top 4 to give yourself a better pool.
I'm not getting ahead of myself.
I'm hoping
here,
it's starting here.
because I've seen this video before, okay? I've seen this video before, and it wasn't followed up by gameplay, but I'm hoping it will be for everybody involved.
There's the German
Apologies
Ivy.
for the delay. But here we go, and the game is finally live! Optic Gaming versus Inconceivable. Winners bracket finals. I mean, thank goodness, everybody. We're here, and off the start here, Inconceivable will lose 3.
See, now if it's going to be a blowout, everyone's going to be disappointed. It better be worth the wait, and that's what I'm saying. Optic and Inconceivable, I want to see this go all the way down to the wire. And already, Mark, Optic are in the base of Inconceivable. They are pulling that flag, but we do see Falcade with the camo.
Oh, we can make such a big play here. He's going to get turned on, but he gets the double beat down, taken down to no shields, but that is going to buy the time that Inconceivable needed. APG in a 1v1. Luckily, those shots were warmed up in matchmaking just a few seconds ago, and Booba Doobu is going to be on that return with a sidekick in hand as well. That is a big defensive play early from Inconceivable.
Massive that we were able to see that camouflage be there. Otherwise, that could have been entirely different. We might have seen Optic go 1-0 up, and now we have the counter cap possibility. Something you see on Aquarius CTF, not all teams will prioritize pulling the flag after all 4 dead. They'll run it and they'll slay at the same time. It's what Inconceivable have tried to do here.
Sidekick is going to work for Booba Doobu. My word, those shots connected. And Falcated is already moving that flag across the needle side. He's got it back to his bridge, and you can see the sign that says deliver. Well, it's going to be delivered right now. Inconceivable. First flag on the board in the game will go to the team dressed in blue.
And it does seem like a while ago when I mentioned the statistics for these game types, but I will reiterate, this is arguably one of Optic's worst game types in the whole pool of Halo Infinite. So if Inconceivable can take advantage of that and get a victory here, it will give them the perfect footing in this series. And what a way to start. Optic trying to respond with a pull of their own, but it looks like Inconceivable off spawn have done enough to stop it.
Yeah, Optic are actually looking to run back-to-back here, and they're picking up the kills to do so. That's 3 dead. Lucid was last alive. 1 player's come off respawn, as Falcated's already got that flag back to his closet. He's moving across the bridge, and just like a few moments ago, this could be Falcated converting. Bound's going to get that touch. Lucid is trying to do what he can to slow him down. Can he get around this corner? Lucid's going to be chasing him, and Lucid has done enough, at least to delay as the rest of Optic swarm now onto the Inconceivable base.
Snipedown was waiting to try and be sneaky and hoping he could assist, but that is a fantastic collapse from Optic Gaming to ensure that it wasn't going to be them falling 2-0 down. If they hadn't have been so successful with that push, it was going to be very detrimental, but they collapsed successfully. They pinched, they made sure they all pushed at the right time, and it really worked out for them.
1v1, Falcated versus APG. A little bit of assistance comes in from a teammate for APG as the kill does get traded out. But look at that flag. Now you've got Pistolas out top of this Needles. He's got a sidekick, but more importantly, that flag is moving, and it's looking like it was 1-0 to Inconceivable. Not for too long, as Optic now are looking to tie this up. Flag picked up, flag put home.
Just put home as well, and APG was there waiting just as we were waiting for him in his matchmaking game earlier. He would have put that in if he needed to, but Inconceivable with the grenade, taking down the rest of Optic here. This is a really fast-paced, frantic game. This is what I expected from these two teams, just really pushing each other to that next level.
2 down for Optic Gaming. Inconceivable once again doing a great job of slaying their way towards the base, and it's Bound this time who is moving the flag through that closet tunnel towards his teammate. If there's anyone in the base, they're going to have to deal with Lucid for now. You can see Snipedown and Boo Boo just escorting this flag back. Such a vital and pivotal thing you have to do on this game to secure flag caps. Falcated has fallen though. Booba Dooba is trying to get across, but that heat wave is going to be difficult to deal with, and Lucid shows no remorse, shows no fear, and now we'll get the flag moving on the counter cap.
Who'd have thought Lucid's got a heat wave in the hand, just seems to always have something, and banking shots off the walls as well, really knowing how to utilize this heat wave to full effect. I love the attempt from Inconceivable. They set up for angles, they knew how they wanted to run that flag, but unfortunately, they just left too much alive on the side of Optic.
2 dead on either side. Boo Boo and Snipedown alive on the other side. It was APG and Ola for a few moments. Camo has popped top middle, so you're going to see these teams try and get into position to either burn that or get the kill, and maybe see the power up being dropped. But you can see the pressure that both teams are putting on this side of the map. It has become the place to be, so to speak. I'm not talking about a nightclub in the center of London. I'm talking about how to run those flags.
Certainly controlling this car area and running flags the car area seems to be what a lot of the pros are agreeing is the best route right now. Certainly there are some arguments for going bottom mid if you have a real slaying power and you are getting 4 down after 4 down. But for the most part, you can slay 2, you can pull that flag towards the closet area, and you really can get it to the other side of the map.
Look at this push coming in from Optic Gaming, though. Side kick, and they pick up the kill. Booby is going to have to back down to Pistola, and Pistola is going to back down to the flag to get it moving once more. Any bound in the death screen for now. 2 dead for Optic Gaming, which means that Inconceivable do have a chance to at least put some pressure across the map and maybe stop Pistola at the 75-yard line. That's what's going to happen. Lucid's going to move in, though, and Lucid is going to get the touch on the flag, but he'll be taken down as well. APG last alive here. 4 dead for Optic. Wow. Inconceivable should be able to get this return.
I mean, during all that mayhem, Snipedown was on no shields, but still was able to get in and beat that flag down, and he was being a right nuisance, jumping around everywhere. The flag guy had no idea where Snipedown was, and because of that, they got the return, and now they're starting to run a flag of their own.
Falcated now. Commanding top middle, trying to put pressure onto APG at the back of the base. Good shots from him. Trippy's going to be trying to sneak up behind him. Top plants here. Still not sure what those plants are, but one thing we are sure of is that Snipedown's trying to get that flag back to his base. It's only a few feet away from being converted. And as you can see from Trippy's POV, he's just desperately trying to do what he can to stop that happening. Snipedown now kind of caught in the closet and going to be playing for kills instead. Flag out as well for Inconceivable, so Optic have got the pull. It's a bit of a standoff.
Every single player in the game right now has their head on the swivel, reacting fantastically to call-outs, and you've got to when you are in the ultimate lobby here. But one more flag goes in here for Inconceivable. They take a 2-1 lead. The bound is down the last remaining player.
Down picks up 1, though. 2 dead for Optic as well. So it's going to be a battle for the 50-yard line. Or maybe, as we're seeing this game type develop down, it's going to be a battle for those closets. If you've got the heat wave, you pretty much control it.
Yeah, and it will leave room for people to flank round to P. You saw APG do it a little bit earlier. When that flag was being run, he ran down through bottom P, he got into the opposition base, and he tried to be that thorn in the side. But it doesn't always work out. You have to be a confident player if you're going to do that, because you know you're going to be prioritized at some point. But certainly it does seem this car side, this closet side, is very much the party area right now.
APG falls, Bound will fall as well. Falcated trying to move in to put pressure onto Pistola, that side kick as well. Doing a lot of damage, not just to Pistola, but also a little bit of tick damage as well. There's the area denial coming in from those dynamo grenades that we've mentioned previously. Boobaduba and Falcated. It's one way to deal with Lucid, it's the double up.
Just looking across the stats in the moment, 16 and 12 for Falcated, Boo on the 13 and 12, Snipedown 14 and 11, so plenty of kills on the side of Inconceivable. They seem to be winning the Slayer battle at the moment. Pistola struggling ever so slightly with 7 and 13, just seems to be somewhat off the pace. A player who loves to react to those call-outs and just pick up those kills bottom mid, but there has been so much structure towards the car side. I can understand why Ola has struggled a little bit here.
Snipedown versus Ola. Snipedown's going to win that one. However, Palpatine getting involved once more to do a little bit of tick damage to Snipedown. Look at those shots from Lucid, though. Crispier than some deep-fried bacon, those ones, as Boobadubu now is the next challenge for him. And you can see, once again, just not backing down, locking that reticle onto Boobadubu and forcing him to retreat.
Lucid just playing this one patiently, and there's something that Optic have done really well throughout this, and I know they're 2-1 down, but they really have picked their times correctly. But one thing that's countered that is Inconceivable seem to always have someone there anchoring, waiting, and Snipedown has done it so often. He's really just been watching that flag, watching those runs, and prioritizing killing that guy who tries to flank behind.
3 minutes 30 here for Optic to get that flag moving. And at the moment, looks like they're trying to overload the lobby, but Snipedown doing so much damage to all 3 players who were entering. Now he's trying to survive as Pistola is going to get locked into that reticle, and it'll be Falcated who moves in to actually help him out. Falcated now will pick up yet another kill. Trippy in the 1v1. Trippy had to win that. Trippy did, but not without Bound. Almost immediately cleaning it up, and here is Boobadubu doing what he does best, getting in the base and causing problems.
3 were dead then for Optic Gaming, so off spawn they have to hit these grenades, but that is a fumble from the Boobadubu. The rest of Inconceivable now need to push up ever so slightly, gain some map control here to not allow Optic to push up too far, but APG's already in the base.
Yeah, Booby's got to be careful here because the overextension has already come in from Optic. They are in control of most of the map. The respawns will be coming in from Inconceivable. APG tries to stay alive, but what a play that is from Bound. That is ballsy. He slid straight in as we see once again the Dynamo nades stretching and doing what they can. It's down on the flagpole, but Pistola comes in and gets the pull at the last second.
They got so close there trying to train that one in, but Pistola recognizing the danger, sweetly and swiftly pushing in to throw out the opposition flag. And that was so close for Inconceivable, but just not quite there.
I mean, that was a huge play. Optic, all of them, stepping up when it matters. With 2 minutes or so left on the clock, you'd feel like with the way this game has been going, it might have been a little bit too much of an ask for them to maybe turn this around. Trippy with the thrust and Trippy with the shots. Snipe down trying to rotate back with Bound, though. This is an opportunity maybe to pull as those two players are going to be stuck just for a moment, but Trippy's going to re-challenge, and Bound will get the trade. Big play from Bound.
Slippy Trippy, indeed, just being so awkward in the base, but they had to take him down, and thankfully they were able to, otherwise things would have got awkward, but this flag is moving right now. Inconceivable have got 3 dead too.
Lucid should get this one home unless there is one player alive who can cause some problems, but as you can see from the player names, nobody really there as Lucid camouflaged, but with flag in hand, we'll tie this game up in our winners bracket final at 2-2. 1 minute 20 left on the clock.
It just seems like Aquarius CTF screams last minute equalizers. It screams overtime. We've seen it so much in Halo Infinite's history already, whether it be in Europe, whether it be in NA. It's just been happening all over the place. But Optic won't want to allow it to go to overtime. They've been there before. They know how this story ends. Instead, you've got 1 minute to try and prioritize pushing through that closet, working as a unit, get that flag out once more, and try and take the W here.
Snipe down winning the battle against Pistola. Trippy now trying to pick up the pieces, seeing what he can scavenge inside of the closet. Boo Boo and Lucid trade as well, when it looks like Trippy was going to try and play his life, but hello, Falcated sniffed him out. And most importantly, removed him from the closet. Falcated now trying to move up to these Dynamo grenades. I wonder if he's just waiting for them on the respawn so that they can make that push, but here's APG.
And I wonder, are these being timed? Because 2 players trying to prioritize those Dynamo grenades, the sizzle sticks, as Jersey calls them, because they really can make that difference. They can zone out players, they can give you information, and they can get you some huge kills. 20 seconds left, though. One last push for both teams.
Yeah, the problem here for Inconceivable is they're kind of trapped in the fridge. And even though they might be a little bit hungry, it's not where you want to be here on Aquarius. Lucid picks up the kill onto Bound. APG will pick up 2. Trippy picks up another. And all of a sudden, the pressure is on Inconceivable with his last few seconds. Is that flag going to get pulled? Oh. It is, but just a second too late.
OT. That's where we start to head ourselves. It just seems to happen so often here on Aquarius CTF. But both teams seem to have the other's number when it comes to those flag pulls. They know exactly how they're going to run them because they're running it very similarly. They are focusing that car area. They're pulling the flag in the same position, so they know how to stop it because they've been on the receiving end of it so many times. The camouflage was really important and played a massive factor in so many times in that game. So I'm expecting it to see prioritized here right from the get-go.
Falcated. A long overextension to start off here, just trying to get behind enemy lines, but now he's got to retreat back. As you can see, his teammate Bound is engaged with Pistola, so I like this play from Bound, recognizing that a 1v3 against the respawners is probably something he's not going to be able to win too easily. He's going to go for that buddy system and move in with his teammate. Trippy is going to get beaten down twice and put into the dirt, but Ola will jump out for that double kill. Or at least 2 in quick succession, 2 down for Inconceivable at this point.
You'll notice how all these players, they know how the melee system works by this point. They recognize that actually it is so much about getting up close and personal, utilizing that thrust, trying to hit those back smacks, and of course the sidekick, meleeing faster than the BR. It's very good to have that in your weapon arsenal.
Great play from Pistola. I mean, just broke the shield and immediately ran it, knowing that he couldn't be challenged. And now look at this, Inconceivable are 2 dead. Pistola's got that flag past the 50-yard line. He's already got it back into his gen. This is genius from Pistola. What seems like such a simple, quick decision turns into what could be the winning cap. And Optic Gaming clutch up, and it's all down to Ola.
And what is arguably one of Optic's worst game types, well, they're starting to turn it around. And look how glorious they look on the screen as well. But Optic, they played it perfectly. Pistola looked great for that last final pull, but what was happening off screen was Lucid going nuts with the heat wave. That's what you need as a player. You need to have that support when you're running the flag. You need to have someone just consistently slaying out for you. And not only was he slaying, he also got in position to finish that flag just in case Ola went down.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Optic Gaming in those final moments, but I'm always impressed by the players that kind of are made without firing a gun, if that makes sense. The kind of, like I'm talking about, that recognition of the situation from Pistola to know he'd broken a shield and then he had the time to get that flag out and get it moving, even though the stats don't show it, Dan. A great example of what Pistola does bring to this lineup. On the other side of things, only Snipe Down managing to get into the right side of the numbers as far as the KD ratio. 24 and 23 for him. But once again, APG putting up some big kills this time. 27 for him. Trippy, though, 25 and 18, the standout player.
Just to give you an update, what's happening in the elimination bracket as well between Sentinels and Cloud9, which is what we would have watched earlier. That's all tied up 1-1. A very close series indeed between those two teams. It's definitely a mouth-watering tie, and I'm very looking forward to who is going to be able to take that one and who is going to progress in the elimination bracket. But for Optic, they looked pretty woeful on Aquarius CTF at times previously in the Open Series, but here in this tournament this week, they've actually played it 3 times, they've won it 3 times. So they seem to have found that winning formula now that they didn't quite have in previous tournaments.
Well, this is some of the highlights from the game, and it was a lot of battles around this side of the map, and the sidekick is going to be a massive influence. Both of them spawning, or should I say one spawning either side inside of those closets. So those close quarter battles, to get that a little bit of damage done, get that shield broken and the melee off is certainly going to be to your advantage if you have the sidekick over the battle rifle that you start the game with. But Pistola, I was just so impressed with the routes he was taking during this game. Like I mentioned, maybe didn't have the best stats in the game, but certainly was a nuisance for the entirety of it.
Stats don't matter if they won the game, right? And I know that Ola is one of those players who very much reacts to call-outs at all times, and he will finish those one-shots. He's always been a player like that, but if I'm honest, the rest of Optic, they didn't really need their one-shots finished because they were just killing everything on their own. The amount of times we saw the heat wave come into play and just 1v1 fights were being won by both Lucid and Trippy. And APG was just constantly behind enemy lines. He was always rotating around through pink side, and he was saying, I'm just going to keep getting in your base. And if you're not going to prioritize me, I'm going to make your life a living hell. And boy, did he do that.
Well, moving towards our next game type, we're going to be going over to Streets Slayer, which is going to be certainly an interesting one for sure with the way that Inconceivable have been shooting, but maybe slightly more worrying for them in the fact that they got outslayed in that first objective game type than before the series got underway. But they've got to put those thoughts to the back of their mind. A chance for them to tie things up in this best of 5, but Optic Gaming, you have to say, Dan, still looking so strong.
Optic just look like they have an answer for everything, even when they're down and out, even when you think maybe it's not going to be going in their favor. They just turn things around. One player will step up, and then as soon as one does step up, the rest of the team seem to follow suit. I'm expecting to see a lot of prioritization for the Bulldog here, and teams are going to be passing it around and trying to do as much damage as possible.
Rockets immediately in the hands of Optic Gaming, as APG has them. 2 fallen to other Optic players around the map for now. Ola trying to move up onto those trash canisters as now the push is going to be made. APG tries to move in and collapse, like you're saying, on these final players alive, but Inconceivable doing a pretty good job of surviving for now. But as I say that, it's going to be 5-2 now, the lead to Optic.
They did delay well, and Bound gets a really important kill, but now there's 2 dead, and it means that the rest of Inconceivable need to quickly try and make up for those deaths, which is something they did do quite successfully there. And already I'm seeing how Optic are going to play this game type. If they get 1 or 2 dead, they are going to push on their advantage. They're going to make sure they take out those remaining players to really try and push that lead to a 4, 5, 6 kill gap at all times.
And it's a scary moment for Inconceivable, because every single time that you're not trading and not going for 1 for 2 in kills, Optic are going to collapse and Optic are going to make you play into their hands a little bit here, as Snipedown's going to be playing around the arcade. We're on the board with Booba Dooba right now, and you can see the Lucid's just kind of suppressing them at the moment with that Sentinel beam, but it doesn't matter because Booba Dooba is going to hit the shots he needs to create the opening here. 2 dead for Optic.
And are we going to see Inconceivable now do the same thing as Optic were doing, Mark? Are they going to collapse? Are they look to try and prioritize these advantages, or are they going to play this one a little bit differently? Sit back, allow the spawns for Optic, but force Optic to be consistently spawning down towards station so they always have that height advantage. There's 2 different ways you can play, but it looks like Optic off spawn, they all pushed out successfully, and they picked up some big frags here.
They did indeed. It just seems like Inconceivable are just a second or so off each other at the moment. But look at this position coming in from Bound. Manages to turn that situation into a trade. Pistola will also pick up one mid-map, as it looks like they're trying to set up around those rockets that are going to be coming up in just a few moments. But the score still in the favor of Optic, and it's that awkward moment now for Inconceivable where a couple of things don't go your way and all of a sudden you're playing catch-up.
Assault rifles, bulldogs, heat waves. There's always something in these Optic Gaming player hands. And look how everything slows down now as the rockets came up, APG was able to grab them, and Inconceivable don't want to give away any free kills.
APG did have those rockets, like you mentioned. 3 now fall to Inconceivable, and the collapse is going to come in on Boo Boo Doo from all of the players. But look at that spawn that came in. Pistola, the Scarpa's back to once where he came, as the rest of his teammates not quite into position to keep him alive for now. Pistola will fall, but a 6-2 start for him in this game is the perfect way to kick things off. Falcated in a 1v1. Falcated losing the 1v1 to APG, as Lucid also falls alongside him. Trippy trying to play his life, and look at that teamwork. Pistola and Trippy working so well together.
A map like this lends perfectly to the playstyle of Pistola, and I think that's why you see the fact he's 6-3, but he's got no assists. Usually, he's the player to finish off those kills. He's just listening. He doesn't call out as much as the rest of the team. Often those comms are flooded by the other 3 players, and he will just happily listen and do the damage after it's been dealt by the rest of his teammates. This is starting to become even more so of a lead now. 7 kills in favor of Optic Gaming, and Inconceivable, they need to stop this pattern of play, and maybe that will do it.
If Ola would have done that, that wouldn't have been a nice thing to see if you're an Inconceivable fan. It would have been pretty cool from my point of view, though. Optic Gaming now moving to set up, and a couple of them respawning around that tram station as Inconceivable try and keep the aggression up. But at the moment, the aggression is being met with bulldogs, rocket launchers, BRs, 6 consoles. It doesn't matter what it is at the moment, because Optic Gaming are just looking so strong here now.
It's now an 8-kill lead. And every time you see that kill feed, you're right, it's either rockets or it's a bulldog. It's a power weapon, essentially, and that's something that Optic have always been able to show their dominance over other teams, is how well they do maneuver their way around the map and pick up these weapons. I mean, Pistola there, of course, knowing where the rockets are, and at the moment they're being passed around. No one can really get hold of them. But Trippy with the perfect.
I mean, this man, he just impresses me more and more every single time I'm on his POV. He just isn't making mistakes. And when you ain't making mistakes and your shots are looking as nice as they are, you're going to be one hell of a player. 9-4 at the moment is Trippy. Bulldog in hand, make that 10-4 as Trippy is starting to roll, and all of a sudden, an Optic Gaming are starting to steamroll Inconceivable.
Yeah, it just seems like when Inconceivable turn a corner, there's Trippy, bang, he's got a bulldog, and it's so difficult to play the map when you're always fearing someone pushing around with a shotgun, or with rockets, or with a stalker rifle. It makes everything just near impossible at times, and now with a 10-kill advantage, Optic can play this one however they like. They can chill. They just need to stay in a close proximity of one another so they can finish off and trade kills, and they will win this game if they play that way.
Optic aren't letting them rest for a moment, though. Look at this. It's just stifling from Optic Gaming. They're playing this game at their own pace, and Inconceivable quite simply cannot keep up at the moment. Optic Gaming are on the running track. Inconceivable look like they're in the mud at the moment. A 10-kill lead for Optic Gaming. You don't see them throwing this one away.
Good trade there from Snipe Down, but you know full well that Optic have got Inconceivable scrambling at the moment. I can only imagine that comms are going to be a little bit all over the place. Off spawn, they haven't been able to regroup very often. They're always fighting either just as a solo or as a duo. Very rarely have they been able to fight as a full 4 in a team, because Optic are just keeping them on that really restricted spawn cycle, and APG's got another set of rockets.
I mean, APG's had rockets pretty much all game, it would seem. 11 kills for Brad. Only the 8 deaths to go alongside it. Every single member on Optic Gaming, as I look across, outside of Pistola, was on the right side of a kill-death ratio. Booba-dooba, he'll be taken down as APG once again adds to his tally, 42-27 at the moment. You want me to start the grill up, Dan, because if they're not careful, we might be having a little bit of extra meat on the barbie today.
And Falcated probably fearing for his life right now, because you know full well, as soon as they realized Falcated was the last remaining player in station, Optic were gonna push it. Relentless aggression, not giving Inconceivable time to breathe whatsoever. This one is all but over, unless it was a miraculous comeback from Inconceivable. But the way these boys are shooting, Mark. On set, Optic are just on a different level.
Well, they avoid the steak dinner. I think that's one thing that Inconceivable can maybe take away from this game, but outside of that, it's just been the Optic Gaming show. 2 kills away from closing things out. There's the 49th. Charge because we can't lose. Bulldog in hand. That's the game. Optic Gaming up by 2.
Up by 2 and 1 away from moving into the grand final once more here in the NA Kickoff Qualifier. But for Inconceivable, even though that wasn't the best of games for them, we do have to look at the statistics previously for this Optic squad. They are very good on that game type. It is one of their best, and for good reason. They know how to dominate the weapons. They know how to push together as a unit. They're constantly collapsing on their opponents, and we're going to need to see something a little bit different from Inconceivable going into the rest of this series.
The tough thing for Inconceivable is how do you react to a game like that? I can't remember anything where I'm looking at Inconceivable during that game and going, hey, that was a good play. They were just being stifled constantly. And when you're going into an oddball game type here, Dan, when we move over to our next game, which is potentially going to be the last one of the series if Optic keep playing at the level that they are, you know, it's so difficult to break a setup on this team. We're seeing them win their ones. We're seeing them control the weapons. We're seeing them do everything you need to do to be successful here in Halo Infinite. Inconceivable, I just don't think they have an answer quite yet with how kind of young this team still is as far as their cycle and the 4 players playing together is concerned.
Yeah, that's perfect analysis. Yet is the key word, because there is so much potential for this Inconceivable roster. When you talk about setups, when you talk about breaking setups, a lot of that comes from practicing as a team, getting that chemistry, understanding how you as a team want to break setups, having the IGL, being able to call several different ways of when you actually want to try and utilize different setups as well. So it will naturally come to Inconceivable, but right now it just seems like Optic have a few more plays in the playbook, as it were. And for Inconceivable, this will just be a great learning experience. And now the series isn't over. They definitely can get back into this. If they play the way they did against Cloud9, if they get into some of these game types that maybe they're just a little bit more comfortable with, then certainly they could make it a very difficult series for Optic Gaming. But it's hard to bet against an Optic that just performed like that in the second game.
Yeah, I think comfortable is one word used there, and it was anything but that last game. One thing I was so impressed with by Optic in that Slayer was their ability to get those 2 initial kills and then just collapse onto the final 2 players alive. They kind of showed disregard for map control, because they knew if they could keep them on those staggered spawns down, they were always going to have a man advantage across the map wherever they wanted to push by keeping that player in the respawn. And I think that kind of contributes to the fact that they had so much play and so much openings, to make the play to get the rockets. We saw them in the hands of APG pretty much the entire game, creating that space around mid-map by being so aggressive on the respawners. It's just difficult to combat if you have a team that is so coordinated doing it against you.
I don't know if it was just coincidence that they timed their pushes so successfully for getting those slays whilst rockets were about to come up. I wouldn't be surprised if it was, because this Optic roster just seems to have a little bit of everything when it comes to strategy. But we move across now to Oddball Recharge. I said earlier that Aquarius CTF was Optic's worst game type. Well, it was until that victory. Actually, statistically now, Oddball Recharge is technically their worst game type, because they've lost that twice as well to C9 across the last few weeks. So there has been vulnerabilities. There has been ways that they've been shut down on this game type, and it's about a question, can Inconceivable find some of the success that Cloud9 did in previous tournaments?
An update from the other side of the bracket as well. Sentinels versus Cloud9 still tied up at 1-1. So both teams giving it as good as they get, and that will be a very, very interesting one to keep an eye on. So maybe keep a tab open and get one of the player streams up to make sure you don't miss any of that. But as we head into our next game, this could be Inconceivable falling down to that elimination bracket, Dan. And to be honest, with the way they've been playing, I think this is going to be difficult for them to bounce back if it is a 3-0 victory, because Optic Gaming have, I don't want to be rude to the way Inconceivable have found themselves in this series, but there's been a bit of a stuffing, Dan, especially in that last game. They've been beaten about a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Christmas is coming up, and I mean, a stuffing is quite the right word here, and it's something that they're going to have to try and turn around on Oddball Recharge. And my worry is, even though, yes, statistically, this is Optic Gaming's worst game type now, Optic are a team that if they are bad at a game type, you know full well they would have done their research. They would have been looking at why they were bad at their game type, looking at why they lost that game type, and they would have been practicing that game type. We'll see whether that comes to fruition here.
Well, this is the chance maybe for Inconceivable to get a foothold. Opening strategy is going to be vital, and when the first kill doesn't go your way, Maybe things don't look as strong, but the second and third do. Trippy manages to pick up a double, so Pistola and Trippy, the last two, alive. And speaking of Pistola, we're going to watch a little bit of his point of view, which is nothing to ever be disappointed about. He's got that mangler in his hands, but where was that camo? It looks like it might have been burnt by one of the players. Oddball is closest here to Snipe Down, who's trying to maybe make a little bit of a play, but unfortunately he's going to be taken down.
One of the things that Optic were unable to do against Cloud9 when they lost this game type in previous tournaments is they weren't scavenging the time as much as C9. The kind of 1 or 2 seconds that sometimes you can pick up in really unorthodox areas is where Cloud9 found their success. So if Inconceivable could do something similar here, get this ball out of bottom middle, get it into a different area and actually just stack up some time and just slowly but surely dwindle away at Optic's chances of getting back into the game. And they're doing it just here. Boobadooboo's actually got the ball to yellow. The ideal setup for ball, I would say, is having the ball in this area.
Also got the shock rifle, and if you can hit a couple of nasty shots with this, a couple of headshots, and things all of a sudden look a little bit more simple. However, a couple of grenades is going to make it a little bit more difficult. Ola's going to be pushing, and even though 2 shots did connect, it was only body shots, so they don't get the kill initially. Boobadoo would be taken down as well, and what a break this has been, by the way, from Optic Gaming. 4 dead for Inconceivable. That was far too simple.
You talk about breaking setups, and that is the perfect demonstration of it there from Optic. Collapsing from all areas, utilizing the Mangler to get up close and personal of the priority position, which is top yellow, the player that was holding the shock rifle. Do Inconceivable have the same kind of strategy? Well, it looks like they've been able to walk their way into pipes here and at least take the first down.
Pretty much a tight game at this point. No one's really been able to hold things down. Kill's gonna be traded, but a big push coming in from Inconceivable. Onto the blue side of the map. Great situational awareness there from APG. Unfortunately for him, Falcated and Snipe Down both lurking around bottom middle. I'm going to pick up that kill, but here's Pistola. A couple of shots put into his back. As now Falcated has the opportunity maybe to pick up that first kill that we were talking about being as so important when you are trying to hold a setup. Manages to get one, and not only getting one as well, he's got the Mangler in his hands. Camo Mangler, the only thing that is maybe better than just having the camo itself.
Yeah, and also just can be... It can strike fear into the rest of the lobby when you know Camo and Mangler is on the map. And Falcated had so many decisions to make when he had Camo there. He saw Pistola walk past him, but he knew not to try and go for a back smack and follow him because his footsteps would have given him away. Ola would have turned around, and you can just see that little glimmer of camouflage. So Falcated played it perfectly, and he's on a killing spree now because of it.
Look at the score as well. They're about to cross the 50-point mark in this game, so halfway to closing out that first round. 3 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock as well. Falcated just trying to do his best to be the bodyguard for his teammate here. He's just holding that ball, but here comes the push now from Optic Gaming. Snipe Down picking up 1 kill. Falcated picking up another as well. Trippy, the only player alive who can maybe look to force the play ball. The play ball, is it going to come in? Yes, it just slides over the edge there. Bound flies in once more. Trippy trying to do what he can to stay alive. And for once, Trippy going to lose the 1v1. It's Inconceivable still hold that lead.
Unfortunately, just not enough ammo there, and the reload, I think, threw him off a little bit too much. But the ball now being back into top middle, suddenly attentions are turned to the camouflage. Both teams are going to somewhat set up for this, try and prioritize it, because it could be the difference of getting that ball out of top middle. It's not something you always see. The camouflage is not often going to pick up the ball, but if it can just allow you to toss it towards a teammate, it can really make a difference.
Trippy versus Falcated. Falcated will win, but not without taking a beat down, which will be immediately traded out as Lucid slides in, not only for the trade but also for the camouflage. APG holding that ball in a very interesting spot around the batteries as well, just scrapping up some ball time, as it's now around halfway for Optic Gaming to turn this game into a tied game. Lucid not only picking up a shock rifle, picking up the oddball with that grapple as well, and it's always wonderful to see him doing his weekly shop here on Recharge as he picks up everything you need.
Camo into grapple, into shock rifle, into ball. The plays that Lucid has just made is everything that is amazing about the sandbox here in Halo Infinite, because he has just allowed so much time to be gathered for Optic Gaming, which wouldn't have been gathered if he hadn't have been able to provide so much for them. But a big double coming out of bound just to stop the time here for Optic.
Booba trying to flank as well. APG's going to have to wait for his shields. Boobadooba's not going to be able to push for now, but Booba kind of juked him a little bit there by taking a slightly different angle. Snipe Down now holding the ball, and what a transition this is. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. 74 seconds left on the clock, and Snipedown also has the sword, but that is unfortunate timing for Snipedown, but even worse for Trippy, as Snipedown will cut him down to size for just a few moments. And look at that clock, Dan. 87 and rising here. Inconceivable. Getting closer and closer to closing out this first round.
Yeah, it has to be some perfect grenades now from Optic Gaming to stop this one. Booby Dooby should have enough, but look at the grapple, but it doesn't matter. Snipedown is there. That is going to be the first round for Inconceivable. And, I mean, you know, the sword is powerful. It does beat down faster as well. You don't see as many trades as you might have seen in previous Halos when that sword strikes you and you try to beat it down. It doesn't work out, but at least Snipedown, he positioned himself in an area where he could keep that ball very much protected.
Okay, you're trying to put the pressure onto Trippy here off the start of this game, and he's going to slide straight out. I think it's a little bit of a battle maybe going down for that sword. Boo Boo going to be flanking, but he's going to run into Pistola and APG, who are working together for now. But while all this damage has been going down, while the kills have been going down as well, Camo has found itself into the chest of Bound. So an opportunity for him to maybe make a play. Nobody making a move on that ball as yet.
Does have the Mangler as well, gets the back smack, and sword is available if they want to go for it. I think the Mangler will be enough for them. And for Inconceivable, they just need to not allow Optic to get up any sort of momentum. I think Optic will be a little bit frustrated with losing that first one. There was a lot of scrappy time that was picked up by Inconceivable, but also some solid setups. And Inconceivable showing that even though they're not necessarily as well practiced as Optic Gaming, they certainly can be well drilled.
Yeah, this thing's the hand cannon. It's being used absolutely perfectly by Bound, and now he's going to try and show us every single way you can use this thing with a one-hit beatdown if anyone's foolish enough to walk past and not check their corners. Lucid, I don't want to call you foolish, but you've just been made to pay. And that killing spree is going to mean ball time here for Inconceivable. Only 16 seconds, but it is starting to creep up. Snipedown the man holding the ball.
You really have to check all your corners here on Halo Infinite. There's so many little nooks and crannies you can hide behind as Trippy gets the double, but will be shut down eventually. You can't just walk aimlessly into some of these spaces now, because there could be anyone waiting with a Mangler, with a sword, even just with a backsmack.
Shock rifle in the hands of APG. And a sword, we just got a little flash of there as well. It doesn't have a weapon to do consistent damage. It has to be big damage. So you're going to see Booba Dooba moving to pick up that ball. Snipedown will be taken down. Bound. He's going to bravely challenge APG and take him down as well. So both weapons down, but most importantly here, Oddball still in the hands of Inconceivable. And it's all about that score. And it's heading in the right direction for Inconceivable, but Trippy maybe has the chance to break down with his camo.
Just flying through the air, doing his best Spider-Man impression, but something I'm impressed with is Inconceivable consistently getting this ball into yellow, because they're getting so much time every single time they get a hold. It's 15 to 20 seconds, and it makes it so difficult for Optic Gaming to get back into it, because now with a 45-point lead, Inconceivable can continue to play scrappy ball time. Optic need a really solid setup to get back into this one.
And one stat that's really jumping out to me at the moment, well, I can say two stats. One is Lucid, currently no kills on the board for him in this round so far. He's 0 and 6. On the other side, Booba Doobu also 0 and 5, but he does have 101 seconds of ball time. So he spent most of the time with that ball in his hands. Trippy trying to look for a break. Lucid does pick up his first kill now. Ola will pick up another one, which is going to create the opening maybe that they're looking for here. Lucid now with the ball in hand, rotating towards his teammate. This is a really important kill for Booba Doobu to take one player down with him. He manages to do so, and that's just going to stagger things here. But obviously Gaming now have that hold. Can they turn this one around?
They've got the pipes area and they've got sword to cover it. This is when it starts to get a little bit terrifying for Inconceivable. But oh, the perfect use of the repulsor, not allowing the sword to get the kill.
Bound going to think about re-challenging, and Bound going to re-challenge. Pistola going to have to back up to keep that sword in his control. Two players have fallen for Inconceivable, though, as Pistola is basically bait at the moment. They know that they can't push him, so now they're just stuck up on that top platform. And Pistola is just going to re-invite himself to this battle. Snipedown is not as weak as maybe Pistola was hoping he would be. Two players fall for Optic. Inconceivable with a chance to push.
Sometimes you'll commit to a fight because you've had a call out of one shot or he's weak, but you know, it's not always going to be as weak as maybe your teammate thinks it is, and sometimes they've gained a little bit of shields. You do have to sometimes live and die by the sword of your teammates, though. Falcate pushes in, but look at that. Inconceivable always got a player to make sure they finish off that kill and they get a little bit of scrappy time.
Well, they got the camo, but it wasn't a camo that's really going to change this game. Just a play ball, really the only effect that Boobadooboo had in that particular circumstance. As Snipe Down and Bound pick up some kills. Lucid with the shock rifle in hand may have a chance to even things up, but look at the pressure coming in from Inconceivable. Feels like they're starting to roll a little bit more now, Dan. They're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, but it's too late in the series. They do still have the lead, and they do have the ball in their possession once more.
They still have a round advantage as well, so they can afford to let one slip and still come away with a victory here in this map, as Lucid getting up close and personal. And the movement that we see from this man, he's just utilizing everything that's available to him, whether it be repulsor, whether it be grapple, and he's always got a weapon in the back pocket that can do some up close and personal damage. Mangler, he's got commando, or he's got a sword. Like, he's just terrifying to play against.
Trippy has the sword for now for Optic. Lucid will go down. 3 players also falling, and Trippy is the last alive. So if Inconceivable or Quicker manage to collapse, they might be able to pick up some ball time here. Trippy now has been eliminated. Boobadooboo is going to try and stay alive as well, but Pistola will take him down. So Snipe Down with that ball in hand isn't going to have the protection that he needs, and that'll be a clean break here from Optic Gaming. They need the hold. Falcated has the chance to make a play though with that shock rifle, and he does exactly that.
So important that Falcated just milks a little bit of time here. APG recognizing there's only 1 minute on the clock, so we'll pick up the ball, and Inconceivable will have the decision to make. Do we just start to slay rather than set up and keep Optic away from this ball? Optic do have the chance to hold and set up, but Camouflage is coming up in 4 seconds. Inconceivable could try and use that to break this setup.
Boo Boo versus Ola, just grazes the shoulder.
Ball carrier kill.
Snipe Down gets an important kill though, which might just even things up here in numbers. Snipe Down has the ball in hand as well, or maybe Snipe Down's thinking I could just milk some ball time. Well, the attention is being turned to my teammates. 3 dead here for Optic Gaming. APG, last player alive. He's off the respawn as well. This could be the second round if Optic do not move quickly. And this could be the game going to Inconceivable and them getting a foothold in the series.
I love the positioning from Snipe Down as well. Just ready to play that ball top middle if things get hairy, because there's only 50 seconds left. Big double from APG though.
APG getting the triple. And that needed to happen. 93 points on the board. APG leading the charge. And managing to take 3 with him. Falcated is in the turbine though. And he's managed to pick up a double kill now, and he's managed to slide in to take that ball as well.
Just 4 seconds left needed here. This could be it for time, and it could be for the map. It's going to be on set, and Optic Gaming just not able to collapse quick enough on Inconceivable. An entirely different story from what we saw in Street Slayer. The series goes on. Inconceivable not rolling over and showing their belly just yet.
I think Optic will want to watch the end of that game once more. They managed to clear out those yellow pipes. They managed to clear out everywhere they needed to and break the setup, but the respawn came in and they weren't quick enough to react to it. The flank just came in from Falcated, a simple play to make, but when the odd ball is presented to you at your feet and you've only got a few seconds left, all you got to do is clean up a couple of one-shots. You're going to be feeling very, very happy to see that situation unfold, but 2-0 to Inconceivable, just as maybe I was starting to write them off a little bit, and I'm sure a lot of people at home were starting to write them off a little bit. We find ourselves in a game 4, and we have some stats to bring you as well.
But it was that positioning from Snipe Down right at the end, as we do look at those stats, and Boobadooboo didn't have the best of games, but it didn't really matter. He was certainly putting assists on the board. He was holding the ball. We know that. He was very much just the objective player throughout that game. But right at the end, Snipe Down was holding the ball in on bat ledge, because it meant if they did get pushed from behind, he could toss that ball out to an uncomfortable position where Optic had to expose themselves. They did expose themselves. They all forced themselves towards Turbine in a little bit of a panic, and then it was the perfect spawn for Inconceivable. Falcated got a big double, and it ultimately was enough to win them the game.
One thing that always stands out to me is Lucid's stats, usually for all the right reasons, but for there, just a little bit of a below par performance, maybe from him in that game. And that contributed certainly towards the lack of success for them across those 2 rounds. But you mentioned the ball time for Boobadooboo, 101 points, by far and away the most in the game. So no surprise to see him not picking up quite as many kills. Very difficult to do that and you've got an odd ball in your hands. But this is some of the replays here, Dan, and the first round for me, I think, was really, really good from Inconceivable. Their ability to hold the setup for longer periods of time was something that really stood out for me.
Yeah, they always were getting that ball in towards the pipe area, weren't they? And Optic were consistently having to collapse and trade out those kills and break the setup. And even though Optic were successfully breaking that setup, it was where Inconceivable were putting that ball when they died. It was usually top middle, sometimes it was down the stairs, or sometimes it was just throwing it as close to the window so it was exposed to grenades. And that meant that when Optic had actually collapsed and got those kills, they weren't really able to get any ball time to reply to, because Inconceivable were always there off spawn to be a real nuisance. There was quite often one player remaining. Falcated was often that player, it has to be said, picking up that one extra kill, milking for those few extra seconds. And this was that final moment. Look where Snipedone's managed to play that ball to. That it leaves it in such a vulnerable area. Even though they caught it, there was always going to be the possibility that there could be spawners over towards Elevator. It did favor Inconceivable, but Optic were positioned in a place that allowed those spawns to happen. But anyway, we move over to map number 4.
We do indeed. The 4th map of the series. We're going for some more Strongholds action, and this time we're going to be over at Live Fire. Now, what's the stats for this one, Dan? I know you like to keep your eyes on Optic and some of their stronger and weaker game types. What's this one for them?
This is a 100% win record for Optic Gaming. They have only played it 4 times though, so you can only take so much away from it. But certainly they haven't really found any weaknesses just yet. It seems like they're comfortable when it comes to Strongholds, but most importantly, and a better stat, is Optic have never lost on Live Fire. It doesn't matter if it's Slayer, Strongholds, or Oddball, they seem to know their way around this map. So that spells bad news for Inconceivable. However, if Inconceivable can do the unthinkable and take us to a Game 5, they would upset that 100% perfect record.
I mean, it sounds like a tall order here for Inconceivable to try and overturn a map that Optic Gaming probably at this point call home ground advantage. But if they want to extend this series and send it to a Game 5, which I'm sure that everybody who's watching right now, us included, wants to see, they're going to have to do exactly that. Sniper Rifle has been impactful in these game types as well. You mentioned Snipe Down. Looks like a man a little bit back to form when he's got that weapon in his hands, and maybe that's going to be the thing that's going to be the turnaround for Inconceivable. If they can keep a Snipe Down alive, find him in a position where he can hit those shots with Sniper and keep them at a numbers advantage.
Yeah, Snipe Down really was the difference maker when they played against C9 on the Slayer of this map. And if they can just shut him down though, if they can not allow Snipe Down to go off and be that difference maker, then maybe Inconceivable may start to struggle. But I'm excited for this one. Optic Gaming have never lost Live Fire in competitive play, and that's 17 times they've played it, by the way.
Sniper Rifle will be in the hands of Optic Gaming to start off with. Lucid going to be the player who does have it. As we see players starting to transition, a lovely little quick flick shot there with the Sniper Rifle to break the shields, and this is a much better start for Lucid already. And pretty much what he had in the entirety of the last game that we saw on Recharge. Sniper Rifle going to be his, and also power-ups early on going to be going over to Optic Gaming. Overshield going to be popped now, and maybe thinking about picking up the Heat Wave too, and this is what you do not want to do if you're Inconceivable, Dan. Give Lucid this weapon.
You've also got to know which strongholds to prioritize and how you want to approach this as a team. There are 2 different ways you can play strongholds. You can be the team who likes to play with a little bit more structure, try and hold C and B, spawn the other team over towards A, or you can rotate as a unit. But look at Snipe Down straight away, pushing and trying to take that Sniper Rifle off of Optic Gaming.
That's such a big play from Inconceivable. It's not just taking, you know, Lucid out, which is tough. It's also taking the Sniper Rifle out of his hands, the Sniper Rifle out of Optic's hands, as well as the Heat Wave, and dealing with the Overshield. So even though Lucid was stacked to the heavens, it didn't have too much of an impact for now. But Inconceivable, you have to say, have had a really good start to this one, Dan. Currently fighting over C. It looks like Optic are going to try and make the play over at B, as Pistola's flanking flew through to make a few problems for them to do so. But 32-4 the score at the moment, but Optic finally turning things around. And if you're Inconceivable, you've got to be a little bit wary of this triple cap coming in.
Such great crossfire there coming from Pistola and Trippy, just holding their angles, making sure that Inconceivable have to always push through a choke, and they were almost ambushed. Lucid getting up close and personal finally does connect. But Inconceivable, they did have the early lead, but now look at this, a triple cap on set. Optic certainly know how to put pressure on the other team here on Live Fire.
Yeah, if you noticed as well, that was the what I termed the reverse Father Christmas or Santa Claus, wherever you're from in the world, from Lucid as he shot up the chimney, up the vent towards top mid instead of the other way around. There was a lovely bit of baiting and switching, using that repulsor to get up there in front of the POV we were watching. APG now pushing in with that overshield, as you say. And a chance to put some real pressure onto Inconceivable now. The score starting to almost get to that point where you got to start worrying if you're Inconceivable, knowing you don't have many mistakes to make and knowing the record that Optic Gaming have. They're picking up the kills. And they're also picking up the strongholds.
Yeah, every time that Inconceivable were moving to one of these more structured strongholds, where I'm talking about C and A, Optic are just moving over to the other one. Look, A's being taken and C is being taken because of that. So great recognition from Optic, knowing that Inconceivable are going to be transitioning to try and get A, to try and get C, whereas realistically, Inconceivable need to take B off of Optic here if they really want to try put some points on the board.
APG with a sniper, but nothing connecting for now. B and C in their control. Okay, and unfortunately for APG, survived for just a few seconds. He had no ammo to work with that sniper rifle. Finally going to be able to pick up the reload. You're seeing the heatwave trails as well, and that's going to be another player with a weapon that's going to have a big impact. Look at this angle from APG as well, just doing a lot of damage at the moment, surviving well as his teammates move towards A to get that conversion.
But look what happened. Inconceivable recognized they needed B. They moved over towards B. Optic slayed them at B. The last remaining player of Inconceivable went to C, so Optic said, okay, well, we'll have A. There's just such good reaction at the moment from Optic to transition from one stronghold to the other, but finally a little bit of control now, and a lot of control, with it being total control for Inconceivable.
APG gonna have to work with his team to start the conversion over A, but he knows that Snipe Down is there and he's gonna get the over shield, but he's not, because the teammate will finish off the damage done. Falcated now jumping up top middle. APG doing everything he can at the moment to convert A, almost single-handedly at this point. Falcated's in position to challenge, but a teammate is there to hold APG's hands and give him the support that he needs to get the conversion. AB in control of Optic, looking to extend that lead.
Just give you a little bit of an update of what's happening elsewhere in the bracket. Sentinels have defeated Cloud9 3-1 in a 250-45 on Stronghold's recharge. So Sentinels on that comeback story. Cloud9 dropping out in top 4, which means we get that rematch that we've all wanted. E United versus Sentinels will happen in the elimination bracket.
Oh, wow. Keep your social media open. That's going to be one for the eyes, but we'll turn our attentions back to this game as Trippy is surviving for now. You can see the fight is going down over at B, so Trippy trying to move over to assist his teammates to defend this one. Falcade inside, though, and he almost got the conversion. Did he get the reset? It looks like he might have just done. Inconceivable diving back onto B, though. They know how desperate they need to turn this back around.
Already find themselves almost 100 behind now. And they've really got to hold on to A and B, but also do exactly what Optic were doing to them, flipping A and C consistently, depending on where they see Optic spawn. You can see all 4 dead for Optic right now, and off the rip, APG needs to make a difference here. Try and stop Falcated from taking C.
Falcated happily to bait, though. Pistola is going to be trying to rotate back with APG, but look at the damage that Falcated is doing, and now the attention is all on him. And the kills, I was going to say, might be going his way too, but that heat wave from Pistola and a little bit of work from a teammate too. Okay, at least give them the opening to have a bit of freedom on the map. One player has fallen for Inconceivable. He's now come back off of that respawn. APG has fallen too. But look at the battle now going down for the overshield. Pistola trying to do what he can. There's another player skulking around these pillars somewhere. It's Boo Boo Doo Boo who's going to re-challenge now. Pistola in a really important battle around this OS, just trying to bait. Boo Boo wins it. Now can he get that overshield and pop it into his chest?
Yes, he can, and slowly but surely Inconceivable are starting to work their way back into it, but every time they think they've got a little bit of control, Optic once again puts some more points on the board, and they're contesting C at the same time. I think that's what's scary, is that as soon as Inconceivable think they can push successfully towards A or B, they just lose their one controlled point, and they're really struggling to get points on the board because of this.
Bound being pushed by numerous members of Optic Gaming here, calling that out immediately to his teammates as well. Survives some grenades, doesn't quite connect with that no scope, and APG is going to make him pay, but not without his life being taken before he does go down. And speaking of going down, 4 have fallen now for Inconceivable. What a hold that was. And now they have Sniper Rifle, they have AB, they have C as well. The triple cap is on, and this is looking like Inconceivable are starting to find form, Dan.
Both teams trying to consistently push for that triple cap to really take advantage of the extra points you get when you are in total control. But now for Optic Gaming, they spawned at A. They have to try and work their way towards B. That's why Lucid is forcing his way out of Garage as APG is pushing down through bottom middle. That is a perfect break of setup. They should be able to get B because of it, and they can start to collapse on Boo Boo Doo Boo at tower.
Yeah, just a little bit questionable, the plays from Falcated there. Just looked like he wasn't quite sure what he wanted to do, and gave away that first death in the team fight. Instead of being a more difficult kill, maybe holding an angle with that sniper rifle. But that's all history for now. A snipe down and bound will pick up some kills to maybe give them an opportunity to at least open up the map. The overshield's going to be coming up pretty soon as well. So for now, Pistola's just going to be patrolling through the cuts here, looking to see if anyone dares try and approach this C stronghold to convert it.
Nice snipe as well. That's what you got to do. You saw him just eyeing it up, teasing it, and some people would miss that one, but you know full well snipe down is not going to. And if you've got a sniper rifle in your hands, you've got to be hitting those shots. Otherwise, you're really going to be punished as a team.
A and C. Inconceivable do control. Lucid meet snipe down. Meet the end of a gun. As the snipe beatdown does come in, Lucid doesn't get that flank as snipe down is starting to warm up a little bit here. Looking at the stats, he's 14 and 15 overall, but now he makes it evens as snipe down's gone into a lot of players call snipe down mode. He gets a little bit quiet, but the stats start to speak for themselves.
Such a big lead for Optic Gaming, but now Inconceivable have brought this one right back, and they may start to take a lead if Optic aren't careful here. They've managed to at least grab C, but they need to once more prioritize B here. Falcated is going to be the nuisance. If they can take him out straight away, they might be in a spot to take it, and at least you've got the heat wave in hand.
Gonna be a triple cap here for Optic as well. And with the heat wave on the sandbags, top middle, and with Lucid starting to collapse with APG, this is looking like the kind of push that you want to see if you're an Optic fan. He narrowly misses one shot. Falcated, that is a vital double kill as it does open up C for Boo Boo Doo Boo to move in. Pistola now, you can see he's got the angles that he wants. He's got Falcated in front of him too. He is the thorn in the side here of Inconceivable.
210. They're so close now, our Optic Gaming. Inconceivable know if they get all four dead and they allow one more trip cap, it might be all she wrote with this series. They may be dropping down to the elimination bracket, but they're still fighting with every single life here to try and push Optic Gaming as far as possible.
Oh, it's a big kill on B from Boo Boo Doo Boo. BC in control. Trippy needs to do what he can to clear him out of this stronghold. Whoever wins this fight might actually be more influential on the game than people realize. It is going to be APG who comes to help his teammate. Snipe down now isn't going to be able to do what he needs to do. But the conversion also doesn't come in. So BC still in the control of Inconceivable. They're scoring for now. As now you're going to see the rotation from Optic to take C.
It's going to be, again, the fight for B, and Bound is going to be the holding point here for Inconceivable. So he needs to try and get in a position where he can get some assistance. At least he's got the heat wave, which is sometimes assistance enough. But look at this. Look at the power weapons that Lucy's just found on the floor.
Not only that, he was also full of overshield. And at the moment, Optic look like they're about to close things out. BC in their control. They're starting to work on A as well. And if anyone rotates back, they're going to feel the end of a sniper rifle bullet from Lucid. That's a beautiful headshot. Falcated, you have one as well. And all of a sudden, Lucid is reminding us that he is still a big part of this lineup.
That's going to be the series for Optic Gaming. Inconceivable gave it a fantastic go. But considering they hadn't lost any live fire games in 17, I did feel like it was going to head this way. 18 games in a row on live fire. It just seems like it very much is the home of Optic Gaming. And what a series it was. A fantastic attempt from Inconceivable, but they're going to have to try and make an elimination bracket run.
It was, as you say, a very good showing from Inconceivable. I think that come round rally time in just a couple of weeks, they're going to be ready for that tournament. A couple more scrims under their belt, and they certainly are going to be a threat. But speaking of threats, it's still Optic Gaming who are looking like the team to beat at the moment. We look across some of the statistics here. I mean, Trippy and Lucid just inside of the strongholds, it seems, most of the game by the looks of things.
It's another tournament, it's another grand final. They're very much on for the three-peat here on Optic Gaming. They're going to have to be upset, and someone's going to have to do the bracket reset on them to be able to take them down. But for The other side of things, I think Inconceivable will already be delighted that they got to the winners bracket final, that they've secured top 3, but it's about going that step further. It's about trying to get the rematch here with Optic Gaming. We did hear that Cloud9 were eliminated. Remember, Inconceivable sent Cloud9 down to that elimination bracket. Sentinels beat Cloud9, forcing Cloud9 to finish in a top 6 position. So we've still got plenty of games to get through in the elimination bracket before we find who's going to be playing Optic Gaming in that grand final.
We certainly do indeed, and we've got some spicy ones as well. Sentinels versus E United. It's going to be one that nobody will want to miss for numerous reasons. This was the Optic show, this game though, Dan. This was Optic at their best, and I think a really good indication of anybody watching pretty much the perfect way to play this game type. The way they stifled the Inconceivable into those spawns, always had that numerical advantage, was honestly something to behold.
Yeah, I think Inconceivable were delighted that they were at least able to get one on the board here and show that Optic can bleed, and that will give them confidence if they have to play Optic again here in this tournament, or when it comes to Raleigh. Because remember, this is the big teaser for Raleigh, right? These are the big teams we're going to be seeing go toe-to-toe against each other on LAN. And even though online competition gets better the further we get into this living world and internet start to improve, nothing beats LAN. Having that 0 MS, just having no lag whatsoever. I can't wait for it.
Certainly is going to be one of the most talked about esports events, I think, in a couple of years. And Optic Gaming are starting to be one of the most talked about teams that we've talked about too. The amount of big plays they're making. Lucid here towards the end as well. This play was just the icing on the cake, and I mean, coming out of this, like Optic, I mean, the question is at the moment, who can beat them? Is there going to be an upset? But looking across the bracket, today has been upsets. So it wouldn't surprise me if we do see something crazy in our grand final.
It really has, man. I mean, today has been a dream in terms of Halo Infinite action. It really has. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, can you really? Let's be honest. I mean, it's pretty crazy. And you've got some crazy things yet ahead of us as well. Bravo, obviously watching that one. Optic looked absolutely fantastic as per usual. They're definitely coming up against, I would say, up-and-coming teams who are really learning their way and paving their way of playing the game as well. And we saw that in the form of Inconceivables there. But let's go right all the way back to CTF, right on Aquarius, right at the beginning of this series. Now, we've chatted previously about the way that teams like to play the game, and they are still learning, but we did see Trippy kind of leaving an interesting engagement at Fridge to go prioritize something else. What did you notice there that kind of left you a little bit puzzled?
Yeah, I think I'm not puzzled. I think I was just impressed. I think our replay team has it in the back, but just really good moment-to-moment gameplay from Optic Gaming. And here's one play I just want to highlight really quick. You might remember here, Trippy is flying out the base, Fi's bound. Look at the shots he lands on bound. He gets bound to one clear shot. Look at him look away immediately and finish that kill on Boo Boo. The only way that happens, and people who have played high-level competitive Halo or simply grind ranked, you know that the reason, and by the way, right away you see APG come Fridge and you see the assist come in for Trippy. The only reason that a player like Trippy leaves that kill in that fashion, just leaving bound completely, like obviously, you know, so many players in this situation might think, I'm gonna get this kill in Fridge. I have the shot. No, he snaps his reticle away. That means he's getting a call out from a teammate or a coach that is saying, one shot on Re, and he's wise enough, he's smart enough, he's tenured enough to snap his reticle away from a one shot, and so disciplined to get the flag kill on that player getting the Re. And that is the difference maker. I was so impressed by that moment from Trippy. A lot of players would be tempted to finish the one-shot kill on bound and then look. And maybe he could have gotten away with it, but honestly, it's the fact that he looked away right away and trusted his teammates and got that kill. It was a pretty cool moment.
I mean, I'm gonna say that left me puzzled because I would never have left that engagement. It just wouldn't have crossed my mind. But I think that is obviously just showing like the decision making and the value of that decision making on Optic is really what is pushing them a bar above the rest at the moment. We need to actually talk about our brackets though, folks, because while you have been enjoying that wonderful content here in the action on your screens, Optic Gaming versus Inconceivable, we now have our grand finals set. And yes, once again, it is Optic Gaming. I mean, Gaskin, are you shocked about that based on the way Optic have been playing across the past couple of weeks, but also coming into today and with the challenges they faced?
No, I think we expected Optic to be in a grand final again after their back-to-back victories. I think the surprise for me is how they've got there. 2-1 versus XSET, 3-2 versus United, and 3-1 versus Inconceivable. It's not the undefeated run that they've had in previous tournaments until they faced Cloud9. The bigger shock is Cloud9 dropping from that winners bracket after the back-to-back grand finals they've had.
Yeah, indeed. And talking about dropping, let's drop right into the elimination bracket as well and take a peek at that one. And you're totally right there. And I think with the Optic run especially, I think it just showing that, you know, a lot of teams are catching up right now and the competition is getting fierce. And speaking of fierce, I don't know if you guys have spotted it, but I mean, I can't take my eyes off it. That semi-finals of the elimination bracket, Sentinels versus E-United, the timeline has been popping off, people, okay? It has been going wild, especially after last night. So after those shenanigans, this rematch on set is going to be of the ages.
I want to know who's writing this script, because I feel like it's a little bit scripted. Yeah, it's just amazing how these things work out, right? We have all the beef on Twitter yesterday between Lethal and Spartan. And then we get to Sentinels finding form. We get E-United in pretty good form as well, but unfortunately dropping down after a good series to the elimination bracket. And then you have the opportunity to play Inconceivable. I mean, it's nuts. Sentinels versus E-United. There's more to this game than what is in front of us. Trust me.
It really is. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to find out exactly who will be meeting Inconceivables in the elimination finals. We are heading to a quick break right now. But when we come back, listen closely, I have two big things to announce. We do have a rematch of the ages, E-United versus Sentinels, but we also have a big dog in the house. We are going to be interviewing Walshy. He's going to be at Raleigh, and I'm so excited to talk to him about a special surprise that's coming right after this. Welcome back, folks, to the NA Kickoff Qualifier event. Now, before we get into our elimination semi-finals, I have a little surprise for you. You can thank me, but I would actually thank Halo and HCS first. Check this out.
God.
Let's be real, I'm retired now. I don't practice all the time. Golden Boy has a new show canceled and started every other week. He can practice all he wants.
Doctor, Walshy won't get out of my DMs. He still thinks it's 2007.
Dude, I remember it like it was yesterday. It was literally me and Snipe Down versus 8 of them. Not much I could do. I was just running around 1v4 and as many as I could.
He knows who the champ is. The world knows who the champ is.
And then he starts talking about how delicious the cake was, so I had to go off on him. Of course, I told him that he shouldn't make every day a cheat day.
And let me tell you, sir, that cake was delicious.
Okay, we'll talk soon. I think there's only one way to settle this. Let's run it back.
This is the BTB Challenge, Golden Boy versus Walsh here, 8v8.
Maybe we need a counseling session, Dave, after I slapped you in Big Team Battle.
He's been spotted. GB
GB,
AR.
GB, lead the way.
Alex puts the big in Big Team Battle. Here he goes.
Opening down top of the he gets flamed by Snipe Down.
So you're okay if I take this cake? You're okay if I take this cake then?
You're playing like cake's on the line.
Flag has never been linked back to base. Oh my!
Cake's always on the line, bro!
Oh, this is fantastic.
What do you say?
We got to do this every event. This is a trio. This is the Pat Hog.
The big opportunity here.
There's never been so much talent in a single Warthog.
Oh, they've got to stop it. Oh, open it. Oh!
Snake fight.
That was filthy. Oh boy, with the sniper rifle in hand.
They need to stay alive here at all costs. This could be the game-winning.
Oh no, he got splattered.
I took cake from that, baby!
It's gonna be good.
Go through it again.
It's gonna be good.
Oh my God, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Oh my goodness. I hope you guys are as excited as I am. I literally, first of all, bravo. It's so good to see Dr. Brav back because we've missed him. Second of all, gentlemen, oh my goodness, so excited to see that happening live at Raleigh on set, mate. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a tough 2 years for everybody, right, with the pandemic. But having Walsh and GB on the phone constantly must have been even worse for you, Andy.
It was terrible.
Yeah,
it was absolutely horrible. Yeah,
it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, if you didn't know, before we had a massive big team battle event at one of our HCS events, GB did win it. GB won it somehow. Don't know how it happened. Nobody really knows how it will happen. But the fact that Walsh gets a chance to have his revenge, can't wait.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you what, to talk about that a little bit more and to start already this trash talk, and I'm sure we have Walshy in the house, absolute GOAT of Halo. It is so good to see you, Dave. Oh, it is good to see you, man. First of all, you got a chance to watch that BTB trailer. What's your reaction to this? It's a rematch. Super excited. How you feeling about it?
First reaction is, I guess, HIPAA laws are out the window now. I thought that call was incompetence with Dr. Bravo, and I would like to see his license revoked. Everyone with me?
Sure. The best part about this, Dave, is I've never had a license, so I can't get the license revoked. So I think I'm actually safe in this one.
Well played.
This is true.
Well played.
This is true. Walshy, obviously, so lovely to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. First and foremost, man, obviously you're going to be making an appearance at Raleigh. Your casting debut of Halo Infinite starts. You excited to be back on the mic?
I am so pumped. Yeah, I've been grinding a bunch of Infinite. My fiance has seen a different side of me since this game has come out. She's never really seen me what we call hooked on a game. And so there's been nights where like I am up till 6 or 8 a.m. and she's getting up to go to the gym. And there's concern and worry in her eyes, but there should be a lot of excitement in the Twitch chat and in the Raleigh attendees' eyes.
I think there really should be. And my favorite was when we started to get the 2 a.m. support group going for Halo Infinite. I believe your response was that you needed to move that support group to 9 a.m.
I literally played till 9 a.m. that night. Not even joking.
That's amazing. Dude, talk to me about, also, I love the Summit raid, how you broke the rules of being quiet for the fiance. Because when you get a Summit raid, you get a Summit raid. But I want to talk about this BTB matchup. A lot of people, Halo historians included, were upset that there was any entry in the Halo history books that showed Golden Boy ever beating Walshy. However, it is entered in the books. Dave, what are you going to do here in this BTB to make sure that you take home the championship here on our round 2?
Well, history is written by the winners, and I'm hoping that for this next rematch, me and Snipedown get at least a third teammate to take on Golden Boy and his 11 cronies. I don't know exactly how they're going to balance this out, because last time, like I said, it was a 2v8, and I felt like we did all right. We were taking out Lunchboxes and Roys and Golden Boys and just doing everything perfect, but there's only so much you can do in a 2v8.
That's true. Okay, it is true. But also, we're going to have, I don't think they're not going to be announced just yet, but as I alluded to yesterday, there's going to be some special guests in this BTB matchup as well. We'll let Tashi and team announce those when they're ready, but I'm excited for it.
So excited. Well, honestly, it has been an absolute pleasure having you on. Thank you so much for bringing the hype to the broadcast. Not that we needed too much more hype. We have a rematch happening, Walshy. I hope you're going to be tuning in.
I will be tuning in. Absolutely. I'm sticking around.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much, Walshy. And you can catch Walshy live in Raleigh. He's going to be there Saturday, December 18th. So make sure you guys are tuning in. Well, we have a rematch on the
I'm available, Dave.
My goodness.
Just to let you know, if you need someone, I've got a history of big team battles as well. I did beat Onset in a much smaller scale big team battle tournament. So if you need me, Dave, just holler. All right, you've got my number.
Call him. Well, I tell you what, it's time to get into this one, folks. Rematch of the ages. We got E United versus Sentinels. Things are about to get spicy. Let's get right into it.
All right, let's go ahead and do it. And excited to kick this one off, Gaskin. It's going to be a pretty damn good match. As we said, it's a rematch and going to be one that will be pretty spicy, I think, both in-game here and also on the timeline as well.
Yeah, I think that we've all seen a lot happen on Twitter. There is a lot of angles that we can take with this match, but ultimately, first and foremost, they've already played each other in this tournament, and it was a 2-0 victory for E United, so that's the first thing that we need to focus on. Secondly, yes, there was very much a spat between several players of E United and several players of Sentinels. Actually, there was more one player of E United and several players of Sentinels. And then thirdly, there's just been like everything plastered over social media. I think everyone's liked a little bit of rivalry here, but it's all about the Halo, brother. We can forget about it temporarily, but there's definitely going to be a lot in this one.
That is absolutely true. E United versus Sentinels, folks. It's our next match in the bracket, and everything else, of course, on both the winner's side and on the loser's side of the bracket is going to be held up because this is the one match to watch. Everything must go forward from here. E United versus Sentinels, and you talk about the talent on both sides of the stage. Like you said, there's been a spat. There's been maybe some of the most Twitter beef that we've seen in competitive Halo in quite some time in between these two sides, but it's really just shaping up to be an excellent best of 5 between these two squads.
And then just to add even more to this, Rhino just put out a big kind of twit longer about the struggles he's been going through recently about moving house and everything like that, but then rounds it out with his wife being pregnant. He's just announced that he's going to be having a baby, so what amazing time to do that just before you get into a series against Sentinels. But just happy for Rhino, of course. Massive congratulations from us all here at HCS. But when it comes to Halo, you know me, Andy, I love my stats, and I'm so excited to see this matchup. But E United versus Sentinels is going to be just full of everything here. And the best part, we get our best of 5.
We do. I think this is what we in the casting booth and everyone at home as well was looking forward to, is seeing what these two teams can do against one another in this best of 5. They've each had some epic series that have led us to this point. Game number 1 going to be Stronghold's Live Fire. Game number 2, Slayer on Streets, then CTF Bazaar, and if we need them, Oddball Recharge and Aquarius Slayer.
Yeah, and I think to start things off on Stronghold's Live Fire, it's usually a pretty hectic game type where you have to be on your toes, you have to be responding to callouts quickly, transitioning from one side of the map to the other to take A off another team, to take C off another team. I mean, we just literally saw it happen in that winners bracket finals between Optic and Inconceivable, how quickly a game can turn around and get away from you if you aren't prioritizing the right stronghold. So I'd be hoping that both teams will be very quick to react to those callouts and no one just letting too much time gather on the other side.
Right, it's going to be a grueling game number 1. It's very different, to be honest, Gaskin, from a game 1 CTF. If you ask me, in a game 1 CTF, it lets players settle into the series a bit more, almost regardless of map. You know that you're going to be able to, off of the opening moments of the game, really start to engage cross map, a little bit of tug of war back and forth. Stronghold just plays differently as a game 1. You need to be ready to fly and rotate very fast immediately.
Yeah, otherwise you suddenly find yourself sometimes 50 points behind, 100 points behind on Strongholds. And Slayer Streets, as you say, is one of those game types where when you move into it, if you don't get a quick start, you can very much find yourself 10 kills behind, 15 kills behind, Rocket suddenly on the other side as well. So there's several game types here which are really going to be important to kick things off quickly and get a nice starting strategy. And I've mentioned it a few times about Sentinels. Starting strategy seems to be one of their weak points. Because of their lack of scrims as of late, they don't really seem to have that down to a T. They're slowly adjusting to how all the other teams are starting games here.
Yeah, and of course, those opening strats we're seeing are just so important. Whether you're talking about a CTF Bazaar, which we'll see later today, or you're talking about a Strongholds live fire, the amount of control that you're able to get off of those starts in Infinite is so important, and it's really also exacerbated by the fact that you also have this equipment on the map that it seems day by day is becoming more important as well. In terms of the stats that you've seen with these two teams in this Strongholds and even on live fire in general, anything you're expecting to see between these two?
I'm thinking that United do have the upper hand against Sentinels, but it's about what Sentinels turn up, right? We saw Sentinels who got 2-0'd by United. They looked like they were just lacking confidence. They weren't pushing, they weren't being aggressive. They were often just cowering away in corners, both figuratively and literally at times. And United took full advantage of that, flying in, grappling everywhere, Mangler to the face. It was all there for United, and I think that almost lit a fire inside of Sentinels where they said, look, we're Sentinels. We're not just a team who drops out in top 12 like they did last weekend. We're a team who's usually grand finals. We're a team who's won championships, back-to-back championships at times. So they need to show that in themselves. I want to see individually them all matching United, but I do feel like they lack a little bit of that kind of teamwork and chemistry that you earn from playing the game a little bit more. I think United have had better practice, more solid scrims, and that does punish Sentinels ever so slightly. But I love this United roster. I think they've got some fantastic individuals there. They really seem to be clicking. They are players who have been in the community for so long and so just teetering on the edge of like top teams and have been there or thereabouts in grand finals. So now seeing them have so much success once more in Infinite is so good to see.
It is, and it was also great to see the way that they handled that matchup earlier when they were able to just narrowly not close it out in that game 5. And you saw Spartan take to Twitter just talking about how he was so proud of the team, even though they lost that game 5, couldn't close it out, just immediately even posting clips at the end of the oddball game. A lot of teams might take that hard, but I think they're continuing the momentum and they're keeping their head held high coming off of that loss, which I think says a lot about this team.
But ultimately, I mean, we spoke about the Twitter spat, we spoke about the rivalry that's somewhat developing. We're getting to the point now where that could have an effect on the mental game of both of these teams. Like, that plays a part either way. They can either encourage you to play a little bit better, or it can make you very nervous, and you might see teams start to play worse. So it's going to really test the character of so many of these players in these teams. Not every player is involved in the little rivalry, but you want to back your teammates. You want to do it for your teammates. And even though we've seen Spartan and Ryanoob going at it against each other and now on the same team, certainly when that rivalry was happening, both of them stepped up to the plate. Both of them looked confident. They were getting each other's faces in game and out of game. And I want to see that same kind of confidence from all of these teams. I don't want to see anyone kind of crumbling under the pressure just because we've got a little bit of a rivalry going on now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these two teams are going to be playing at their best when all 8 players that are on the stage, of course, are playing at their most confident. We're waiting for these players to get into the lobby, and as soon as they do, we'll get into that match. Until then, we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with this next matchup.
built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Kickoff Qualifier. As you just saw on your screens, this is what we're here for. We're playing for Raleigh. We're playing for the seeding. We're playing for the potential to go all the way on the first LAN event that we're having in our Halo Infinite season. Gentlemen, we are still waiting and I tell you what, we're not happy about it. We're waiting in the wings for our elimination semis for this epic rematch. You know, things are still taking a bit of time to get in. Yeah, Onset's off he goes.
I'm going to sort this out, everyone. Like, somebody needs to step up and take responsibility here. I'm happy to do it. I'm sure that these two things can fit. He's got a spoon. What else have we got around here?
What do I have?
This is the issue. Nobody has any ketchup. That's the problem. So we need ketchup.
Why the hell do you have ketchup?
Why wouldn't you have ketchup on your desk?
I love how this is what we've resorted to, folks. Genuinely grabbing a bunch of things and seeing what we can do with it. But I tell you what, we are waiting. We will give you updates as we get them, folks. So I appreciate your patience with all of this. Gents, but before we actually went to the break, we did have a little cheeky announcement that our own Bravo was involved in here. BTB is back. It's bigger and better than ever because we have a rematch of its own on the cards as well. Gaskin.
Hello.
I've got to ask you now. Team GB or Team Walshy?
Well, I mean, I've said they've got my numbers, so I will gladly join whoever wants me. I don't think I need to take a stance right now, because if I did, that might unfairly put me in one of those categories, and I shouldn't have to. But it is going to be bigger and better, quite literally, because it's 12 versus 12 rather than 8 versus 8. I mean, GB is a worse Halo player. I think I can confidently say that. Like, I don't think I need to...
Somebody just clip that and send it to him.
Send it to him. But
send it.
GB has that charisma. He has that role leader ability. He's got that IGL potential.
Well,
so, you know, there's
win.
contrasting
the
things.
Win.
Yeah. He did get the win as well. So there's everything there for GB.
There is that.
Just
yeah,
not
there is definitely
Halo
that for GB.
skill.
For sure. Well, okay, hold on then. What about, because let's be honest, it's not just about the games when we get into it. It's about everything that comes with the game of BTB, isn't it? You know, it's the talking, I think, that we're all invested in as well. Bravo, who's got the best trash talk out of GB and Walshy, do you think?
Wow. Oh, man. I think historically Walsh has the edge. I think at South by Southwest, there was good trash talk exchange. But, I mean, we have to look at Walshy's history of trash talk on the MLG main stage because... Right, there's only one guy that took candy from a baby, and that's Dave Walsh. So I think Dave Walsh has the edge there, but I do expect the trash talk at South by Southwest to be pretty good. And that's honestly half the battle is really the trash talk between those two.
Definitely. I have a bone to pick, though, as well. So last time we were on the South by Southwest desk, I also was left out as well. I felt like I was on a team of my own. I don't know if you saw in the trailer, though, folks, but they all had wonderful jumpers, and I didn't. I was left completely stranded with no jumpers on set. I heard this was all you're doing, mate.
No, what actually happened is... so I came out the bad side of this. So I saw that, I was like perusing some of the accessories and the wonderful stands that were at South by Southwest, and I was like, hey, that's a really cool jumper. It's like a little, like, I can't remember.
Can I just clarify for all of our North American viewers that a jumper is a sweater?
Yes.
Thank you, Eddie. Sorry.
Continue on.
Big, thick, long sleeve T-shirt was bought by me. I was like, yeah, and it was. I can't remember exactly how much it was, but it's reasonably priced.
It was like $50. It was not reasonably priced.
It was not reasonably priced.
It was expensive.
I'm glad that Andy's here to fact check me on everything I'm saying, by the way. Thank you, Andy. And then I would say an hour later, if that. We're having a conversation with one of the South by Southwest social media crew, and she's like, oh, so you bought one of the jumpers, and I think that Andy said, yeah, they're really, really cool, like really like some of the stuff they got. And she's like, oh, I'll go and sort you guys out some. So I'm there, $50 out of pocket. 2 minutes later, they come back with some wonderful fresh garms for everybody. Unfortunately, like, you didn't get one because I don't think you were probably working. You were probably on the desk, holding it down while we were off shopping.
Just really, working really hard and just
saying that I paid for that thing. Still got it.
Well, that needs to change next time. That needs to change. I'm having my own big team battle of my own, and that's with clothing. I'm actually having word that the game could potentially be ready in just a moment. So I just want you boys to get ready for this one. And just before we do get into it, let's just quickly, just tell our viewers exactly what is going on. We have the Elimination Semifinals. This is a rematch. It's not just a rematch, it's the rematch. United versus Sentinels. It is going to be absolutely huge. We are, in fact, going to the game right now. Bravo, Gaskin, it's over to you. Let's get hype.
Take us in. Oh my God, we're into gameplay. Bravo and Gaskin bringing you United versus Sentinels. This is not an illusion. This is not a mirage. Gaskin, we're into gameplay.
At least we're into game 1. What happens in game 2? That remains to be seen, but we can at least enjoy this one while it's on our screens. Camouflage in the hands of Frosty right now. But it's been early scoring for United, racking up to about 30 points, but there's a lot to do here with this camo.
There certainly is, as we take a look up top, and exactly what's going to go down. It's Frosty with camo. And sniper control on back tower. Once again, game number 1 here. Going to be strongholds on live fire between these two. Only one can advance here. It's a best of 5 late in the evening in our elimination semifinals.
Also, shout out to Nerdslayer, who is actually Snakebite using Lottie's account. So Lottie is featuring for the HCS today. So at least she was able to help out because it seemed like there was some issues there on Snakebite's account. But at least we're into it now. 45 points in favor of the 0. But look at this. There could potentially be a trip cap. Look at the synchronization in A and B taken right now.
Yeah, very good angles there from that wave coming in from the back of the B pillars. Like you said, A, B control now coming in for the side of Sentinels.
But now it's what you do with A and B here. You can just push up, you can hold A and B, really focus B. Don't allow them to push easily from C to take it away from you. But because of the height difference, you do leave yourself very vulnerable to grenades just getting slammed into you. You can be repulsed off the map as well if you put your back to the open space behind you. So you've got to be really careful. But somehow, Sentinels have pushed around and they're taking C away from E United.
Yeah, they are. That's a big swing there. And it's going to be a momentary trip cap. B will start to be converted as well as we take a look at the E United side. And it's King Nick who's going to swing over to power up and denies the power up grab as well. It's a great play. Going to make his way over as well, but finds lethal back dummies. Needs to be careful here going down here. Would likely forfeit the power. Here comes Spartan as well trying to push in. They will trade with World 2, and who's going to be the last one in to snag that?
Nice movement coming out of Lethal here, just to try and get from one spot to the other, but you can see really the difference that can be made if you've got a sniper rifle there. So quickly you can shoot a player out of the sky and make them weak with good assisting coming through. But E United have been traversing the map successfully as a team, constantly rotating, making Sentinels think with every single move that they make.
Yeah, World 2 just waiting and baiting on B, just trying to see if anyone might push from Nest. He knows that a player might be there. It's actually King Nick who's in Nest, so looking across to see what's happening with teammates, and still nothing coming in. So he's actually going to push top middle here alongside Snakebite, Frosty's top tower as well as they start to make that rotate. Frosty going to still be camoed, AR in hand as well. Going to keep an eye on top middle.
And it's great that they've taken C, but that will leave A vulnerable here. So now as E United start to move towards A, Sentinels should try and prioritize B, but Frosty with the camouflage feels like he can do something a little bit different here. Will take down one and somehow is still alive. A great assistance there from Lethal. What a play from Sentinels.
Those are the plays we are used to seeing from Frosty. Going to drop shield, check the Nest angle as well. Going to quickly jump right in to B as well as they'll start converting there, and they'll start converting behind on the lines on C as well. A and B now back in the control of Sentinels. It's 44-89.
Now A and B would be my preference if I'm on the back foot and if I'm struggling to try and get any points, just to try and get something on the board. But if you really want total control, if you really want to hold another team to their wits' end, then I would suggest C and B would be the priority positions. But ultimately, when you get strongholds here on live fire, it's all about that battle for B. And if you can hold it consistently throughout the game, the likelihood is you're going to be racking up more points than the other team.
Yeah, and Sentinel's going to be very proud of what they've done over these past few minutes of gameplay. Not only brought the game back, but essentially neck and neck here with this A-B hold. It's been a convincing one that has put many, many points on the board, and we are just about tied here at the 80s, and it's also Royal 2 with a Mangler camo here on pillars.
The good thing about holding A and B is how quickly you can get from A to B and vice versa, and the nades you can throw from one to another as well. But Sentinels on the prowl very much want to take C because they recognize that United were rotating around to take A off spawn, but the camo just keeps going into the hands of Sentinels. They've been the ones that are prioritizing it. They've been rewarded for it, but Royal 2 does get spotted out.
He does get spotted. He gets eagle-eyed there and also cleaned up. Spartan makes sure to try to guess that route and does it well to fly into pillars and pick up that kill. So B and C will be converted as Frosty comes up here on back C, trying to make a move against Ryan Noob.
And we're really going to see the power of a triple cap here. Now these points are going to start to rack up for E United. Sentinels need to put themselves into a position where they can stop this bleeding, because it can very easily get out of control here, Bravo, if you don't prioritize one of these strongholds quickly. But again, they're synchronizing the A and C push here.
Yeah, they really did well there to get total control for just a second. Now, A does get converted for the side of Sentinel, so we'll take a look at Ryanu here, pushing in from Nest. Needs to win this battle against Snakebite, but a great pre-nade. Make that 2 nades coming in from Snakebite. That's going to get the better of Ryan Noob. It's going to leave Rain all the way up top at Nest to try to get the kill, and he does. Let's see if he can push in here with a teammate on Frosty. World 2 trying to anchor from those sandbags.
That was how Frosty didn't desperate there onto B. Even though he probably could have gained control of it, he would have left himself very vulnerable to grenades just being tossed from C. Instead, prioritized the kill, Then they started to take B, and they still haven't just grabbed it, but eventually now they'll start to score some points. But a really good period of play for E United. That triple cap has set them just about 30 points ahead right now.
Yeah, we're seeing very clear periods of control from these two teams. A big swing from E United. That's going to be a grab on screen. You see there for Nick. A big swing for E United. Sentinels answers back. And just like that, our third winner in those exchanges, it's going to be E United so far. That brings them up 139 to 119. But we're back to the A-B hold for Sentinels.
That could be the downside of sometimes getting greedy and going for the triple cap as well. Frosty there leaving himself exposed to the spawns on dummies. Gets taken down. Gives E United the player advantage. And now E United are taking B because of that. Now, I'm not saying it was a mistake from Frosty, but that is the risk you take when you push the triple cap. It's very much a risk and reward play.
King Nick there, very wise to back down. He actually got bodied with a snipe, so make sure to stay alive in the back of the base. Now he's back tower. He actually will trade there. Does not opt for the repulsor. Will trade with Snakebite. A little bit left in the heat wave, so now we'll jump on board with Ryan Noob down low.
And Ryan Noob looking to try and get up close and personal with the AR here. Even though there's only one on the map, it certainly can be a power weapon at times. If you can get in the grills of your opponents and you can just drill them down with the assault rifle, some assistance from a teammate's BR or whipping out your BR to get that final shot, it really can be deadly. So that's why I'm not surprised we see a lot of teams actually prioritize one player picking up the assault rifle when it's available.
Ryan Noob finally gets taken down by the heat wave of Royal 2, and just like that, during that A-B hold, which has now become a momentary AC hold, it has been Sentinels who's taken the lead off of a very, very strong swing there. Now 169 to 141 in favor of Sentinels.
That's how quickly this game can change. Look how Sentinels are trying to force this B hold, but also well aware of who's at A right now. That's a big fight, and that's a big kill from Royal 2. If that hadn't have gone his way, Sentinels might have been looking at a potential another trip cap for E United.
And Royal 2 doing well to anchor sandbags there during that A hold, but it's E United that wants B. They have their eyes set on it. Spartan actually gets what looked like repulsored off of the map, so he will have to think a little bit of time to think about that as he's in the respawn screen. And now all eyes are on B, and it will slowly start to get converted for E United. It's going to be a camo in the hands of Frosty.
Yeah, another camo. It just seems like every time that camo pops, it's Sentinels who are prioritizing it. Is that something to do with coaches? Is that Royal 1 showing his value here in this game? But it is still Sentinels leading the game. They do still have around 50-point advantage, even though E United had that one swing, Andy. Ever since then, Sentinels have responded so well by transitioning from A to C accordingly and not allowing E United to get that trip cap.
Yeah, what we've seen this game is really control-based game, and you don't always get that in Stronghold. Sometimes it can be a bit scrappy, a bit messy, but we've actually had very specific, very dedicated periods of control between these two teams. It's actually a player waiting top middle with the heat wave there, and going to be the side of Sentinels that wins that battle. As we take a look at an AC hold here for Sentinels, they're about to cross that 200-point mark.
And they know they're going to lose A, so they have to push B. They have to make sure they value this B push, and they do so. Snakebite with a big kill, but now has lost a couple of teammates here, so has to first survive the barrage of grenades, but will not survive. Great placement there from E United to ensure that that wasn't going to be an easy take whatsoever for Sentinels.
United will also swing C here. Going to grab that, and let's see what the move is here from King Nick. Going to right away try to get back to top middle. He knows the sniper's up, but the nades deny the sniper coming in from Sentinels. They are now presumably going to be making this push, and now Spartan and King Nick need to work together top middle.
Yeah, there's just a lot of 2x2s running at the moment, and Royal 2 has now managed to achieve getting the sniper rifle, and you know full well that when Royal 2 has a sniper rifle, things could pop off, and there's another triple cap. Finally, we do see United just popping into A to make sure that those points aren't scored too quickly. Gotta hit this last one, which he gets assists by the Nerd Slayer.
Still points going on the board for Sentinels. You could tell by the speed at which it was capped. A little bit of a rotation there, and oh, trying to juggle the sniper, but it's going to be King Nick that flies in the back of the base, hits the body. It looked like on Snakebite as well. Yes, he did tag him, but not in the dome. So it's going to just be a body shot, and Snakebite will now have an opportunity to rotate here and just getting rid of ammo and also doing a little bit of electrician work towards the back of tower. It will be 239 for Sentinels. They will get A as well. Only 10 points to go for them to score. It's a back-whack, though. It's a wild POV change. Ryan Noob will pick that one up. And right now, rightfully so, E United finally back on the board in terms of scoring, but they need to be very careful here. They only have 11 points before Sentinels will close this out.
Sentinels are taking C right now as well. That would allow them to start scoring, but does leave A vulnerable. But look how quickly the grenades are spammed into A to try and stop Rain doing so. A big reset could happen here, which will happen. Points still being scored. Sentinels close to closing this one out.
They certainly are now 5 points away here, 245, and that will continue to tick. We do need to see control coming in from ARC, but it almost won't matter because the B-hold is coming in as well. Sentinels will take your game number 1 with a score of 250 to 164.
Well, so the big rivalry, the big rematch is starting to go in favor of Sentinels. It was a closely contested game for the majority, Andy, but then Sentinels just slowly but surely started to separate themselves away from E United. A trip cap really helped at one point, but ultimately it was the A and B hold, which isn't your necessary kind of desired and hold you would go for to prioritize as a team, but it really worked because they were able to move so swiftly from A to B, and the amount of slaying power we were seeing on this team, I mean, the statistics speak for themselves.
Frosty, 18 and 11 in that game. He goes with a 10.0 KDA, 9 assists as well. Big numbers from him. It's a pretty convincing victory, 250 to 164. Like I said, we were neck and neck at various points of that game with teams exchanging leads on big swings. It was a composed game from both sides, but in the end, it really was that A-B hold coming in. Gaskin, you're right, though. We saw a little bit more prioritization on B throughout that game. Here's a look at damage dealt as well.
Yeah, I think B should always be the priority for any team just because that is the difference maker when it comes to holds. You can sometimes try and hold A and C, but you just leave yourself vulnerable to that constant spamming of one team pushing A whilst you're pushing C, and one team pushing C whilst you're pushing A, and you just get caught in this endless loop where you are ultimately not scoring points. So B has to be the priority. Sometimes, yes, you have to just push A or C first, just at least to stop the bleeding if it's a trip cap for the other team. But then it's about how you get to B afterwards. You can collapse as a unit, 2 players pushing from one side, 2 players maybe going down through bottom middle, down towards pillars to take those angles. But the grenades are going to be the big difference maker. You've really got to be knowledgeable of where to bank those nades from. There's also spots you can sit in B, or you can stand on the little ledge above B as well, so that those nades don't do as much damage to you. All these little things can really be that big difference maker and might allow you to get those extra few points here on Strongholds.
And right there, that really was just a highlight reel of what we saw from Sentinel's gameplay there. A lot of great baiting and switching, keeping each other alive, staying alive and B, getting those resets that they needed and really moving around the map in the exact fashion that they needed to. As you see Slayer Bazaar next. Gaskin, any thoughts on that one as we head into game number 2?
Well, you may remember we did see these two compete against each other on Slayer Bazaar, and it was not a very pretty one on the side of Sentinels. The United had the number, they had control of the mid-map, they were getting all of the weapons that they needed, whether it be Mangler, whether it be the Bulldog, whether it be Rockets, everything was in their control. Because Sentinels were playing a little bit scared. They weren't playing like the Sentinels of old. So I want to see Sentinels now take this momentum, take this confidence they've just gained from map 1 and inject it into Bazaar Slayer. Because if they can take map control, it is a snowbally game type. You can understand why so many teams do get 50 the 30s or get the Staketaculars, just because it's so difficult to get back into it once you fall behind.
Certainly, and once you lose that mid-map control, it's so easy to pinch opponents in the back of the base, and it plays very different from CTF because you can kind of break the rules of the areas you can cross, the areas you can get into when you have players that are, say, trapped in the back of a base. You don't have to worry about where they might spawn in terms of only rocket side. You can completely flip those spawns as we bring everyone back in just a moment. But I got to say, in that game, it was a pretty convincing win from Sentinels. I don't think they're only going to use that momentum, Gaskin. I think they're also going to really ride that. That wasn't just a narrow win. That was a pretty convincing one. So let's see if Sentinels can keep it up in game number 2. That's going to be the question.
Yeah, game number 2 is going to be the big one indeed, and I'm hoping to see some impressive stuff. And excuse me, I thought it was going to be Bazaar Slayer. I just completely misread it. So ignore everything I said earlier. Instead, we'll focus on Streets. As you can see, all the fantastic little visuals we've got, and it's going to be Street Slayer. So ignore what I said, but again, same thing can stand. This one can be pretty snowbally as well if you can gain control of Rockets, if you can gain control of the Bulldog, you can prioritize collapsing on your team and on the opposition. It can get very ugly indeed.
Rockets 2 going to handle Royal 2. He'll connect on Neons for the first one. Going to be looking to see what other scraps might be lying around as well. Keeping a shift over to B stairs, but has to be very careful as he is still tagged up and his shields will still be low. Going to just hold down on the Bulldog spawn for just a moment, and with some help across Neons into Tires, pick up another kill on Spartan to kick things off. They're up 4-1.
Sentinels just look like a different team, don't they? I think that E United may have prodded the beast a little bit too much, and Sentinels look like they really want to take down and make a statement here against E United. A nice 4-1 lead. They do have control a lot of the priority weapons and priority positions here, and E United already on the back foot trying to escape this station spawn, and look how suffocated they are, desperately trying to march through bottom middle and being punished for it.
Yeah, look at this, and it almost felt like you had E United trying to slow the game down in these moments, or trying to take angles that you might try to take in something like a ball game. In a Slayer, there's really no rules about where you can and can't go. You could totally flip those spawns. So Sentinels just catching several players off down at ball spawn, bottom, mid, and B stairs, and that just extends their lead here 8-3. Royal 2 also sitting here, just gonna wait it out, got an AR and ready to go, as you see on the third person, just waiting to see if anyone might try to push through. 2 players come at once, and honestly, great play by E United to check that corner, sending 2 players.
The double shoulder peek from E United, perfectly pushing in tandem. That's what you need. You need to be holding hands sometimes here on Street Slayer. Otherwise, you can be punished. You don't want to allow the other team to get too many 1v1 engagements, especially when they've got weapons like the Bulldog. As we get the drop shield Bulldog combo, this is really difficult to play against. But E United successfully backing off ever so slightly here.
Snakebite gonna find Spartan in the back. Doesn't even need the Bulldog to do it. We'll pick up the kill with the melee as well. That'll extend their lead now 13-5. And it's a very different Sentinels that we are seeing today, and they are ready to play. If you're just joining us, first of all, welcome to our Elimination Semifinals. That's a rocket grab in the hands of Lethal as well. We've had a big rivalry developing between these two teams, and just in case you missed it, a little bit of social media banter between the two as well. E United wins that last series 2-0, but now Sentinels not only up 1-0 in the series, also leading in game number 2 as well.
Yeah, banter is one way to put it. Certainly, if you want to be watching anything tonight after this, watch Twitter, watch social media, because whichever way this series goes, I'm sure we're going to see a little something. That last word is going to be said, or wanted to be said, by both teams. But a 15-7 scoreline here, an 8-kill advantage. This is so much slower than I'm used to seeing Slayer be played on streets. And I think both teams recognizing when the other team has some priority positions, when those teams have those big weapons that can do damage. And because of that, E United are playing a little bit restricted. They're reluctant to push out, and Sentinels are capitalizing on it every time because they're collapsing, they're getting those kills, and they're keeping this advantage.
You called it perfectly. They're getting that advantage without even spending a rocket. Lethal still has rockets here in tires now. And just like you said, E United was slowing this down because they're down by a significant enough margin, and they know that the enemy has rockets, so they do not want to make the wrong push. But actually on the other side of the map, there on B Street, it was all Snakebite, just still racking up kills for his squad. Now they're up by 9. Ooh, that rocket from Lethal catches the wall there. Unfortunate for him. That rocket from Snakebite not going to connect either. So a little bit of a change of fate here for the side of E United.
Certainly not the rockets you want to see, but at least they were fired and not put into the enemy hand. So I guess that's the silver lining for that play, but it's still an 8-kill advantage right now as the game slightly speeds up. But every single time we're seeing a 1-for-1 trade, and Sentinels will take that all day long. E United need to get Sentinels on the back foot. They need to start taking down 2-3 players and get Sentinels spawning down towards the station area, so that then Sentinels are the ones having to try and push out.
Look at the play from Rain. Does very well to stay alive here. Also trying to push in A. He was able to stay alive as long as he could against Lethal. Still trying to find out where Lethal might be at A and prioritizes the rockets appropriately. He knows that there might still be a player on elbow and gets the double kill trade. Like you said, it's a dangerous opportunity if E United continues to trade this way. And also pinging the rockets is Nick. They are down there. Spartan's going to be the one to grab them.
Such an efficient use of the pinging system as well. Shows how important it can be to give an exact location as to where those rockets can be. And that's the difference the rockets can make. It's now only a 4-kill game. Spartan making sure those rockets connected.
Got to talk about that play that we just saw from Rain. He's alone in PD with no shields. Makes sure to isolate the battle with Lethal, stays alive long enough to help on rockets, then gets the trade back elbow as well. That's a huge set of plays from him that now brings this game within 4, 27-23 in favor of Sentinels.
Royal 2 currently has 15 kills and 5 deaths. Lethal with just the 2 kills, but only 3 deaths. And that very much says the story for Sentinels at the moment, is it's just been Royal 2 running around, destroying everyone, whilst the rest of the Sentinel squad are just staying alive and waiting for E United to push them. But at least E United have made this a closer game. At one point it was looking perhaps out of reach as they were 8 to 10 kills behind, but as long as they can stay within 4 to 5, Andy, there's always that chance of overturning this one.
King Nick just bulldogging his way through A. Also Spartan helping from the neon angle into tires. That now brings the game within 3. So we've got a fantastic game number 2 on our hands, just 30-27 in favor of Sentinels. But you have to say, not only in terms of the scoreboard trajectory, but even though momentum feels like it's starting to go the way of United just a bit, but here comes a frosty push.
Well, United, they pushed Sentinels onto the back foot. They made them be spawning in station, and this is why I always say try and set up, try and force those spawns towards station, because then you have the high ground. You can play positions like this. They usually have to either push up red ramp or neon ramp, and in both positions, you leave yourself vulnerable to being shot from a distance and from an angle where you're at a disadvantage. So that's why you want to force them into these spawns. It's where United were for the opening start of this game, but now they've forced Sentinels into this position.
Just like that, it's a 2-kill game, 32-34. Rockets have popped, and it's a battle for them bottom middle. Ryan Noob will trade. Spartan still has an angle, so does King Nick. Eyes are really going to be on this rocket launcher bottom middle. Could really influence how we get into the 40s here. 1-kill game.
Again, you're just seeing pings from both teams so that they can specify and actually point out where the rocket is going to be in a specific place. 37-34, so still a 3-kill advantage for Sentinels. Make it 2, but rockets in the hand of King Nick could really be the difference maker.
What does Nick do here? No! Hits the rocket, and it looks like it caught him and Rain on B stairs. It did not hit the pillars. It did take down Frosty, but you have to think the game might have played out very differently from that moment had he not spent that rocket and also got some splash damage, not only on himself, but also a teammate. So just like that, it will be a 3-kill game in favor of Sentinels, and we have now United back at Tram. Spartan will fall to lethal, and could that be the moment that the side of United looks back on after the evening ends? Moment by moment, we will have to see if that's what it comes down to. Nick trying to thrust away as well. Now, just like that, a 4-kill game. They bring it back within 3, though. 40-37 in favor of Sentinels.
Look at the angle from Nerdslayer, aka Snakebite, playing on an alternate account there. That's why it's so difficult to push out of Tram, because from on top of PD, you can see the entire red ramp, and you're so vulnerable to those shots. But United have done well to at least get out of Tram, but at what cost? They're 7 kills down now, 6 away from Sentinels from taking this game, but a nice, quick 2 successive kills here to bring this back within 5.
Royal 2 is 20-9 right now. Nobody else in the game even has 14 kills. Huge numbers from him, and we'll stay on board with him, fittingly so, towards the end of this game. Right now up 44-39, looking to extend that lead, but do they ever have a good cushion? It's going to be a Ryan Noob grab, if I'm not mistaken, on the bottom rockets. Probably a little bit of carnage on these rockets. We'll have to see where they end up. It's Ryan Noob on B stairs, just like that, 46-41.
Oh, he's trying to hold on to the rockets, but it's a big double from Royal 2. Rewarded with the rockets, 23 kills. He could make this 25-kill game and close it out with these rockets in hand.
Here it goes. Oh, he looks right away. King Nick was coming in the back, and right there going to tag up 1. That should be at 49. Just needs to find the last kill, and PD, it's right on his screen. He gets the double kill as well, and Royal 2 makes it a 25-kill game. Sentinels will win 50-41.
The man has just got half the kills of his team. That is insane. That is the kind of potential that this Sentinel squad has, that Royal 2 has. It doesn't matter what iteration of Halo it is. He is always a slaying god. He was popping off there on streets. 2-0 to Sentinels after being sent down to the elimination bracket by United in a best of 3 that they lost 2-0. They put themselves on match point here on CTF Bazaar.
Royal 2 popping off. Canadian flags in the chat. 25 kills. That is a game to remember in a series like this, folks. This is not some matchmaking ranked play. This is a pro match against one of the best teams in this tournament. It's 50-41, but my God, when's the last time you saw a PGCR like this? He ends the game 25-9.
And Onset pointed out something fantastic. We've got Ryan Noob Nerds versus the Nerd Slayer. The plot thickens in what has been an eventful series full of so much backstories and maybe just starter stories for what could be a big rivalry throughout Halo Infinite. But it really was a strange game of Street Slayer, a much slower paced game than what we used to be seeing sometimes, which could be very hectic, it can be very messy. There was actually a reasonable amount of structure coming out of both teams, forcing the other team to be forcing towards that spawn in Tram, and then once they were spawning there, just watching their angles, watching those ramps, making it very difficult for them to push up on. And then both teams were prioritizing waiting for their teammates, pushing out as a 4 rather than 1v1, and it's why at one point it was like, what, 14-8, and everyone was stood still.
It really did slow down so much. Look at this play from King Nick. Tries to rocket on B stairs, takes himself out, and you have to think also does some splash damage to Rain there. Like we said, a moment that they might be thinking about later on, depending on how this series goes. Royal 2 as well, just, I mean, unbelievable numbers. Also picks up this double. Spartan can't even get the rocket off. It was huge, just such a strong finish from the side of Sentinels. But like I said, you do not see stats like that very often. Those are once a year PGCRs as we bring everyone back in. It's 50-41 in favor of Sentinels there. My God, Onset's been spamming our talent chat Discord with Canadian flags and Canadian memes here because Royal 2 is popping off.
Yeah,
pretty well.
I'm just limbering up because I've had quite the series actually. No, fantastic stuff from Sentinels. All jokes aside, I mean, my goodness, what a complete turnaround that we're seeing out of this roster right now. I don't know whether it is the fact that, you know, Nerd Slayer and the matchup with Ryan Noob and the Nerds is doing something. It's making a factor. I don't know whether it's the timeline. Last night they were shaking things up mentally, but it's a different story today. Onset, I've got to ask you about your feelings right now, currently in the series.
It's feeling like this is the Sentinels I've been waiting to watch for quite some time now, ever since Halo Infinite launched. This is the Sentinels we know. This is the Sentinels who can destroy anyone in a bracket. And I said that maybe what happened last night has lit a little bit of a fire under Sentinels, and that's how I feel it's playing out in game right now. They seem to be playing with an intensity about them, with a real kind of deliberate move every single time they're trying to do anything. There's no second guessing. And I've got to say, that last game, Royal 2, to put up 25 kills in a Slayer, especially on a map like Streets where, you know, there's so many quick fights happening a lot of the time, to be in a position where you're playing your angles so well and hitting your shots, that is a monster performance and one of the best we've seen so far in the Halo Championship Series.
Yeah, I think honestly at this point in time they've had a bit of practice, and I think a lot of the practice has come through the form of the opens, the qualifier, a lot of these games that they've got into. I think the best of fives have definitely helped in the elimination bracket. Now being able to play as a squad, being able to be put into these difficult situations and figure that out as a team, I think it does tell a lot about this Sentinels roster being able to kind of get over that. It's not hard losing when you're used to winning, and to be able to do that is phenomenal. So fantastic stuff so far from Sentinels. Welcome back, boys. It's great to see you show up. But on the other side of things, E United, still really giving it to them. It's not like it's a stomp at the moment. E United are fighting back. They're looking great as per usual. Bravo, right now, what are you noticing about this E United roster? What do they need to do to try and answer things back and turn this series around?
To be honest, I think they just need to close it out and start closing out games, because in both those games 1 and 2, we saw this team tied with Sentinels right around the midway-ish point of each game, right? You had a 35-34 Slayer and a tied game right around 150 in Strongholds. So even though the score is so heavily leaning towards Sentinels, especially when you look at the end of the game, United has unsurprisingly been right there with Sentinels, but it has been key decisions that Sentinels has made, and in some cases, United just not really putting the pieces together to close out the game. So I just think they need to get their stuff together towards the end of the game and close out these matches, and we could go straight to a game 5, but the question is, can they do it?
Yeah, that is very true. I think, you know, a lot of the observations, I think, are also prioritizing certain things on the map. We're seeing a lot more power-ups and power weapons go in the favor of Sentinels. Maybe they just figured things out. Well, I'll let you two figure out how we're going to get back into this next one, because I think the match is started. I'm so excited to jump straight back into the series. Over to you, boys.
Thank you, Lottie. Us as well. Bravo and Gaskin here, back to call the end of this one. And Gaskin, this has been quite a series. And to be honest, that's kind of been the tone of all the matches that we've shown today. They've all been excellent. And I guess it's no surprise with how much better each team is getting week by week.
Yeah, and I'm starting to wonder, what is the better story here? A 3-0 for Sentinels to answer back the 2-0 that happened earlier.
Yeah.
Or maybe, you know, we just go a little bit further into this series and the United start to fight back, because we've also seen a lot of that here in today's tournament, haven't we? Where we've seen best of 5s go all the way to the limit. Well, it's Bizarre CTF. I was mentioning Bizarre Slayer earlier because I think I misread the graphic, but actually it's Bizarre CTF. They'll be going toe-to-toe. Now, this is the starting strategy I've seen Sentinels play. They all run through bottom middle, they throw grenades towards it, and they try and prioritize getting this overshield, getting the grapple, and then looking towards rockets.
Looks like it's going to be a clean grab as well on that overshield, and it hasn't even been popped yet by the side of Snakebite. Snakebite going to be on truck, and he's actually going to wait to go ahead and pop this. Now flying in right away, and we'll see what he's able to do. But based on the actions we're seeing on screen, I don't think it is an official match. I think that's going to be a match restart, which is unfortunate to see, but you can kind of tell he takes a second to pop the overshield, starts to melee shoot the ground, doesn't really know what to do with his hands as they start to come up, and it's going to be a match restart there. So we got excited about that game, but let's still talk about what we're seeing in the series. Gaskin, I mean, it's one thing to get 25 kills in a Slayer for Royal 2. It's another to go 25-9 in a game like that. Absolutely huge numbers from him, but I agree. As a fan of simply wanting to see more Halo, I think I kind of want this thing to go to Game 5. But what do you think?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? When you talk about biased casters, sometimes we just bias because we want to watch more Halo. And actually, I think
I think we always want to see more.
we always want to see more Halo. I think as a spectator as well, when you're a neutral especially, you always want to see more Halo. Even if you're a Sentinels fan, I think secretly you're like, yeah, well, we could go to a Game 5 as long as Sentinels still come out on top. But when we saw that starting strategy there on Bazaar CTF, it's something that I've noticed in scrims when Sentinels are able to actually get some, is that if they do prioritize 3 members going through those double doors, they nade across to the other double doors, and you get so much coverage from that market area that it's very difficult if the other team just tries to go tree, for example, or they all head towards bar. You don't necessarily have the sight lines. That overshield is usually going to be grabbed by one of them, and then you can make a big play with it. Also, the lightning grenades that are down there, the dynamo grenades, excuse me. See, Wes is getting in my head now. I'm saying lightning grenades, not dynamo grenades. They are so effective here to zone out the other team, to get that damage on the other team as well, and maybe come out 4 kills on top. And if you do that, then rockets are also available for you, as well as the grapple. All the toys are there at the bottom of Bazaar.
Yeah, in that specific example, we saw E United. They actually grabbed the dynamo nades, flew through, and tried to dynamo nade the front door. Ryan Noob also went for grapple, but I think he got turned away just because you did have a Sentinels player that was sitting still in double doors and watching grapple. So we're starting to get now into this 3rd week of Halo Infinite a little bit mind gaming with, how many players are you sending either bridge or BR? How many players are you sending low through the double doors? Are you nading the double doors or like the market mid side of the double doors? And you get what I mean. Everyone at home gets what I mean as well. You start to finally get into the mental games of, okay, which of these 8 or so decisions are you prioritizing? And then it's really a question of how those opening strats match up.
And when we talk about opening strats, I mean, there are traditionally throughout Halos, there are some maps where the opening strats don't matter as much, and some where they are absolutely crucial. And I do think Bazaar, they are the most crucial because it is one of the most snowbally maps. The mid control is so important. Maybe Bazaar CTF a little bit different to Bazaar Slayer because it's easier to get in and behind the bases, but certainly it's still going to be something you have to prioritize. Reminds me of back in the day playing Pit on Halo 3. Like, are you going to send 3 people long haul? Are you trying to prioritize 2 people going green to get those rockets? Are you going to go down towards overshield? And it's all about scrimming. It's all about practicing. It's about watching other teams and recognizing what they do as a starting strategy. If they've only got the one, and you know all 3 members of Sentinels, for example, all 4 members are going to go down through bottom middle, then of course you're going to try and counter that with grenades of your own, and you can very much stop them from making that push. But if Sentinels start to scrim more teams and they realize who's playing where and who's starting where, they'll come up with a B strat, a C strat, so they can keep other teams on their toes. And as you say, it becomes more of a guessing game, and it makes those starting strategies so interesting to watch.
Yeah, I think the pit analogy you make is a great one because there are very specific and split decisions that you have to make in terms of roles, right? You remember back in the days of Pit Flag, Pit Slayer, you heard people say, I'm going green, I'm going long, I'm going OV, I'm going sword, etc. Runway pushes. That's exactly what's happening here, but in a really interesting way where it's a lot more punishing. On the pit, for example, if you went 3 or 4 dead, it was not a guarantee that it was going to be difficult. Maybe you have a few people pushing Needler to long, maybe you have a few people pushing runway to sword. Those are all viable options. It feels like on Bazaar, it's even more punishing. When we see a team go up 4-0, 4-1, 5-1 in any game type of Bazaar, it feels like they're able to really trap the opponents in their base. And as long as they play their cards right, pick up those kills.
Yeah, and I do think that, something you've got to focus on here on the map is grapple, because it is there, it is available, and it can make such a big difference. We talk about rockets, we talk about overshield, but with that grapple, you can actually manage to take a rocket, take an overshield by prioritizing it and getting in a position where you can just whisk it away, as you're seeing here on your very screen. And that means you don't have to necessarily expose yourself. No, you're not going to see people standing balcony and picking up the overshield. They're going to be in a position where actually they're not vulnerable, where they can't be shot. But we've seen so many games changed by this, and we've got some things happening here, some replays from actual games throughout this tournament where the grapple has really played a huge part.
Certainly, I think we expect to see more and more the prioritization of that grapple and the effectiveness, and also just the way that teams think about utilizing that grapple become more and more of a trend. And if you have any level of control where you're able to do it, teams are going to be grapple snagging pretty much everything on the map that they can and not exposing themselves, because it really is such a difference maker. If your camo player can come away unscathed and unseen, and same with your overshield player not taking damage and able to actually get away and take a route with a full overshield, that really is a difference maker. The same can be said for rocks, of course.
It's also the distance of which you can grapple. I don't think many people realize just how far away you can be when they first started playing Halo Infinite. But I think as we get further into its life cycle, people are going to get more creative. They're going to find more angles, and we're going to see more crazy flag pulls. We're going to see more crazy runs. We're going to see more crazy, like, oddball snatches. And just imagine, right? 99 to 99, and there's an oddball just sat in the middle of the map, and someone has the grapple, and they just whisk it away, and it's 100 to 99, and they win the round. Like, those things will happen, and that's what some of this utility offers, is just fantastic outplays. Sometimes we just have to think a little bit outside of the box, and it can really make the difference.
I mean, yeah, we saw Ola right on that recharge ball game. You might remember it wasn't quite a 99-99, but able to just sit in turbine. The ball was sitting just off a ball spawn on batteries, and he's able to just snag that. And the amount of cover that you have in those areas is just massive. It's so important you're able to get away and grab some time as well. We're going to get into this next matchup as soon as we can. Until then, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More Sentinels E United coming up right after this. All right, and welcome back here. Bravo and Gaskin alongside each other here for this match. We're jumping back into the game. Gaskin, thankfully, here. We'll get this scoreboard all plugged up and set up here in just a moment. Here it is. It's 2-0 in favor of Sentinels over E United. And taking a look at this opening rush here on Bazaar, the one we were just talking about, Gaskin, a little bit of a rocket grab coming in here for Snakebite.
Yeah, not only the rockets, but also the overshield. So Sentinels, their starting strategy is very much worked here, but it's about what you can do from this position. Noticing the spawns over towards Thruster, that's one of the main spawns that you will find here on this map. So you've always got to keep an eye on it when you're pushing in. But very much Sentinels in the face of E United right now, and they're running the first flag.
Sentinels wasting no time. It's going to be a BR pull. Also keeps the flag on the bridge there. Thinking about maybe tossing bottom middle, but drops the Slay for just a bit. It's going to be Ryan Noob outside, but Ryan Noob wins that one on the rocket side. It's a big battle. He will stay alive and also grab a Bulldog.
And the Bulldog really can be, you know, the weapon that can turn the tide in your favor. But now the flag being run on the other side here by E United. So both flags out right now. The Slays that we're going to see here in middle are going to be so vital for the next 30 seconds or so. Can you get a read? Can you get the Slay? Can you then actually get the touch if you're on the other team? Big moments happening right now down at Market.
Gonna be a double kill there for the side of Snakebite, and the Bulldog does not connect as much as the E United side would have liked that. Flag does get returned. A drop and shoot there from Snakebite. Tries to advance it. He does get it to the midway mark, but that's going to be 2 dead now on the side of Sentinels. They will need to continue slaying if they want to continue this run.
Yeah, continue slaying and also try and prioritize getting the return here, which I think they're going to be able to do, which they will. So both flags were temporarily out, but now they are back to where they're going to be cozy at their home. I think Overshield is about to pop in a couple of seconds, so we're seeing a big old smash up in middle at the moment. Big double from Frosty, and now it's about whether he can get over towards that OS.
Frost using equipment so wisely there to just stay alive over at Rocket side. You did see some work coming in from the teammates as well, so he will stay alive here on top Rockets. Taking a look at the kills early on, it's going to be Spartan and Frosty, both 5 kills apiece.
Let's get OB. Snakebite pushing in. So E United have been on the back foot for the majority of this game, and something that they did very well against Optic when we saw them playing Optic earlier on was they were being very much a nuisance. They were getting behind every single time they were having their flag pulled. Someone was overextending and then pulling Optic's flag, and I think we're seeing something very similar here against Sentinels, but on this occasion, no one is in a position to do so. They've just got to try and do what they can with grenades.
What a run from Snakebite. Actually tosses the top middle there. A little bit of a riskier route there and flies right in. Wastes no time, goes through the double doors. That'll be 1-0 in favor of Sentinels, and they are leading here in this game, poised to potentially take this series in just 3 games after most recently losing to E United 2-0.
poised to take the series, but are they poised to take the Rockets? No, Spartan utilizing that grapple just as we saw in the videos we were showing before this game started. And now with Bulldog, with Rockets, we can see United push into this base, and 3 are currently dead for Sentinel. So this flag is definitely moving, but with 2 down to United, you've got to be careful. And look how quickly the spawners of Sentinels don't allow United to even get that flag on the go.
But guess what? There's a snake bite at the front door, and he says, "You shall not pass." He'll also pick up 2 from the tree. Very nice plays from Snakebite, stopping that flag run, also picking up the kill. That'll move Snakebite now into the 10 kill category, make that 11, the first one to hit double digits.
Nice killing spree from Snakebite, and I think if they can get this next overshield, I think that will say a lot about what Sentinels have been able to achieve in the opening stages of this game on Bazaar, because they really have managed to position themselves in a spot to consistently grab Ovi, then push into the flag and actually get those flags on the move with the slays that come after it. There's the return that should come through here, but Sentinels are fine with that. Actually, I say they were. The touch comes out just as he was watching, so Sentinels keep this flag alive.
What a flag touch and what an overshield grab coming in from Ryan Noob. Here's the question, what can Ryan Noob do on the side of the double doors? He's going to fly right in. That overshield has been nuked off, but he is still in the back of the base.
So maybe Sentinels shouldn't have gone for that touch. They very much left themselves somewhat exposed, but I can understand just sometimes trying to go for the dipsy doodle, grab that flag and see if you can get a little cheeky one, but United were wise to it and they got slays because of that. However, United, even with that overshield, weren't able to push into the flag there, Bravo, because Sentinels, as you say, nuked it. The focus that we're seeing from this Sentinel squad, they are shooting so successfully as a team, prioritizing which enemies they focus at a time. It's really impressive to watch.
Range is sitting there in the top hut, and our observer's doing well to show us a little bit of the angle that you can utilize there, just in that top area on the pipes, to avoid some grenades that might tag you up, especially if you are weak and going up against dynamo nades or spike grenades as well. Now, Rain also trying to still advance through the tree, does find a player bottom tree, knows he needs to be careful here.
14 and 8 at the moment for Spartan, and he really has stepped up his game over the last couple of weeks. It's been fantastic to see this United roster go from strength to strength, but they really need to dig deep if they're going to take down Sentinels now and try and reverse sweep the series. Not only reverse sweep the series, but come back from being behind here in CTF Bazaar. But certainly the way that Sentinels have moved their way around the map as a unit, they've made it very difficult for United to get any presence.
Doesn't look good here with the melees, and it can only mean one thing. It looks like that match is going to be shut down as well. However, there will be one flag on the board. We will let league administration figure out exactly what happens with the restart. Unfortunate event. So thank you for all your patience here. Of course, us in the casting booth, all of you in Twitch and YouTube chat also just want to get into these games. So frustrating circumstances in terms of the game issues, but it's one flag on the board for Sentinels, Gaskin. We're getting there slowly but surely. Let's talk about what we just saw in that match just now. Sentinels looking pretty strong once again and kind of showing signs that they want to take this game, take this series in 3 games.
Oh, they don't want this to get elongated to a point where fatigue starts to come in, because remember, not only are they playing the series, but you still have an elimination final, you still have a potential grand final coming up, right? So fatigue does start to kick in when you get into the late hours of the night, and certainly a 3-0 here would do wonders for the Sentinels' fatigue and for their mental game, and also just their confidence, because that is going to be a big win when we talk about the history between these two teams, and certainly the Twitter spat that we saw between the two teams as well. It would really just give them that massive boost that they would so desperately search for. But in the early stages of that game, it was the amount of overshields that we saw come Sentinels' way. The first 2 allowed them to push into that flag, allowed them to get flags moving. They got a flag because of it as well. Even though United with the first pool successfully overextended, got into their Sentinels base, got the slays, got a flag running of their own, I think it was the overshield that was the real difference maker and just allowed it to almost be like an extra player on the map, because you've just got that extra bit of shield.
It is really interesting how that overshield really impacts gameplay or doesn't. If you can put 1 or 2 BRs onto an overshield, you can really start to melt it off pretty quickly and neutralize that threat. However, if players are able to get those clean overshield grabs, as you say, they could be a pretty big difference maker. But at the end of the evening here, only one of the red and white can advance. Sentinels and United wearing the same colors. However, only one of them will get through to the bracket and face up against Inconceivable, bringing in the crew back into the action. Guys, it's an interesting start there for Sentinels, and hopefully we can get back into this match very soon, because honestly, that's all we want to do is get back into that Bazaar CTF and see the Bazaar ending for the rest of the series.
How bizarre, to be perfectly honest. I mean, yes, that is exactly what we want, Bravo, and we want more Bravo and Gaskin casting as well. Yeah, I mean, crazy stuff. Like, let's just discuss what we've seen so far on that Bazaar map, just because I feel like we really are seeing a different Sentinel team to what we've seen in the past weeks, and they've definitely improved. But then suddenly overnight, it really has just been a complete like night and day difference out of this roster. Dan, you actually said that they've been moving around the map as a unit. They had been really utilizing one another as a team. The teamwork seems to be there. I think their attention to detail is a lot more. Still losing out on some of the rocks, I call them rocks, as well as along the way. But overall, pretty good. Dan, what could the Sentinels boys do right now to really start to sway you in their favor in terms of really running away with the CTF game?
First thing I'm just going to point out that you saying, well, I call them rocks. Don't worry, a lot of people just call them rocks. You're not the only person in the world. We know what you mean. You're okay. What can Sentinels do? What can E-United do? Well, like as I mentioned, they were moving as a unit. I think I was watching Lethal stream the other day, and they were saying Sentinels, they're a little bit behind in practice, and there's a reason why they were losing games, because they didn't really know how to play a lot of these maps because they haven't been able to scrim as much. I think now that they're getting through more tournament games, they're slowly starting to adjust and realize the correct way to play it. And at times, it is just about buddying it up. It is about just ensuring that you've always got someone who can put those shots down, get those assists, whilst prioritizing the big positions on the map and also the power-ups and also the power weapons that are available for you. How many times did we see them position themselves to take angles so that they could get that overshield, so they could secure the grapple, so they could get the rockets, even though it only resulted in one flag cap on Bazaar capture the flag. That often can be quite a big flag cap, because we've seen a lot end just 1-0, 2-0 at times. For E-United, they need to get a little bit more slaying power here on Bazaar. They're struggling to keep up with the slays of Sentinels. There's a lot of individual pushes that are coming round the edge under rockets or just through bottom middle to try and desperate the overshield. Just a little bit more structure needed. So actually a reset could really benefit E-United, because they just seem to find themselves on the back foot quite often there in that game.
Yeah, definitely take a little breather. I think in terms of the gameplay we're watching, it has been pretty fantastic so far. Sentinels have definitely put their foot on the gas, and rightfully so at this stage so far in our competitive season. Let's take a look at the roadmap right now, because it's just in time. We're heading into our first LAN event, and it's our HCS Kickoff Major in Raleigh, North Carolina. So excited about that. I mean, look at this glorious roadmap. We have so many different things happening. Obviously, we have each region getting involved as well, and of course our wonderful partners at the bottom there, which we couldn't do this without. But fantastic stuff overall. Make sure you guys are tuning into all of those, if not going to them, because you can attend. I don't know if you know that, but you can attend and be there yourself as well. So fantastic stuff. And we've got the Halo World Championship at the end of it as well to look forward to in Seattle. Bravo, you're in Seattle currently, aren't you?
This broadcast is, yes, coming from Seattle. I'm here, and it's been dark, it's been rainy. We are deep into December in Seattle. However, let me tell you, in October, the sun is still out, and it will be a great time.
Fantastic stuff. Well, I'm really looking forward to that one as well. Now, we need to talk about team skins, though, because if you're wondering how to support the teams, you go on, head on over to the HCS store in-game on Halo Infinite, and you can pick up one of these bad boys. My goodness, they're looking pretty good right now. Obviously, pick up that MB skin right in the middle, because it's a rarity, folks. It's not going to be here forever. Obviously, Optic Gaming are going to be in the form of MB at some point as well, so that will be replaced. But
How much did you get paid? How much did you get paid for that one, Lonnie?
We'll talk
about it later.
Can't say that one. Can't say that one.
We don't have any of these under the table deals like you do.
I know. Yeah, it's definitely. I can't say that one on broadcast, unfortunately. But we do have an array of other colors available for you guys. But pick up the MB skin. So, gentlemen, I have asked you over the course of a couple of weeks and a couple of days which one you guys are picking up. But Gaskin, I haven't had the pleasure yet to ask you which one you're repping currently. So, who have you got on your spot on?
Which one I'm repping is actually Sentinels, just because I kind of like the white and red. Red is my favorite color. But I did buy Na'Vi because EU, let's go EU, is the only European team that's there at the moment. So I had to support the boys. I had to fund the 4 players that are eventually going to be heading over to Raleigh and help them out, because any support, they're going to need it to try and compete with these NA rosters. But it's hard to look past Fnatic and FaZe. And the reason being, they're the only 2 teams there that haven't picked up a roster just yet, or haven't announced their roster just yet. So if I'm a player, you know, I'm putting on the Fnatic BR, I'm putting on the FaZe BR, and I'm trying to wave my flag and get attention from those orgs to say, hey, I'm one of the best players around. Why don't you pick me up? Why don't you pick my team up?
There's one player that I'm watching in this series. You know, he's playing for Sentinels, but I'm telling you, Nerd Slayer might be wearing those colors, because some numbers been put up by Nerd Slayer. Just saying.
It's true.
If you don't know chat, if you don't know viewers, that's me out there. That's me. I am the slayer of nerds. And with that, we're going to toss to a break. I'll let you mull that one over and figure out how on earth I am also playing and hosting at the same time. When we come back, though, I'm hoping to get straight back into things, into our series, of course. We have E United versus Sentinels, and we'll see you right after this.
Well, we are back into the game, and it's all four dead here for E United. So off the rip, once more, Sentinels have demonstrated what they can do as a starting strategy. It's rockets, it's overshield, it's all of the goodies, but it is a perfect, at least, to take down Frosty and not allow that flag to be pulled. And certainly, the starting strategy we saw first off was very impressive from Sentinels, and I guess what surprises me here is they were able to do it a second time. E United did not have an answer back for it. They weren't able to stop this Sentinels push, and I think that says wonders about how impressive this starting strategy really was from Sentinels, because if they carry on being able to find this much success and this much room to get rockets, to get overshield, they're going to be consistently pushing into the opposition base, consistently getting flags on the go. But at least E United were able to answer back and stop them from pulling at this time. But remember, Sentinels did have a flag lead, and we will get confirmation whether that is still the same or whether we will be moving to a reset from the admins. But here comes Royal 2 running another flag here for Sentinels and just trying to get this one through bottom middle once more. And Andy, I mean, it's been another start from Sentinels, which I'm really impressed by.
We'll take a look to see what this team can do. Do they answer back in an elongated series? Do they answer back 3-0 in a response to last night's events, or will this series continue on here? Assuming it's still 1-0 in favor of Sentinels here on the restart. We'll get confirmation from League Ops. Yes, indeed, it is 1-0 on the board. So just in case you're just joining us here, we'll give you a quick recap. E United able to defeat Sentinels in their last matchup. However, Sentinels now leading in the Elimination Bracket Semifinals. We have a flank from Lethal, but Ryan Noob turns around with the Bulldog and wins that battle bottom Rockets.
Look at this setup around Overshield as well. Rain was able to get it, just grappling it into his chest, and now they can try and push up with this advantage, E United. Frosty was in a position to potentially take it, but that is the answer to an Overshield, is a plasma pistol, and that's why it's positioned on this map, for that reason exactly.
Wow, the overshield absolutely neutralized. We talk about melting an overshield, but there's no faster way to do it, like you say, than with the plasma pistol. We'll pick up that kill now. King Hut all the way, excuse me, King Nick in the hut, not King Hut, that's a different guy. Trying to win a battle across to bottom. Rockets will eventually be taken down. Now here comes the Sentinels push.
Sentinels have been pushing successfully, and look at these grenades as well into bar, just making it so awkward for anyone waiting. But once more, the plasma pistol showing its strength, but it's not enough to try and combat Royal 2 coming from behind. Of course, Sentinels can play this one of two ways. They know they've got a one flag lead here, so they can just try and slay out, gain mid-map control, only push towards a flag if they feel like they have a real opportunity to get a pull, but it's a big double from Royal 2 just as the rockets are coming up.
Yeah, taking a look at the kills category, certainly going the way of Sentinels as well. Early on here, it's Royal 2 leading the game after an amazing Slayer now. Also, Snakebite has tied with him at 7 kills apiece. Rain will eventually fall in the hut as well. Now over to Frost.
Oh, the big kill as well. Actually, I say it was big kill. It was Royal 2 who once more comes out to assist this one. Trying to go for maybe a push onto Rhino, and it's gonna work out when you got the rockets and also the grapple showing its worth here once more. Just being able to freely grab it from the base there.
Not the first time we've seen that. You pull it from the flag stand and you go ahead and pull it right away. And this time we're not seeing it in bar, but instead seeing it in the hut. Going to try to go front door. If he's able to do it, should be home free. Snakebite now bringing this flag in what could be a second flag in aggregate score. Back under the flag stand. No contest in the back. A melee of celebration. They will go up 2-0 officially in this game number 3.
So Sentinels 2-0 up and even closer to taking this series, but there is an overshield going into the chest of Rhino. This is what United needed. They needed just a little spur of something extra to be able to push into this Sentinels base and break this setup. It has been a fortress so far. The only time we've seen United really get into the Sentinels base has been when they've overextended, when they've flanked. Maybe this overshield will just give them the freedom to push in, but Rhino focused again, and that overshield gets so quickly melted away.
And not just focus from Lethal, but you'll notice in the feed, Lethal picked up another kill immediately right away in the tree as well. So Lethal doing everything he can to shut down this rush. They've shut down that overshield, and you'll have to see if the side of United still going to be able to get a flagpole or a flag run out of this, because the pressure's coming from Sentinels in the back of the base, and they will clean up Ryan Noob as well.
Grapple did fall there, and potentially someone could grab it. Lethal prioritizing the Dynamo grenades once more because he can gain so much information if he tosses them here into tree. As soon as he hears that tick damage, he knows where players are, he knows he's doing damage to the opposition, and then they can push in. Royal 2 with 1, Lethal with the second. That's going to be 2 down for United, so a chance at another flag run, Andy.
3 dead momentarily. Lethal tosses for a front door run. He's going to go. No one challenging just yet. Trying to find out where their spawners might be and take a look all the way around the hut. 3 players over there. Lethal going to make a route here and try to take the battle on truck, and they're doing well to keep their pressure on this side of the map.
Lethal just trying to do his best. Dance around market to avoid the grenades. He did get the toss up to Frosty though, and look how quick Sentinels are to train this one back, Andy. This is fantastic teamwork, knowing when to run the flag, when to drop in slay, and it's going to be a 3rd flag going in now for Sentinels. They are 2 caps away from taking this series, or 6 minutes away from taking this series, knocking United out in top 4, moving on to that elimination bracket final.
Right, like we said, time often a factor here. It's another set of assists that come in for Frosty as that overshield is about to pop. He's not done yet, not afraid to challenge Rain on Rocket's side. Had his number, he thought, but Rain comes back, wins that battle, so it's Snakebite who has to think about what he wants to do on double door. We'll keep an eye on where that overshield went as well.
Look how Snakebite's just dancing back and forth between the double doors as well, knowing grapple shot's going to be there and available, and knowing the difference maker that the grapple could make. And now he's going to soar on in, but maybe get spotted out, but it doesn't matter when you've got a Mangler in the hand, Bravo. Mangler really is a power weapon on this map. I don't care what anyone says, you have to prioritize it.
Doing so well, like you said, just back and forth, just staying alive here. A little bit of victory crouches as well, as he's just happy with what he's been able to do with that grapple. Pops into the tree, sees Rain, gets forced to retreat. So it's good counter pressure from the side of United, but Gaskin certainly, Sentinels is happy to continue playing this way. Right now, as we said, they're up not only 2-0, but 3-0 because this was a match restart. So they have an extra flag on the board.
Look at this slate.
They can really play these 5 minutes as kind of as cautious as they want.
once more. I mean, Royal 2 is doing Royal 2 things, 18-6 at the moment. Remember, he got 25 kills on Slayer Streets just prior to this, and I really think that Royal 2 is a different kind of beast today. This whole Sentinel squad looked right up for it, and I think that was always going to be the potential when E United did poke them a little bit with a stick. They prodded the beast, and the beast has very much awoken, and now Sentinels with a 3-0 lead, 4 minutes 30 seconds remaining. E United have to find something to turn it around here. They need to band up together. They need to start getting these overshields, getting these rockets. As Ryan Noob, he's got behind enemy lines, and with the overshield coming up in 20, this could end up being a very difficult pull to make.
Ryan Noob not pulling just yet. You saw him time that pull, and as he does see not even a kill come in, they were actually 3v4 at the time of the pull, knows that he now has a little bit of a flag standoff coming. This will be do or die. You have to think with 4 minutes left on this flag run. If United could put this in, they maybe stand a chance, but if this becomes a Sentinel cap, that could be all she wrote for E United here on this Thursday evening.
At least a big kill, make it a big double from Spartan, but the overshield once more is headed over towards Sentinel, so that means they're going to potentially get the re here, as Ryan Noob will just sacrifice it. He will allow it to go, and he will instead focus on trying to ensure that his flag can be returned. But I think you've got to now start to take risks if you're reunited. You're 3-0 down, just over 3 minutes left. You've got to try and get in the base. So I can understand why Ryan Noob has made that play, why he's tried to run this flag, but unfortunately it came at a time where all 4 members of Sentinels were still alive.
And you have to think at the beginning of this restart, E United only down by 1 flag, and with as strong as they've been playing, it's a grapple up into the bar, by the way, from Lethal. He will begin to challenge right away. Spartan was ready for it, though, and that is one heck of a pre-nade, considering the fact that Lethal came in grappling all the way out from bottom mid. But back to the action here, you have to think E United thinking they were only 1 cap away. Now this looks pretty far out of reach with just 3 minutes left and 3 flags to go.
Yeah, Sentinels can now just play this in a way where they dominate mid-map, they slay United wherever they push, and without a solid all 4 down from E United onto Sentinels, you have to imagine that this will still continue, and actually, it might not even be a chance for E United to continue running flags, because Sentinels are looking to put 1 more flag in here and go 4-0 up with 2 minutes remaining.
We're going to have to see that on replay. That was Snakebite, last player alive. Actually finds a player in the back of his base. That's going to be Ryan Noob. And actually, Ryan Noob will take him down, but you have to think he might be taken down pretty quickly after a play like that. Staying alive in the back of the base as long as he can. Now I'm going to see if that flag will stay there.
Flag is being returned by Rain, and actually 3 members are going to be there on it, but where is the flag of Sentinels? How far did E United get it? It looks like it's just bottom market right now, so ensuring that E United didn't go 4-0 down, they committed so many players to get that return. Because of that, Sentinels, they spawned down towards Trench, they've overextended, they've now got into E United's base, and all while this is going down, with no flags being scored, it's still a huge advantage for Sentinels.
What a play in the back of the base from Ryan Noob. You see his nickname there in-game, Ryan Noob Nerds, for a reason, as that flag is going to be continuing run from Sentinels, trying to grapple it across, but he gets stopped mid-grapple slide, and more shots coming in from the side of Rain. He'll be able to pick up a 2nd kill as well.
Certainly United getting back into this in terms of slays now, really starting to feel themselves, but you have to feel, is it just a little bit too late? They have to prioritize getting into Sentinel's base now and start to running these flags. But Sentinels can play defensive, they can turtle up, they can put themselves in awkward spots where they can hide round corners, and they can just bank grenades off walls, so that United really struggle to get into this fortress.
Can Nick stay alive? Nick gets a double kill on the re, so that should be a re from E United, but once again, it's just Sentinels applying the pressure there at home base on the side of E United. So E United getting impressive returns and impressive multi-kills on the back of the base, but guess what? We're here with a minute left. 2-0 on your scoreboard, 3-0 in overall score, and Sentinels, like you said, they're just going to continue slaying and going to finish this one out, but here comes E United trying to make one last push.
Royal 2, 26 kills, make it 27. Snakebite also at 20. Sentinels are really having a field day when it comes to slays, and now I think it's just a formality. It's starting to be a little bit of a victory parade at this point. E United will desperate this flag as much as possible to try and give themselves a chance, but Sentinels know all they have to do is slay out here, and they will be moving on to the Elimination Bracket Finals.
That's it, 30 seconds left here. As a reminder, the winner of this match will be facing Inconceivable. A fantastic matchup that we look forward to, and a little bit of, like we said, some tactical crouch, some victory crouch, call it what you want. Snakebite and crew very happy with that game. The time will tick down, and the players in the game will let it tick down, because that is going to be a Sentinels 3-0 victory, and my God, Gasket, do they ever answer back from that last series and some of the drama that we saw on Twitter.
Yeah, just to remind you all, Sentinels were knocked into the elimination bracket by United, but they get their revenge. There was so much drama on Twitter last night, and boy, can you expect more, because I'm sure there are going to be some comments coming from some of these Sentinels players. You could see it with the teabagging that was put on display, but what a commanding victory. I know that it was a long one to get through. I'm sure there was fatigue for all of the players. Thank you everyone for bearing with us as we got through it. But in the end, it is Sentinels coming out on top. It's E-United who do drop out. Still a very impressive top 4 finish. But this is the comeback story of Sentinels. Top 3 in Open 1, top 12 in Open 2, but back now into the top 3 here in the Kickoff Qualifier.
Pretty convincing score lines that you just saw on your screen from Sentinels, and also convincing are going to be the stats coming in from Royal 2 and Snakebite. Royal 2 goes 27-13, Snakebite 24-11 to close that game out.
Wow, the stats are just insane there. Royal 2, if you combine with what he did in Slayer on Street and then now that game on Bazaar CTF, over 50 kills in the space of 2 games. He really was popping off. But given the freedom to do so by the rest of the team, the assists is also something that really impresses me there. Bravo, everyone playing their part on the side of Sentinels. I think E-United will probably feel a little bit hard done by, especially considering they did knock Sentinels down into that elimination bracket. But I don't think this is the end of this rivalry. This is just the teaser for Raleigh, and if these two match up, whether it be pool play, whether it be in that championship bracket, you better believe there's going to be some trash talk.
Oh, you best believe it. It's going to be a fantastic series that we can hopefully look forward to seeing the matchup. But let's take a look at the highlights here from that last game, our game 3 of our elimination bracket semifinals.
Yeah, there were some big highlights as well. Some fantastic grapple plays, some great focus over towards the Ogre shield, and also the flag runs were so impressive from Sentinels. They really recognized when they had the player advantage, and they would slay as they run it. They would drop it and mark it. They would make sure they get those kills. They wouldn't just aimlessly run the flag and hope that the other teammates would actually get the job done. They knew that everyone had to play a part. It wasn't just the flag runner. It wasn't just those around him. There was always something that everyone could be doing, whether it be grapples, whether it be kills, whether it be prioritizing rockets and overshield. Very impressed with Sentinels. E-United had a late comeback. They had a late surge where I was thinking, okay, maybe they could make a difference, but I think it was just too little too late. The damage had already been done, Bravo, from the early stages.
Time and time again, we're seeing Snakebite here. He will fall in that exact clip to Ryan Noob in the back of the base. It's an impressive return there that came in from E-United, but I think Gaskin, as we bring everyone back in here, you summed it up best. It was maybe a little bit too little too late from E-United, and Sentinels runs away with that one 3-0.
They did indeed. What a series and what a comeback from Sentinels. It was a rematch of a rematch, and you know, obviously we had a little bit of drama. We have storylines already developing, and that is music to my ears as a host. But on set, I want to talk to you right now about Sentinels and this big difference, because it's not like we went all the way to game 5 here. You know, this difference was huge. This was a different team. The confidence, so much to talk about here, but for the main differences of what you observed, what would you say those were?
Trust, communication, and a clear game plan. I think all 3 of those things have just been in effect. One thing that really highlighted it to me was in that first Bazaar Slayer game, where before we had the unfortunate restart, where Snakebite ran the flag, put the player one shot, and just turned away and just started running the flag, knowing that his teammate was going to clean up that kill. That takes years to have that kind of trust in a teammate, and when those two teammates, I'm talking about Royal 2 and Snakebite, have been teaming for so long, it almost becomes second nature. You don't have to ask, you just listen to the call and you go. But I just think it's fascinating, right? We were joking about some of the stories at the start of the show, like, hey, this would be really Sentinels like if they just came in today and, having been poor for the last couple of tournaments, having had no practice, all of a sudden they win the whole thing. Well, what seemed like a little bit of a jokey story and something that we would be like, hey, this might happen, it could happen, it'd be really Sentinels for them to do. Now it's a reality where this could very well happen for them. The way that they are playing is the best I've seen them on Halo Infinite, and I don't think anyone will want to be matching up against them at all in the bracket now.
No, definitely. And speaking of the bracket and speaking of matching up, they do have another matchup coming their way very shortly. So thank goodness they're warm on the 6th, because they'll be facing Inconceivables. As you can see in our elimination bracket, we have just had our semi-finals. Sentinels take down E United in a convincing 3-0 and find themselves in the final of the elimination. We've got Inconceivable waiting to face Sentinels. And let's be honest, Inconceivable have been doing a fine job in this qualifier, of course. Did get knocked down, however, but a very convincing series going up against Optic there. Gaskin, you excited to see this finals, and what do you kind of think in terms of the matchup we're going to be seeing?
Well, it was recently Sentinels scrimmed against Inconceivable, and it was quite a one-sided affair. There were a few games that Inconceivable took off of Sentinels, but certainly Sentinels looked the better team. But I think both of these teams look different to what they've looked like throughout the previous week, so it's hard to even go off scrims, because A, it's not as competitive, people necessarily won't be putting in their all, and this Sentinels team looks like an entirely different roster, and you could say the same about Inconceivable. What Inconceivable did in the winners bracket was nuts, and they will be very much looking to try and take down Sentinels here.
Very much so. And just to remind everybody, if they win here in the finals, you bump straight up to the winners bracket. And here we have it. This is what the journey's been like for our victors so far. And as you can see, is all green at the top there. Optic Gaming have made quite the run yet again into this kickoff qualifier, and they're waiting in the grand finals. They did knock Inconceivable down, and we've mentioned that before, but I tell you what, hey, it's can be done. It's never impossible. We've seen Optic Gaming do it. We've seen a bracket reset already. We have best of 5s from here on out in the rest of the night. So I'm so excited to see all of this action unfold here. Rob, I haven't heard from you yet, mate. Look, I can't leave you out here. You're a friend here. Obviously, Sentinels, a different team. We've said it about 1 billion times now. But from their C9 series to right now in their E United series, bit of a difference even in one game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're seeing quite a difference. And what I like about this upcoming series is, and we've kind of been telling the story, but for anyone who might just be joining and not aware, Inconceivable and Sentinels, in my book, if you looked at the top 8, top 12, in terms of teams that everyone knew was capable of a lot more, the two teams at the top of that list are almost undoubtedly Sentinels and Inconceivable. And I think every other team, even in the top 8, top 12, was looking at this and saying, we're pretty lucky that Sentinels and Inconceivable aren't performing at 100%, because it's led to a lot more points for everyone else going into Raleigh. So this is kind of the ultimate test. These two Titans, the most underrated, and maybe you could say even the teams that have shown the least, in terms of what they're capable of, they're going to go up against each other right now. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Love that. The ultimate test, as Brav would put it, and that is coming your way very shortly after this quick break. Inconceivables versus Sentinels, your elimination finals. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Kickoff Qualifier. We're still here. Don't worry, we're still with you.
We're here.
We got you. We got you. We're waiting to get into our next game, of course, and get those lobbies filled. But it's going to be absolutely epic. We have our elimination finals about to begin. Inconceivable versus Sentinels. It's going to be a game changer of a match, this one, because this one's going to bounce our teams back up into that winners bracket to face the grand final with Optic, who've been patiently, very patiently waiting in the wings because they've had quite the run. Gents, it's time for us to have a little chat here, and I'm curious, right? Because we've seen so many nerdy little moments on the maps, haven't we? You know, where you grapple a power up or you grapple a power weapon, whether it be sword, a back ramp, or wherever it may be. I want to know if you guys are nerdy know-it-alls as well. So Brav, what is your favorite nerdy moment using all the utilities, all the map knowledge that you've retained from our past couple of weeks of competition? What's your favorite one been so far?
Man, that I've seen on the show?
Yeah. Or in general.
What has been the
teach us,
most,
sir. Teach us.
What has been the most impressive? You know, there's
Like
been
nerdy,
a lot.
real nerdy.
Sure. Okay. There's been a lot of really good plays. I'd have to say today's play that we saw, I think it was Ryan New versus Trippy with the grapple to the sword, like the split-second difference on back ramp at C and recharge is really good. But if I had to say like the actual clutchest nerdy moment, it's probably Ola's ball grab with the grapple to win the game. If we're talking about equipment plays, probably Ola's ball grab into Whirlpool and to pull that ball away over towards Elevator and win the game. I think that's probably the clutchest one we've seen, but the exciting thing, and everyone I think here agrees, is like we've not even scratching the surface of equipment plays as it pertains to objective clutch wins. Like there is just amazing plays that we're going to see in Raleigh and beyond. So that's what I'm most excited about for sure.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. There's so much you can do. I feel like it's fast becoming one of my favorite pieces of equipment on the map, and it's the grapple. Like I am loving grapple plays because not only can you grab certain things with it, but the way that you're able to move on the map is completely different. It can change the whole trajectory of momentum on a map just based on where players are and how they're using grapple on set. Dude, there's got to be some nerdy things coming to your mind here of what you've seen so far.
It's true, and it does always go back to grapple. We've seen some cool repulsor things as well, and I love that. You know, repulsor gives the ability for movement as well as the ability to push an opponent away. But I think one thing that I really like that's nerdy that maybe isn't highlighted sometimes is when a player with sword is charging someone who has a repulsor. We've seen it a few times. They actually repulse them away, which is pretty much the only way that you can survive a close quarter battle with a player who has the sword. So to repulse them away and then hit the force shot as they try and reclose that distance is such a good feeling, because you know the player on the other side of it is thinking this is a guaranteed kill. There is absolutely no way I can come out of this on the bad side. And then before you know it, they're kind of pushed away, and then they're like, okay, this isn't looking so good. And we've seen it a couple of times so far. So recognition of when a sword player is coming from repulsor equipped players is a really cool thing to see.
I love that, Mark, but you probably have never seen me play with the sword then, because I have run the entirety of pipes on recharge and still got killed with the sword because I just decided it's the best option there possible.
Were you running forwards?
Yeah.
Okay, just double checking. That usually helps. Sometimes I've seen people running back.
That is even a
like
question.
he's moonwalking through pipes.
Just with the sword.
I mean, I do understand why that is a question. I do understand. Gaskin, I think, you know, obviously you pay very close attention to the games, obviously taking out the stats, so you know you are the man with the numbers. But when it comes to the nerdy plays, what kind of numbers are you racking up here in your head in terms of what you've seen?
None. No, joking. Repulsor onto the rockets, I think, is something we see very little of, because having those reaction times to quickly, bam, and get those rockets out of the way. When it does happen, I think it's going to be huge. You can also deflect grenades. That can sometimes send a grenade right back into someone's face. If it's a sticky grenade, it's entirely more funny. But certainly we are going to see people slowly develop the speed of which you need to have reactions to use the repulsor in those kind of quick situations and scenarios where you can bounce a rocket back, or you can bounce a sword or grenade back. And it's only going to, it's a matter of time until that becomes just the meta of people prioritizing picking up the repulsor so that they can take down other people and stop other people from being able to use those power weapons to full effect. And that's just going to go full circle. People will maybe avoid certain parts of the map where they think someone might have the repulsor. Certainly when you're pushing blue, for example, over on recharge, you know full well if you turn a corner and you are too close to that edge, someone could be waiting behind a box ready to just shoryuken you off the map, and things get a little bit sticky and you end up with a very sad face.
Can I ask someone to make sure we
times
clip?
I've seen people die back ramp.
Can I make sure that someone clips the Dan pulling out a full like Talladega Nights, bam, I think I need that like full screen. I need that GIF. That's gonna be good.
Yes, please. We definitely need that in our lives. Fantastic, all stuff. I think honestly, if there was the most nerdy player award, I think I'd have to give it currently to Lucid. Does anyone agree with me there? I mean,
I don't know if he's the nerdiest. You know? What do you got? What do you guys think?
Yeah. What do you? I'll give my argument first though.
Okay. Sorry,
He
Lonnie.
always
Yes.
seems to have equipment. He always seems to have equipment. He uses it so well all the time. So for that, I think I'm giving it to him, but I'll hear you out.
I was kind of thinking Renegade, just for the fact that he tried to hide inside of a box, you know, and kind of break the
That's true.
Break the geometry of a game. That's a nerdy thing.
I think
to
he
do.
tried
You know
to
what I mean?
become the
Like-
box. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He became one with the box. I think that's nerdy. You know, using things to the best of their ability. I'm not sure I can throw the nerdy brand on that, but hiding inside of a box which you're not meant to, definitely there.
Dan, what do you think?
Definitely. Any other arguments? Come on.
I mean, I've hidden inside a box a few times, but not necessarily in Halo. Usually it's just to try and surprise people or be the life of the party, be a Christmas present at times. But it's not necessarily as impressive when it's not in Halo. So, yeah.
Are you saying you can fit inside a box, Dan?
Depending on the box size, yes, sure.
Honestly, Dan
all
can
I have
actually
to
fit
say,
in most boxes.
Right, all I have to say is me and Mark have the same chair, right? Look at the size of my chair behind me. Look at the size of Mark's chair behind you. That will kind of tell you what kind of size box I can fit inside. There you go.
Well, I will let you guys at home ponder that because that is a deep question. And as you do, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, you'll have a lot more composed casters over here on this Halo broadcast. We appreciate your patience and we'll see you right after this.
That's good stuff.
built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag 8. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Kickoff Qualifier here at the HCS. We're having a bunch of fun behind the scenes.
We are.
Me and my three budding casters. Fellas, I mean, first of all, what kind of night has this been? I mean,
it's been great.
Let's just talk about the action for a second, okay? We've had some ridiculous series. We've had rematches, rivalries, drama. I'm pretty sure it's the drama that we've had in Halo Infinite so far has made it onto esports talk news shows, which is just outstanding to say the least. Then we've seen the rematch happen on our screens, and then the underdog team has won the rematch, and now we're seeing an elimination final, which consists of Inconceivable versus Sentinels. Bravo, what more could you ask for here out of this epic night and day 2 of our Kickoff Qualifier?
Well, to be honest, I just want to get into games. That's all I'm going to ask for. I just want to get into some more games. I think everyone in Twitch chat agrees, so thank you everyone for hanging out with us on this Thursday evening. And I say Thursday evening here on the west coast of the U.S., but actually that's really the only place in the world it's still Thursday evening. We are now into tomorrow in the East Coast and well into tomorrow for our English brothers, Gaskin and Onset, as we're well into the morning hours. So it's been a fantastic night of Halo. And as we were talking about during the break, guys, I think these games have been so close and they've been so wild that I think we're kind of all expecting for it to be just a grand finals reset, and we're just going to cast Halo all night, which I think we're okay with.
Yeah, I think it won't be the first time we've stayed up all night with Halo. Will it, Onset? I'm sure you have had plenty of nights where you haven't slept.
It's actually the most of Onset's past 3 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah. This is nothing new for me. I don't know what day it is. I don't know where I am. I don't know, what's going on. But all I know that Halo is the most important thing in my life right now, and it's probably the same for a lot of people because it has completely and utterly overtaken. I was just looking out to the side as well because I've noticed the sun has started to rise and people have started their commutes to work. So I'm the lucky one here because my job is to commentate over these awesome games that we've got. We've still got 2 series to come today. Potential bracket reset, like you say, if Sentinels do make it through to that grand final, or Inconceivable make it through to that grand final, manage to take down Optic. And like Andy said, it's almost guaranteed at this point that is going to happen with the way that things have gone this evening. But it's been a lot of fun still along the way, and we are still building some amazing stories ahead of Raleigh. And that's the greatest thing for me. All of the questions we asked at the start of the show are starting to be answered, and it's just building more and more, like I mentioned, before we get to that live event.
It is indeed. And talking about the live event, Gaskin, real quick from you, my friend, there's a lot of teams that have made it into Raleigh, they've made it into pool play, and obviously we're focusing right now on our top of our bracket and potentially into this grand final here, and which team will win it all. However, I want to know what you think about the underdogs, about the teams who still have hope in Raleigh to make it into top 3. Who do you think has the biggest chance? Who's going to do that Cinderella run?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of teams who potentially could turn up on the day or on the weekend. Pioneers is a team we can't ignore, even though they didn't have the best tournament here in the Kickoff Qualifier. They will be in pool play. They have demonstrated some fantastic ability against some of the best teams around, and I mean, last weekend they were one of the best teams around in that top 3 position, so there's no reason why they can't replicate that on LAN. I think some of the things that they've demonstrated is that they have a fantastic knowledge of the game, they've been grinding hard, they've got that chemistry down to a T, and I think some of these teams are so closely contested, it is going to come down to those clutch moments, who's playing better on the day, who can get into the other team's head just with a little bit of trash talk here or there, and I'm all for it. I think there is just so much potential here in the kind of top 6, top 8 region of North America that it's so difficult to split them.
It is indeed. There is so much potential, Gaskin. I love how you've put that. And there is so much potential of having this elimination final. I'm very, very excited. We're going to head to a break right now, guys. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting, and thank you so much for sticking with us through all of this. We will be back on your screen shortly, I promise you, and we will be delivering Inconceivable versus Sentinels.
Snipe down is going pillars to bottom mid.
Dummies, two bottom mid, bound, snipe down.
Welcome back, everybody, and we are into, finally, some gameplay for you. As you can see, it's not going to be from every single POV. Shout out to Lethal from Sentinels for allowing us to exactly co-broadcast his stream POV. Much love to Lethal. Obviously, go and check out his stream if you are not a supporter of Lethal and you want to catch some more action in the future. But now we're going to see, finally, our elimination bracket finals. We're into our games now. This is going to be the first game of the series. Lethal picking up one, but we're going to try and keep this one chill and casual because we only have the one POV to work with.
Yeah, it would seem there were just some network issues maybe with the Observer, with the Sentinel players or something, but at least we can get some action on our screens here and we can finally get this elimination final underway. And, you know, there's a lot on the line for both of these players when it comes to, you know, be able to prioritize what pool you're going to be in, what seed you finish in here in the top 4 for Raleigh. You want to be in one of those kind of top pools, Pool A or Pool B, and if you finish in the top 2, that is where you're going to reside. Outside of that, you can randomly be seeded into another pool, and then really you're just letting fate decide. So I think trying to prioritize being that 1 and 2 seed is really where these teams want to be.
Something we should point out here, just so if you're watching and you're not sure what team is what, and it sounds like a strange thing to say, but obviously each individual player is going to have their premises on what player outlines are going to be there. So from Lethal's POV, from Sentinel's POV that we're sharing with you right now, all of the inconceivable players will have those yellow outlines, and it'll be Lethal and the rest of the Sentinels who will have the purple. So at the moment they're going to be making a push here. 2 players have fallen for inconceivable. Ball in the hands of Sentinels for now, but at the start here a little bit of a standoff between the 2 teams. Not too much ball time to speak of.
Yeah, trying to make the play with the heat wave there is Lethal, and we've seen some plays already, some insane plays today with the heat wave and how it can really affect the game, whether it be at the start or whether it can be the end. Also, the power-up is coming up right now, so Sentinel's not in a position to grab this one. Inconceivable looks like they're going to get hold of it, and that could really allow them to make a push, try and break this setup and try and get some more ball time.
You did mention setup though, and it has been ball time going to Sentinels for the last sort of 20 seconds or so. Boobadooboo is going to be able to grab the ball though with that OS that you mentioned, so it's going to be a difficult break here, but Inconceivable and Boobadooboo did take a little bit of damage from the team fire coming in from Sentinels. So that overshield just being used to kind of escort the ball out of that dangerous area bottom mid. But 2 kills do fall to them, and it's going to be last player alive here actually on the death screen. You can see Lethal watching his teammate will get the respawn with him, but Boobadooboo and the rest of Inconceivable have managed to escort that ball all the way to back tower.
And I did mention it a little bit earlier when these 2 teams scrimmed against each other recently. It was very much Sentinels dominating Inconceivable. I think when I stopped watching, it was around 9-3 in favor of Sentinels. So they certainly had Inconceivable number, but that doesn't necessarily count for everything when it comes to tournament play. It would seem that Inconceivable have looked a different class today. They took Cloud9 out over in the winners bracket. They were so close to taking games off, well, several games off of Optic Gaming as well. But they did drop eventually into that elimination bracket, and that's why they find themselves here into the elimination final against Sentinels. As for Sentinels on the other side on set, it has been quite the comeback story. After a top 12 finish last weekend, now they're back into the top 3 with a chance of getting to the grand finals.
Yeah, this is the Sentinels revenge arc. A couple of shots going to go down here from Lethal. A nice double kill to help out his teammates, and while that's happening, Lethal is going to be escorting his teammate Snakebite, unfortunately, who's been taken down if you're a Sentinels fan, with that ball back to the tower. So if they can get a couple of kills here, Sentinels, which they seem to be doing in the kill feed with Frosty picking up 1, they might be able to rack up a little bit more ball time if someone can get their hands on it.
Impressed with how Sentinels are moving around the map as a unit right now. It's something we saw in the previous series against E United, just holding hands at times to make sure someone's within proximity so that they can finish off, so that they can get the assist. The overshield has popped and it is there and available, but it doesn't look like Sentinels again are going to be able to grab it. It was Boobadooboo who got hold of it last time, and if Inconceivable can get hold of it, it might allow them to once more push towards tower, grab this ball, but Sentinels are making it very awkward for Inconceivable to get around the map right now.
3 dead for Inconceivable, and that's going to be ball time going to Sentinels. 47-46 the score at the moment, so pretty much an even footing in this round between the 2 teams. Falcated will be melted by the team shot coming in from Sentinels, and the one cool thing about watching a single player POV is you get to see not only the decisions he's making, but you get to hear the comms in the background as well. You get to see how they're covering each other as a team.
Also, the reticle is a little bit more accurate than the observer as well. This is more like what we're going to see at LAN, when we actually can see players' POVs. So sometimes you might have been watching the stream and just seeing that reticule slightly adrift and the bullets slightly missing. Well, no, this is going to be very much accurate from Lethal's point of view, what he's hitting and how he's shooting. And Lethal is one of those players that you are definitely going to need to watch, because I'm very impressed with what he's done so far in Halo Infinite, very impressed to how he's played throughout Halo 5. He's one of those players, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, Mark, he will get the job done no matter what he needs to do, whether it's put his life on the line, whether it's grab the ball, whether it's grabbing the strongholds. He's always there or thereabouts, and he knows how to put big numbers with the slates too.
He certainly does. But I like the new headwear, by the way, from Lethal. You know, he's always considered himself a big brain player. I didn't realize it had got to the size where he's actually having to wear a bandage around his head to keep it in place. But that's where we are. That's where Lethal's career path has taken him, as he now is going to be on somewhat of a move towards his teammates. The ball will be down bottom middle, and Sentinels will have it momentarily in their control. But they're around 20 points or so down at the moment. So even though from the POV of Lethal, things seem to be going pretty well. He's making a lot of the right decisions in game. It is inconceivable. I've just managed to scrap up a little bit more time here.
And there's only 1 minute 10 seconds left on the clock for this first round as well. So if Sentinels don't make a move and start to get some ball time soon, then Inconceivable can play the idea of actually just slaying Sentinels and allowing this time to tick by, and they will secure round number 1 and the first round of this oddball game. But now Sentinels will get ball time. They can start to catch up, and of course that will pause the timer there that you see at the bottom of your screens.
Yeah, it's going to be everything going to Sentinels as well. They have the sniper, they have the kills, they have the oddball, and they have the overshield. So this is a real opportunity here for them to change this game and really put themselves into a commanding position. Speaking of changing the game, it's going to be a change of the lead now as the kills are going in their favor. There's bound bottom middle. The repulsor might cause Lethal some problems. Snipedown did manage to pick up 1 kill, but you can still see the ball time is racking up here for Sentinels. But a couple of kills not being cleaned up as efficiently maybe as Sentinels would have wanted means that they're not going to be able to grab the time quite as quickly as they want it.
A really good rotation of the ball though, transitioning all the way from top middle over towards tower, and now you have the option to play. And with only 52 seconds on the clock, with that ball going back to bottom middle, you can spam so many grenades in there. You can position yourself to fire bullets over to the opposition team to make it near impossible to even pick that ball up. And that's why you see Snipedown pushing ahead of the ball, trying to do some damage to allow the rest of the team to grab it, and Boo Boo Doo Boo's done just that. Now looking to try and just scavenge some time here, bringing it back tower.
Well, of course, it's the troll in me wants to talk about Snipedown versus Lethal, chapter 457, but that story is as old a time at this point, so we'll just focus on what is in front of us. And Boo Boo Doo Boo is the player who they're focusing on right now, who is bottom middle and had that ball in their hands. But now you can see that they've got cleared a little bit of space here. Sentinels have only got around 8 seconds or so to close out this round, and it doesn't look like there's anyone in position here from Inconceivable to really make a last-second desperate push. And with that nade going down, it will be the first round going to Sentinels, who go 1-0 up in this best of 3 on oddball.
An unorthodox position to be holding it at times there for Sentinels, but they got that scrappy time. It was very important, and they will close out round number 1 here. Inconceivable just not really able to get that final push because of where Sentinels position themselves.
Well, let's jump into a listening, actually. Let's boost the volume on these comms, because it's always a cool thing to do to listen to the players in-game. We have that ability now with Lethal Stream.
That's Mangler. That's Mangler.
Yeah, he's going garage. I got him. Got him.
I'm going Ovi. I'm gonna go Ovi.
Trying to get repulsor. Oh no, they spawn here on me. What the fuck? They spawn B. One way A flat. That's a weird spawn. Yeah, watch going top mid.
Screen and A pop. Screen and A pop. That one hit.
Yep, nest. Nice shit, dude.
One bullet. Going top mid to cut. Don't let him get out with it. Nice. Good fucking. Come here behind me. I cannot grab ball. Get your shields. PJ's A plat. You guys can.
Yeah, I'm holding A plat.
Play for screens. PJ live. Do not fucking die. Matt, they're gonna spawn your green.
We gun screens, Boo Boo.
PJ, are you helping us or what?
Yeah, I'm here. I can get Boo Boo.
Screens,
Snipe down, one shot. C flat, C flat.
Dude, there's another one, Matt. Alright, yo, grab ball, run it out, dude. Run it out, dude. Run it out. Trust. Yeah, Brad, yo, could spawn garage here, TJ. If you need to hold.
No, we spawned it.
It's our responsibility to apologize for some of the fruity language you just heard in the comms there for Sentinels, but just showing the intensity is there. Snipedown picking up a double here is going to be traded out though, but a good start in this second round for Sentinels once more.
Yeah, this is a really good start for Sentinels. 23 seconds to 1 at the moment, but what's impressed me most is how well they've controlled this map and how well they've forced Inconceivable to consistently have to push through unorthodox positions and maybe transitioning across the map in a way they wouldn't really like to. It's been so unnatural at times, having to sometimes force themselves through bottom middle or rotating through open field, which has just allowed Sentinels to kind of beam them and take angles and just assist one another to consistently shut them down. And now with Overshield popping and Lethal in a place to grab it, but so is someone from Inconceivable, but it looks like it's still going to go into the hands of Sentinels.
They didn't actually make the grab there, that player from Inconceivable. Don't know if he died on his way up or on his way down, but one thing we can guarantee is that they don't have the Overshield, because Lethal's the player who does have it in his hands for now. Bound taking some shots, Falcated picking up a kill though for Inconceivable, but control seems to be very much in the hands of Sentinels at the moment, and there's a triple for Lethal, the OS doing the work.
Yeah, doing the work and also shutting down any potential scavenging time on the ball for Inconceivable, and Sentinels will take advantage of having the players up now to also put a couple more seconds on the board to tick closer towards that 100. Every point does count for sure, and with Inconceivable on that respawn screen, they have to maneuver their way across the map before they can really stop this ball being played. And because of that, Sentinels can do this. They can go for the ambushes, they can wait around corners, but 3 kills for Inconceivable. Lethal, the last player alive, trying to do what he can with some grenades, but it looks like Inconceivable just getting that ball away here, Mark.
Yeah, shout out to Tones31, I think that was as well, with the resub to Lethal. Of course, go and support your favorite content creators and Halo pros. Lethal being certainly somewhere where I spend a lot of my time and watching a lot of his gameplay. 2 players going to be back tower here. Falcated will be taken down. That's going to be a nice double kill coming in from Lethal. Snakebite picks up another one. That's 3 dead at least here for Inconceivable. And with ball time in their hands and with tower control, this could be another 20 seconds going to them.
Sentinels are really prioritizing the heat wave, and you can understand why. You can understand why so many teams have made sure that it's always in one of their players' hands, and it just can be the difference maker from a setup being broken or a setup being held, which is why it's so important here in Oddball to have that in your arsenal. But now a 60-point lead, a 50-point lead, excuse me, at 62-11, and I'm really impressed with how Sentinels are holding this one down. Plenty of time still left for Inconceivable, so I'm not going to count them out of this map one just yet, but certainly with the way it's going, Sentinels look comfortable.
OS is going to be popping in just a few seconds, and we saw what a game changer that can be. Falcated hits an important no-scope and manages to actually clean up the damage that he dealt by jumping back out with that battle rifle to take Lethal down for now. We're going to see the POV of his teammates as he's just in death screen for a few moments, but this is not looking like a good round so far for Inconceivable. And one thing that we talked about that has been a secret to success, if you like, for Sentinels so far in the tournament when we have watched them, is there seems to be a clear game plan, something that is missing and has been missing for them in those first couple of tournaments.
And I think that's just experience with the game. They've obviously been playing a lot of the game individually, and they've been playing a lot of matchmaking together, but they haven't necessarily had that higher level experience of playing the best teams in scrims and playing at, you know, the late stages of tournaments. They got knocked out of top 12 for goodness sake of the last one, but now slowly but surely they're starting to find a rhythm here in Halo Infinite, and it's a scary one. It's the comeback story that you're talking about. They could march all the way from that lower bracket kind of 12 wherever they dropped all the way into grand finals, which would be a real run. It's something we've seen historically happen many a time in Halo's history, that we just have these dream runs through the elimination bracket. And Sentinels, they're looking really strong and ticking over to 80 points. Inconceivable will need to make a change now here in this game.
They certainly do. Otherwise, they will find themselves 1-0 down in this elimination bracket final. A lovely little route with the oddball, though, from Royal 2. And that's one thing that you'll see players learning more and more of as this game does go on, just the ability to kind of outmaneuver your opponents with that oddball in your hands. However, as I say, that 3 have fallen here for Sentinels, but where is that oddball? That's the question. Have Inconceivable managed to pick it up? Are they going to be scoring? The answer is yes for now, but only for a few seconds by the looks of things. With 40 points on the board, and it's starting to tick up now for Inconceivable. Sentinels need to be careful here, even though they only need 11 points themselves. A couple of kills not going their way, and before you know it, that could be only around 20 or 30 points which they need to pick up.
Yeah, the overshield being up and Inconceivable actually being close to that overshield, they may be able to grab it, and that could spell danger here for Sentinels. But time still is on their side. They could wait, group up, get as a 4, and just try and push as a unit. And that's exactly what you're seeing right now. They've pincered the Inconceivable squad. One went down bottom middle. Lethal then pushed top middle with some assistance coming over from the commando spawn. And now Sentinels, they have ball control, and they only need 9 seconds.
One player manages to sneak round by the dummies, though, and he's going to be an important kill to pick up. It was Bound who made that play. Only a couple of seconds left, 2 seconds left, in fact, but they are all falling like dominoes in front of each other here, Sentinels. And Inconceivable, unfortunately, with that break coming in, the spawn kind of helped out Sentinels there. They'll pick up those last 2 seconds, and we'll go 1-0 up in our elimination bracket finals as they take oddball here on Livefire.
So it's a slightly different way to watch these elimination bracket finals, but actually it's quite nice to watch just one player's point of view sometimes, because you can really see how they approach the game from every single spawn, play their every single life. We saw so many doubles and triples coming out there from Lethal, and also the way he prioritized the heat wave at times. He was really quick at helping teammates, and you can tell the call-outs were there. When we had the little listening as well, you could hear how kind of, well, it wasn't necessarily calm. There was certainly some fruity language at points, but they know how they want to get things done, do this Sentinels team. They've played together for so long now. The chemistry is there, and they go 1-0 up here in this series.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think that, you know, there were some people, and understandably so as well, who might have been doubting Sentinel's ability on this game compared to Halo 5. Now, it's very, you know, possible that it's understandable why people would do that, because of the fact that, you know, it's very difficult to recreate what they did in Halo 5 through that era where they won pretty much every tournament that was available throughout the entirety of that game's life cycle. But to doubt them is something which I found very strange, to be honest with you, because of the fact that they have so much history, they have so many wins, they have so much, you know, not just history in the last game, but over their careers on different titles. Their ability to adapt as a team is something that is always going to be there. It's just a matter of when it started to click, and maybe today is that day. Well, today certainly is that day in comparison to what we've seen from them previously.
Well, I think a lot of success from Halo 5 players came down to individual play, but something that Sentinels always offered was also that teamwork on top of individual ability. And when we look at Halo Infinite and how it works and how you actually find success, it does seem like it's not as much individual based and it's more teamwork focused, similarly to the likes of Halo 3, for example, and more original Halos. And that, I think, spells so much good things for Sentinels, because they know how to position themselves, they know how to not overexpose themselves and leave them vulnerable in these positions. Instead, they're always in a spot where actually they've got help or assistance from their teammates, and I think that is really going to help them as they progress through Halo Infinite. Of course, you still need that individual ability, and we're going to see that especially with thrusts, with grapples and whatnot, but I'm really excited for what Sentinels have to offer here when we get further into Halo Infinite's life cycle. But the same can be said for Inconceivable as well. This roster is newly formed. They haven't had as much time as Sentinels. They haven't been able to put in necessarily the practice because Snipedown moving back to Halo only last week. But the fact they are at this point in the tournament, the fact that they knocked Cloud9 down to this elimination bracket, I think speaks volumes with how much they've been progressing and how far they've managed to achieve here in Halo Infinite.
I think one thing that I do want to get adjusted, though, in Halo Infinite overall, as we do head into our second game, is, you know, the T, you're going to see it on the west side, on the west sign, I should say. We'll see it in just a few moments on this fly through. I get that this is like a destroyed wall, but the OCD in me is like, it really annoys me. It doesn't line up with the rest of the letters on the west. It's the T at the end is just slightly tilted, and it's like when you walk past someone, there it is. Look at it, everyone. Look at it. Oh, get out. I can't stand it. Honestly, I cannot stand it.
Can it be destroyed actually, as well? I have a feeling I've been on the map and I've seen it just say Wes. I swear it's just said Wes, and I feel like it's just a throw to Clutch.
That's only Clutch's version of the game.
Just his. Okay, it's been while watching his streams. He's edited it. Oh, I get it.
Well, here we go. We're back underway again, and again, I want to give a big shout out to Lethal for allowing us to stream this gameplay. And as I said previously, if you want to go and show him some love as well, and the rest of the Sentinels boys, then please do, because you know these guys have been streaming. They're they're putting the time in to bring us this kind of gameplay and keep us entertained and keep the broadcast running as well. Unfortunately, we have had some issues today, but Lethal's having no issues with this Rocket player. Takes him down almost immediately, and it's going to be Falcated, who was the player on the receiving end of it. 3-2 the score at the start here, but Rockets in the hands of Lethal, and 2 kills also falling. I should say 1 kill. 2 kills, excuse me, do fall. back to back as the pings now start to come out down on the sewers. And with the rocket still potentially available, although it does look like he's run out of ammo, unfortunately, in that rocket launcher, Lethal just going to be patrolling around the bar, which is such a strong position to hold.
And it was CTF Bazaar a little bit earlier for Sentinels, where I was extremely impressed with how they approached things, with how they started the game, how they controlled the middle of the map. And Slayer works in a similar way, where you do need to control the middle of the map, you do need to prioritize that overshield and the rockets, but it's about what you do with them and when you decide to try and collapse on the other team. Because if you do overextend and you try and collapse on the other team and you allow them to then push out of their base and take maybe the rocket side off of you or take truck off of you and pick up an overshield, then you can very much lose that mid control so quickly. So you really have to have someone who's on top of their game when it comes to being an IGL and deciding when is the right time to push. Or you can be patient, you can hold mid-map, you can wait for those angles to be taken and wait for the other team to actually push out. It does mean there's a little bit more risk involved and you can be killed sometimes, but certainly there is less of a chance of you losing that overshield and rocket spawn.
The kill's going to be traded there. Lethal, unfortunately, just the victim of some team shot. One player from Inconceivable trying to sneak past bottom middle. As that overshield is going to be coming up. Royal 2 seems to have sniffed him out and picked up the kill as well. That's going to be 3 kills actually falling. Booby's going to be the last player alive here for Inconceivable, and you can see it reflecting in the score now. The overshield should go to Sentinels here, and with that they might have the ability to push. Booby's taken down. That was the last player alive. The rest of them will be respawning. You can see by Royal 2 trying to retreat that they have spawned close to where Booby was, but kills are starting to rack up here for Sentinels. Inconceivable struggling to find anything to kind of string together to maybe get back into this game. The pressure from Sentinels is looking pretty relentless.
Yeah, look at this from Sentinels. They've got a 6-kill advantage and they are collapsing now onto Inconceivable. They knew the side they were spawning, but actually I think Inconceivable have come out the better with those engagements. They've traded off and they've managed to make it a 4-kill game, make it a 3-kill game. Boo Boo Doo Boo with the assault rifle really being a nuisance to Sentinels. But what is impressive is that at least off-spawn Sentinels are putting themselves in those kind of angles where they can try and stop these rockets being too easily picked up by Inconceivable.
Okay, it has that Bulldog though, so getting those rockets in control is going to be so difficult now for Sentinels, knowing that he's going to be patrolling around that rocket tower with that close quarters weapon. 4 kills the difference between the two teams, which is of course a full team wipe that would be required from Inconceivable to tie this up, but Frosty has somehow managed to get those rockets in his hand. He has only managed to pick up 1 kill though, as Bound manages to trade it out. Lethal just trying to do what he can to anchor here on the bar, and this is one of those positions that's so difficult to get people out of, but when your players fall around you, sometimes you have to try and clean up those kills, leave yourself a little bit exposed, and the team fire from Inconceivable is very impressive, and now it looks like it's a tie game.
Yeah, just 1 kill short, but so close. I mean, I can't actually tell if that's 18 or 19 because of the blooming yellow, but that's what's going to happen when you're watching someone stream. But now we can see at least it ticks over to 20, so we know Sentinels have that lead. But Inconceivable have done so well to push out of that base, to gain a little bit of mid-map control, to not allow Sentinels to just run away and snowball out of control here. Now it's going to be tied up 20-20. Rockets are going to be spawning, so we need to see both these teams try and fight for them.
1v1 going down in the bar. It looks like it won't be concluded as a couple of shots come in. Here comes Snipe down though with that overshield, and he's just getting super aggressive. He takes down Lethal. Unfortunately, it's just going to be the 1 kill, but that might have been the opening that was required for Inconceivable. 23-22, and look at that. Bound just fell down from the vents and fell straight into a back smack coming in from Royal 2.
Look at those dynamo grenades just being tossed from Frosty into trees to really give him the space and the freedom to push up. And overlooking it all is Lethal. You might have noticed that he's been anchoring quite a lot in this game, just prioritizing these balcony positions, the bar positions, to give his team not only help and assistance, but also gain information by overseeing what's happening elsewhere and just having quick peeks towards spawns, just in case anyone is going to be, you know, moving over towards his direction. But right now, Sentinel's working as a real unit. They're almost working like a square. Everyone just watching all of these angles, just checking where Inconceivable are going to be pushing from.
Around a 3 kill or so lead here for Sentinels. You'll have to bear with us, as we mentioned, the yellow pretty difficult for us to read, especially on the feed that we have in front of us from the stream. Snipe down going to be taken down though. Frosty also picks up a kill, and you heard it just faintly in the comms there. Oh my god, Brad, coming in from I think that was Snakebite, so obviously something pretty crazy just happened away from the screen of Lethal, but he's managed to spy out these respawners, and this is where you can make any kind of team pay. But Snipe down will pick up the kill onto Royal 2 without being traded out by a last-second grenade. Falcated kind of left alone in the back of this base, surviving for now. Lethal just trying to keep him pinned in here.
Yeah, Lethal not overcommitting, knows he's got teammates nearby, just gives that call, does enough damage, will bait a little bit here, and now you'd imagine the kill could be cleaned up as long as he's there to provide a little bit of assistance, and it is actually Snakebite there, not able to get the kill, Falcated being a real nuisance in the base, and now Lethal has to turn his attentions towards the OS.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to do much there, unfortunately. Falcated, I thought, might have been dead to rights, but look at the rotation now coming in from Lethal, turning his attention from that fight to the OS, but they're not going to get it. It's going to fall to Inconceivable here. So this is their opportunity to get back into this game, Inconceivable, especially with the players from Sentinels falling around it. It's not going to be a case of them focusing on that OS player and being able to get the shots as he's last alive. It will be a clean push available to Inconceivable now.
And we are seeing how this game type can be a little bit slower when played correctly. Both teams trying to prioritize that control of middle, but then also when you are on the back foot, when you are being kind of spawn trapped, you have to patiently try and assess how you're going to push out. Nice kills coming out from Sentinels to still keep their lead, but it's a very narrow lead indeed. Thanks to these rockets, thanks to these overshields, it has allowed Inconceivable to get very much back into this game.
Yeah, I just heard that.
So it's tied up at 36 now, both teams. There's someone that we know very well, Sherzy, over in Europe, would say 36. Slayer, aka Snakebite, going to get that kill to give them just a narrow lead of 1 kill. Just under 5 minutes left in this game as well, so plenty of time to still turn this around. Doesn't have to be anything desperate still coming in from Inconceivable. Or maybe there's going to be a player here, Snipe Down, that's going to cause some problems with that Bulldog, but look at those shots coming in from Lethal to keep him at bay for now. Snipe Down has managed to escape with the Bulldog, however.
And just small comms there. Important things of, you know, watch out. He had the Bulldog. Very easily, Snakebite could have got aggressive, pushed in because he knew that there was a player who had taken a few shots. Without that communication, that could have been a kill that had gone towards Inconceivable. And even though it's an obvious thing for most top-level pro players, those sometimes can be the little difference makers between, you know, 1 or 2 kills here or there. But Lethal has managed to pick up the Bulldog here, and with Overshield popping, if he can control this rocket side and just give the freedom to the rest of the team, this Overshield could be game-winning.
Yeah, and Lethal just dropped down there and stole the milk off his neighbor's doorstep. It was 2 players just staring at him down in the sewers, and he just walked in, said hello, and picked up the Bulldog and escaped with his life. So a really big play coming in from Lethal, and now with him baiting himself down on the bottom of this rocket tower, the rest of his teammates are starting to pick up kills. So what might have seemed like a really small maneuver, the amount of information that was picked up from Lethal, plus the fact that he managed to get the Bulldog out of the hands of Inconceivable, now has turned into a lead that's looking a lot more commanding here for Sentinels.
I can't say that any of my neighbors or myself have ever stolen milk bottles or had our milk bottles stolen, but clearly we live in different
anymore.
Different areas. Different areas. I just think there's a lot of thieves in
different eras.
Yeah, that's also true. Although you're only a couple of years older than me, that's for sure. But right now, 43 to 38, make it 40. Just 2 quick kills there for Inconceivable, but still the lead for Sentinels. That's what matters. And with the rockets coming up and Lethal in a position to grab them with the grapple, now this is a fantastic opportunity for them to get some big kills to really make a breakaway.
Let's talk about how long Lethal's been alive. He's been around 2 minutes or so. He's been completely alive. The rocket is not going to quite connect on that player. Doesn't have any grenades either, so just making sure that he's conserving that rocket that he does have in his hands. Does have the grapple available. If he does get some damage done, I wonder if Lethal's going to try and focus onto this player and maybe just guarantee that kill. They are okay to trade for now. 46-41 is the score, so Inconceivable need 9, just to 4 required for Sentinels. And if Lethal plays this right and makes sure that he holds onto this rocket, then maybe that's going to be a kill. But they try and make the push, and they've just given a couple of kills up now, Sentinels. I didn't feel like they really needed to make a play there.
Lethal looking to play the perfect rocket here. Just waiting, baiting, knows that it could make the difference to stop this overshield from being picked up, but then hesitated and second-guessed himself because of the kills that came in from Inconceivable, and now there is a big old comeback from Inconceivable here. They should be able to grab the overshield, but there is still 1 rocket available for Sentinels.
Oh, look at this spawn, though, from Lethal. If he can sneak behind any players that might be lagging behind the rest of his team, he might be able to pick something up. However, Royal 2 and Frosty are going to do the heavy lifting for him. Now it's just 2 kills for Sentinels to close out this second game of our series, this best of 5, and go up 2-0.
Only 1 minute 30 left as well, so Inconceivable can't afford to slow this down too much, but there's 49 to 45, just 1 more remaining.
Call out from Lethal, you can hear in the background to their rockets. They're going to be weak as well. One player's flying across the top. Lethal's going to try and get an angle and should be able to pick up the 50th kill, and that will be it. Sentinels got a 2-0 in the series with a 50-46 win. A little bit shaky at the end, Dan, but they got the job done.
Yeah, certainly a questionable decision made. Maybe they slowed it down a little bit too much with those rockets, and they were just waiting for that perfect rocket kill to be there. I think the strategy and the plan was there of, look, let's wait for them to try and push for overshield, then we'll use the rocket, and it will allow us to gain the overshield and win the game. I think Inconceivable just did very well to outslay them in that period and ruin that plan, stop it in its tracks. But now we move over to Stronghold Streets, but certainly I think Sentinels are just full of it. They are on this comeback story. They dropped down to the elimination bracket what seems like a lifetime ago, and they are still rolling, and now just one map away from being in the grand finals here of the NA Kickoff Qualifier.
Yeah, and then to be honest with you, it's probably the best thing that could have happened to Sentinels, the fact that we've changed to best of fives. They've been able to play probably more games of Halo Infinite in the last couple of days, or today, against some of the biggest teams that we have in North America than they have over the last 2 weeks, Dan. So this has probably been just a great example of how quickly Sentinels can learn if you give them the practice. Maybe an indication of why nobody wanted to play them, because this is how good they can be.
Yeah, I think it was Spartan of United tweeting out saying, like, we shouldn't be playing best of threes in these big, important matches. Well, they got their best of five, and it was Sentinels who actually came out on top over United because of it. But certainly, Sentinels do seem so much more comfortable when they have a few more maps to work with. Maybe they don't feel that pressure of the best of three, where you have that really tight engagement of objective and you maybe narrowly miss out. And then that Slayer can so easily be a coin flip if you've got two evenly contested teams who haven't quite learnt the game to its full extent yet. We're in the early stages of Halo Infinite still. Now, we move over to Strongholds on Streets, one of my favorite game types, actually. Several different ways you can play this one, and I'm excited to see how both teams approach this.
Sentinels have looked pretty good on Streets every time I've seen them. In any game type on Streets today, they seem to have been just dominating. And remember, to talk about domination, 25 kills in that Slayer game from Royal 2. We saw what feels like not too long ago was a perfect example of that. I saw, I think it was Ogre 2 tweeting out, and I think that's the first time he's seen 25 kills be put up in a pro-level tournament game by a player at the top level. And off the rip here, look at this starting strategy here from Sentinels. That's two falling for them. Bound will trade out for one, but Snipe Down at the moment, it's just been focused. He's going to be lasered by Lethal as well, and that's going to create the opening for them to collect rockets.
Fantastic shots, though, from Lethal, not just onto Snipe Down, but also the follow-up to give support so the rockets could be grabbed by his team. And that's something that we see Snipe Down do a lot. I mean, he will go for that Stalker Rifle. We saw it when Inconceivable were playing a little bit earlier on in the winners bracket. And if he can get hold of it, if he can start to anchor for the team, then Inconceivable will get very scary. But A and B are currently being held by Sentinels, and I think these are the two priority strongholds you really want to go for here on Streets. I know there's a few European teams that disagree with me. They feel like they can hold C and B a little bit better, but I know for me personally, I'd rather try and hold A and B. But if you're Sentinels, right now, you need to just get anything you can get your hands on, because Inconceivable have a full 3 total lockdown here.
Yeah, the difficulty for Sentinels as well is that they're going to be on staggered spawns because the kills are falling one after the other in sort of bouts of 2. So Sentinels at the moment, you can see they're just trying to survive and wait for each other to spawn. Lethal's going to have to be quick on his feet here to try and rotate and help out his team. But there's the first kill in that team fight, like I mentioned. Snipe Down will pick up one. Lethal will manage to trade it out, though, with some really good grenades and might have the chance for a double kill here. That's really big from Lethal. Not only to cap A, but to get his team out of what would have been a really horrible spawn rotation.
Fantastic shots there from Lethal, and it's just so important that someone clutches up there, not allowing Inconceivable to get out of control and put too many points on the board. Now they've got control of A and B. Inconceivable are going to be spawning over towards C here, so if Sentinels just watch that B ramp, that red ramp, and also keep eyes towards Neons, you can watch those crosses, you can watch those angles, and you can stop Inconceivable from being able to comfortably push out of this tram. And now with rockets coming up as well, if Sentinels can get hold of them, Inconceivable may really struggle, but they have successfully pushed out towards B here.
Bound will pick up one and take down Frosty. However, the trade should come in, but no. Good team fire and teamwork coming in from Inconceivable. The score of 40 to 5 or so, to 52, excuse me, is in the hands of Inconceivable for now. With B and C in their control, they will continue to score. Looks like it's going to be a push and an assault on to C here to see if they can wrestle control back and
finally slow down the scoring, because Inconceivable are way over that halfway mark now towards, excuse me, they're nowhere near the halfway mark. It is getting a little bit late here. You'll have to forgive me for my mistakes, but they certainly are starting to eke out a little bit of a lead. And Slay-wise, it looks like at the moment, Sentinels are struggling to keep up.
Yeah, I think that Lethal played his life well there. He was a big distraction to allow the rest of the Sentinel squad to push up and try and prioritize B, but it just wasn't quite enough. He didn't do enough damage to those players that Sentinels could take advantage of the 3 versus 4 that they were in, with just maybe some damage being applied to both players. But at least they've managed to keep within, you know, kind of 40-50 seconds here. It's not out of reach yet, and Inconceivable haven't had a triple cap for too long, so they haven't just managed to storm ahead. And with both A and C being taken, now what Sentinels can do is Inconceivable are going to be forced to push towards either A or C. When they do that, then you prioritize B, you take it off them, and you're ultimately going to end up with a little bit of a war between either B and C or B and A.
Something to notice as well, the way that Lethal is jumping up through that tire jump, just using the left-hand side so that he doesn't have to use that clamber animation, which can cost you a few shots. And that's a perfect example of it. Guns up always better than guns down. If you can make any kind of jump without lowering your battle rifle and having to use that clamber animation, it gives you that advantage that you're going to be looking for. There's the beatdown in the window. However, Bound will have the Bulldog to take him down. And now it's going to be consistent scoring here for Inconceivable. B and C still under their control.
But at least Sentinels have A, so they should spawn Cafe, which they will. But now it's which stronghold they try and storm. With rockets in hand, maybe they'll push towards C initially here, just because you can get some really big kills with the rockets, with a lot of walls to play off. Whereas if you try and push up the stairs towards B, sometimes those rockets just go amiss and they will just fire into nothing.
AC now being held by Sentinels. They managed to stop the scoring and managed to start scoring themselves. A being contested, so it looks like a B push might be on the cards here for Sentinels. You can see all these players moving up ahead of Lethal. Snipedown will trade out a couple of kills. Snipedown picking up 2 and managing to escape with his life as well. So a really big play from Snipedown from Inconceivable. Will slow down this push. You can see the Lethal recognizing the situation, knowing that he's not going to be able to push 1 versus 3. So waits for his teammates off that respawn. They will manage to finally take down Snipedown, but again, Snipedown taking someone down with him.
Yeah, this is really where you have to survive on a map like Streets, because you can be really awkward. There's so many corners you can tuck yourself around, and the other team has to really put their necks out of line to try and take you down, and it will often leave them quite vulnerable on the map to shots coming from your teammates. So the survivability, very important. Snipedown demonstrating that perfectly there. But still, even though Inconceivable have been scoring consistently, this is very much achievable for a comeback for Sentinels, but I'm impressed what I've seen from Inconceivable. They look far comfier here on Streets than they have in any of the prior maps.
Sentinels still struggling to break this stronghold hold that is coming from Inconceivable at A and B. And you mentioned how this is one of the strongest and most difficult pushes to break. Well, if you want an example of why, just think back to Oddball. This is where teams try and hold around that A and B structure. They want to hold that ball around A and control this B street. And with the score starting to tick towards that 200-point mark now for Inconceivable, Sentinels look a little bit confused about how they want to try and play this down. It seems like they are going to finally get control of A. They have managed to get hold of rockets as well, as you can see that in Lethal's death screen. And now they make the push onto B, but there's already 2 players there from Inconceivable who might be able to chop them down.
Inconceivable have just had a better B hold throughout the entirety of this game. Similarly to Livefire, B is the key to success. Even though Sentinels have sometimes been able to get A and C for a minimal amount of scoring, you have to be holding B to really put those serious points on the board. Finally, they get hold of B here. They have A and B. They've managed to trap Inconceivable into C. It's about what they do from this position.
Are they able to effectively hold in the same way that Inconceivable were? As they will tick their way to 99 points and over into the 3-point club. 100 points on the board now, but still a long, long way to go for them to turn this one around. And with the kills going down to Inconceivable here, Boo Boo picking up 1. Snipedown coming into the feed as well, and Lethal will be a last player alive. So just trying to survive for now, and it's not going to happen. That is a break, and that was the question answered. Not able to hold as well as Inconceivable Sentinels, and that'll be scoring turned over once again.
Yeah, now they're forced back to C here, Sentinels as well, so they all need to make sure they push out, and I think this might be one of the last real pushes they'll get to try and break this setup from Inconceivable, with only 45 points required now for the yellow team on your screens. And I think we are looking more likely towards a game 4 here. But I would never count out Sentinels for a comeback. All they need is one of those solid holds. They just really need to push together and take this B stronghold off of Inconceivable. The Rockets could make a difference, and certainly Lethal trying to position himself to at least make them a priority.
Snipedown picks up that first kill, and Snipedown has been a thorn in the side consistently here for Sentinels. Just picking up those first kills, managing to escape with his life so many times as well. And now you're seeing the push on to B, but the kill's being traded in the feed, and Snipedown once again picking up a kill with those rockets. He's making this look like a very, very difficult last few moments here. 2:45 on the clock. C being turned over by Inconceivable as well, and this is looking like it is going to be the game going to Inconceivable unless they can get a last second turnover of B and that scoring will stop. On 2:49, it's kind of the Sentinels way, right? They leave it till the last second before they try and make the comeback, and it couldn't be any more true than what we're seeing right now.
I mean, I've seen crazy things happen in today's tournament. I
feel like I've seen everything, Dan.
This would be the craziest, but sometimes when you are so close to winning a game, you do start to desperate these strongholds, and maybe Sentinels can take advantage of that, but with 2 players in B, they should be able to start scoring. They just need the 1 second tick, but there is going to be someone hovering in B. Not going to be one just yet for Inconceivable. They're going to need to make one more push here.
If Sentinels win this, I will expire, just to let everyone know. Because we've seen 100 to 99 rounds of ball today. We've seen 50-49s already in the Halo Championship Series, Game 5s. And I'm telling you, if we see a comeback from around 110 points, and Inconceivable throwing away a 249-point advantage, and this could be pretty crazy. But now the B change is coming in, but you can see C is being contested, so there's a chance to turn this over, and Bound not getting in the trade there is going to allow Lethal to start capturing B, but that is going to finally be the game as C and B will be turned over to Inconceivable. I just thought it was going to happen. With everything that's happened today, Dan, I just thought that was going to happen, but it's not. Inconceivable get their first map on the board.
I think on any other day, we'd be thinking, yeah, this one's chalked, we'll call it, but you've always got to have that, yeah, but what if? Because of the things that have happened in today's broadcast. But 215 to 143 is a fairly comfortable scoreline in the end for Inconceivable. On the side of Sentinels, I think it was just a little bit too late when they started to realize how they wanted to approach the game, how they wanted to try and set up. Inconceivable were far comfier when it came to holding those A and B, forcing those spawns to tram for Sentinels, and it was a real struggle for Sentinels once they were consistently on that spawn cycle.
I want to thank Lethal for letting us watch his stream once again. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to bring you the gameplay that you're seeing in front of you right now. So I'm going to say it once more. Head over to his stream, show him some love, drop a follow, drop a sub, do all of that kind of good stuff. And ignore the fact that his sub alert says you're nothing to me but customers, because I know that he's got a little bit of love for every single person that drops by his stream. But let's talk about this next game, CTF Aquarius. Dan, you mentioned that Sentinels have been struggling a little bit on this game type.
Yeah, they have. We've seen them take a few losses here or there. E United, they lost to on Aquarius CTF earlier in the bracket. So they just seem to be too slow to get going. And similarly to what we just saw, I think, on Street Strongholds there, is they need a quicker opening. They need to be getting these flag pulls to give them the belief that they don't have to make a comeback. I think they were 3-0 down yesterday on broadcast, and they brought it back to 3-2, but then the timer expired, and their possibility of making a comeback was just stolen away from them. So instead, I'd rather see them, just prioritize a nice starting strategy that gives them the advantage, whether that be trying to grab the thrust and get in the face of your opponents, whether that be trying to secure that camouflage, or just gaining car control or Nida's control, whatever you want to call it, because that is where all teams have been prioritizing here in Aquarius CTF. You gain control of that side, you push into the flag when you've got 2 dead, and then you run that flag that way as well. You slay as you move, and we've seen so many flag caps happen because of it.
Let's see if we're going to see a few more. Will it go to Sentinels, and will they be able to close this series out after a very impressive comeback in that previous game that we've seen from Inconceivable, or will it be a game 5 on the cards now? And all of a sudden, do you know what, Dan? It's 6:16 a.m. I've just woken up, buddy. I'm ready to go. I don't know about you, but I've got some energy. Don't know where it's come from.
I mean, my girlfriend's literally just woken up. I've heard her alarm go off, so I'm hoping a cup of tea arrives soon, because I'm you know what? I'm going to clock in. I'm ready for another Game 5. I'm ready for... We've got a grand final after this on set, so quite rightly, we should have some energy. But CTF Aquarius, this is my favorite game type on set, and I think it just plays so well. We're going to have so many exciting moments throughout Halo Infinite's life cycle. For two reasons. One, because of course it is going to be an asymmetrical map. We are going to see so much similarities on both sides. It makes for even footing when you're spawning. But also the fact that you are so vulnerable when you're trying to put that flag in. We're going to see so many clutch stops happen throughout the year. Bullets raining down from one side to the other. Grenades spamming in to try and stop that flag from being capped. And actually it's happened so much already throughout Halo Infinite, let alone what we're going to see in the future.
Also, we have to answer the age-old question that we posed a little bit earlier. Are they cabbages? Are they lettuces? Is it cress that's growing? Who knows? Inside of Aquarius, maybe I haven't woken up. Maybe I've just slowly started to go insane. But that's going to be a question that I need answered. I'm just saying, I need maybe Jeff over 343 to look that one up for us and get into the lore. Hidden Xperia, I called you out earlier. Find that one out for me, buddy. But what we can tell you is that Sentinels have the opportunity here to close this out, but Inconceivable not going down without a fight.
No, Inconceivable are very much going to want to take this to a Game 5 and give themselves a shot of getting back into those grand finals, having another stab at Optic Gaming, who are still waiting in the grand finals. And of course, whoever gets there will have to not only beat Optic in one best of 5, but in a double best of 5, because it would have to be a bracket reset if you were going to be the champions of the Kickoff Qualifier, and certainly that's something everyone would love to have. You know, that #1 seed going into Raleigh being the team that everyone wants to take down.
Snipedown does have the camouflage though, and you've just seen him take down Lethal as he was kind of patrolling around where those dynamo nades do spawn. You're gonna be spawning in the fridge here, so looks like there might be a spawn trap opportunity, but unfortunately for Inconceivable, they don't have the numbers, so you can see that Lethal's going to be able to move out pretty freely back to his base. His teammate's picking up a couple of kills, is now going to allow him to move towards his teammate Snakebite. And this is something to point out to everyone who wants to know how to get better at Halo in general, Halo Infinite. The buddy system. Always work towards a teammate, always try and find yourself in a position to fight with them. You've just seen exactly that coming out of Lethal.
Yeah, it's so easy off spawn to just push on your own because you think you can make a difference or you think you can flank behind, but actually just taking that extra second to assess where your teammates are and joining one of them could be the difference maker from not only just getting a couple of kills, but also getting a flag pull or stopping a flag from being taken by your opponents or scored from your opponents. But here's Lethal behind enemy lines, big shots onto Boo Boo, but we'll retreat out of that one.
Both players taken down to no shields. Lethal just trying to survive for now. You haven't seen much action in the kill feed. As I say that, it lights up in yellow. That's 3 kills going down almost instantly, simultaneously for Inconceivable. Sentinels now very much on the back foot. The pressure coming into their base. Boo Boo trying to fly up those straight stairs, which you can see Lethal's trying to fight. The trade comes in. Boo Boo actually doing a pretty good job, and the trade didn't actually come in. It looked like Boo Boo survived. Royal 2 will actually clean that one up. But no flagpole coming in from Inconceivable, so good defensive stand here from Sentinels.
Quite an even trade for Slays at the moment. That's why we've not really seen a flag being pulled. No one able to get into too much of an advantageous position where they can start to get that flag on the move. But maybe this could be a chance with Frosty getting 2, but 2 down on both sides. Again, it's just being kind of blow for blow with both of these teams. Maybe it's going to be something like a camouflage that could be the difference maker to really give one of these sides the chance to get in and pull that flag.
Both teams doing a really good job of clearing out their own bases before they move forward as well. I think that's something that's becoming more and more important here on Aquarius. One player top P, you can hear the call out coming, but just momentarily Lethal lost him. Does he get the stick? Yes, he does. So at least manages to trade out that situation. Now there's a cheeky little flank coming in from one of his teammates. Player down in the courtyard is going to be a concern. Boo Boo picks up 1 kill, though, onto Nerdslayer. I just want to point out to all Inconceivable fans, by the way, I know we're watching a lot of Lethal point of views because the only one we've got right now. I'd love to show you what the players on Inconceivable are doing too, but unfortunately, this is the situation we find ourselves in for now. But Inconceivable looking in a pretty good spot here as you're seeing 3 kills go down, and Lethal just watching his teammate desperate forward to try and get that flag return. But with the way that Bound is playing this top mid, it's going to be difficult for them to do. But actually, Snakebite came out with a really big kill kill. Frosty picking up another, and this might be a little bit of a desperation defensive stance coming in now from Sentinels.
Great nades as well coming out from Lethal there, just banking them off the top. It was Snakebite who started everything by stopping that flag, making it very difficult for them to get it back quickly. And now with Lethal being in the base and tossing that flag out, this suddenly becomes a very difficult situation for Inconceivable. They've got to be off spawn, focusing about trying to get control back. They've had to give up that flag because now their own flag has been thrown out, their own flag is being moved.
It's going to be all the way back to the base as well, and they have them trapped on the spawn, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be 1-0 here to Sentinels. You can see on the death cam that one's going to be run home, so perfect execution. You have to say the way that Lethal played that inside of the base, Dan, you can't really do it much better than he did.
No, he was given the freedom by his teammates to get there, but once you get there, you've got a big responsibility on your shoulders. You have to secure at least 1 kill, and not only did he do that, he secured 2 kills. So good work there from Lethal, and now he just continues to maraud his way around the map and is consistently finding kind of 2 shots and 1 shots, really listening well to his team as another double kill crops up. 7 minutes left, so still plenty of time here for Inconceivable, but Sentinels somewhat in the driving seat with a 1-0 advantage.
They certainly are indeed, and that's the first real time we've seen them get inside of the Inconceivable base and get that flag moving, and it was off the back of a cap attempt from Inconceivable. It was essentially a counter cap that did come in, and that's objective efficiency. That's something that Sentinels have always been known for, their efficiency, Dan, and it's good to see that back for them. I think that's one of the strongest signs on how they're playing that you could possibly ask for.
To their car jump, falcoted.
Sentinels not really showing as much weaknesses as they had prior in the previous tournaments, and I think that just shows that the practice they've finally been able to put in is starting to pay off here. And sometimes you just need a little bit of tournament experience in a game to realize how it's going to play out, because it is entirely different to scrims. You can scrim all you like, but at the end of the day, not everyone's going to take scrims 100% seriously, even if they say they are. There is just something about competitions that just makes that adrenaline flow that little bit more, pumps it through your body, and suddenly you can hit what seems like extra shots at times, or miss shots, depending on how you handle pressure. But Sentinels, they look very different to what we saw in previous tournaments, and Lethal at the moment just needs to make sure this flag is stopped and just has to fight his life.
Yeah, he isn't going to get the trade, though, onto Boo Boo, and that's really, really big. You can see his teammates are coming off the spawn, but if Boo Boo can get it inside of that closet, this might be an opportunity to actually run the flag, but Snakebite is going to be top mid. I think the camo is going to be down, and that might be an opportunity for them to pick it up. The flag is still going to be moving here. We'll have to keep our eyes on where that one does end up as some desperation plays start to come in from Sentinels, and it's looking like this one will be put in, so we're tied up at 1-1 now, and look at this. They're going for the double cap.
Could be massive here. Really could turn this game around. And if you're Sentinels, you just got to try and stop the bleeding here. Stop this flag from moving, but you don't want to overcommit to the point where you just suffocate yourselves and put yourselves in a spot where you're going to be outslayed heavily. But Lethal and Snakebite combined at least somewhat stop this flag, and here's also a fantastic position here. You can see just being able to get the re now for Sentinels. They'll send this one back. It was Snakebite just making sure that this was not going to go too far from Inconceivable.
Manages to evade that grenade, but he doesn't manage to evade the call out coming from Lethal. As you can see that Frosty did manage to clean that one up. Snipe down, taken down to no shields, managed to escape for now. But with just under 5 minutes left in this game, and Sentinels 2-1 up in the series, these are really big moments for Inconceivable here. If they fail a couple of pushes, or if they get pushed themselves and that flag slips through their fingers, then they're going to have to start playing a little bit more desperate here, Dan, and that can lead to mistakes.
How many times have we seen Aquarius CTF go to overtime, though? So even if I feel like another flag goes in for one of these teams, I just got a feeling that we might see it go to 2-2 and we might end up in overtime. It's happened far too many times than I actually thought would happen on Aquarius CTF, but you can understand that with how players are playing this game right now, how they're slowly learning and adapting to one another. If you do get that flag on the move, if you do slay it correctly, 9 times out of 10, if you play it perfectly, you're going to get that flag back into your base.
Those shots from Lethal, so good. And I want to just point out the way that he's actually maneuvering his player model around the base. He's always playing around a head glitch. He's very, very smart. It might not seem like something you can notice from the way that he's actually playing from his individual POV, but if you were to face the other player he's shooting, it really does make him as difficult a target as physically possible. So the positioning from Lethal, really, really impressive, but unfortunately for him, his teammates are going to be falling around him, and so is the camo. He didn't manage to burn that one. So it will still be available.
Two on
As you're going to see both players and both teams just fighting their way across the map at the moment. This has been a real attritional battle, this one, Dan.
Camo's still there and waiting. Lethal just had a glance towards it to make sure no one had picked it up, and I'm sure that Sentinels are keeping tabs on it as well as Inconceivable. And this happens quite often, actually, in Aquarius CTF, where because it's in such a vulnerable position, the Camo, it just gets picked up, then dropped, picked up, then dropped, until it's in a spot where someone can comfortably grab it without being absolutely pummeled from across the map. But difficult to split the two here. Even it would seem in Slays, of course we don't have the statistics, but from what I've watched it seems fairly even. We need a big stop here from Lethal, or Sentinels, excuse me, need a big stop here if they are going to be able to at least stay in this one.
2 kills do go down, so they should be safe for now. They just got to stop that touch coming in, and with the dynamo grenades in his hand, Lethal will be able to deny that area coming in and not be able to allow someone to push without that knowledge being given to him through those audio cues. There's another dynamo grenade into the back of the base. Lethal just trying to play his life for now. Does have the sidekick, but he's going to be pushed. But again, the sidekick being that weapon that can give you that almost guaranteed trade, even if you're down a couple of shots in the closet.
I do love this Inconceivable roster. There's something about it. It's the players that are on it, the history that they've had. I mean, Snipedown's got enough history on his own, but what Bound was able to achieve towards the end of Halo 5, he was kind of touted as that wonder kid. Would he get on a team that would allow him to be that big player that we knew he had the possibilities to actually achieve? And well, it looks like he's finally got that team, and this is going to be certainly the beginning of something magical, I'm sure. And in this series, they've still got the chance to take this all the way to a best of 5. Nothing to split the two still, tied up 1-1.
2 minutes left on the clock as well. The flag going to be moving here as well. So Sentinel's got to be extremely careful as we keep our eyes on the kill feed. Keep an eye on where those kills do fall. If it falls to Inconceivable, then this could be going to a game 5. Snipedown manages to survive. And Bound will pick up the kill bottom middle. Where is that flag, though? It's coming across the bridge. You can see the Sentinels don't really look like they're in the greatest of positions to try and stop this. They're flooding across the map. Royal 2 picks up 1. Booba will trade that out. With only 1 minute 30 left on the clock, they actually managed to get what looks like a stop and a flag pull themselves. So a very strange situation, but it isn't going to be the case. 2 kills do fall to Sentinels, but most importantly, you can see here, Inconceivable have put that second flag home.
They've put it in, but with the Slays coming out, Sentinels have a chance to run this one, but look at the kill feed. 2 for Inconceivable, not allowing Sentinels to get that counter cap. Now making sure it's 3 dead, so Sentinels off the spawn are going to have 1 minute to try and get 1 flag here. Otherwise, we are going to a game 5 between these 2 titans here in Halo Infinite.
Only 50 seconds to play with. This is the scary moment for Sentinels. Game 5 is looming here. Royal 2 trying to support Lethal as they try and make this last move, but there is Snipedown with a cheeky back smack, slipping through the cracks behind the defenses of Sentinels as pull is attempted by Snakebite to try and get the move going, but this is looking like it's just become almost mathematically impossible to get across the map in time to get that flag pulled, and it looks like we might be going to a game 5 here.
20 seconds, have to hit every shot, and someone's got to get in the base and got to touch that flag within 14. There's 2 dead now for Inconceivable, so if they can transition quick enough to this base, there is a chance, but it has to happen here and now. Got to get their touch within seconds. You've got to touch it. You have to touch it, but it's not going to happen. No touch going to be there. Even when you're taking that fight there, I think you've just got to touch it to give yourself a chance. Even though it might be a 1% chance, you've got to touch it. But 2-1 in favor of Inconceivable. We're going to a game 5.
Of course we're going to a game 5. Why wouldn't we go to a game 5? This has been a very impressive series. And again, big shout out to Lethal for allowing us to co-stream this to bring you all the action. We go to Recharge Slayer next down. I have absolutely no idea what to expect from this series at this point. It's been back and forth. You look at the first game, it was 2-0 and it was very dominant. You look at Bazaar Slayer, it was a little bit closer. And then it just swung the other way. Inconceivable looking dominant on streets, and then a little bit of a closer game that we just saw in that one. So, I mean, flip a coin at this point between these 2 teams. It's difficult to split them.
Flip a coin and see which side of Recharge you land on. Are you going to be on the side that can get the shock rifle, perhaps, and be able to maybe just hold towards top yellow and try and pick them off, or are you going to grab the sword and hold elevator side? Considering the way we saw Bazaar Slayer being played, I think that maybe Recharge Slayer could slow down quite significantly, and we might get that standoff, and it could be very tense, and as expected in a game 5. any kind of kill, any mistake, it could really make the difference between, you know, falling at this stage or actually transitioning into that grand final and having a stab at Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I wonder if anyone's going to actually be willing to play this in an aggressive manner as well. I know that both teams will have their gameplay and how they want to approach it. With it being game 5, Dan, it really does change the feel of the game, right? You don't want to be the player to have made a mistake when it comes to those big moments that you look back and think, we were just... Why did I try and do that? Why did I think that that was a better position? I could have played it a little bit safer. It's kind of all those thoughts start going through your head. But with the experience of both of these teams, I feel like it would be somewhat of a surprise if we did see those decisions being made.
And I think off the spawn, you've got to prioritize the big weapons here. Mangler needs to be in the hands of one of your teams. Shock Rifle is something that definitely could make a difference as well. Sword sometimes doesn't come into play, and it almost seems like it's an agreement from both teams that they're just not going to bring it into play, because you have to take yourself out of the fight for quite a considerable amount of time without the grapple if you do want to get that sword. But also by bringing the sword into play, if you lose it, you risk giving so much of an advantage to the other team as well. It really is a weird dynamic that sometimes you just see that sword sat there for quite some time. But certainly the Mangler is going to make a big difference here. We might see, of course, a big flood for the camouflage to begin with. Starting strategies could be important here because a big camo play could allow you to maybe get a 3 to 4 kill lead right at the start. And in what can slow down in Recharge Slayer, a 3 to 4 kill advantage could be a massive one.
Well, let's see if the camouflage is going to be that game changer, if it'll be the grapple, if it'll be the sword. All of these things have to be taken into consideration, of course, for the players themselves. And it's one thing that I love about the layers that have been added to Halo in Halo Infinite as well. You kind of wander around those corners, Dan, and usually you're kind of like, hey, it's going to be a straight up, you know, one-on-one fight, right? BR versus BR, pistol versus pistol, whatever it might be throughout the series history. But you've always got that thought in the back of your head now when you're going into a battle. What does my team, what does my opponent have that might give him the advantage in this fight? What do I have that might give you the advantage in this fight? All of these kind of things just add to the layers of even the individual battles as well as the team ones. And I think it's fascinating to watch it develop.
Yeah, I think that you've got to make sure you give yourself the best advantage possible, whether that be through the utility on the map, whether that be through the weapons that are available, or whether it just be through intelligence and map positioning. I mean, as all we talk about what's available on the map, so much of Halo comes down to your smarts and how you understand the game, how you move around the map, the angles you can take, the jumps that you can actually provide and put yourself in a position where you can take those fights without clambering, for example. So those minor details like Lethal jumping onto that tiny ledge so he didn't have to clamber on streets. As long as you as an individual know all of those tiny little nuances, then you can be your best player and you can give your team the best chance at actually trying to achieve a victory. Combine that with chemistry, teamwork, and also knowledge of how to play a game. That's when you get the perfect recipe for success.
Well, Game 5 alarm is ringing, everybody, because that's where we find ourselves in our Elimination Bracket Finals. Both teams with 2 games on the board. Sentinels were 2-0 up in this series. That's something we should remember as well, Dan. It's been an incredible actual comeback from Inconceivable to send it to this Game 5. And off the break, I tell you what, a pretty good start here from Sentinels. 5-3, excuse me. It seems like they won that opening break, but Inconceivable answering back.
Yeah, you talk about starting strategies, you talk about trying to secure that camouflage off the rip, and Sentinels have done just that. And will find that 3-kill advantage I was talking about. If they can now gain control of one of the sides of the map and some of the priority weapons, like the shock rifle, for example, they can make it very difficult for Inconceivable to try and get back into this game. And I know it sounds crazy to say at just 7-4, but when it's a Game 5, you've got to presume that it isn't 7-5 right now. You've got to try and think this is 47-45. Any death could be huge and could make massive implications for the latter stages of this game.
Ubu Dubu going to be taking some shots from Lethal up in that A attic. Big nade coming in from Snakebite Day to clean up a kill onto Falcated. Now you can see the opportunity maybe to collapse on these last 2 players is there if they could close that gap in time. The question is, are they able to do that, Dan? If they can't, then they might be running into respawners over the other side of the map. So we're back to that kind of standoff, that nervy feeling here. 9-7 the score.
Yeah, it's not a traditional kind of map cut in half situation at the moment. There's a few players lurking around with manglers and other things to try and catch people off guard and ambush them. It's not slowed down to the point where neither team is moving, and I think that's always good for a game, that everyone is marching around and have an idea of how they want to play it. But he's just got an overkill, has Falcated.
He has indeed. I saw it kind of happening in the corner of my eyes, and That's a way to get back into the game. 14-13 now. Falcate starting to pop off a little bit, but as I say that, Snakebite manages to restore order for just a few seconds with a double kill to reset the map. But that's the kind of play that you need to make. But also, Falcate's got to be very, very careful. He doesn't let the adrenaline get the better of him. Game 5, you cannot get carried away.
No, you don't want to put yourself into a position where you are being overzealous and over-challenging just because you're confident, because that may just be that one kill that gives the advantage to the other team. Camouflage did pop, so there was an opportunity for both teams to scrap for it. That's one thing I like about the dynamic spawns, and that, you know, you're always knowing when Camouflage is going to be coming up, because you just constantly get these guaranteed battles that happen at certain time periods of the game. Sentinels with a very minor lead still, but the most important word being lead.
2 kills, that minor lead, like you mentioned. Gonna be lots of eyes on when that power-up's gonna be coming up as well. There's a nade though, and a Hail Mary is gonna do the job as Booba will find himself on the receiving end. Lethal now repositions to find himself a couple of extra grenades to see if he can repeat the dosage onto Inconceivable. 3 kills the difference between these two teams, but Booba trying to make that move over to control once more. I spoke about the repeat dosage. If Booba would have fallen there, then that would have been catastrophic for Inconceivable. Snakebite picks up 1. Royal 2 will pick up 1 as well. Snipe Down manages to trade one of the kills out, but only a 2-for-1 swap there. Not good enough for Inconceivable, and that's just going to extend the lead here for Sent.
Sentinels not allowing the game to just be a standoff war either. As soon as they had a couple of players down, they wanted to push on their advantage. They pushed into Turbine to try and find those remaining players of Inconceivable. They didn't actually get any kills because of it, but they got a slight bit more of map control. Falcated is going to be hunted here by Lethal.
That made me laugh, by the way, just a little plasma pistol shot. I'm not sure if that would deliver or not, but if Lethal would have picked up a kill in a game 5 to win things with just one single bullet coming from a plasma pistol, that would be the greatest ending to a game 5 probably that we've ever seen. Well, we're going to see the sword is going to be popping up, as you can see in the background there on the weapon pad. Hammer going to be coming up pretty soon as well, so all players are going to have to be very, very careful. Boo's going to be taken down on that angle once more from Lethal. Map control heavily in the favor now of Sentinels, excuse me, and Inconceivable starting to let these silly deaths happen down, and you can't let that happen. One by one falling, it really does start to add up, as Bound will be taken down after getting 1 kill with that sword, so that's weaponry being turned over as well.
Yeah, and that's the danger about bringing that sword into play. I mean, Inconceivable had to back off. Bound was out of play for a little bit to gain the sword. Tried to push up, got 1 kill, but it was traded out, and if that sword has gone into the hands of Sentinels, then they are going to be able to hold even more successfully than they were prior, and that just spells bad news for Inconceivable. 9 kills behind now. Sentinels starting to run away with this one a little bit, and they can just start to trade 1 for 1, 1 for 1, and they'll get closer and closer to this grand final.
Yeah, this is looking like Sentinels controlling things for now, and as you look at the kill feed, it's always 2 for 1, Dan. 2 for 1 in the favor of Sentinels. Not even just trading, making sure their pushes are efficient too. Little body system being used here, and once again, even though 1 kill fell, it was traded out immediately by Sentinels. Like you say, now they move within 15 of closing out the series.
Inconceivable caught on a pretty nasty spawn cycle here, and they're trapped in various areas of the map, and Sentinels know that. That's why they've pushed into Turbine, tried to take advantage of having several up over Inconceivable, and unfortunately for Inconceivable, this is not changing. Because of the speed of which Sentinels are playing and pushing and transitioning from one side of the map to the other, Inconceivable have just consistently been on the back foot, and they find themselves now, what, 13 kills behind? Now, I've seen comebacks, but this is a difficult one for Inconceivable. They need to somehow stop this aggression from Sentinels, but also be able to take map control at the same time.
This is a little bit of a desperation play here from Bound with this 1v1. The repulsor going to be used by Lethal as well, just to extend that life. 40 kills on the board now, make it 43. They're starting to stack up here as Frosty picks up 2 and Snakebite picks up another. That was 4 dead here for Inconceivable. It's been a long night for them, down, but with 6 kills to go, I think the Sentinels will be marching on to our grand final.
Yeah, you talk about adrenaline. It's going to be rushing through Sentinels now, as they know they are very close to the grand final. Just 5 more required, which means they can be a little bit more frivolous with their pushes. They can be aggressive. They can get in the faces of Inconceivable because they can afford to make mistakes here. Of course, you don't want to throw away too many deaths, but it means you can take a few risks here or there.
Big grenade going over the top. Another Hail Mary effort coming in from Lethal. 3 kills to go. I think it's almost a case of charge because we can't lose once again for Sentinels here. As I say that, though, Bound will pick up 1 onto Snakebite, and I feel like that's a saying which isn't quite as applicable here in Halo Infinite as it was back when the Ogres were shouting it across the main stage, but Will 2 picking up another. Now it's just 1 kill to go here, and I tell you what a tournament run this has been from Sentinels. They close out a game 5. They find their way into a grand final, and it seems like all they needed was a little bit of a fire lit under them yesterday for them to return to form. Yeah,
they've certainly found a different gear now, have Sentinels, and they look pretty scary going into this grand final. I'm sure Optic are looking at this and saying, well, you know, we've waited a while. You better make it worth it and better make you actually come into this series and give us a good game. And I think Sentinels will, even though Inconceivable came awfully close, and also congrats to Inconceivable with a top 3 finish. That's an impressive one from them, especially after, you know, they've only formed pretty recently. Snikedown coming back to Halo. But it's all about the Sentinels losers bracket run. They carry on. They will be in the grand finals.
Impressive stuff, to say the least, and especially with the trials and tribulations they've had to go through today. Like, Sentinels find their way into a grand final. I'm just saying, it's definitely going to be a bracket reset as well. I don't want to give spoilers, but it's just the way that things have gone today. We are definitely going to a bracket reset, but Sen looking really strong.
Seems like we're on the road. Onset, it does seem like we're on the road. First of all, before we get into anything, I just want to say, Onset, Gaskin, you guys are absolute goats. You are legends. I just want everybody to understand at home watching, these 2 gentlemen are actually in Europe right now, so it is extremely late, or it's early in the morning. You know, their households are already up at work, etc. So I just want to say, incredible job from both of you two to hold this down and cast as if it is just the start of the night. So great stuff. Let's head right into our brackets though. So we're going to have a look right now at our elimination bracket to see exactly what was going on here, because of course Sentinels found themselves in the elimination bracket. They've had quite the run, as Onset did say, taking down E United in that rematch, of course, and then finding themselves 3-2, winning over Inconceivable, bumping up to the winners bracket. Now, speaking of, let's take a quick look at that one as well, because Optic Gaming have had quite the run themselves. Maybe not the Cinderella story, but it was pretty damn perfect. Sentinels find themselves now in the grand finals against Optic Gaming, our back-to-back Open champions, and looking for a 3-peat. Brav, obviously, watching that one, the grand finals is going to be absolutely epic. Do you think we are going to see a bracket reset tonight?
I would say, based on what we've seen today, it would be crazy to think that this is not going to be a bracket reset. I think this is, either way, this is going to be a great series. I can't wait to get into it. I think we're finally seeing a few different things. We're seeing Optic Gaming continue their form. They've had a few stumbles along the way. We're seeing Sentinels finally come into their own, and it's going to be a pretty great grand finals. I don't think a lot of fans might have thought that we were going to see Optic Sentinels in a grand finals this soon, based off of week 1 and week 2. However, Sentinels, they've shown up today, and it's going to be a great grand finals.
They certainly have. They've given us one hell of a storyline, that is for sure. Fantastic stuff, and I think this grand finals is going to be absolutely epic. Well, we're going to head to a break right now, but when we come back, we have a little something special for you, just to thank you so much for waiting so patiently all evening for this grand finals, and that is Hex. We actually caught up with him earlier on. It's going to be a pre-recorded interview, and you don't want to miss it, so we'll see you after this. Welcome back back to day 2 of the NA Kickoff Qualifier. So good to have you guys joining us here. Now, the grand finals are coming up very shortly, and of course, this match is to take it all. But before we get into the action, I have a very special guest here that you guys are gonna want to listen very closely to. We have the infamous Hex joining us on broadcast. Firstly, man, welcome back to Halo. It is so damn good to see you. Obviously, having Optic as a partner team back in Halo is huge for the community, and we are all so thrilled to see the green wall. You've been thoroughly missed. How have you found the reception from fans coming back to the game?
To be honest, exactly what I would expect from the green wall to be excited for. Obviously, Halo being such a big part of Optic in the early days, obviously made me want to come back as soon as possible. And Tashi and all the group over there and I have been keeping in contact for over, I don't know, 2 years and thinking about the return and how the return was going to happen. So to finally be here, love it.
Well, congratulations, of course, on what has been an amazing start for Optic in the Halo Championship Series. Back-to-back champions. But we've seen a lot of the players in front of the screen, the 4 who are doing the damage. But I want to talk a little bit about the coach, Lunchbox, because an icon in the Halo space. Did you have a little say in picking up Lunchbox as the guy to be behind your team?
I did not. I'm gonna give that shout out to Hastro, but just know that Launchbox goes as far back as the LAN network, and I have all of the cards from them. So shout out to the Pinocchio family for that. I'll show it again now that the screen is full, but these are like the original LAN networks with the original logo. Like, it's truly historical stuff. Launchbox played for Instinct, and at one point, Envy, Optic, and Instinct were all under the same umbrella under Eon. So for me, having that full circle moment with both Pistola and Launchbox was incredible. But that team was put together by my boy Hastro, so props to him.
Well, I'll tell you what, the team is looking mighty fine, obviously back-to-back with a 3-peat on the cards currently. You know, this is looking like a really nasty team and one to seriously want to beat this season. What is the feeling like right now in the Optic Gaming camp as, you know, you guys are getting ever closer to Raleigh in the first live LAN event?
Excitement, to say the least. Right now, we are planning a massive convoy to we're not just sending our Halo players. I'm coming along, Maniac's coming, obviously Formal's coming. I'm gonna bring all the crew back. I'm still in the works on getting Scum to come. He's like 99% all the way there because he did say that he was going to go and support Formal if he played it in open. So now he gets to support not only Formal but also, you know, his teammates in Optic. So this is a tradition that we've had for the longest time. I used to fly the Counter-Strike team to every Call of Duty event just to have this family feel, and I hope to bring that back.
Love to hear it, man. We're all going to be very much looking forward to seeing all of the crew there. The OG fam's going to be in the building. You guys are not going to want to miss that one, so make sure you tune into Raleigh as well as we head into our first live event. Hex, it's been a damn pleasure, man. Thank you so much for joining us on stream today. And we're going to get right into our grand final, folks. So, Hex, I'll see you on the other side, man.
Long live Halo. Peace out.
Long live Halo indeed. Well, fellas, it was really good to catch up with Hex, of course, and it's so good to have the green wall back into Optic as well. Back into Optic, back into Halo, excuse me. I've just got Optic on my mind, apparently. But we do have our grand finals to talk about. Finally, folks at home, wake up. Wakey, wakey. It's grand finals time. We made it. We're into it. We've got Optic versus Sentinels, maybe a team you didn't expect to be there, obviously being in the form of Sen, but we haven't spoken about Optic for a little while now, since yesterday, technically. Brav, obviously, Optic Gaming, just a phenomenal team through and through, have been since the very beginning. Sentinels are going to have to really push hard to take this roster down. Talk to me about this Optic roster and what do you think they have in store for Sentinels today?
Sure, yeah, these are your 2 times, the back-to-back, coming into Halo Infinite with as strong a performance, really, and as loud a performance as you could ask for in terms of the gameplay that we've seen, the style that they're playing the game, to win a 10-game set in the first week. It's just been amazing from Optic, and I think they're looking to continue here, and the question will be, can they repeat here? Can they make quick work of the Sentinel side, or does Sentinels have a little bit more gas in the tank? And we'll have to see. Our grand finals is going to be the way that we answer that question.
Definitely. Gaskin, you know, based on stats, based on what you've seen so far, we've had one hell of a day. How does this match kind of match up?
I think that Optic, I mean, I'm going to be feeling very confident. I'm feeling pretty confident. I get to kick back and watch this grand final. That's where I've got the bathrobe on once more, because now I'm going to get cozy, as everyone should do at home, because we've not finished this tournament just yet. You might think, you know, well, we've just seen an amazing matchup. We've got more for you. And this grand final, I think, has got a little bit of everything. I'm excited, to see what the game types are. We'll get into those a little bit later. Then I can dive into those stats and feed them towards Bravo and Onset. But this is really going to be an impressive series, because you can have Optic, who have been able to just be waiting in the wings, assessing what's going on, but Sentinels are full of fire right now. They've got so much drive behind them, and they will want to make a statement to everyone in the Halo community with a victory here over Optic.
Without a doubt, I mean, you said it really, really well there, Gaskin. They have fire behind them. They have momentum. They are warm. They've just come out of 2 back-to-back series wins. So not only are they feeling themselves, but, you know, they have some reps under their belt right now. Optic obviously been waiting for quite a while. Onset, do you think that's going to have a little bit of a factor in terms of the series here against Optic?
Certainly in game 1, I feel like that might be the case, because, you know, Sentinels have just gone into that rhythm now, game after game after game against some of the best teams and the best players in the world. Optic have had that break, and even though you've been playing a bit of matchmaking, you've been trying to keep warm, it's not the same to recreate that intense situation that you find, especially in a grand final where everybody wants to, of course, take home all the marbles. But for Optic, the one thing they've got to remember is it's an opportunity to call yourself the 3-peat champions. You don't get that very often in Halo, whether it's online or offline. So they've got to recognize that, just remind each other what's on the line for them here, and really put, you know, a little bit of a marker down ahead of Raleigh.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, look, 3P is difficult. Sen know all about that, because it never happened, unfortunately. They were gunning for it, but it didn't happen. Let's see if Optic can do the same. Just to let everybody know at home, if you are just joining in, we are in our grand finals. There is a potential bracket reset because of our double elimination tournament. That's how it's going to go. We'll see if it happens. And I'm going to manifest it. Why not? I'll manifest the bracket reset. Bravo, Onset. Let's get straight into this.
That just shows that Lottie doesn't really like us, Andy. But I tell you what, this is going to be amazing. It's taken us a while to get here, everybody. Thank you for staying with us. If you went to bed and you've woken back up over in Europe, I envy you for that. But I do not envy you because you've missed some amazing games of Halo. It is time for the grand finals. Bravo, I'm fired up. I've got the 3rd, 4th, 5th wind ready. I want to get into this series.
Me too. This is going to be amazing. I mean, we couldn't ask for anything more. Like I said, this is a little bit earlier than a lot of people expected that you would get to see Optic Gaming versus Sentinels. And a lot of people are questioning, does Sentinels have what it takes in their current roster with their current practice to get to the grand finals this early on in Halo Infinite? We're only in the 3rd week of the game. They've answered back with a resounding yes. They've bounced back. Here we are now, only 5 games to separate these two. If Optic closes it out in those 5 games, they will win the series. Keep in mind, if Sentinels wins this first one, you heard the man right. We will go to his 2nd best of 5. That's what they're going to try to do, is send us deep into the early morning hours and getting close to afternoon in the UK on set.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're past the early morning hours over here. You know, we're getting to the point where the McDonald's menu is actually turning into the evening menu. So it's going to be very interesting to see this, to be honest, this series. Let's take ourselves just back a step. Let's talk about before even, you know, a bullet was fired in Halo Infinite. Coming into things, Sentinels were always looked at as the roster to beat at the start of Infinite because of the success that they had back in Halo 5. One of the most dominant lineups that you could possibly want to see perform at the highest level consistently. Numerous championships, numerous Halo World Championships. You add them all up, they were arguably looked at to be one of the best in the game. Then you go into the first week of Halo Infinite. You get to the first 2 tournaments. Optic have been the standout team that have kind of taken that mantle away. The fact that we get to see these 2 teams now match up in a grand final, I gotta be honest, I feel a little bit spoiled, Andy, especially with the stories behind it.
Me too. This is an amazing table setter for Raleigh, and you know, we were expecting to see C9 in this spot again. I think everyone was expecting to see Optic C9 in week 3 as well. They were far and away the number 1 and 2 as we take a look at the game types of our grand finals, but instead you have Sentinels here and Optic. Game 1 going to be oddball on live fire.
Yeah, oddball on live fire. It doesn't matter what game type it is. That's not good news for Sentinels because live fire still that 100% record for Optic Gaming. It is their home ground. It's almost as if the green wall is surrounding it. And hey, there are some pretty big green walls by the looks of things, if my eyes aren't deceiving me, which they might be, to be honest with you, at this time in the morning here on live fire. But as we move through the series, you've just seen them dominate Sentinels in that Slayer recharge in our elimination bracket final against Inconceivable. Street stronghold Worlds has been a very good game for Sentinels as well. And then CTF Bazaar, things start to get maybe a little bit more questionable, a little bit more up in the air. Is that how you're feeling about this series at the moment?
It is. CTF Bazaar and Slayer Aquarius are where Optic's win rates start to drop, below 100%. So definitely look for Sentinels to send this series deep into the end, right? Even if they drop a few games, making sure they grab game 2 or grab game 3 just to get them to game 4 and game 5 really could err on the side of Sentinels' favor due to those map percentages.
So hopefully we can get into this game as soon as possible. We've had enough waiting for today, and to be honest with you, Andy, I just get the feeling looking at the game types and the percentage records where Optic have lost games in the tournaments, that it's quite possible we could go to a second best of 5. And I'm not just saying that now with a cheeky wink and a smile on my face, because I feel like this is going to just keep me up forever. But it just looks like that is going to be the case with the game types that we have in front of us.
Yeah, and really it's interesting because it matters where these game types fall in a series. When you look at the game types, it isn't simply, okay, we're going to play them in these 5 game types, sounds good. Like we're talking about, where they land in the series is pretty pivotal. I'm trying to still speak at this hour of the night as well. It's going to be pretty important for them, just because the fact that Optic Gaming needs to make sure that they close out the series fast, because the slower they close out the series, the worse they get into their game types in terms of historic percentages. They start to get to the game types where they drop below that 100% win rate. So certainly possible, as long as Sentinels can grab 1 or 2 games in the first 3 games. I think there's a very good chance, whether we like it or not, of a bracket reset. And I can tell you what, we're here for more Halo. We're here for more Halo Infinite. We know so many of you on Twitch and YouTube have been staying strong with us through the whole evening. So shout out to not only everyone here in the production crew, our production crew in Columbus. There's a whole team, of course, at 343 in Seattle that's also making sure this tournament goes smoothly. And also all of you at home watching around the world. We thank you all. It's been a marathon. We're going to get through this thing together, and we're finally here at our grand finals. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah, I want to know if there's some people over in Europe as well who have been staying with us the entire time, staying strong with Gaskin and I as well as we fight our way through this bracket. And of course, North Americans, if you've been here as well, still amazingly impressive. But I've got to say, not quite as impressive as the drive that might be coming in from some of those Europeans, because they are dedicated to the cause. But the games have been worth it, Andy. I mean, we talked about some of the stories coming into today, and it's almost as if some of them were almost scripted with the way that things have worked out, right? Sentinels coming back, being questioned, finally getting to play against E United, being knocked down by E United to that lower bracket, getting the rematch, and then taking it to send them through and send E United out of the tournament. Then you have the Optic story straight to the grand finals. You have C9 falling down to the elimination bracket early on. I mean, we couldn't really ask for more storyline as Halo fans, as Halo players, and as commentators ourselves and members of talent on the team heading into Raleigh. I mean, it really has just built up to be one of the greatest events of all time.
Yeah, it's an amazing time to be a Halo Esports fan, and I think you put it perfectly. I think even starting on day 1, week 1, in terms of tournament play, we couldn't ask for those stories to be written between Optic and C9, and one of the best grand finals we've ever seen in the history of competitive Halo, which is quite a statement. And I think since then, it's just continued. Like you said, there's so many storylines, there's too many to count here, and the fact that you have even Optic dropping games they haven't dropped on the way to this grand finals. Every team's route in this bracket pretty much had something to talk about, and I don't think we could have asked for any better set of stories and honestly question marks going into Raleigh. There's one more question to be answered tonight though, and it's which team is going to be the favorite, because even though Optic just went back to back and is the heavy favorite, if Sentinels wins here, especially doing it in a bracket reset fashion, make no mistake, they'll go into the Raleigh with that first kind of being the favorite, which is kind of crazy regardless of where the points and the seeds ends up.
Yeah, and it will be a very big target on their back as well. A lot of teams will be gunning for them on LAN, and we should remind ourselves as well, even though we are in a world now where online gameplay is a lot more reliable than it was back in the day, Andy, when you and me were jumping onto Halo 1 or Halo 2, it's a case now where we're not using Xbox Connect. We're not having to do some janky stuff to get the Xbox Ones working, to the original Xbox working. It's not Halo 2 where you're just happy to play against your next door neighbor and have your bullets count. It is now a case of, we are getting more consistent results, but LAN is a different animal when you are all on that same ping, where you're not going to have those beatdowns getting missed and you are going to have those shots counted.
I mean, it's going to be, like we said, the ultimate test. You've heard a lot of players saying, it's a lot of the variability, a lot of difference between playing on 80 ping in this game and 20 ping, and a lot of players saying, I'm envious of all the people that live in Central Texas with all this fiber, 1 gig up, 1 gig down. They don't really know how the game feels on an internet like that. So it's going to be great to see everyone, like you said, level playing field on LAN. I think we're going to see the players that have put the time in these opening, let's see, it'll be about almost 6 weeks, a little more, closer to 5 weeks of play as we get to Raleigh. And it'll be really interesting to see exactly which teams and which players have put in the practice, because it's going to show on LAN without a doubt.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting to LAN as well. I think I've mentioned this before, and I keep mentioning it because it's kind of built up in my head, and I think a lot of people have had the same sort of thing, and I'm sort of sure a lot of people are sharing the same feelings about the event that is coming up. It has been a turbulent couple of years for everyone, I think is the best way to put it. You know, we haven't been able to get together. We haven't been able to see each other. And, you know, a lot of us are very close in the Halo community. We know each other. We've spent a lot of time together. We do things outside of gaming. You know, it's more than just turning up to play Halo when you get to a Halo event. And the fact that we have this amazing new game, we have these amazing new stories, I just keep talking about the energy, Andy. I think everybody is going to be wanting to support the players, to show their love and show the fact that they've missed this. I think that's the biggest thing, the fact that they've missed these players doing what they do best.
Yeah, I mean, dude, how many texts have you and I exchanged and like weird WhatsApp voice notes about the hype we have for the first time we actually get to cast next to each other again? And I think that really is the feeling across the whole community. That Raleigh crowd is going to be nuts. It is going to be so loud. We've waited so long to get together. And like you said, it's about so much more than the gameplay. It's lifelong friendships that have been formed with people who haven't seen each other in, you know, getting close to 2 or 3 years now, maybe for many of them. And what's cool too is because of where this event sits on the calendar, right? We're finally at the point where things are starting to open up travel-wise just a little bit. Of course, HCS team putting in precautions in place in terms of the venue and everything around the actual venue security. But now, forget it. I'm excited about Raleigh. I can't wait. It's going to be fantastic. We have a lot to look forward to. But before we get there, we got to decide who's the favorite going in on set. Here you go. Game number 1, Optic Gaming versus Sentinels.
It's grand finals time. It's taken us a while to get here, but we're going to be looking at some streams in our grand final. So again, thank you to Lethal. Go and check out his Twitch stream if you want to show him some support. It's been a bit of a trouble-filled day as far as the cobwebs in the systems have been concerned on the technical side of things, but we have gameplay to bring you, Andy. It is the grand final. It's Optic. It's Sentinels. For some, it might be called a dream match.
It really is a dream match, and like we said, it's one that we weren't sure if we were going to get this early on in Halo Infinite, but it's here on your screens right now. Make no mistake. The grand finals, Optic Gaming versus Sentinels, and this game number 1, Oddball on Livefire, going to test these two teams. As a reminder, Optic Gaming is 4-0 on this game type. They have never lost it in tournament play.
Oddball early, though, in the hands of Sentinels. Kills going their way as well, as Lethal's going to be rotating this one towards Tower, and I kind of like this. They're just waiting for those spawns to come in. Trippy will pick up a kill onto Frosty, though. Oil 2 is going to exchange that kill, and now they're getting the information of where the spawns are coming in. So Optic having to push across top middle here. Sentinels will be able to hold this ball for some time. That's just a really, really solid start. Very rare that you see off an opening break. The Oddball being rotated as well.
Yeah, look at this, and even staying alive on the pillars, just dancing back and forth is Lethal. And when you talk about, we called it Milky Time. I know the Twitch chat also gets a kick out of when we call the Milky Time or Milk in the Ball Time. They particularly, hey, Twitch chat, we watch you guys. We know you guys love that Milky Ball Time, but that is pretty good time on the board. 22 seconds off of just a quick little back tower hold. Those add up on set.
I think the last time I had the Milky Time was when I was, you know, in preschool. It was one of those weird things where they got the sippy cups out, but that's again a story for another day. As we now see Sentinels trying to move in. That Oddball will be down for now. Mangala in the hands of Lethal. Still looking badass in that bandana as well. 2 kills, 3 kills actually going to fall to Optic Gaming though, so Lethal will be left on his own.
Just going to hang out here bottom middle. You like this play? Because he's waiting for moments just like that. He will trade out with Ola as well, and going to keep an eye still here on exactly what's going to go down, because, you know, enough time on the board there for Optic where they have now taken the lead. And as you see, we also do have a second POV here. That's going to be Lucid from Optic Gaming. So shout out to Lucid and his community, as we'll be tuning into both Lucid and Lethal throughout this match to get POVs from both sides. But now it's an Optic Gaming lead with their back tower hold.
Lucid just patrolling over this nest as well. Ola and Trippy going to be top middle. And I'm going to be honest with you, even though we've only got the 2 POVs, it's giving me like early day MLG vibes this at the moment. You know what I mean? You've got the player comms faintly in the background. You've got kind of a couple of little janky setups. I'm kind of loving this, to be honest with you. It's really giving me nostalgia and a throwback to the fact that it's 7 a.m. in the morning and I'm still watching Halo. So it's going to be the ball thrown off the map here. And it's going to be a pretty good start here for Optic Gaming, as they are going to have a lead in the game. The ball going to be stolen away for now, as Ola will go down in front of Lucid. They're just trying to find out where those kills are. Lethal taking some damage here from Lucid as well. Maybe just thinking about picking up that sniper rifle, but now it's going to be the heat wave actually. And look at this, he's managed to not only pick that up, but sneak behind the ball carrier as well, and he will eliminate him for a few moments.
And how much damage have we seen Lucid do with this heat wave? He's going to do that play ball himself, and now even try to fly back at tower now that the ball has been reset. But I could not agree with you more. Getting a little bit of player comms, and don't worry we know you guys want to also hear listen-ins during this game. To be honest, we do too, so we're going to make sure to jump into some listen-ins throughout these grand finals as well. But just like that, already a little bit of a lead here now as we take a look, 56-27 in favor of Optic Gaming.
Remember, in these rounds as well, you're heading for that 100-point mark as Pistola is trying to fight against Royal 2 here. Good help coming in from Lucid. Great shots into the player top middle as well. Snakebite going to be really challenging, but Ola picking up the kill onto Royal 2 means the damage is done here for now, and Ola also picking up a second onto Lethal. And now look at this hold, a little bit unorthodox here, but this is something that they do so well. Optic Gaming recognizing where the respawns are coming in, and that's something that Lucid does incredibly well as well. That's not missed shots.
That's not missed shots, and that's also not missed shots as he just pops a little bit of needler shots into the dead body as well of the side of Sentinels. He's also going to try to sneak away with the sniper, but it looks like a little bit of an engagement here up top for Trippy as well.
Let's see a listen in now with Optic Gaming as they get closer and closer into closing out this first round in our grand final.
Justin, I'm watching you. I'm here, Justin. I'm here. Justin, behind you. Scoreboard with sniper. Oh my god.
Nice try. Hey, we doing big door.
They got weapons, guys. They got weapons. Be careful.
Brad, wait for me. Brad, wait.
Oh, good trade.
Garage going flat. I'm pushing.
Yo, top tower. I'm gonna go low.
I got shot tower. One shot A stronghold.
Guys, I'm gonna play low.
He's in the window.
I need a ball. I got Mangler over here.
Alright, wait for each other. Everyone wait.
He's already bottom mid on me. Bottom mid. He's half shields bottom mid. Going bottom mid to Keydor. He's there with an AR. Be careful. Nice shot. Sandbags.
Bottom mid weak for heat wave. One of you guys on ball. It was PJ.
Joey, I'm coming to you.
He's serious. He's weak in the pit.
Scoreboard somewhere. Another guy, big door. He's big door with ball.
Nice, that's fun.
Slow down. Try to work together, guys.
Two more A strongholds. Nice. Run away. On middle.
I died from camo.
Got one.
Yo. One shot on ball. Get an angle. Yeah, push that quick. Nice. There's gonna be a guy there. There's gonna be another guy there on Justin. Get to Justin quick, Joey.
They are on Justin on the plat.
On the pillar. I'm leaving.
One shot top middle.
I'm killed. He pushed me instantly.
I'm coming big door.
They drop bottom mid.
Might be in the pillar.
Yo, one shot on ball.
I needed this. That was him. Stay alive. Play tight.
There's a guy bottom mid. Yo, scoreboard, top mid, sandbags, one shot.
So Slate's being picked up here by Optic. They are getting closer and closer to closing out this first round, and you can hear the voice of Lunchbox in the background as well, heavily involved in those comms here for Optic.
Yeah, that's what you'd expect to see, a little bit more time. They'll get to 89, does Optic Gaming in that last stretch, and you saw them just a little bit of coordination required to get back control, but pretty good pressure still from Sentinels. They don't want to go down without a fight here.
Ammo popping. Fight going down for it as well. Lucid trying to do what he can on the death screen to maybe communicate to his teammates a few things that are going down. Frosty in the feed picking up the kill onto Pistola, and one rogue player over here at green doing a lot of damage. Trippy will pick up one, but it will be Snakebite who wins the 1v1 versus Lucid. Royal 2 with the ball in hand, trying to do what he can to just survive for now, and he actually manages to survive by the looks of things. APG will fall on the push, but the Optic Gaming squad starts to look to swarm in on these players around that oddball.
Yeah, Trippy's also flanking pillars with Snipe. Take a look at that, and that's actually going to a few kills exchanged there, so this is not over just yet. Not crazy to think that Sentinels could bring this back. 89-69, 20-point game.
Justin, I'm here. I'm pushing.
Ola wins a really big fight though, but look at this spawn. Coming in for Optic Gaming. The oddball just out of sight for them though, as Royal 2 has managed to rotate it away, and like you say, they're only a few moments away from tying this game up or maybe taking the lead, but that shot from Lucid is going to put Royal 2 down for a second. There's lethal, there's a triple, and that is how you calm the nerves if your name is Lucid.
Oh my god, and if we needed anything to pop this game open, it's Lucid just grabbing Snipe top sandbox. He's not even done yet on the death screens after the round is over, and just as quickly as we said Sentinels had tied up the game, Optic Gaming just brings it back. All you need is Lucid with a sniper rifle top mid, and he takes down 3 players, easy triple. Look at him also. Take a look at Lucid's movement here. He's hitting these drop slides and these curve slides at a much higher rate than anyone else in the game. He's also going to hit this back whack. Like we're saying, there are players that are weeks ahead of others in terms of movement in this game, and Lucid is one of them. Oh my god. Almost pulls off a trade there as well.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest with you. That triple kill has just lit a fire under Lucid. He is illuminating the scoreboard now, and he really is starting to heat up. APG feeding off the back of that as well with a nice little quick scope and a clean up with the BR. And the ball early on in the hands of Optic Gaming. But going back to your point, the movement of Lucid is something that really does have to be noted. It's just moving constantly as quickly as possible from point A to point B, whether it's slides, whether it's repulsors, whatever it might be, he's always involved in the fight.
He really is, and he's hitting every single drop slide and curb slide that we talk about. And if you're not familiar with those, make sure to check out Shyway's videos both on Twitter and YouTube to see exactly what we're talking about with those exact mechanics. Nice little double kill from him as well over at Pillars and Closet. We'll pick that one up. But there are certain pieces of geometry that you can slip right off and get so much momentum and slide straight through. And when you do that, you save yourself so many seconds, and you can get places across the map so much quicker than your opponents. Also hitting repulsor jumps top middle. Like we said, really just showcasing what movement in Halo Infinite can look like.
There's the reverse Santa to take him back up to top middle here on live fire. And now you're going to see him finally being slowed down. And 28-0, even with Lucid doing all this work, Optic haven't got out of hand, haven't got away from Sentinels, which is so important. Finally, it's looking like Sentinels will be able to get some semblance of a control. But apart from that, that's been the first time we've really seen Sentinel showing some presence on the map. We've been watching a lot of the POV of Lucid, and he's just made the game look very simple.
Right now trying to set up this jump also to top tower. We'll see if he hits this one. Not the easiest jump, as you could tell, if a guy like Lucid's having trouble with it. Not the easiest jump to hit, but definitely one to try out in your own gameplay as well. Just going to repulsor up. He's going to take the fast route up top, and he just so happens to get the back whack on Frosty, because Frosty was also checking to see if anyone was jumping up top tower as well. The timing there, a little bit lucky for Lucid. He will repulsor jump up top, and that will continue the lead here. But like you said, Sentinels has brought this game back into a respectable distance here. 43-20 right now.
Camo in the hands of Sentinels, though. You see the call out coming in from Lucid. Can they get the trade? That's really big. Coming in from Pistola just to make sure that power-up doesn't have a huge influence. And I mentioned, like you were saying, how the score wasn't out of hand, but now it is starting to look a little bit like it could be getting out of hand. They're already 1-0 down in rounds here, Sentinels, in our game number 1. And with only 20 points on the board to 63 and counting, it's getting a little bit desperate here, and holding off this push might be the way towards the end of this first game.
Great play there. Drops down. Even though he dropped down into yard, he actually still checks an angle past Pillars, and it's little things like that that make such a difference as we take a look at Trippy just top tower holding, thinking about maybe playing the ball as 2 are dead. A drop shield's going to go as well to give them a little bit extra cover, but the ball will be played, and instead it's going to be Sentinels on the ball right away.
Big kill, though, coming in to slow him down, Lucid. Snakebite's bringing that ball towards Pillars, and that's away from the spawners of Optic Gaming. So a really good bit of awareness. Look at the kill feed now, as they always say, for these team fights. Snakebite doesn't have much support and not many places to try and rotate from, but Lethal getting that kill, even though it's traded out, is going to give the information away. But look at Pistola. He's picking up 2 ahead of Lucid, and now that is just going to be the swarm coming in now from Lucid and Co. The man is just... he's putting on a show, Andy. There's no other way to put it.
I mean, are you kidding me? Just like so casually dropping off of Nest Bridge to hit the no-scope to finish the kill. Pillars just making it look so easy, and now here they are at the 85-point mark. Of course he's going to hit this shot as well. Just really not missing and showing exactly what you need to do as a sniper on ice.
Oh my word.
I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know what to say.
Lucid's winning the game. That's all you have to say, because as the clock pops past 99 to 100, that will be a 2-0 oddball win. And again, Optic Gaming hold their 100% record on live fire. And I tell you what, this man Lucid, words fail me sometimes on the things he's been doing on this game.
It's been amazing. Of course, I also want to give a shout out to the whole team. We're going to get a chance to look at the whole stats across the board, just because we got to give a shout out. Of course, we're only watching Lucid's POV there just because that's that stream that we happen to be watching on to share the gameplay with you. Of course, credit to the whole Optic Gaming roster here. They'll win Oddball live fire 2-0, and now everyone in the lobby will set their sights on Slayer Rechar. That's going to be our game number 2.
Maybe Sentinels can get a foothold, because that was Optic Gaming, to be honest with you. I was a little bit concerned that maybe Optic would have come into that first game a little bit cold, having to wait for things and waiting for that long elimination bracket to finally conclude. But it didn't seem like it took long for them to heat up here, Andy. Every single time we hopped on a POV that was Lucid's, even though it was just Lucid's POV, you can see his teammates doing work in front of him as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I do want to give a shout out just because we have been talking about Lucid all evening, and there's 2 pieces to that story. One, Lucid is that good at this game, and he is almost... Here's the triple kill, by the way. I don't want to be sacrilege for me to not recognize that on screen. An incredible triple to win round 1. But we know Lucid has been going off, and he's been putting on a show. We've been talking about him a lot. Also, due to just a few technical issues with networking and how the observers match in different network lobbies. Of course, he's the only POV we're watching right now. So, of course, we do want to give a shout out to the entire Optic roster. We don't have all of their POVs here. We wish we did. but they are just looking so strong. The whole team here on set, and they're now up in the series 1-0. But look at this. I mean, the plays with the no-scope there to finish on pillars, and it's a great performance from the whole side. They win oddball live fire pretty handily, and now they set their sights on game number 2.
Yeah, I just love watching Lucid's POV because it seems like one shot is all it takes. One win in a fight is all it takes. And all of a sudden, the confidence is just exuberating out of the man. And it's wonderful to watch. He just flows across the map so much more differently to a lot of other players that we do watch. And it results in the result that you've just seen. I mean, live fire seems to be his home ground. I've said it. It's dressed in green, and they are certainly going to be selling Optic jerseys outside of live fire because they do not lose that map. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to when we get to Raleigh as well, because it'll be interesting to see if they lose it on LAN or if it's just going to be that record continuing. But now we've got to move our eyes forward a little bit, Andy, because it's Slayer recharge time, and this is a game that we did see Sentinels win in a very impressive manner against Inconceivable just a few moments ago.
Yeah, Sentinels has to view this game really as their, I don't want to say must win, because sure, Sentinels is talented enough to reverse sweep, but they really need to get serious about this game, and off of the opening play, they need to make sure that they're taking this game 1 kill at a time and taking it really seriously, because the second you let a team like Optic Gaming get an 8 to 10 kill lead, the game could very likely be over. So just keep this game close, make sure they still apply the pressure that they did in those other Slayer recharges, and I think they could tie up this series 1-1, but they do need to look at this as a pivotal game type, because like we said, Sentinels, their game types, their favorite game types, and Optic's weakest game types lie at the end of this series. So Sentinels certainly wants to take this game number 2.
And just looking across some stats being provided by the wonderful Dan Gaskin as well, dressing gown included. This is another game type, Recharge Slayer, the Optic have 100% record on. So as if it wasn't a scary enough start to the series for Sentinels, it seems to just like the mountain gets a little bit taller, it gets a little bit more slippery as they try and climb up to match Optic Gaming. But I mean, if they can force it to that game 3, which they of course will with this best of 5, and we can force it to a game 4, we'll capture the flag Bazaar. I've been impressed with Sentinels in that particular game type, capture the flag Bazaar. Slayer Aquarius, that's an option for them as well to maybe put up a big stand. We saw the Royal 2 has been putting on some real strong Slayer performances for this Sentinels lineup, but I think Stronghold Streets is where you got to look for Sentinels to maybe have a little bit of a comeback, and they've got to be mindful of that as well. This is probably Optic's 2 best game types for the first 2 game types that we have in the series.
Yeah, certainly it is. It's 100% win rate. Like we said, when you get to Street Strongholds, that game 3 folks on the bottom middle of the screen, and then CTF Bazaar, those are the only 2 game types, and actually some of the only game types where Optic doesn't have a 100% win rate. Just in case you're just joining us, those will really be Sentinels' opportunities to pounce. But like we said, in order to win this series, they should set their sights on those 2 game types and one of the Slayers. And if you're Sentinels, you hope that it's this game 2 because you don't want to have to force a game 5. In that same vein, if you're on Optic, knowing that you might be going into your worst game types in game 3 and 4, you also want to win this game 2. So there is an actually uncharacteristically and maybe non-traditional amount of pressure on this game 2. It's a lot more important than your standard game 2 because of how the win percentages fall on set for each team on the games 3 and 4 specifically.
And it's certainly going to be a kind of pivotal game in series, like you say, and I'm sure the Sentinels are aware of it as well. I'm sure that Royal One's been watching the broadcast, he's sure he's been doing his research and knows that, you know, it's one of those things where for Sentinels, even though you've lost 2 games in a series, or they've lost 1 game in a series and getting ahead of herself, you might find yourself down 0-2 in a series, knowing that your opponents are so... smashed a glass on the floor, everybody. Don't worry, it's getting late. I'll clean that up in just a minute. But knowing that your opponents are so strong when you've got a best of 5, sometimes you've got to keep that in mind, right? You've got to know that you do have those 3 games to go. You can't get too down on yourself. But if they can take this game type away, if you can take one of those first 2, all of a sudden you're thinking, hey, this Optic Gaming team, even though they're super strong in these game types, we've just shown that we can match them on what is their best.
That's right. It could really blow this series open. Game 2 is going to be Slayer on Recharge. If you're just joining us, you picked a great time to join here for some late night and early morning Halo. It's Sentinels versus Optic Gaming. Optic Gaming leads the series 1-0, but a little remote detonation comes in from Lucid.
Yeah, what a start that is. I mean, if you shoot the nades as a starting strategy and it works for you, it's going to turn into double kills. So Lucid knows every single little thing that you can do on this game to gain an advantage. It's something that we keep hammering home. And he's showing it again at the start of this one. 4-1, the perfect start here for Optic.
As we even talked about earlier in the broadcast, I do think players are going to start to deny grenades more often than going to pick them up or even trying to remote detonate anyone. I think it's going to be a matter of avoiding getting remote detonated, and you might see a really interesting dynamic with grenades kind of start to develop. But speaking of interesting developments, now 5-4, just like that, Sentinels answers back.
Yeah, really important that they did so as well. Frosty has the shock rifle, but look at this sneaky little area and the sneaky little corner being played. It's only going to turn into 1 kill though, and this is looking like a really, really strong response here as Frosty's going to be chased bottom middle, but chased bottom middle. He's chasing Ghost because that grapple is going to get him out of dodge. You can see how frustrating that was from an Octip Gaming point of view.
Credit to Royal 2 there. He went from control into C, and in order to double back, he went top window, which did catch Lucid off guard. A very nice play from him, and just like that, we're still about tied up here all the way to the 10 kill mark, but 9-8. Sentinels actually responding back after being down about 5-1.
Lethal going to be trapped between 3 players. Trade will come in as that grenade will fall to the ground and explode to get that kill. Teammates trying to move in. APG has the shock rifle as well, so he's going to be able to command a lot of those lines of sight and kind of trap Sentinels in. That's one thing you have to be aware of as well. Not just having the shock rifle for the one-shot kill potential, but knowing as a player that it's so difficult to make those crosses because of it, kind of traps you in those areas, and it's difficult to fight out of.
Pops a pistol in the hand of Lucid. Connects a little bit with bottom elevator as well. And it's going to be a flank, though, for some teammates. They should be able to clear this out, Optic.
They should do indeed. Let's actually jump into a listen in here. Let's boost the comms and see how Optic are communicating as they try and go 2 up in the series.
I got Brad's help.
Nice shit, Brad. I'm right here, Brad.
Shit, Brad. Yo, Brad, there's equipment down bottom mid. There's equipment down bottom mid.
Grab.
Too long, guys. Too long, too long.
You're on your own, Joey.
I got needed. I'm back in the car.
Nice.
One dead. No one dropped on repulsor.
Hear that.
We got
Too long. One's weak. One shot, Royal 2, one guy. He's in the sneaky.
I'm holding tower, guys. I'm holding tower.
In the sneaky and one's top yellow.
Top yellow.
There's 3 there. They're all there. The whole team's yellow. Pushing long haul, guys.
Joey, hold like attic, maybe.
Careful.
Pushing out.
Top yellow. I'm here, Justin. I'm here, Justin. Brad, I'm here. Get your shields.
It was a big fight, Nerd Slayer. You're by yourself, Joey.
Roll 2 was here too. I'm gonna check behind.
They're not here. They're not anymore.
They're spawning.
Yeah, I'm here, Brad. I'm here. One more.
I'm pushing down.
I think I just hit him off the map. Yep.
Nice, good job.
I got away.
Yo, one's elevator. One's elevator.
Me or some bullshit.
Yo, boxes.
They should all be yellow right now, guys. They should all be yellow. Joey needs help.
Got one. I'm going to yellow.
Let me out.
Shot L pipes.
Yeah, yellow pipes backing up. Last guy yellow, Brad. Last guy yellow. Nice shots.
Nice shit.
I'm gonna grab a shot.
Well, I mean, when we were here a moment ago, it was a very close game, but Optic have started to dominate 27-18 now the score, and even with a couple of kills going to Sentinels now, Optic are starting to control things.
So impressed not only with that shock rifle shot, but also with the comms coming out of Optic. I don't think anyone expected anything different, but Lunchbox sounds so great, and you might have heard just how much of an in-game leadership role Lucid is taking, saying, Joey, maybe take this, maybe take that. All 4 players are yellow. Things like that are really standing out, and it's clear that he does have an in-game leadership role. Also, how calm was he on just repulsoring a player off the back of the map at C? Just a great performance here from Optic, and now they have a huge 12-kill lead already in this game, too.
Lucid almost managed to snap onto the head of that player in the background as well. Ola and Trippy are picking up kills here, 32-19, and even though Sentinels have been giving it their all in this game and in this series so far, they just haven't been able to match up to Optic Gaming, Andy. I don't mean any disrespect, but Optic are just showing how good they are as a roster here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's important that we indicate to people who might be checking out, competitive Halo for the first time, or maybe Halo Infinite for the first time. Specifically, this Sentinels team, very, very talented roster and known as some of the best players to ever play the game and world champions throughout many of our recent years of Halo. So it just shows you that Optic Gaming right now really in charge of these specific game types. We'll have to see if Sentinels can bounce back, but right now this game too looks like all Optic Gaming all the way.
Oh my word, Lucid, look at how quickly he maneuvers around the map at the moment. It's not a case of holding down one particular spot. He'll take a shot, then he'll relocate. He'll take another shot, then relocate, and it's just causing Sentinels so many issues because they don't know where to focus their attention. With Lucid running around like he is and just shooting from so many different angles, you're just worried about anyone pushing you from anywhere. It's so difficult to get any kind of presence on the map as APG picks up a big double.
Perfect slide jump off of C-Plat right up to the double stack, right outside bottom control, and they're all getting across the map, being everywhere they need to be. Look at all of Optic Gaming. There's a perfect push there from Ola and Lucid. They push in the back of the base, and right away you see Ola off screen. He's rotating to control with Trippy right away as well. So it is amazing to watch the movement here from this entire Optic Gaming side. Like we said, we've been watching this from Lucid's POV, so that's the POV we're commenting on the most here. However, credit once again to this whole Optic team. They're up 43-22.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted a statement, this is a statement. Heat up the barbecue, turn on the grill, get the steak ready. Make sure you get it seasoned as well. We don't want any of that dry steak around here, and this is looking like we might be ready for that, Andy. I mean, who would have thought Sentinels would be getting staked on any kind of game type on any kind of map here in Halo. It doesn't happen very often. Even with the shock rifle for Frosty, it doesn't matter because Lucid is just running around the map like a man possessed.
He is, and then great job from Ola there. He kept rotating back from elevator over to control, just assisting whoever he needed to as well. And just like that, we only have 4 kills to go for Optic Gaming. Steak is on the menu.
They're all over long. They're all over long.
47 to 26.
No,
That might be 48. No, wow.
Great play there from Snakebite.
Unbelievable shots coming in from Snakebite to at least keep this close. And maybe Optic are thinking that they're getting a bit carried away with this. Maybe the Steak's going to have to be put back in the fridge for a few days.
It might be. Steak was on the menu, but like we said, Sentinel's now putting up a good fight to make sure that's not the case. But here we go now, 48-29.
I couldn't tell what he was doing.
And it is going to be still hovering over the grill for now. 1v1, Snakebite. You need to win this one. It's not going to happen, and it is going to be a Steak dinner by the looks of things. 50 to 30. No, it's not on the menu. It's not on the menu, everybody. Don't get too excited. Maybe it'll just have to be burgers for now.
No. It's 30. It's 30. No. It's
exactly. I thought it was less.
It's win a game by 20 or more. You saw the Steak-tacular medal.
Back on the menu, everyone. Steak for everyone.
It's 20 or more. That's right. 50 to 30, still a Steak dinner, and Optic Gaming will lead 2-0 in the series now. And you could certainly say 2 very convincing wins in those first 2 games. But now maybe on set things get interesting because, like we said, we will be heading to strongholds on streets. And right now, Optic Gaming is 4-1. They have lost this game type in tournament play. Maybe the opening that Sentinels needs.
Well, it's desperately what Sentinels need. Any kind of map where they can take any kind of statistical advantage their way, they're going to take, because those 2 game types, like we mentioned, they are Optic's game type. They are 100% record, have not been beaten, and that continues. And that's just, I mean, we've had 3 tournaments, Andy. To have that record still intact against some of the best teams in the world, that's pretty crazy if you actually take a second to just kind of sit back and analyze that. Not losing that game type at all, numerous game types against anyone, is absolutely remarkable for Optic.
It is wild, and I think Optic continues to make a statement here, and it's crazy to think about the road they've taken because they very narrowly, keep in mind, they were 1 game away from being swept by C9 in week 1, and we would have never heard how this Optic story would have played out, but instead they showed their resilience. They fought all the way to a game 10, they won that, and then since then, it has really become the Optic Gaming story. But Sentinel still with the opportunity. Don't want to count them out. Like we said, these are some of the most talented Halo players in the world. They may have dropped the last 2 games, but Sentinels, I expect them to put up a fight in the Stronghold streets if they still have the gas in the tank.
Yeah, I got a little bit obsessed with Steak in that last game, everybody. Sorry, we've been here for a while. It's not just a lack of sleep. I also haven't eaten very much, okay? So, apologies. It kind of started getting into my head, and yeah, all confusing. But that's why you're here, Andy. That's why the duo, you keep me in line. Keep me in line. But let's talk about what we've got to come, because for Sentinels, I think, to be honest with you, on reflection here, in the scrims that they've had against Optic, and they have scrimmed Optic a few times, one of the teams they have been scrimming, the results haven't been going their way, but you could say that about most of the teams they have been playing. I think today Sentinels will take a lot out of what they've managed to do to get to this grand final, to show they can beat some of the teams that have been getting into grand finals, that have been beating teams that have been in grand finals, and also, you know, getting the opportunity to play Optic, who are at the top of their game. They are going to take so much away from today's tournament, even if they don't manage to take this series home.
Right, certainly, and let's not count them out just yet, of course. I think they're a team that we have seen bounce back time and time again, pull miracles and rabbits out of hats, and we'll have to see if they might be able to do that here. And I have to think, I mean, us as neutral fans here in the casting booth, you know, once again, we just want to see more Halo. So as someone who just wants to see this series go the distance, I think Sentinels can wake up. I think they can take advantage once again of the next 2 game types not being a 100% win rate for Optic. The question is, can they just get a little bit more cohesion, coordination, and just play maybe 1 step ahead of Optic? Right now, though, it does not look like Optic is making many mistakes at all.
It really doesn't. It doesn't look like they're making any mistakes whatsoever at the moment. They just seem to be head and shoulders above, especially in those 2 game types. It's the pace at which they play, Andy, that just is, it's mind-shattering to me, because it's almost like the way they're playing the game is like Halo 3, Halo Reach, but it's like they've had 300 coffees. Like, every decision is made. It's always the next step, the next step, the next step, the next step. It isn't just, you know, a couple of kills, we'll get a hold now, look for those respawns. They are flying at them and keeping on the staggered spawns, which is making it so difficult, and to be honest, nigh on impossible for Optic to try and fight back. But maybe this is the opportunity for them to start that fight back. We are 2-0 in the series now. Optic Gaming in this best of 5 just need 1 more game to close out the grand finals, and just to remind you, not just to go back to back, but to put the 3P on the board.
That's right. That's what what's at stake here. Optic Gaming making an enormous statement, potentially, if they win this game number 3, heading into our first Halo Infinite LAN in just a few weeks in Raleigh, North Carolina. But let's not forget, we have a game 3 for a reason, and we're in a best of 5 for a reason here. Sentinels has the chance to send us the distance here in the series. Who needs to sleep? We certainly don't need to sleep. We're going to see what happens in this game number 3. It's going to be oddball on streets.
Purple.
Pretty sure that my doctor would say something slightly different. However, that's a conversation for me and him to have in private. He's a registered doctor, unlike you, unfortunately, ahead of the big team battle thing, Andy, as well. Well, Lucid with some good shots across the map here onto the balcony. A and B in control of Optic, and this is already worrying signs to start with. This is the hold that you want to work from if you are Optic Gaming.
Definitely. This is the hold they're going to be comfortable with. They're going to leave the opponent at the back tram, and actually they're going to cap back tram as well. They're not content with just the double. Optic Gaming is out for blood. They're looking for the trip cap already just a minute into this game.
Lucid managing to slide and evade all these grenades as well. It's as if they don't exist to him. And look at this. He's keeping up the pressure onto this player. Doesn't manage to quite get the kill, but it'll be traded. I should say, should be finished off. The assist will be chalked up to his name as Pistola was the player to get in position. 21-9. Now BC set up. And look at this flooding to defend B. And if they leave C, then they might be able to flood over to A. Big win coming in from Lucid against Snakebite. That 1v1 might change the dynamic of this match.
Does get taken out by that PD Balk, which is such a great angle to have, such an important one. It's good to see Sentinels already taking control of that. And now Lethal on his point of view. Also going to take a look bottom middle to see what they might be able to do. A little bit of an early deficit, but certainly nothing they can't come back from and regain control here in just a moment.
A and B in their control for now. Player up on the balcony as well. Lucid slides and manages to evade the damage. For now, as Frosty will work with Lethal to clean that kill up. And it looks like they're trying to force onto C here, but look at the rotation that's actually come in as well from Optic. Recognizing the pressure was coming. Escaping to B, the rockets are going to be up as well, and it looks like Frosty will be working with Royal 2, and it will be a BC setup being attempted here as you see the push on to B as they try and take that back from Optic Game.
Great communication there from Sentinels. You heard Lethal saying Ola's here as well. That's why he was front C just looking around. Eventually Royal 2 comes back to help and gets the back whack, but really great comms. You need to make sure you're clearing out the back of this tram base regardless of game type. You cannot have another player from the other team anywhere near this tram base if you want to establish any level of control.
Triple can cap in effect though for Sentinels. You mentioned the word control. Sentinels have everything they could possibly want. As well as that, Royal 2 is going to give them the first kill. Frosty's going to give them the second. They haven't got the reset as well, so there might be a chance to keep this triple cap. You can see the desperation for A is not going to work for Lucid to try and stem the bleeding on this push.
Oh no.
And these points are really starting to stack up now as they cross that 90-point threshold.
Trippy gets the double there. A little bit of a trade out of stick for Royal 2 there, so recovers just a little bit there, but not aware that there was a player behind them at B, and maybe just a little bit of a mistake from the Sentinel side to watch all of their angles to make sure that a player did not sneak through. But that was a strong set of points that come on the board for Sentinels, and maybe this is the sign of life they needed there. They lead here 101-40. It's a sizable lead. If they play this right, they can continue on with the success.
Pistola gets the kill. Excuse me. APG falls. Royal 2 managed to pick up one in the feed as well, trying to keep this pressure onto C. Pistola will re-challenge though onto Lethal, and that's a big win from Pistola in that 1v1. B and C still in control of Sentinels. Oh, excuse me, of Optic Gaming for now, but as I say, they do manage to turn it over, so scoring pretty close at this point, as you would expect between these two teams, but at least Sentinels are in this game as we get to that kind of 100-point mark, and that's all they could ask for after what was a little bit of a disappointing start to the series.
Yeah, certainly here, still leading here at this point, and even though they lost control just now, going to look to quickly regain it. That battle's still happening between Lethal and Trippy, and you saw Trippy pre-nading Neons, Lethal pre-nading A, and a really good back and forth between those two. I wonder how it ends. It's going to be Trippy who ends that battle over there at top Neons as we now switch back over to Lucid.
Lucid going to be inside of C. Pistola trying to make a cheeky flank. You can see in front of him. This is a really big kill, and it's going to be picked up by Royal 2. But look at Lucid. Without taking him with him, gets that stick as he thrusts towards him. C now going to be patrolled by Trippy. And A and C is the hold here from Sentinels. But look how quickly C is going to be transferred. As I say that, look how quickly B is going to be transferred. It's just a constant rotation battle at the moment. Lucid can't win the battle against Snakebite, even though he was down shot. Snakebite manages to clean that one up, and Sentinels are doing a good job at the moment of just holding off Optic Gaming and controlling the pace of this game, which is something they struggled to do in game 1 and 2.
Lethal trying to stay alive here at Arcade, just inches away from the Halo theme. If he can go ahead and get into B, it's a great move against Ola. Look at that play from Lethal. And you have to wonder, is this the moments of brilliance, the signs of life that Sentinels needed to get back into this series? And shout out, of course, to our stats man, Dan Gaskin, who was the one to point out about those winning records and the fact that this is not a perfect game type for Optic, and this is finally a chance for Sentinels to get back into this series, still leading in this game.
Top driveway.
B and C still in their control as well. Or should I say, actually been turned over to Optic Gaming. You'll notice the player outlines are changing as we change POVs, so have to bear with us as our eyes adjust as well. We've been here for a while. A couple of nades going down from Lethal. Frosty picks up the kill onto Lucid. APG will trade it out almost immediately. There's a big grenade coming in from Pistola, and now the assault on A starts to happen for Optic.
And right now, Rockets back to Lucid here, and like you said, they're going to convert A, and you hear Lucid saying Rockets, as they are now appearing bottom middle. We'll have to see who grabs these. Could be a big turning point. They have been grabbed by Sentinels.
One kill will be picked up as well by Snakebite with those rockets you talked about. A second will be picked up as Lucid looks a little bit lost bottom middle. Last player alive looks like it will be Trippy here. So A, B still in the control of Optic for now, but Sentinel's trying to make a move across the map. They managed to confirm A. They've also confirmed B. And they've also have C in their possession for just a few moments here. This is a triple cap for Sentinels, although the bleeding has been stemmed over a C.
Take a look here as we're still on board with the Optic Gaming side, and they have taken the lead by just a bit, but to be honest, these two teams essentially tied right here, 135 and 138. It sounds like we got a listening ready. We'll wait for confirmation on exactly which team we'll be listening into, but like we said on set, you couldn't really ask for a better game. Number 3 between these two sides. We're going to jump into a listening now with Optic Gaming, who's just taken the lead.
Yeah, lightning.
Lightning, drop on me.
Losers.
There's 2 guys there on A. One's going fucking lightning or something.
PD, weak frosty. Somebody get C.
Nate actually rocks me. Top A.
Stay alive.
Get C. What's top me? Yeah, purple top there.
He's still there. He's not pushing it. He's coming now, I think.
I need help. I'm getting out.
I'm coming to see, making sure. Where is he?
Yeah, we're not sure.
He's up top. There's 2 there. I think there's 2 there, Tommy. You really
Yeah, I'm gonna back out. They got the reset on C. Behind me at C.
Hey, let's go to A. Fuck that.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck this
There's one
place.
hiding at A, I think. I'm leaving B.
Top cat. I'm gonna kill top cat in a second.
Cuts. Be real.
Yeah, cuts.
Well, the intensity of the series being reflected in the comms here. Some, once again, a little bit of fruitful language from the players. Apologies if that's something you don't enjoy, but that's where we are at the moment. That's the spirit of competition, right, Andy?
That's right. Some choice words coming from the Optic side, both some directed at their opponents, but mostly, honestly, just enthusiastic commentary that you heard there from kind of in their comms. Just like you said, there's a lot of intensity here, and we were just tied right around the 164 mark, and we're going to be tied once again right at the 171 mark.
Lethal manages to get a kill on A, though, and that's going to take the attention away from A, and Lucid recognizing that almost immediately, moving towards C. So it looks like it could be a trade across the board, unless there's going to be someone sneaking behind him. Yes, there is. Frosty recognizing this situation, and getting the kill on Lucid is going to allow Sentinels to start scoring.
And once again, Sentinels still putting points on the board. This has undoubtedly been Sentinel's strongest performance of the Grand Finals. I think everyone watching will agree as well. Good shots from Lucid onto A Balk. PD Balk. We talked about just how important that is. He has a little bit more work to do at C, though.
I mean, if you're winning battles against Royal 2 in that kind of way where you still got half shield, yes, he had the thrust, but it just shows that the man fears no one after this hot start to Halo Infinite. Lucid will get confirmed conversion over a C. They have B as well, and even though Sentinels do have a lead here of 192 to 180, our team who are scoring, well, their name is Optic Gaming.
A little bit of a Homer Simpson gift there as a player comes out of tires, gets shot once by the Stalker rifle, and thinks, actually, you know what, I'm going to actually go right back into tires because I don't really want anything to do with that Stalker rifle, to be honest. But just as quickly as we say that, it is back and forth once again, 190 to 192. These two teams so close. Sentinels desperately trying to hang on in this series. If Optic wins this, it'll be over.
Well, as I try to recompose myself, as all I can see right now is a Homer Simpson gif going across my mind. mind in front of my eyes. I've got to focus on the game. 205 to 190 now. It is still Sentinels who are scoring. They've moved within 43 points of closing this down, but with C being changed over and A swapping hands, and once again, it's going to be that fight for B, which is going to decide how this game does swing.
Absolutely. Now Lucid wins a battle there, pivotal at C, and you hear his commentary also just to his team saying there's another player weak at ball spawn. Eventually he will fall, and that's going to be a nice play from Frosty. 215 to 190. Sentinel's still looking very strong.
You're good at B. You're good.
I'm going down at A. Optic will hold, and Optic will convert B. That's the big moment here. It looks like Sentinels decided that they were going to give up B and exchange it for Rockets. However, the two Rockets do not connect for any kills whatsoever, so they're out of commission, and now Optic Gaming have control of A and B, and this might be their chance to regain this lead.
And what happens back at A is really important. APG, I think, just picked up another kill, yes, in the feed. Those will be traded out, though. Lucid was looking down from tires to try to find out where Rockets are. A little bit of chaos here in our final moments of this match. 216 to 205. Once again, these two could not be closer, and Optic is scoring once again.
Yeah, you just saw Trippy in the death cam of Lucid for a few seconds there. That was such a vital 1v1 for him to win at C, to keep control of it. And now they are going to slide their way into a lead. 220 to 216. B and C in control of Optic as they look to close out this grand final.
And what does Sentinels do to answer back? Just like that, it's about to be 230, only 20 points away. What looked like it was going to be a Sentinels win, right now looking like maybe it was going to be an Optic, but not just 3 dead. It's about to be a triple cap conversion coming in from Sentinels.
They need to stop this as quickly as possible. It goes without saying here. Optic Gaming going to be stacking up over at A. They don't get the full conversion, but they do eventually get that into their control. 231 to 230. All tied up now with just around 20 seconds to go, or 20 points available in this game. It will be Sentinels who take the lead.
What a kill from Snakebite with the Bulldog. Look at that. Sentinels takes the lead at the 240 mark. Just like that, they will gain a 10-point lead. C gets stopped. So as a reminder, in Halo Infinite, if you start to convert a stronghold that is a scoring stronghold, everything will stop. You need to maintain control. Sentinel's still scoring here.
Sentinel scoring for now. Lethal trying to fly in to Tram and win this fight. He's going to have some help from his teammates as well.
That's gonna do it.
Sentinels will answer back. In our game number 3, we got more Halo Infinite going your way. It's the never-ending tournament, and I'm all here for it.
250 to 231, the final score from Sentinels, and they managed to close that out. They keep composure in what we said was one of Optic Gaming's weaker game types, one that they are not so solid on, and Sentinels strikes. They capitalize, they take advantage, and most importantly for them, they close strong and stay alive in the tournament. Here's a look at the stats.
Looking across those stats, we didn't quite get to catch them, but this is the most important statistic. It's 250 to 231, and Sentinel showing once again that Optic Gaming games can be taken off of them, but you have to hope those game types with the way they're playing are in your favor. One of the next ones, Andy, is one that might be able to go Sentinel's way once again, as Optic Gaming have shown this is a map they can drop.
Man, and like we said, you couldn't write these stories, folks. By the way, once again, a huge shout out to all of you joining us on Twitch and YouTube through the late night, the early morning hours, whatever time zone you might be in. You couldn't write this script because now we're going into game 4. And as Onset said, this is another game type that Optic Gaming does not have a perfect record on. They're 83% win rate. They've lost this game type to E United. Sentinel's going to look to strike here in CTF Bazaar as well, as we take a look at some of the stats. And I think there's one that stands out specifically, Mark.
Yeah, one standout statistic. And if you look down, second name on Sentinel, second name down just below Lethal there. Lethal's looking at it, and looking at it in a way that I wish a lot of people, I'm sure, would like them to be looked at themselves. 30 kills, 11 deaths, 13 assists. It's so Frosty, BB12, 23.3 KDA. That is a huge stat line.
A huge stat line. Leads the game in kills by an enormous margin. Also least deaths in the game. Just barely misses most assists, outclassing everyone else on the other team. I mean, this is a huge performance in a game that you only win by 19 to go 30-11. Frosty, the MVP of that game 3, without a doubt. Those stats are insane.
To be honest with you, you can pick pretty much any stats on the side of Sentinels there.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a, you know, you look at APG, he's having a real stinker there, 9 and 22 for him, which is a very, very uncharacteristic stat for him. The fact that it was 231 to 250 says a lot about the way that maybe Optic Gaming were actually playing that game incredibly well. Getting outslayed by that margin maybe the understanding of strategy is as crazy as it sounds, is probably better from Optic, but it was just the sheer slaying that came in from Sentinels that gave them the chance to come back.
Yeah, Royal 2, I believe, had 22 kills, and I think Snakebite had 21 in the end. Both of them, excuse me, also positive by a huge margin. So we gave a lot of credit to Frosty just now because those numbers are kind of insane, but his teammates as well stepping up in a huge way. We were wondering if Sentinels was going to strike and capitalize in that game 3. They certainly did, and now they can set their sights on game 4. And knowing Sentinels like we do on set, you have to think they're going to have some good energy, some good momentum going into this game number 4.
Yeah, it's going. I'm sorry, everyone. It's definitely going to a bracket reset. I'm sorry to like speed this guy who's like spoilers, you know, that kind of thing, but it's just happening, isn't it, Andy? I've kind of resigned to it at this point. Like CTF Bazaar, I think Sentinels are going to take this one very close. You know, very close game, maybe 2-1. I'm going to predict here 2-1 to Sentinels, and then obviously it's going to be 50-49 in the Slayer to Sentinels to take us to the next series.
I mean,
and then at that point, it doesn't matter because we get more Halo, and I'm all for it.
What's wild is you joke, but people who didn't catch the first week of play might not know we've had grand finals that played out exactly like that with the 50-49 Slayer. Let's take a look.
I sound like a madman, but this has already happened.
Let's take a look at how this one opens up. An overshield death is going to happen right away. So Dynamo nades will go to Lucid. That's going to give him a little bit of denial of area, and that's going to lead to an overshield grab off of the opening for Optic Gaming.
One shot.
Denial of area.
One shot Bulldog. One shot Bulldog.
Sounds a little bit like a tag team from the early 90s, but it's just about the Dynamo grenades and how they're able to cut off different areas of the map. Lucid's going to be traded out there. Trippy will have the rockets, and I think the Pistola actually had the overshield to work with as well. So once again, the opening strategy here from Optic Gaming incredibly strong, and they're already pressurizing Sentinels inside of their base.
And going to be interesting to see how the play styles on these two teams line up. Which teams are pulling when they don't necessarily have a man advantage? Which teams are forcing certain routes through tree or bottom middle versus something like a rocket run? Going to be a little bit of clash of play styles here as we take a look at Lethal and finds 2 players there on the truck side.
PJ, where's spawning?
Those 2 players were taken down by Pistola. So numbers are Optic Gaming's for now. Lethal now fighting back through his double doors, and look at that flag. It's already being moved across the map, and it's looking like Optic Gaming might be in a position here to put that first flag on the board. APG was the player who was running it home. Even with Snakebite picking up 2, this might be something crazy that's about to happen. What has Snakebite just done? Has he just picked up a triple? He's managed to stop this flag right at the last second. Oh my word, Captain Clutch Snakebite. I'm not sure how you done it, but the return will come in from Sentinel. What just happened?
We're going to have to watch the VOD because that was an incredible play. Like you said, Sentinels coming all the way back. They send a lot of players, but Snakebite was the first man in, picking up an insane number of kills. And something went down in the back of that base, some unspeakable things that we'll have to find out about later, but now Sentinels wants to create a run of their own.
A little bit of frustration there from Lethal as he doesn't get the beatdown maybe that he was hoping for and maybe deserved in that situation.
Okay, he's on flag. On route. I'm in tree with you. I'm not trying to go out here.
Now a little bit of a reset. You can see the flag
Okay.
is still out, but now will be returned. So we're back to a stalemate after some huge plays on both sides. It felt like for a second that Optic Gaming were guaranteed to go up by 1, and then with the big kills coming in, maybe Sentinel's going to be able to get the cap, but it's 0-0. That's the final saying here as Lucid will take down Lethal.
Nice play there as we take a look on the death screen. Lethal about to pop as well, just spectating here on a death cam and watching a little bit of carnage in the back of the base as well, and off of this respawn, going to have to make a decision pretty quickly.
Lethal going to be last alive here for Sentinels by the looks of things. Just trying to find any kind of bodies to do some damage to, but the frag grenades will not be connecting for now as Lucid now as we jump over POVs to Optic Gaming. And I'll tell you what, Andy, let's jump into a listening here. It's tied up at 0-0. With the power weapons coming up in around 5 seconds, it's going to be the comms that decide where these go.
He's just sitting big door,
Dude, I got pushed.
Run away. You're on the alley.
He's going rocket alley.
Down there. I'm with you, Tommy. You guys gotta get up here.
Yo, Shotty's still down here. Shotty is still down here.
I'm shooting their cubby. Hit me with that. I'm watching their cubby right now.
That Bulldog's down right there, bro.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna back up. Yo, guys, get into our BR. Yeah, there you go.
I'm here.
There's a guy at their cubby right now. The BR room really weak.
Yeah, I wasted rockets. They're out.
Weak our front base. Watch out our front base. Weak their cubby, guys. Weak their cubby.
I'm getting our big door and I'm pushing out. I'm getting an angle right now. Their cubby weak, so. Their cubby right now. Frosty pushing out. He's right here. I'm
Yo, they're pillars.
I've got double naded from to their rocket side. He's got bulldog on the alley.
Joey, I'm watching your front base.
Doesn't have bulldog yet. He's gonna go our side.
Overshield inbound.
Watch out under me.
Yo, top rocks, Joey. Top rocks, our side.
OS, guys. OS, they're gonna go for OS.
On the middle, on overshield.
Yo, our pillars one shot. Our pillars one shot. One shot of pillars, one shot of pillars. That's two dead. That's two dead. Alright, that's three.
You're dead. In the middle of the map, too.
Yeah, go our truck right now.
Got him.
Stay alive, Brad. Don't poke, don't poke.
There's either tree has 2 shots. I'm looking at it. Go push out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go alley right now. I'm going alley right
Go
now.
under. Go. I'm going top, Tommy. I'm going top.
Yeah.
Royal 2 still their tree right now. I have shots.
Hear that.
Look at alley.
He's alley. He's trench. Nice job.
I'm pushing up. They're gonna be in the BR room.
I need a BR.
They're in the BR right now.
Double door weak.
Pushing him.
I'm pushing their BR. I'm pushing their BR. Hear that.
Shut the big door. Cubby. One's around our cubby.
Snake bite.
Yeah. Dude, he's just soaring at us.
All good. Going back to our flag.
There's a guy in our cubby, Joey. There's a guy in our cubby. Still in our cubby. Might push Joey. Try to get our BR. Get our BR.
I'm getting our BR.
Our BR's one shot. Our BR one shot. He's fucking snake bite. Our cubby right now. Our jump up, guys.
Thrust down.
Dude, he's our. Yeah, our bridge. Just live up top. Oh, they're pushing our BR.
Push out our big door.
3 in our flag. We gotta get through, Joey. We gotta get through.
Get out. Still 3 pushing our base. You guys gotta work together.
Joey, I'm gonna get up top.
Spike obtained.
Y'all need to get up in the BR and live.
We have eyes on the
I have a bulldog on me.
Spawning up right now.
Tommy, I'm
Yo, there's a guy there cubby. I hear that. There's a guy there cubby.
Clear, concise comms from the side of Optic Gaming as we're going to see a flag being pulled here by Sentinels. So Snakebite's trying to put the pressure onto Lucid, and not only putting the pressure onto him, escaping with his life. As I say, that will be traded out, but that flag is still on the run. Trippy will pick up the kill onto Frosty, though, and he's trying to survive for now, and it looks like the kills are going down in their favor, so it's looking like they might be able to jump on that read pretty soon.
Yeah, we'll see what Lethal's able to do here. Bottom middle, Ola trying to get very crafty and creative there with maybe a little bit of backpack ninja. Does not come in for him, though.
Touch on the flag, though.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
It means it's going to be a second set of kills that will be have to be picked up, excuse me, by Optic Gaming if they want to send that one home. It has been sent home though, so the read does come in. We're back to the position we found ourselves in just a few moments ago. Well, there's going to be jumping up the front of the base. Actually cancels the clamber and re-challenges. Stays alive as well. Great pressure from Pistola there.
Yeah, great pressure and confidence from Pistola. A little bit of a thrust here on the doorway. Anyone who's played enough ranked knows that you can get a little bit jukey and crafty there with a thrust on that doorway at bottom. Rockets in, trying to grapple away is APG. That I was wondering when that grapple was going to be picked up. It sat bottom mid a little bit longer than it normally does, but onset, one thing we should talk about is, based on what we've seen in tournament play these past 2 weeks, we've seen more flags on the board than not in Bazaar games, and this one's still 0-0, just kind of indicating how tight these teams are on this game time.
Yeah, 5 minutes or so left, so it's getting to that point now where one flag might change or might be the result of this game. Mangler in the hands of Lethal. Drops down, but isn't quite connected in the way that maybe he wanted to. Lucid's going to make him pay for that as well. Frosty will trade things out. But Rocket's in the hands here of Sentinel, so they might have an opportunity to push forward. That's 3 dead for Optic. Sentinel's trying to push up the map, but as you can see, Lucid has survived once again for now. He's found himself a bulldog, and he's just going to be a pain behind enemy lines.
That's right, and we say it all the time, one flag really can be the difference on CTF Bazaar, but now with 4.5 left or just under that, you have to think one flag really could be the deciding one here. It may only take a single flag to win this game.
Frosty manages to get that kill as well. Jumping over to Lethal's POV now as we tune into Sentinels and seeing what they're doing. Again, just a shout out to both Lucid and Lethal for allowing us to rebroadcast their streams here to bring you the action that you're certainly looking forward to, I'm sure, in our grand finals. Overshield's going to be popping pretty soon as well. Royal 2 pushed up ahead of Lethal inside of that tree. Trippy going to be trying to push out, but Lethal just... The bouncer at the door at the moment will not let him into the club with those kind of shoes on.
Frosty's got the overshield, and I tell you what, when the bouncer sees, doesn't really care what kind of shoes you have on. If you walk into a club with an overshield, that bouncer is letting you right in, and he is not going to stop you or give you any problems at all as they start to make their push here into the Optic base. And what we're seeing on Lethal's screen is just an indication of how much of a pain in the butt it can be to get into a base on Bazaar. It can be so difficult, but here comes the Sentinels run.
I'm just gonna run this quick.
Like getting moved. Where are the kills though? Where are the respawns? There's one player trying to sneak through, and that's going to be Pistola. That big kills from Lethal, big shots from Lethal, which is going to give them an advantage numerically. Now, can they convert into more kills? Trippy trying to overextend as well. A great grenade from Trippy, but that's going to be all the players falling. Lethal is going to move in for a little early Christmas present. It's shaped like a flag. It's not wrapped up, and let me tell you, there's no surprises. It's going to be Sentinels who put the first flag on the board. Oh, and I tell you what, we could be going to game 5 with only 3 minutes or so left.
Yeah, that Christmas present looked a little bit like the Nimbus 2000. I think everybody knew exactly what that present was when they saw the shape of that flag, and it comes home. It's a double kill as well on Ola. Might not be done just yet. Almost gets the triple kill as well from Lethal, and it's late game aggression from Sentinels once again. A perfect cap, perfect plays in the back of the base, also from Lethal to bring that flag in as well. And now with just a little bit of time on the clock, we have that one flag that we said really could be the game winner.
Frosty being aggressive as well, just being a nuisance here for Optic Gaming.
Wait for me and PD.
Optic just going to be forced to make the plays. The Sentinel's just holding as you hear the call coming in from Snakebite. Lethal's going to poke back out from a hole that he called home for just a few seconds. Drops down that player. Frosty will clean that up. So Royal 2 and Frosty both combining to put pressure on at the moment. Optic Gaming can't get past that 50-yard line.
And here we go as we take a look. It's going to be Lethal off the break. Ola does have that double kill, so just going to tell you a little bit that they need to be careful in the feed. Very good shots against Trippy, though. Ola is quick to fly out once again. He'll pick up another kill, but you heard in the comms just now with Sentinels, you heard Snakebite saying, we hold here, we hold here. All they need to do for this minute 43 is just hold their position on the map and close out the game 1-0.
I needed their top rocks.
1 minute 37.
I'm watching your belt.
And that sand is going to tick through the timer. And it will feel a lot quicker for Optic Gaming than it will for Sentinels. One trade makes it a 3v3, but look at where all of the Optic Gaming players are located right now. They're stuck inside of the tree, and Royal 2 is playing Guardian.
Their side, I can't see. Oh my God.
And this is looking like the time is starting to run down here. Royal 2 picking up a kill, Frosty as well. There's going to be maybe one push left here for Sentinels, and maybe one push left here for Optic Gaming to try and get across the map, OE, and just get that flag moving.
And I mean, Lethal is shooting and playing so well right now. He eventually goes and finishes that kill as well. We'll go back onto Lucid, and for good reason. The pressure is on there. They got 55 seconds left, and they need to start a flag one right now if they want to close out this series in this game.
I got him.
Lethal gets taken down by Lucid. 45 seconds left.
Literally just gonna be sitting right above us.
Comms coming in, you could hear just in the background there from Lucid.
Oh no!
He is not going to be good enough, and oh no, the one thing you don't want to happen is a teammate taking out a teammate. Friendly fire not welcomed in Halo Infinite. 30 seconds left for Optic to do something crazy.
I think he stuck him with a spiker. You heard Trippy just before Lucid's death, sticking him with a spiker, and Lucid knew that there was a player there on that top rockets, and that's such a tragedy. We'll have to see kills still being exchanged. Just 17 seconds left here.
Dynamo is being picked up by Lucid, trying to deal with Royal 2. 10 seconds left, and I think you're hearing it just in the background there. It's game, and we are going to a game 5. I told you it was a spoiler, not a prediction. 2-2.
There we go. Of course, we're going to a game number 5. We wouldn't have it any other way here at the Halo Championship Series. As we said, this is our final tournament before Raleigh, and we wanted to make it a good one with some very, very late night Halo. We are almost into Friday on the West Coast, minutes away. Just about everywhere else in the world, it is Friday, December 3rd. This tournament, one for the ages, as we are going to a game number 5, Optic versus Sentinels at Slayer Aquarius. To determine it all, will Optic Gaming win here, or will Sentinels force a second best-of-5 series?
And this man cast alongside me said it's the 3rd of December for my Andy. It's nearly the 4th of December for me at this point. It's getting that deep into the day. Nearly 8 a.m. here in the UK. No better time to cast the game 5. Aquarius Slayer is where we're going to be, and the wonderful thing is, Andy, we look kind of smart here, and it's not often we get to actually sit back and say this, but if you look at the predictions, you look at the stats that were provided by Dan, who also looks pretty smart, the way that we thought the game types might go, it's kind of played out that way. Optic with those 100% record in the first 2, they won those convincingly. The big one was that stronghold streaks. We knew it would be close between the two, but Sentinels managed to clutch up. And then capture the flag on Bazaar was also going to be an option for Sentinels because of the fact that Optic Gaming have shown some weaknesses on that map. Now we go to Aquarius Slayer. it's a little bit different. You start to throw the records out the windows now because it becomes a coin flip in a game 5 with Slayer. Who's going to hit their shots? Who's feeling a little bit nervous? And the one thing that stood out to me in that Bazaar game, especially in the kind of second half of it, I felt like Sentinels were winning more 1v1s than we've seen a lot of teams win against this Optic lineup.
Yeah, and you saw really confident and great shots from Lethal as well. He's winning key battles for his team in the back of the base. He's winning them cross map as well. I think we're seeing Sentinels really start to show great signs of life. And you're right, we do look really smart up here. It's all credit really to our man Dan Gaskin, who's kept such great track of these tournament stats from these teams. And it was only because of Gaskin's stats we were able to make the calls on who might be able to take these games. And it certainly looked like it was going to be a 2-2. That's exactly what we saw. We're going to a game 5, but let's keep in mind Aquarius Slayer is a game type that Optic is undefeated on. So if Sentinels were to win here, it would be a huge statement. You have to think the bets might go in favor of Optic, though.
Yeah, it's certainly an Optic favorite, like we saw in the first 2 game types. And if the records are anything to believe, then we would think that maybe we'll be finishing here. Throw it out there. Might be regretting that. I might become the Homer Simpson gif if I put that kind of prediction out there and Sentinels do manage to take it home. But I mean, let us know in the chat as well. I want to know who everyone else thinks is going to win this, by the way. I want to know on Twitter. Send us a tweet. Let us know who you think is going to win, because this has been another crazy day. And also let me know who you think is going to win Raleigh, because at this point I have no idea. Optic look great, don't get me wrong, they're the favorites, but anyone that we've seen playing today looks like they could be in the form to win that title.
Yeah, and whether you're a Sentinels fan or even an Optic fan or someone who just wants to see the best competitive Halo like we do here in the casting booth, the fact that this series has gone to game 5 is once again a story you could not write. It's been incredible Halo Infinite since the opening days of the game, and really no one's ever looked back. If you're a Sentinels fan, it's been a fantastic 2 days, just because you haven't seen Sentinels in top form that they're used to in terms of world-class play. Dare I say, they're starting to get back to it now as they're forcing us to a game number 5. It's going to be a tough game 5, but my God, Onset, I am having so much fun. You and I have looked forward to this for such a long time, and there's nobody I'd rather be calling a game 5 with. So this is going to be a lot of fun, this next one.
Yeah, there's not many things that I would be happily, doing at 8 a.m. in the morning, having, unless I just woken up and eaten breakfast. You know what I mean? Like this is still a privilege and a pleasure to be commentating over these teams and over these players, and to be part of what has been a huge resurgence in Halo over the last couple of weeks. It's been great to be part of, and this is one of the reasons why the entertainment. The level of skill that these teams and these players are showing, even this early on into the game. This is the crazy thing. It's almost as if we're talking about these players and these teams like it's been out for months and months, for years with what they're doing, but the game's been out like a couple of weeks. And it's crazy. It's crazy to me.
It really is crazy. And one thing we got to highlight too is, and I hope players who maybe don't have as much Halo Infinite time have noticed the differences that you're seeing in terms of movement mechanics. There is a clear skill gap between some of the players here in this game and other teams as well in how they move across the map. Just because we happen to have Lucid's POV, you're seeing him hit a lot of curb slides and drop slides to get across the map faster, for example, where you might not be seeing as much of that. You're still seeing plenty, but not as much of that on the Sentinel side. But really, all those games are behind us. All eyes are on that last game type on your screen. It's Slayer on Aquarius. Everything is going to come down to that game 5 Slayer. This one's going to be fantastic. We're going to make sure to get a listen in once again in this game as well, because the team comps have been so great to listen to. But it's going to come down to which team can establish control here. And I think what we've seen is really, you don't want to be the team that's just burning camo or neutralizing camo. You want to be the team that's controlling camo. And it's not always easy to do on set in the first 2 grabs. But once you start to see that third camo, etc. pop up, we've seen the teams like Optic start to run away with the game. But we've also seen Sentinels play this game type pretty well throughout the tournament as well.
I just want to say, by the way, ahead of this game 5, if it is a 50-49 and we go to a bracket reset, I'm buying a lottery ticket, because I mean, that would be one of the craziest Actually, you know what? It would have been the craziest prediction ever a couple of weeks ago, maybe for the first tournament. But after what we've seen,
it's true,
in the first tournament, the second tournament, at this point, anything is on the table as far as Halo Infinite is concerned. But I just think it's going to be. I think opening strategy is going to be vital. And I say this a lot because I feel like on Aquarius, if you can get control of that closed side of the map still, and you can pick up those dynamos, those side kicks like we talk about, it does give you a weaponry advantage on the map. Yes, the heat wave is the other side of the map. You have to kind of go out your way to get that if you are going to lock down at the dynamo side. But I have felt in general that Optic Gaming's opening strategies have been stronger. It's been usually them who's up kills, and the trades aren't quite going the way of Sentinels. So I think that could be something that influences this. Maybe it won't. I'm kind of picking at straws at the moment. I don't know. I genuinely don't know how this game is going to go. That's where I'm going to leave it. I don't know. I cannot predict how this final game is going to go. I just know it's going to be fun to watch.
Exactly, which is a great place to be for us here casting and all of you watching at home as well. It's great to not know exactly how this one might play out. As we said, if you're just joining us, Optic undefeated on this specific game type. However, when you're talking about a Game 5 Slayer, it's really often a coin flip when you look at teams that are as evenly matched as this. And of course, going 2-2 into this game, we've seen a great series between them so far. I think a lot of it's going to come down to composure, timing, which team's able to grab the camo. And I think the big question is Optic Gaming on set going to continue playing a few steps ahead, which is what we've seen, right? You talked about how when we hear their comms, it seems like they're making decisions about maybe 2 or 3 steps ahead. Sentinel's going to make sure they need to apply the pressure throughout this game as well, maybe sneak a few camos, and they could find themselves resetting the bracket.
Well, as The Rock once said, it's about drive, it's about power. I don't know the rest of the words, but there's some motivational words that follow that kind of thing. And I think that's going to be the case for both of these teams now. We're just waiting for one more player to get into the lobby before we can get our Game 5 rocking, rolling, and underway. Hopefully we can get back into it as soon as possible. But if not, we've got something to remind you of that we announced today. There's been some cool stuff that's been announced, actually. You know, Walsh is going to be joining us as well in Raleigh. I mean, Golden Boy is going to be there as well. We've got BTB. Andy, it's been a good day of announcements for Halo as well.
It really has. That big team battle announcement was pretty special. Fun for me, of course, to be a part of as well. But I'm pretty excited to see it. You know what? Just in case anyone didn't catch it, while we wait for this last player to get into the lobby, we'll go ahead and roll that now. Some more big team battles coming your way in Raleigh.
Dr. Bravo.
Oh, God.
Let's be real, I'm retired now. I don't practice all the time. Golden Boy has a new show canceled and started every other week. He can practice all he wants.
Doctor, Walshy won't get out of my DMs. He still thinks it's 2007.
Dude, I remember it was yesterday. It was literally me and Snipe Down versus 8 of them. Not much I could do. I was just running around 1v4 and as many as I could.
He knows who the champ is. The world knows who the champ is.
And then he starts talking about how delicious the cake was, so I had to go off on him. Of course, I told him that he shouldn't make every day a cheat day.
And let me tell you, sir, that cake was delicious.
Okay, we'll talk soon. I think there's only one way to settle this. Let's run it back.
This is the BTB Challenge. Golden Boy versus Walsh here, 8v8. Maybe we need a counseling session, Dave, after I slapped you in big team battle.
He's been spotted.
GB
oh,
AR.
GB! Leading the way! Alex puts the big in big team battle. Here he goes. Moving down top middle.
Oh!
He gets flamed by Snipe Down!
So you're okay if I take this cake? You're okay if I take this cake then?
You're playing like cake's on the line. Flag has never been linked back to base. Oh my!
Cake's always on the line, bro!
Oh, this is fantastic. We gotta do this every event.
This is a trio. This is the Pat Hog.
The big opportunity here.
There's never been so much talent in a single Warthog.
Oh, they've got to stop it. Oh, over it.
Oh! Snake fight.
That was filthy. Oh boy, with the sniper rifle in hand.
They need to stay alive here at all costs. This could be the game winning.
Oh no, he got splattered.
I took king from that, baby.
Hello, you lovely lot, and welcome back to the Halo Kickoff Qualifier. Fantastic stuff. We just saw a little bit of the big team battle that is going to be happening in Raleigh, our first live event here for Halo. It's going to be epic. You don't want to miss that one, I'll tell you now. There's drama, there's arguments, there's trash talk, everything you love in an epic.
Some of the jibes from Walsh still get me, by the way. Just the little snidey comments that he throws your way.
Every
and you're
time.
Like,
I know.
it just lives with him. It must live with you. GB must wake up at night and just think, Oh yeah, that happened. It just,
Well,
he's so
or
smart.
GB technically lives in Walsh's Head rent-free. Could be that as well.
It's
Never
true.
know.
It's true. It's a very
They
good
were a little
point.
too quick, weren't they, boys? They were a little too quick off the mark there. No, but fantastic stuff. So make sure you catch that one as well. Mid-December, Christmas coming early. But I tell you what, Christmas really is coming early in the form of a Game 5 potentially coming your way very shortly. Gentlemen, my goodness, what a turnaround. Optic Gaming really ran away with things at the beginning of that series. The first 2 games were so convincing. The POV of Lucid, my God, my goodness. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Gaskin watching that one while we give Onset and Bravo a little time to rest their vocal cords here. What did you make of Optic in the first 2 games of that series and how they're performing?
As someone who records stats and takes stats down, and I was putting those stats to the boys, I was just watching like, yes, it's all unfolding. The stats never lie. But now the real question is it going to be the full 5 for 5, right? 100% record for Optic on Aquarius Slayer. Is this going to be them being able to pull this off and ensure they don't allow that kind of upset with Sentinels coming back and sending us to a bracket reset? Because then I have to start diving into all more stats if it does happen, if we get another 5 games. But certainly this has been a very impressive grand final. We knew that Sentinels had this in them, right? They had a disappointing week 2. They didn't look like the Sentinels that we know and love, and now I'm really impressed that they've been able to claw this one back from the lower bracket and put us to a Game 5 as everyone watches, eagerly awaiting to see whether we are going to be staying up for a couple more hours.
Yeah, we are eagerly awaiting. I'll tell you what, Onset, Bravo, appreciate how incredible you two have been. I'm going to have to throw you back into this one as we kick things off back onto Aquarius Slayer. Enjoy.
Here we go then, Game 5. If that doesn't wake you up a little bit, good morning, everybody, wherever you are in the world. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to try this one again, Andy, because I have not set this game up well enough for my liking. We are going to have another chance to do it, though. Do you see what I mean? We're on a communication thing here. We're on the same wavelength, Optic and Sentinels and me. They realized the intro wasn't good enough. Yeah. So they went, don't worry. Lethal heard it, and he was like, my headband's a little bit too tight. Starting to feel a little bit strange, so I'm going to reset that. I'm going to rejoin the lobby in a few seconds and I get another chance. Thanks, Lethal.
Well, I don't know. I mean, your intro had me pretty hyped. I was ready to jump into game number 5. I think everyone watching
Second half of it wasn't English.
Well, that's fine. You know, at this hour, whatever, it is 8, at 10 after 8 in the morning over there. I think at this hour, we forgive things like that. I think we speak for everyone, all of our viewers as well, as we just want to get into this game. And once we do, it's going to be a glorious game number 5. It's taken a long time, but I tell you what, I said this in Twitch chat earlier, but we are going to do this together. We are going to get through these grand finals, and we're lucky, jokes aside, that we're now in a game 5 because these are 2 Titans, and we talked about the fact that we are a little bit spoiled that we got to see Sentinels Optic this early in Halo Infinite. It's a matchup that people were maybe expecting to have to wait until Raleigh for, as maybe Optic continued their reign and Sentinels got more into their form, but instead, we get treated to it right now. And as a reminder, just in case you're just joining us, I wonder where you live in the world if you're just joining us, but welcome. It's game number 5.
In the UK,
Slayer.
This is a reasonable time to be just joining, Andy. The alarm clock is going off, and you've got Bravo and Onset in your ears telling you it's a brilliant time to join because it's game 5.
It is. You picked a hell of a time to be here. I don't care how long you've been watching. We've been here about 12 hours, and it's been glorious. Slayer Aquarius is going to be your game number 5, and cannot wait to get into this one. And you have to think that the players are feeling the same way, too. And off of the break here, it's really going to come down to which team can establish a little bit of control, and I have to think either team really ready to steamroll here. If you get 4 dead, if you're able to come up 4-1, 5-1, you're going to want to apply that pressure and just continue adding on, maybe get a run with camo as well.
Yeah, I think that was the one thing I was going to say. There's one word that I'm going to repeat 3 times that can change this game, and that is camo, camo, camo. It has been the game changer. If you can get that in the hands of someone with a psychic, someone with that heat wave, it can be something to just break through the lines of sight that are being held down by your opponents. You can pick up 2-3 kills, and then we know how good both these teams are. When they get those staggered spawns, when they get 2 dead, they can focus 4 BRs or any weapons that they have in their repertoire to take down those final 2 players and keep rotating them. That's where the leads start to escalate. So keep an eye on that camouflage top mid, and keep an eye if people are going to be using it straight away. Maybe they're going to be keeping it in the back pocket, maybe a front pocket, maybe a top pocket of a shirt. It doesn't matter where you hold it. It's just about when you engage it and when you decide to jump into that camo.
It's true, really. Any pocket's viable. You could even go with more of like a James Bond kind of a sheath in the sock if you want to hold the camo there and kind of make it a little bit more of a secret agent maneuver. Any way that you pop that camo is going to be welcome. But I got to tell you one thing, on Halo Infinite really setting a pretty high bar, because right now we're at 2 out of we're at not just 2 out of 3 grand finals, but if you include the reset, we're at 3 out of 4 grand final series have gone to a game number 5. I mean, this game, I don't know if any esport has ever started in the fashion that Halo Infinite has started.
We're all here for it as well. We wish everybody could enjoy the same kind of thing and entertainment that we have been blessed with, to be honest with you, since Halo Infinite has joined. But just while we're waiting to get this game set up, and hopefully we can get it set up straight away, as I say, it's just these little start steps. We've got to start towards the finish line, but it's going to be worth the wait. Trust me, we're going to bring everybody back to have a little bit of a conversation. How's everyone else holding up, by the way? I know we've got game 5. We've been talking about it for a while. It's been a lot of talk about how we're doing. How are you doing? Lottie, how are you doing, Dan? Are you good?
We're good, man. We're good. We're enjoying it. We're enjoying what you guys are bringing to the table in terms of the casting. Dan's not sure.
Dan went from like an hour and a half ago in his robe to now. Is it back to like, because it's morning hours, Dan? You're back to
his work shirt on.
Dan's got to go to the office in 20 minutes.
Yeah,
work started.
Out. He's ironed his shirt. He's put his work shirt back.
My alarm went off.
He's gone into a box, left the box. He's come back, and here we are.
Lads, I might have to clock in if we go to a bracket reset, so I had to get ready. I couldn't afford to just sit in my dressing gown and hope this ends in 5, because with everything that's gone the way it has in today's broadcast and in the previous shows, it's screaming a bracket reset. So I need to get fueled. I've got my tea, I've got my coffee, I've got both. I've combined them to make a super tea coffee to ensure that I'm just caffeinated. It's going to be slightly worrying if things don't go to a bracket reset, because there's a lot of caffeine flowing through me right now, but it's okay. I'll be there. I'm prepared.
It'll be fine because it's 8 in the morning in the UK. It's a
exactly. I just stay up.
Question is though, who is getting a McDonald's breakfast though? That is the question.
If I was with this crew, we'd be rolling deep to a fast food breakfast after this. I can't wait to be in person at a LAN, because I think actually after the Sunday night festivities, we'll probably be rolling to something like that on Monday morning. But we'll have to see. We have to get there first, and we got a few grand finals between now and then after party. That's for sure.
Very true, very true. Well, on set, Brav, I'm gonna ask Dan a couple questions just to give you a second to.
Thank you.
You can close your eyes, put your headphones on, little sleep mask for 5 minutes.
Everyone don't look at me for a few minutes, all right?
Yeah, just don't look at it. Don't look at these two for a second. Gaskin, just to break down a little bit of what we saw so far in this series, it has been absolutely epic. Love a comeback into a game 5, but obviously the first 2 maps, completely different story from the last 2. You know, Strongholds did seem to turn things around, very, very close there, and a great team effort from Sentinels to keep things ticking over, keep the rotations going in streets there to keep those points alive and those strongholds alive. Fantastic stuff. And then obviously the capture the flag game. I mean, amazing. Snakebite coming in with the reset, which really did save the day there, because the pressure then started to amount onto Optic, who didn't manage to get that flag in, and then just, you know, obviously getting dominated across the map. Talk to me about the difference you've seen with Sentinels and Optic. Do you think that comes down to the fact that Sentinels have kind of established a pattern with Optic now? They kind of know what they're trying to do.
You didn't need to ask me a question, because you were feeling great there. You could have kept going, and all 3 of us could have taken it now. It would have been absolutely fine there, but I guess I will answer it in the end. I mean, certainly Optic have found a little bit of a rhythm with the first 2. Don't go full screen. That makes me look even worse. Like, people are saying, like, Dan, you got bags under your eyes. Like, give me a break. Don't keep these guys on the screen as well. Certainly, Optic started with a great rhythm, right? But then we did see Sentinels disrupt that slightly. That will come down to preference of game types for sure. And I think that now Sentinels know how Optic are starting to approach their games, how their starting strategies are beginning to look. My only worry going into the game 5, not only to focus on statistics, but also, Lottie, you would have watched this off stream when Sentinels faced off against XSET earlier in Aquarius Slayer. We saw Sentinels with a 49-45 lead, I think, and they threw that one away, and they lost to XSET because of it. That will definitely play in the mind here of Sentinels. If they get quite close to closing this series out, we can't afford to make those mistakes. We can't afford to allow the other team to come back into it. Basically, we can't choke. So we'll see whether things change once we go into this game 5 here.
And that's not the only 49-45 we saw them lose this week. Now, the other one was from scrims, but I'm just saying that to lose a 49-45 is a pretty big deal. So for that to happen twice this week, I think, Gaskin, it's a great point. And I think Sentinels, it's just going to really just dial them in to make sure, just like you say, we cannot let that scenario happen again.
Yeah, I think obviously with the Slayer, I think everybody knows this in the history of Halo. Slayers have always seemed to be the swinging factor in a series, and if you do come against a top dog and you are the underdog, you can always potentially take a Slayer in that series and swing it into your momentum, or it certainly aids into the game 5 potential comeback. Now, like you said, Rob, we have seen this before. We have seen a choke on the last kill. Do you think that comes with the potential pressure, maybe overextending a bit too much to try and get that last kill and just seal the deal there, and it ends up snowballing in the wrong direction?
I'd love to. I don't know how it went in the series from this actual tournament play, but when I watched it from the POV of Optic, and actually now that I think about it, it was Optic Sentinels. It was what we saw Lucid do on back tower. It was actually it was not an overextension. It was anything but. It was actually all of the players on Sentinels just like kind of playing a little bit back and playing a little bit more conservative, which is pretty reasonable thing to do at 49-46 because or 49-45, since that's such a margin. But so I was surprised to see that. I don't think it was a case of overextension, but Lottie, to get to like the spirit of your question, I don't think it's going to be in the back of their mind. I think just like Dan said, they're just going to need to make sure that they're that much clearer in their comms, in their strats, and how they make these final pushes to make sure that nothing like that happens.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, I want to quickly talk about that Strongholds game that was a swing factor in this potential comeback here. Gaskin, looking at Strongholds like that, we've seen in many occasions now on Street Strongholds that it's all about the rotation, how you work it into your favor, managing to really take over another Stronghold when one is also being capped by your opposition, and having that swing to be able to do so. How are you finding Street Stronghold at the moment, and in terms of the best way to kind of push that one and play it?
I think it's going to come down to the IGL quite a lot, or the coach, just to give that information to everyone to make sure that you know which strongholds to be pushing, which stronghold is currently being taken. For me, my preference is to hold the tower side as well as holding the B, and then making sure that they're spawning down towards station, down towards tram, because then you can constantly watch their spawns. You can watch various different angles that they're going to be pushing from, and it's extremely difficult to get out of that tram situation without a little bit of planning. Now, most pro teams will have a setup breaking possibility. They will know how they try and push out of it. So I'd be expecting like plenty of teams to start to develop different strategies to get out of those sticky situations. But I enjoy Street Strongholds. It's one of my favorite game types to watch, and you will see teams playing it a little bit differently here or there, but for the most part, I think that's your main default hold for Street Strongholds.
You know something I've noticed? It is so hard to hold a trip cap on streets, so hard, and I think that is down to a lot of the times with the spawns and the kind of way you have to play it, just because of how kind of cub holey it really is. I mean, do you see a potential of having a hold on a trip cap with streets, or is it just in terms of the pro players and how good that these guys really are, it's probably going to be one that only lasts for maybe 2-3 seconds?
It's too small a map really to consistently hold a trip cap, and yes, okay, you can prioritize certain areas and you can force spawns, but you're either going to be forcing them to spawn maybe down towards Neons or Cathay or Tram, and all of those are close enough to get one of the strongholds, especially over towards A. You can quickly just nip into that tower, you've got a little bit of cover, so that's why you don't see a long period of just a triple cap when it does come to Street Strongholds. You might see something a little bit longer on the other maps like Recharge or Live Fire, but certainly on Streets, you've really just got to prioritize off spawn, getting one of those strongholds if you are being trip capped, and then see what happens afterwards, see where you go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a really lovely little jump up as well, actually, being able to watch over A Tower that I've noticed at the bottom of PD, just in the office there. Beautiful stuff. Like, you can look straight over across at B as well, which is great. But, I mean, some really nerdy things coming across on our screens, and hopefully some more nerdy things to come very shortly. Gentlemen, I have one thing left to ask you, really, both Bravo, Onset. I mean, how do you do this? How do you dig deep? How do you keep that energy going, man?
This is what we train for, Lottie. This is what we train for. I mean, I will say one thing that does help, right? We just like a lot of you watching at home, Lottie and Gaskin, you as well. We've played Halo deep into the night, and we've pulled all-nighters, and I think all of the Halo LANs since Halo 1 prepared us for this moment. And maybe we are trained for nothing better. Maybe this is what we were built to do, but we're ready to go, and I'm itching for this game 5, let me tell you.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think I could throw on top of that the fact that, you know, we've had some amazing events where we've had a really good time afterwards, and then we've realized that our flight is at 8 a.m. So, you know, we've stayed awake for longer than we should have had to, just to make sure that we actually get out of the country and get back home. So those kind of things certainly contribute. A lot of practice, but we'll go with passion. I think, Lottie, that's probably the best way to answer that. Passion from everyone. We've been waiting for this for a while. You know, we've been waiting for 2 years for this.
Lottie, I'll show you how, right? Here's a caster tip. Ready? Watch this.
Yeah.
Bang. Look how much easier that is now. My eyes are not stinging as much. I can cast to full effect, and no one can see how tired I am. It's as simple as that.
He's just crawled in his box.
Yeah,
it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I mean, I've got to say one more thing while we are waiting to get into game. We will be getting in very shortly. Thank you so much for your patience. You guys have been so patient all night. We love you so much. Thank you for sticking with us. But I've got to say, you know, from start to finish so far in the season, we have had some epic moments. Can you just imagine how good this is going to be in Raleigh on LAN when we get games like this going all the way to game 5 on set? Brav, I'm throwing this one over back to you.
Well, here we go. I'll tell you what is going to be epic is when we get the bracket reset in around 10 minutes or so's time. That's going to be something that's certainly going to wake us up even more than we are right now. But finally, we are getting into this game 5 of our grand finals. If you're just joining us, you're joining us at the perfect time. Good morning to you. If you've just woken up, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world. It is 1-1 in the opening battle between these two teams. Optic Gaming taking on Sentinels. And again, shout out to Lethal and Lucid for both giving us the streams.
Has there ever been more anticipation, more build-up for a Game 5 Slayer? I think as far as the Halo history books go, this is the longest wait between a Game 4 and a Game 5, and we have never been more excited to see a Game 5 Slayer on our screens here. A little bit of an early lead here for that side, and Sentinels will have to see how this one's going to play out as a few more kills do come in for the side of Optic.
Great work there from Trippy to pick up the kill, though, as we are watching Lethal just in the death screen at the moment, watching his teammates, and it's going to be careful here, Sentinels, because they could get collapsed on pretty quickly, and with the way that Optic Gaming have started this, you can see they're just trying to apply that pressure. Trades being exchanged, but when you're down kills at the start of things and you're down at 8-5, trades is not really one of the things that you want to have start to take effect. You want to try and establish a little bit more map control.
Right, it's a nice flank from Lethal, able to get around, also pick up 2. That's a double kill, almost turns 3. In the end, it will be cleaned up, though. They're going to be very happy with those results. And just to set the table again, just because it's been a little while since we were in our last Game 4, the winner of this, not only, of course, this grand finals here will really determine, the favorites, but also it's really going to be a matter of who goes into Raleigh with the most momentum. So much on the line here. As a reminder, Optic Gaming can win this series right here in this game. If Sentinels wins, believe it or not, we will go to another best of 5.
L1 one shot, he went their side.
Sliding down to try and take down Lucid is one player from Sentinels. Did the damage that was required, but again, it's just trades. The camo is going to be up top middle in around 5 seconds time, and you can see that Lucid is trying to drive his attention and his teammates' attention towards that as well. We said how that can be a swing in this game, and if one of the teams can get hold of it, and it's looking like it might be Sentinels who have the quickest of routes to that camo, then they can start to establish a lead here.
14-12 here in favor of Sentinels. They'll now make that 15-13. So many back and forth kills. Lucid not able to convert just there, but keeps it now within 1. And back and forth, no one able to establish a big lead just yet. A little bit of a sidekick spam there. Looks like they have found the camo, and they will sneak it out.
Wow.
Nice eagle eye of the camo there.
Lethal picks up 2. Trippy will trade. 16-18. It will be Sentinels with a lead for now. Let's jump into a listening. Let's turn those comms up a little bit on the volume, and let's see how the plan is going to be formulated here for Optic to turn this one over.
Yo, he's already up here. He's our closet. Nice job.
No one's on L2. One shot. I got one shot at L2.
Yep.
L2.
Brad, I got your help.
Pick one to blue. Alright, two guys pushing
our gin and they're pushing up top lightning. 2 there.
I'm getting out. I got out.
Across map, I backed him. Feathering me.
Yeah, top yellow.
Just go, yo, low.
I got heat wave, guys. I'm getting shot.
Yo, jump up. Yo, blue, lightning jump.
We gotta live up. That many pushed, guys. That many pushed.
I'm not pushing that.
I can't help you, Tommy. Up P2. Blue gen weak.
I got one.
He's weak in there. 2 with blue gen. Stay alive.
Blue gen, we can still live, guys.
There's a guy blue P2. Blue P2. Yeah, slowly that's
going towards pink. I'm not anchored.
There's a guy blue P2. He has a heat wave, guys. He has a heat wave.
I'm not pushing back.
L3, Joey.
I got P2 actually.
Yo, 2L1 weak. 2L1 weak to their gen. 2 1-shots to the gen.
2 1-shots. 2 in there.
Our side P2 is pushing you, Justin. Pushing you.
I heard that. I'm watching.
We hear front 2 weak.
I'm going back.
Shot.
Camo.
He's P1. Wait.
Yeah, I think they're here.
Oh, he's bottom mid. Top mid. One up B.
Another one. They got camo.
Top card. Walk back a little bit.
Yeah, yo, 3 on me. They have camo there.
Well, I tell you what, Sentinels, Andy, we heard the listening from the Optic side, but Sentinels are the team with a 6-kill lead. They are the first team to hit that 30-point kill mark, which is so vital in these Slayer games.
And my God, do they look like a team that doesn't want to quit? They're not ready to go to bed or go home just yet. Great shot there. It takes 2 of them to take down Lethal. Like you said, 31 kills on the board, but Optic starts to bring it back. They've got 27.
7 to 32. Good kills, like you say, coming in from Sentinels. Lucid picks up 1 in the feed to take down Frosty. Royal 2 in front of his teammate, and Royal 2 will win that, but it will be traded out by Trippy. So they've got to be careful here with their deaths, Sentinels. And the same could be said to Optic Gaming as well. Sentinels do have a little bit of control as far as the score is concerned, but a couple of deaths that start to escape you, a couple of bits of overzealous pushing for a kill, and all of a sudden you'll get collapsed on by Optic. They will make you pay.
That's right. Let's not forget about the fatigue, of course, on these players, right? The decision making might be slipping after here about, you know, such a long day, long 2 days of competitive Halo, so they need to be on top of their game, but still at this point, it is a 7-kill lead, 37 to 30 at this stage.
39 to 30. Sentinels starting to roll, starting to motor, and starting to decimate what's in front of them here. Optic Gaming, they're looking a little bit lost. They're looking to remind them that it's not nice to lose a Slayer in the way the Sentinels did, and they're making Optic Gaming think about how that made them feel a few moments ago. The push-in now coming from Lethal. He can't pick up 1, but 6 kills to go here for Sentinels, and we are going to have a bracket reset, and the story will continue.
Not over yet. I have to say it is looking like that on set. 33 to 44, and we would need to see very, very good, borderline perfect Halo from Optic Gaming if they want to close this one out. 45-34. Feels like with every kill, it's just going to be Sentinels looking to trade this out and close out the game.
46, 4 to go. And barring a miracle,
I'm getting engine.
This is going to be,
my God,
the elimination bracket run keeping going for Sentinels. They pick up yet another kill. 3 kills to go if they throw this one away. Dan said he'd shave his head once. I'll grow hair back if they throw this one away. Trippy manages to pick up 1 though, just to make it a little bit tighter. 10 kills the difference between the 2 teams, but as I say, this would have to be the throw of all throws coming in from Sen.
Optic Gaming let this get a little bit out of hand, and Sentinels really on top of their game, performing so well now, only needing 3 more, as you say, taking a look into utility. Lethal just trying to peek shoot his way through, but just like that, it's 47-40, not over yet.
Not over yet. One player going to be very weak, though, from Optic Gaming at the top of the plants. Lethal, Snakebite working together. Lucid putting some shots in from distance, and Lethal going to get absolutely beamed as Trippy picks up another one. 48 kills though now as Frosty picks up 1. APG is going to be pushing in. This is a big moment here in this game, and all of a sudden this is a lot closer than we thought. 48 to 43.
Oh my God, there's no way Optic comes back from this, is there? Let's go ahead and see. Just like that, it's a 5-kill game. Sentinel still only needing 2 here. Great team shot now, just 1 more.
Royal 2 picks up that kill. The help from Lethal was so vital. 1 kill to go here until we have a bracket reset with Sentinels doing what they do best. We're going again, everybody. Get yourselves in the kitchen. Make another coffee. Make 2 or 3. Because Sentinels send it to a second best of 5.
Was it or was it not on set written in the stars? We knew that this would come. We knew that it would go to a game 5 in a split set 2-2, setting us there. The first 2 going to Optic, the second 2 going to Sentinels. We would get a game 5 and we'd get a bracket reset. I don't know really at this hour what dimension I'm even living anymore, but it feels like we knew that this was coming. And guess what? Sentinels defeating Optic for the first time ever in any grand finals in Halo Infinite so far. They will send them technically to the elimination bracket, which sends us to a final best of 5 as we bring everyone back in.
Amazing.
And my God, if you wanted excitement, if you wanted drama, if you wanted a lot of Halo Infinite, that's what you have here on this fight. I don't know what to call it anymore. It's not evening. It's not morning. It's just the never-ending tournament, the gift that keeps on giving. This is wild.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's happened.
I love this game, by the way. That's what I'm going to say.
Hell yeah.
The entertainment is just
Of course. Oh my goodness, it's just unbelievable stuff that we're seeing on our screens. You couldn't have made this up. I was about to swear and I didn't, and I'm very proud of myself. Oh my God, a bracket reset again. We have a bracket reset again, no more than a week from our last bracket reset, pretty much. I mean, just insane stuff all around. And this time around, it's Sentinels resetting the bracket on Optic Gaming. Just absolutely insane. Sentinels didn't choke it that time. There was a second when my knees were shaking, they were weak. And I thought, no, they can't possibly choke this with a lead like that. But they pull it out. Nonetheless, they did team up with each other, duos, and managed to close that one out. Insane stuff. Gaskin,
hello.
Talk to me, bro.
No.
How are you feeling? Come on, talk to me.
Sorry.
Help me out here.
Sorry, baton has been passed to me. I might end up casting this one. So as the rules state, I don't have to talk in this analysis segment. So I don't have to analyze any of your questions. No, I mean, Mark brought this into a possibility, didn't he? Mark said this right at the start, saying, yeah, just imagine if Sentinels came all the way back and we got a bracket reset. So everything is his fault. That man there, his fault. If you are just getting up, if you haven't gone to sleep yet, his fault.
This is not my fault. This is the best thing that could have happened.
Yeah, you're welcome.
This is not my fault. You're all welcome. Exactly.
True.
I mean, what else could you want?
Very, very true. Very true. Well, I'll tell you what, folks. You don't have to wait much longer because the reset is starting right now. We go again on our grand finals. Gaskin, bravo. Let's get it.
Here we go. We're going right into game. We don't even have time to look at what the bracket reset game types are. We'll get you those in a moment. We'll also give you those verbally as we get into game number one. We'll also get the card going as well. But in the interest of time, we are going straight into game. We are wasting no time because we know so many of you have been with us all evening, all morning, all day, as it becomes multiple days now. But I have to say, Gaskin, it's great to have you with us here for this bracket reset. And this is honestly one of the best days of competitive Halo we've had in a very long time. Even though it's been long hours, I'm having a blast.
It's great to be here, and I'm just looking across the statistics from Optic's run throughout the last few tournaments. It's another game type where they do have a 100% win record. They've played it 4 times, they've won it 4 times, but as we just saw on Slayer Aquarius, that doesn't mean everything. There is still a chance that Sentinels could overturn this one, and in the early stages, it is going towards Sentinels. 23 points already racked up. They've got control of A and B. This is the setup you want here on Recharge Strongholds. You're going to hold these two, then you trap the other team towards C, and you force them to consistently push into vulnerable areas, and you take angles, you take them down.
Look at the shots there from Lethal on APG, some great shots. But whether you're in Twitch chat, in YouTube chat, or maybe just more of a Twitter person, do you want you to go ahead and say, I was there. We'll all remember this. We have all gone through this together. This is one of the most fantastic, longest, but best nights of competitive Halo I've ever been a part of. This has been fantastic. And Gaskin, as we look at stats, I gotta say, Halo Infinite is once again setting a pretty ridiculous record because right now 2/3 of every finals have gone to a game 5 and then a bracket reset. So once again, setting some pretty big standards, some big shoes to fill this game is.
Just teams keep pushing each other to that next level, don't they? As soon as Optic thought they were the cream of the crop, they were above everyone else by head and shoulders. Sentinels waltz back in and say, hey, did you forget about us? You better not have, because we're going to reset this one. We're going to take it to another best of 5. But look at this, total control for Optic Gaming. They've been able to secure all 3. Sentinels need to stop this bleeding soon, and they're trying to do so in B, one of the most difficult strongholds to take off of your opponent. But at least they've been able to achieve that. Now they can transition over towards A, and they will have that ideal setup once more.
It's another nice play from Lethal. Ola comes in with the repulsor, which sends Lethal all the way back to the back of Elevator, but Lethal's going to win the battle in the end anyway. What was a really great stretch there from Sentinels has been answered back, like you said, by the trip cap. So these teams still pretty darn close, only 25 points or so separating them two here in game number 1 of our bracket reset. And it's been a fantastic night, like you said. We'll have to see who's able to take this game number 1, and we have to think fatigue setting in for these players. But with the gameplay we're seeing here, Gaskin, so far, everyone's looking still pretty sharp, and Sentinels really riding the momentum off that last game.
Certainly, Sentinels seem to look sharper than Optic. I don't know whether we're seeing Optic play at the same level as what we witnessed a little bit earlier on. I say a little bit earlier on today, quite a long time ago today, when they were originally in that winners bracket finals. But at the same time, that can't be an excuse for Optic. You know full well that they would not have just turned over and showed their belly and allowed Sentinels to get back into this series. This is about grit and determination. Sentinels have demonstrated something a little bit different here in this grand final, and now in the reset they have quite a significant lead in game number 1 here, but we'll see how quickly that could be overturned if we see yet another trip cap coming through.
Yeah, momentary trip cap as C is being converted right behind you as you see, so it'd still be 107 to 54. We also just got an update here from Onset, who, as you saw, just casted that first series. Believe he just ordered a smash burger and loaded pulled pork fries for breakfast at around 8:37 in the morning, which is pretty incredible. So congrats to Onset. I'm actually pretty jealous, and we don't have eateries like that open at 1 a.m. here on the West Coast. So now I'm actually really jealous. So I just want to give a shout out wherever you are in the world. Order your snacks because we got a whole nother series going. Get your DoorDash, your Uber Eats orders in because we could be going to another best of 5.
To be fair, I'm wondering where in England he's managed to get an order like that at 8:37 in the morning. I'm a little bit jealous. Maybe it was just an order to his mum and she's going to bring it round because I'm not sure there's many fast food restaurants that would be able to achieve that. But we are seeing A and B now in possession for Optic Gaming. They're slowly trickling their way up the scoreboard and catching Sentinels up. And it was a significant lead. It was up by 50, 60 points. But, you know, Optic have closed this gap. They're not allowing Sentinels to run away with it. And it shows just how closely contested these two teams are, Bravo.
And there you go. See Lethal shooting those nades, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm expecting to see a little bit more teams denying grenades more and more as we get closer to Raleigh. It's just too risky to leave those grenades up for a remote detonation, but we'll take a look back into the gameplay now. As you said, these two teams neck and neck here in game number 1. You wouldn't expect it any other way with the series that we just saw, and a few more hit ticks come in from Lethal. Instead, he's going to have to reset with a team at A and set his sights on Control.
Total Control once more, but Sentinels at least able to rescue A. That's job 1. Notice how Sentinels are not forcing themselves to try and take C first and putting themselves in a position where they could be consistently kept on some sort of spawn cycle, some sort of spawn trap. Instead, they prioritize A or B because that is the setups that they're going to be trying to go for every single time. But right now, there is a lot of time ticking up for Optic Gaming. They've gained the lead here, and you know, every single camo is going to make a difference here. Notice in 15 seconds, both teams are going to try and prioritize that, try and get it into their chests because it could make or break the setup.
My God, I was about to say, how often do you see Lucid up top with the shock rifle, but he just doubles back out of yellow with a perfect shot there on Lethal. A great play. And as we take a look at the scoreboard, it's still Optic Gaming in control here, right around 158 to 111. We do see A converted though, so Sentinels will have to work together to push back out once again, perhaps a pipes push or a control push towards B or C.
Do you know what's crazy, Bravo? I mean, aside from it being a bracket reset, I remember sitting in Sentinel stream yesterday and them saying, you know what, we're just happy to get into pool play. All we want is top 8, whether it be via points, whether it be qualifying, it doesn't really matter. And now they're competing to potentially be the #1 seed going into Raleigh. And that shows that even though they didn't have the mentality of we'd like to go in as #1 seed, they played well enough. They have that opportunity here and now, and they've had to take the long road. They got eliminated down to the lower bracket so early on, but it's been quite the run in the lower bracket. Consecutive back-to-back games, several of them being best of 5 series as well, and the fact they're still putting on a show like this is extremely impressive.
It really is here as we take a look at the score. Now 173 to 135 in favor of Optic Gaming. It's a big win there from Lucid at Turbine as he went pipes, and Lethal just happened to miss just a shot there as he grappled in and was trying to get towards back A because the callouts were coming about how many opponents were weak, trapped in control. So neither team wanting to drop this game, and of course, as we said, nice little nade there from Lethal on APG. As we said, these teams knowing that really you have to give it all in these games, and this is what a test, what a precursor for Raleigh, right, in terms of an endurance test on set between these two sides of who's going to be ready to play out these long days at the Raleigh LAN.
Best part is you just called me on set, so talk about endurance, you talk about the point of where we're at with this, that you still think I could be Mark. But yeah, I mean, this is the perfect just kind of tester before we get to Raleigh, because LANs do take it out of you. It is a very fatiguing procedure, playing all those games in a row. Sometimes we've seen teams really struggle when you get to the latter stages of tournaments because of the back-to-back games, but this certainly is one way to get your reps in. But as we've been talking, I've been discussing, and you've been calling me Mark, and I've said disgusting rather than discussing, it's still the fact that Optic Gaming are racking up points. They're getting closer and closer to taking map 1 here.
I do apologize, Dan. You're very, very kind. As we take a look here, what Lethal can do to try to answer back. 225 to 135, and ready to close this out is Optic Gaming, looking very strong. So would that B hold, and we're seeing players from Sentinels know they need to fly into B right now, keeping an eye on that score as they will now only be 15 points or so away from closing out this game. Not very long for them, and Sentinels all the way down at 139 and going to be a long road back, and Optic Gaming thinking you're just going to need maybe 1 or 2 slays, Gaskin, to close this out.
They do only need 1 or 2 slays, always, but something that we see quite a lot here in Strongholds and Halo Infinite is when a team is really close to winning the game, they start to desperate those Strongholds a little bit because they know they only need those extra 10, 20 seconds. And because of that, it really gives the opportunity to the other team to set up accordingly and really punish that team who's constantly flying into Strongholds, just like this. Trippy diving into B, a double kill for Lethal, and all the meanwhile, we're seeing time tick up for Sentinels. It's a triple kill for Lethal. He's starting to really give Sentinels a chance to get back into this one.
Triple kill for Lethal, trying to stay alive. The yellow angles is the angle, that he was not ready for as he starts to get pinned in the back and has to worry about now back to B. But head on a swivel, manages to do damage into Lucid and Ola at yellow. That's going to be big, but are there teammates around to stop? It's going to be Snakebite that comes in and gets the kill and also gets the reset on B. This one's not over yet.
Gets the reset, the temporary trip cap, so there are several points starting to be added now, and Lethal just doesn't seem to be missing. He's been patrolling the map, checking out every single angle, reacting to callouts perfectly, and it's allowing Sentinels, but slowly and surely, crawling their way back into this game. You said Optic just need that one set of slays. They've not been able to achieve those set of slays yet. Sentinels have had an answer every single time.
And you have to wonder if they played it differently. Were they just trying to get, as you said, a few desperate conversions? And that's what they were going for. And that's actually what has let Sentinels get right back in this game. And once again, it's an unbelievable finish. The Mangler, though, from Lucid beats out the Needler of Lethal in the back of the base. It's a kill from Trippy on the other side as well. As we take a look at the score, still now going to be a trip cap just like that in favor of Optic Gaming. This could be it.
Well, at least Sentinels do stop the bleeding ever so slightly, sitting in C, so it's not going to be 2 points racking up. They have at least, 5 seconds to get to either A or B here. It looks like B is going to be where they dive into. Have to stay alive, have to try and reset this one. This is going all the way down to the wire between these two teams.
They're going to keep him trapped at A here. They're going to play for this BC hold, and right now with the angles that they have, they might be able to do it. It's a team shot out of Catwalk for Optic Gaming right away. They know they need to break out because just like that, Sentinels is crossing the 240-point mark as well. This is just like that, a 240 to 247 game down to the wire.
2 kills there for Sentinels. They're trying to move over to C, our Optic Gaming, but their time is slowly but surely ticking up. 247, 247, one member in C. Can they get the reset? Yes, they can. Sentinels are going to do it. They make the comeback. They were so far behind, Bravo, but somehow they keep this dream runner going.
Oh my God, 250 to 247, and you can't make it back up. You cannot. Excuse me, I don't even know what I'm saying. You cannot make it
Words
up.
don't matter anymore.
That comeback, Gaskin. And we said, I think it was around 160 to 220-ish or so. And you called it perfectly, actually. I was the one who maybe made that little bit of that premature call and said that this one could be over. But instead, Optic Gaming did exactly what you predicted. They desperated on B just a little bit. They started to dive in a little bit. And Sentinels able to capitalize on that opportunity. And another comeback to add to this grand final is absolutely unbelievable.
Well, as rules state, because I'm now casting, I don't have to analyze this game, so I can bring back in Mark. There he is. Look at that handsome face. He's ordered his pulled pork sandwich or whatever it was, ridiculous, that's never going to arrive to his house on time. Lottie, Mark, I mean, what an opener to this grand finals reset.
I'm actually shook. You shook?
Like, Lottie, I don't know about you, right?
I know.
I don't know who's... If someone has written this script, it's the greatest script I've ever seen. Like, it's so unpredictable. There's so many twists and turns. And yeah, I mean, I'm just sitting here at the moment. I'm genuinely speechless just watching these games. It is just, I'm just watching it as the biggest fan of Halo you can imagine right now. It's just amazing to watch.
I mean, that comeback on Strongholds was crazy, and I feel like against a team like Optic, that is so hard to do. And I'll tell you why, because if you want to come back with that amount, you need to be hitting your shots, you need to be getting the trades, you need to be getting your slays, you need to be rotating perfectly, working as a team. This late in the night, it's 3:45 in the morning East Coast. I mean, Mark, Gaskin, it is work time for you guys. It is getting into your afternoon, basically.
By the way,
it's
I want to
crazy.
say, I know every time that you mention it, I know you feel bad because you realize that, you know, it's not as late for you as it is for us. It's still ridiculously late for you guys. Let's get that out there. You shouldn't feel bad about that whatsoever. It's pretty crazy.
Another thing, crazy thing to point out. Sorry, go ahead, Lottie.
No, please do, bro.
I was just going to say,
at this point, just whatever, go for it.
This is more of a round table. This is more of a round table at this point. I got to say, one crazy thing we got to remember is Optic Gaming, like C9 before them, was 1 game away from closing out the series in our first grand final. And it's crazy to think back that there were moments in that Streets match where Optic could have closed out the series entirely, and they didn't. And now here we are in this second best of 5. Optic now down in this series, and maybe they're going to forfeit not only the top spot in terms of seeds, but maybe the top spot as the favorite of the tournament, which is not something we thought we were going to say at the end of this day. And I'm not even sure if this day, I'm not even sure this, exactly, I'm not even sure this day is ever going to end, but I don't know if it's something we were going to say at the end of this tournament, that's for sure.
It was so funny because yesterday, not even yesterday, well, yeah,
what
yesterday.
What day is yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, I know. Yesterday, technically yesterday. It was funny just watching the winners bracket line up the way it did. I was questioning like, oh, a Cloud9 rematch. Oh, maybe United will make it to the grand finals. Never did I think Sentinels would be making this elimination bracket run when they did fall short there. And I thought again, oh no, maybe they're going to be kind of, kicking themselves again and being like, damn, we didn't even get top 3. So zip it. I'm speechless about it. I really am. I think just in terms of how this series is going so far, I think it's a strange thing because it's something we've seen before, Brav. I just really quickly want to bounce off what you said there. Is it a mentality thing, do you think, at this point in time when you have a bracket reset? I think sometimes it seems to be swaying into the favor of the underdog here in this bracket reset. Is that something, do you think, in terms of the pressure, you're like, oh damn, we just lost an entire best of 5 here, what are we doing?
I think that can really apply a lot of the times. I don't think against a team like Optic, they let it get in their head. I think they're all mentally strong enough players that would surprise me if that was the case. You also have Lunchbox in the back, such a veteran. I think they're going to not let that really be something they dwell on, but it's going to be Live Fire Slayer, and we're going to jump in right now. Gaskin on board once again with Lethal. If you're just joining us, once again, we've said that about 40 times here throughout the grand finals, but there really have been that many entry points into these grand finals because it has been a fantastic night of competitive Halo that has gone into the early morning hours in every time zone in the world right now. Sentinels leads Optic Gaming in our truly final best of 5.
Yeah, just a big thanks to both Lethal and Lucid for letting us watch their streams from their POV, just because there were some observer issues a little bit earlier with networks and connecting to the lobbies of these players. But Lethal is already starting things off as he finished with a big double and just great assisting in general. This Sentinel squad really do have fantastic chemistry. And, the Sentinel squad, they keep upsetting the statistics. Bravo, I was saying previously in that first game, Optic had never lost that game type in tournament play. Sentinels take them down. Well, this is a slightly tougher ask. On Live Fire, Optic Gaming have a 19-0 record across all game types. They've never lost on this map. Specifically Slayer, they have a 9-0 record. So if Sentinels do overturn this one, that really is going against the statistics.
That really is a tall order, as you say, and it's a double kill for Lethal in the back. And moments like that, plays like that, might be what it takes for them to meet that tall order, that tall ass, like you said. And it looks like Ola going to be taking down bottom middle. Frosty will be the one picking up the double kill in the feed. Also an AR in the back pocket of Lethal, as he will hold top tower and continue to engage players pushing over from Nest. And just like that, 10-6, that AR is going to come in handy in the back, but Trippy's going to force the trade.
And you can hear the comms behind as well, obviously from the streams of the players. And they don't sound like players who are tired and aren't giving their all. They are very much frantic communication. These players want this. They want to go in as #1 seed to Raleigh and just assert dominance. I think Sentinels came into this tournament, Bravo, with a point to prove. We saw what happened on social media the night before last, where there was a couple of questionable remarks thrown between players. And Sentinels, they've been on the receiving end of a lot of stick. And it would really answer the critics if they were to come back and win this entire tournament. I mean, they already have answered the critics, but even more so if they won. But first of all, they've got to get through Optic Gaming once more. 17-12 in favor of Optic. They've got a 5-kill lead.
Yeah, right now, as you see, even more points going on the board in favor of Optic, and it's a very strong start from them on Live Fire Slayer, looking to answer back here 20-12 now, but Lethal and co. want to make sure that that is not the end of the story, not the only narrative we tell in this game. Some good shots coming out of both Lethal and APG. It's actually going to be a re-challenge from Lethal, but Lucid helps at top A around the sandbag, so it will now be a score of 23-14.
Just look at how Sentinels are trying to shut down the movement of Optic, but every single time they take down one, there's another player. The green wall in full effect at this point. This is why they're so successful on live fire, because they move as a unit, but it's not always through the most normal routes. They take really abnormal areas. They like to push through bottom middle. They like to sometimes transition down through open field as well, just to make sure that they keep you on your toes. They are very unpredictable on this map, and it's terrifying to play against.
24-18, a few kills additionally coming in for the side of Sentinels there. You saw a few kills from Frosty as well as Lethal winning that battle from C-Plat into Closet. And a nice battle against Ola as he's going to now make his way across A Sandbags, down by 5 kills, but certainly still in this match. He'll find 2 players of Optic here at back house and need to be very careful with how he plays this. Nice bait and switch from the side of Optic.
He was so close to getting that kill as well, and you can see the urgency from Sentinels trying to dash into Garage when they had the player advantage, but just not able to capitalize on it. And those are the fine margins. Sometimes it's just a slither of a wall, a little bit of head not being able to connect to that BR, and that can be the difference. Not just one kill, but several kills.
See the escapability of Lucid? You're seeing it there from a separate POV. Now, Royal 2 will clean it up in the end, so they will get the kills on the board, but that's just an example from another POV of what that drop sliding and using those advanced movement techniques allows you to do to get out of really, really hairy situations. But speaking of, 26-31, still just like that, a 5-kill game.
Yeah, Sentinel's still keeping on top of Camouflage, but unfortunately for Lethal, someone had that camo goggles on. Pistola, the wizard himself, of course, coming from behind and having the Heat Wave in hand. The Heat Wave hasn't been seen too much in POV. It's not really been in Lethal's hands, but it has been very prominent on this map, and you can understand why. The damage it can do both at close range and mid-range, sometimes even long range with the clips I've seen on social media. But somehow, even though without all of that presence, Sentinels are just clawing this one back. They're only a few kills behind.
Lethal with some great peek shots on APG. He also moves over to B. Now we'll probably get this kill with some help. He also now has Repulsor. Heatwave has a really nice win in B. You might have noticed how the second he meleeed, he hit the Repulsor to ensure that that player could not exchange a melee. Then he also gets some help in house. So it's a very good swing for Lethal, as now they keep this game somehow within 1. It's 33-32.
Just when you think Optic were going to start to roll away with this one, Sentinels, they answer back, whether it be just their ability to push as a unit and make sure they're holding hands as a 2 or a 3, or whether it's the fact now they've been able to take that Heatwave away from Optic Gaming. But a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Lethal here. Has to hit these shots, but APG giving him the wiggles and hitting the BR shots.
Certainly hitting those wiggles real nice around back pillars and actually using that pillars route to be ready for that drop to bottom middle. So here we are, tied up at the 33 mark, I think, or is that an 8? I can't tell. Between the yellow and the time of night, it's hard to tell. But right now, these two teams certainly still very, very close. Only a 4-kill game in that case at the back of live fire. Lucid staying alive as long as he can, but just like that, now moving into the 40-36 range.
I think what's impressive is how Sentinels are staying within a kind of 4 to 5 kill gap, which can very easily be overturned by the likes of a Camo or a Heatwave or just someone with a Mangler that gets behind enemy lines. As long as they can stay this close, there is always a possibility of a comeback. And what we've just seen from game 1, it was a huge comeback, so they know it's possible. Lethal getting the sniper, will dive out, does have the assistance, but doesn't get the no-scopes.
Frosty's going to go down as well there, so that will be several kills going in favor of Optic Gaming, creating a difficult situation here off of the open field power-up push coming in for Sentinels. They're going to need to have eyes on tower, but also a player at A Sandbags is going to force them to get a little bit more control here. Lethal just trying to stay alive with his teammates around scoreboard.
Yeah, 6 kills in it now, make it 5, and certainly Sentinels have not been scared to get aggressive at those right moments. They recognize that they can't just play cowardly, they can't be passive, they've got to try and match the aggression of Optic Gaming, otherwise they'll just be swarmed, they'll be suffocated, and they're still in this one. Only 4 kills between the two teams, make that just 2 kills now, with some big frags coming out of the Sentinels boys.
You might have heard Frosty's comms saying still winnable, back when Lethal was at scoreboard, and my God, was it ever. They've brought the game within 2, just as you say, 45-43. Lucid is the player alive on Nest, and we'll have to see if he gets back down to B. He's able, look at that, once again, this advanced movement, they're sliding right down into B away from cover. You're going to hear us talking about that quite a bit here over these next few weeks because it is such a difference maker, and as more players pick up that advanced movement, it will continue to be a big issue. But just like that, 46-46.
46-46. Somehow, Sentinels keep this dream alive. They have dropped 1 though, got to be careful. Every death so important, and just like that, 2 slip away. So now now. Sentinels need to just play everything correctly as it's 49-46. Off screen, they lose one more. Optic just 1 kill away from taking this map. So if you're Sentinels, you've got to play this absolutely perfectly.
Lethal drops off to make sure that anyone pushing C does not get to push him. Instead, he drops pillars to help out his team at B. And right now, this last team fight is what it's going to come down to here, 49-47.
Doesn't work out for them, and off screen, the final kill will go in favor of Optic Gaming, and their run on Livefire does continue. It's now 20 wins in a row on this map. It doesn't matter what the game type is, they just seem to call that home. 50-47 though, Sentinels gave it a bloody good go as we move across to CTF Aquarius for the next one. But this is on a knife edge, Bravo. You cannot split these two teams right now. 250-247, then 50-47. You couldn't ask for much more.
You really can't. We could not ask for anything more from these teams. It's been an amazing grand finals. We can't ask for anything more from those of you joining on YouTube, Twitch, and elsewhere. It's been an unbelievable night of competitive Halo, a historic night. We had Ethan from the production team, the production room in Columbus, saying, well, this is a night we'll never forget. I think that speaks for everyone, whether you're in Twitch chat, YouTube chat, in the production room in Columbus or Seattle, or joining us here in the casting booth. It's just been an amazing night of competitive Halo, and we're not done yet. These two teams tied 1-1, neither one wanting to give one another an inch. We will go to game number 3. It's Aquarius CTF to see who will get the go-ahead game in the series.
Do you know what the crazy thing is? Before this tournament, I tweeted out some statistics from Optic Gaming, and they had maybe like 7 or 8 100% records across these maps. That's slowly been knocked out by Sentinels throughout this tournament, and they only have 4 100% win records across maps now to Optic Gaming. But we move across to CTF Aquarius, which is statistically the worst map for Optic in terms of how many wins and losses they have had. But also, we've seen Sentinels struggle on this map prior in different series as well. So I think it's just going to come down to, at this time, who's able to actually put more energy into this one? Who can not be too fatigued from the fact they've been playing for so many consecutive hours now?
Yeah, and I think as you look at this home stretch, I think adrenaline's going to carry these teams through quite a bit, and for good reason, because we're going straight in. This is going to be game number 3 in our second best of 5 between these two teams. It's CTF on Aquarius.
Really important, the opening trades here to try and gain a little bit of map control, and whether it be actually picking up that camouflage or just getting yourself in a position where you can begin to think about a flag run. Opening strategies in Halo Infinite, very important, and certainly Sentinels off the get-go have been able to pick up some really important kills.
And by the way, you notice we've been on board with Lethal's POV for a while we were also showing Lucid earlier on, showing player streams due to the fact that we were having a little bit of networking issues that were holding up some of the games, so we wanted to get into games as fast as possible. But Lucid actually has turned off his stream, so whether for reasons of the fact that it's now a ridiculous hour, you know, where he lives, or the fact that he wanted to focus on playing with the team, we now have Lethal stream. We're very thankful to have it here as our window into this match through these early morning hours as we see which team can grab some early kills. There's going to be another one going on the board in favor of Snakebite.
And whilst you don't necessarily get to see the entire story when you're only watching one POV, you do get to witness some of the other things you missed on a natural broadcast. You get to see what their decision is on every single time they spawn, how they're going to help those teammates, what they look at, what they talk about when they're dead as well. All these different things that we get to focus on, which is quite nice. Those of you who are regulars in Lethal stream, of course, you're used to seeing all of this, but for us who have to watch from the observer point of view, from all those different POVs, it is nice sometimes to just get a little brief glance at how the players play it every single way.
And also getting a little bit of comms as well that you're hearing from this team. By the way, Onset's been talking about it, and rightfully so, for these past few tournaments, but that sidekick, how viable that is, the fact that Lethal got a trade on that last kill, I think he only popped out 2, maximum 3 shots and able to get the trade there. So an example of just how good that is. Now Lethal showing off a little bit of slide jumps as well as he gets into the enemy base very fast and able to get back into this and challenge Lucid in the back left of the base. Knows he needs some help. He has some help from utility, so we'll see if he can stay alive, but no, he'll be taken down. So once again, still a battle for control top mid.
The strafes we're witnessing from every player in this lobby as well, they're all so confident with their shot, and they're all starting to get their own kind of trademark strafes as well. You'll notice they're doing it in an entirely different way. It's not just a normal wiggle just from left to right. There is planned strategy, there's method behind the madness. But one flag is being run here by Sentinels. Lethal there to cover. He's probably done enough damage there to allow this flag to get to a position for a possibility of scoring. It is going to be scored, and Sentinels are going to go 1-0 up here.
1-0 up in game number 3, and you have to think on Aquarius CTF, usually one flag, unlike a map like Bazaar, one flag not enough to do it, so they are going to have to keep the foot on the gas as they continue to apply the pressure. A kill does come in for Ola, though, so Lethal going to be careful with how he plays this, trying to just ring around the rosy, maybe outsmart an opponent and try to win this battle. Looks like Trippy will win that, but Snakebite on the way to close it out.
You have no help, PJ, just live.
Certainly the survivability of every player in the lobby has impressed me so far, how they will play their lives, how they'll just sprint around a corner to avoid just those extra shots, and then it's about how quickly they re-engage into another fight, whether they actually want to retake that fight and try and go for the reversal, or just react to a call-out and try and finish off a different player on the map that their teammates having a fight with. Just very quick reaction speeds. We've seen it throughout the entire tournament. We've seen some highlights. Bravo, you even spoke about it, just the reaction of call-outs and turning your head on a swivel to try and get that final kill when the one-shot is called. The chemistry and the teamwork that we're seeing from these teams already in Halo Infinite is really amazing.
It really has been. I think we're seeing so much discipline, so much coordination from these teams, and you have to say the big surprise of this event, not due to the names on the stage, but just due to their past 2 weeks' performance, of course, has been Sentinels, and just how much they have stepped up their game to maybe get real close to that world-class performance that we're used to seeing out of this roster week in, week out for the past decade of professional Halo, and now really putting Optic's feet to the fire in this series. They sent us to a second best of 5, and now even leading in our game number 3.
Yeah, just to give you a bigger picture, I mean, Sentinels finished top 12 in the tournament last weekend. It was unheard of. I think everyone was a little bit taken aback, including the Sentinels players. They reacted in a way where they said, we just need to get top 8 so that we can be in pool play when it comes to Raleigh. But they've answered back in a way that they are now in the grand finals, and they've reset these grand finals. And they're currently technically leading these grand finals as they're 1-0 up as we're tied in this series. But they need to make sure they stay on top of things, because if Optic find the same kind of rhythm that we've seen them find over the past few tournaments, that's when they start to get scary. If Lucid starts to find that heat wave consistently and really gets behind you, it can do so much wonders. He can really tear a game apart.
Great play there from Lethal. You saw that he either got the call out or heard the footsteps that there was a player up top. It was APG. Finds him again. APG will get the better of him in that example, as that flag is going to go all the way across and is going to be going in. Optic will be on the board as well. And unsurprisingly, what other way would we have it? We're tied 1-1 here with 6:40 left.
And it's so difficult sometimes to get that flag all the way across Aquarius. I mean, I'm sure that you guys playing at home might be playing Aquarius and Bazaar and seeing that it's a 5 flag and wondering why it's a 5 flag, because at times it feels like it should be 3. But I have seen these games go all the way to the wire, a 5-4, a 4-4. It just really depends on how the teams want to approach it, how they want to play it. But when you've got 2 evenly matched teams like this, who are just slaying each other consistently on both sides of the map, it makes it so tough to actually get into that base and even pull a flag.
Ola right there, and a teammate with a great pre-nade on utility. That'll take out Lethal and a teammate as well. They were trying to come in that door, in the side door. Ooh, heat wave though is in the hands. It takes a look like Lucid there. There will be a trade though, as Snakebite will be the one to clean that up again. Just in case you're just joining us as well, Snakebite playing on that Nerd Slayer tag. So just in case you're seeing a name you don't recognize in the feed, that's who that is. It's Snakebite.
Nice little comm we heard as well from Sentinels, where they really were trying to focus as to where Lucid was with that heat wave, and they were saying he's here, he's here. They knew they had to take him out. They couldn't allow him to just be behind enemy lines with the heat wave, otherwise it could have been very detrimental for their chances of getting out, pushing out, and getting another flag. But all the kill feed I'm seeing at the moment is all Optic Gaming. Trippy, Lucid, they're picking up these kills. Sentinels need to answer back and start to match this slaying power.
Yeah, and actually Lethal flies right in right away, wondering where the opponents might have gone, and gets the better of Lucid. It did so well. We talked a lot about Lucid's use of the drop side curb slide, but we got to give credit to Lethal, because he's really been showing off quite a few tricks of his own in terms of how fast he's getting to different parts of the map as well, which is no surprise. Expect all players at this point, and certainly by Raleigh, to really be on top of some of the movement techniques in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, they're all starting to up their game a little bit. You can tell extra time has been put in, extra work has been put in behind the scenes so that they can manipulate and maneuver their way around the map as quickly as possible. Not only can you get from point A to point B faster, but if you kind of slide drop into a fight, it's so difficult to actually track that player sometimes, because they really do travel across your screen very quickly and you might not be expecting it. But another flag being run here by Sentinels. Is there anyone in position to try and train this home? Lethal's at least going to toss it in, but someone else has to touch this, because the rest of Optic, they're all all watching. Someone with full shields will come in. Sentinels go 2-1 up.
I like that play from Lethal. You might have thought, why did Lethal go in with no shields there? But he had another player in his own utility and a player back flag. So he went and kind of sacrificed for that flag toss, and it worked out really well for them. And right now, that's going to put them 2-1 up with just 4 minutes left and looking to maintain a little bit of top control off of this rotation as well.
Yeah, have to maintain some top control. You don't allow Optic Gaming to start to pin you back and push you onto spawn and really start to gain confidence with slays. Instead, you need to match them now. Trade 1 for 1. Get the camouflage. Keep in their face. Get behind them and just be a nuisance. I think Frosty picked up the camo, yes, which he did. He should be able to finish off that kill onto Trippy. APG is going to be weak nearby as well. Sentinel should be able to get a couple of players down here and regain the entire map control.
Look at the amount of damage, the amount of anchoring that's coming out of Lethal. They're able to help all the way to the utility, then continues to challenge bottom Dynamo, challenges another player APG up top, and doing so much damage, even backing down Ola here, waiting for some help to come from Frosty. Lethal really putting on a show here, even though that's not amounting to many kills on the board. Such great support work as his team is able to continue. And look, I mean, Ola's still running backwards. Just amazing pressure from Lethal.
Dynamo Grenades will give so much information here. Will also tag up his teammates, so you do have to be a little bit careful, but it's the amount of presence that Lethal is offering here on the map. He's just giving so much information to his team. He's also kind of stopping Optic Gaming from being able to push up in certain areas. He's doing a lot for the team right now.
Wow, this is such a highlight reel from Lethal. Amazing gameplay. We're lucky we get to see it here just because that was some amazing Halo Infinite. And I would even say in the grand final, certainly one of the best sequences we've seen from any pro player. They're now up 3-1 here, and they're going to be very happy with that with only 2:36 left on the clock.
Yeah, this is going to get very difficult for Optic Gaming to try and make a comeback, but we didn't even think about not suggesting a comeback could happen after what has happened so many times here today. And there we have Optic throwing that flag, getting it on the move. Sentinels, they've got a few players down here, but it looks like they've been able to stop that one straight away. Very important to do so.
Oh, great comms there, and calling out Ola on the flag, and even able to get the kill himself. Now continuing to challenge, and I'm not kidding. This is amazing streak here from Lethal. I mean, one of the most talented players to ever play the game, but also he's just on fire right now. He's all over the map.
I would love to see the amount of damage that he's put in this game. I know we might not necessarily be able to see that because it's just from his POV, but the damage output must be there, and there's some of that extra movement just to get from point A to B quicker. And now he can get some damage done as well. Catches Trippy out, reacting to callouts once more. 1 minute and 41 left on the clock, and Sentinels are running yet another flag here.
Almost did it again, and Ola able to take him down. Finally, 2 players in utility, but not kidding when I say some of the best sequences of Halo Infinite that we have seen. 4-1 now in favor of Sentinels, much in part due to the damage that Lethal was doing there in the back left, all in his opponent's utility. Certainly a masterclass from Lethal, just staying alive, getting kills that he really shouldn't, might even get some grenade damage here, and with 1:13 left, this looks like it's going to be a Sentinels W.
It looks like it is. I can't really see 3 flags being run across the map in 1 minute, but at the same time, I don't want to rule out anything. That flag is being run once more, though, for Sentinels, so they should be able to just close this one out 5-1 comfortably. But, well, that flag does go back, so now it's just going to have to be pulled. And I think that, Sentinels are going to be delighted with this. They're going to go 2-1 up in this series. They're going to be 1 map away from taking this grand finals, and I wonder what that's going to do to the mentals of Optic Gaming.
Yeah, you have to think, on the one hand, does Optic Gaming start to get down on themselves? And I think the other hand is, what on earth might we see with Optic Gaming stepping it up? We thought we'd already seen the best that Optic Gaming had to offer, and maybe that is the fire that they needed lit underneath them to carry this one out. It will still be 4-2 with 25 seconds left. A little bit of a victory lap here with Sentinel just controlling and slaying up top.
And this has just traditionally been one of Optic's weaker game types, and this is shown even more by Sentinels putting another loss onto what was a very impressive record across the board for Optic, but what was an almost flawless record before this tournament started has slowly been chipped away by several teams, not just Sentinels, and it really does demonstrate how teams in North America are starting to catch up with what looked like an unbeatable Optic Gaming at one point. But Optic Gaming, they most certainly do bleed, and Sentinels take a 2-1 lead here in the Grand Finals reset. We're going to Oddball Streets, and Sentinels are on series and championship point.
And how fast has the narrative changed? Just a few hours ago, I could no longer tell you how many hours ago, but just a few hours ago, Optic Gaming was 2 up in the first grand final, poised to take the first seed at Raleigh and be not only the team to beat, but be the most talked about team in competitive Halo Infinite, and instead we're looking at maybe Sentinels asking Optic Gaming to take a seat, because right now they're only one game away from taking our grand finals reset. As you say, Oddball Street's going to be their opportunity to do that.
And just looking across how many times Optic have played this one, it's one of their less played game types. They played it 4 times, won it 3, and they lost it once. So certainly they have shown a little bit of weakness here or there, but with only 4 games played, it's hard to really take too much away from it. And I think statistics start to get thrown out the window a little bit. It's something Onset mentioned: when you get to these late hours, you get to these late games, you get to the clutch moments in a series. It's about who's playing better on the day, where that teamwork is, where the drive is, where the energy is. And right now, everything is pointing towards Sentinels. But there's always another twist in the tail, and I would not be surprised if Optic do take this one and we go to another best of 5.
I would not be surprised either. That's one thing that you pointed out during this series. I think we've all learned as casters, as Halo fans, as Twitch viewers, especially with the scoring mechanics that you have in Halo Infinite, the game is never over, which is a pretty exciting place to be, and it's led to some of the most exciting competitive Halo in many, many years. So we're lucky to be here. Thank you once again, everyone who's joined us for this marathon and historic night, to be honest, of competitive Halo. It's pretty special to be here. We won't forget this night soon, and it's probably no better way, Gaskin, to set the table for what's to come in Raleigh. Only a few more games left in this series, and we'll have to see if Sentinels can close it out on Streets. But like we said, I think this is a pretty exciting way to get ready for the first LAN of Halo Infinite.
Yeah, if this doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will, as we take a look once more just at what the lay of the land is. And with Oddball Streets, I have seen some questionable kind of plays coming from several teams as I've watched this game type go down. I don't think any team has really hit the nail on the head with the perfect strategy yet, but one thing I will say is we watched Sentinels play this game type in this tournament already, and what they did very successfully was just find awkward time with the ball, and they were holding it in very unorthodox positions, and I think that caught their opposition off guard a little bit. And if they can do the same here against Optic Gaming, if they can get that scrappy time, if they can pick it up and set up in areas where maybe Optic don't expect them to, then we may be looking at our champions after game 4 here. One thing I will mention as well, very important with Oddball on Streets, if you're holding it in areas of Tram or if you're holding it in the A tower, you've really got to play that ball as soon as you're under pressure. And even though you can't throw it off the map like you may be able to on other game types, you've really just got to throw it into that top middle position, because it can leave it so vulnerable to grenades. Off spawn, you can grenade straight away, and it's very difficult for the other team to actually pick that ball up and gain any time.
Certainly couldn't agree more. We did see less traditional holds from them in areas like Neons and Cafe, and areas that you might not expect the team to accumulate a lot of time. I think another thing that's worth noting that we haven't seen, but it's a good time to talk about it, is there is a way to play this ball right on the map in terms of that melee glitch to actually melee the ball. Yeah, about 40 meters or so, you can melee the ball if you're able to time the melee, and you can actually send it straight through the actual ceiling, if you will, of the map geometry. That's one way. You can also reset the ball through the little kind of dumpster area back PD. We haven't seen that utilized in competitive play too much, but 2 options that you might want to keep an eye on just in case they do start to get utilized. But like you said, the traditional holds will be the difference, and we of course still have our entire talent team joining us here on set, also commenting that transitional setups really will decide this game, and I think that really is the key. It's all about how do you rotate, and as you were saying also, Gaskin, how do you make sure that the ball is played and not simply just left on a silver platter for your opponents?
It was actually something I saw Cloud9 do really well. I know Cloud9 were eliminated a little bit earlier than expected, but when I was watching them play this game type, Penguin especially at both A tower and when he was in Tram, he would always maneuver his way around just to be really tricky, really awkward to kill, and it just seemed every single time on one shot he would just get that extra yard to be able to jump out and throw the ball to a place which was almost unobtainable for the other team. And then off spawn he was able to grenade the ball and stop anyone from picking it up. That's how successfully he was able to play it, and I would like to see teams and players do the same thing here in the grand finals, and you can certainly expect them to do so, because one thing that we know about Halo players is they learn and they adapt very quickly to what their opponents have shown them. And I think that when you've seen C9 do that against you, you start to then add that to your repertoire, and you really are going to be awkward to play against.
It's true, absolutely, and I think this next one, I think if we know anything, it's too bad we don't know who's writing the script, because we could add them, but we could ask them, excuse me. But if we know anything about the way the games have gone so far, like you said, we could be headed to a game number 5 Slayer. But before we get there, the test will be this match here on Streets. That'll be your game number 4 once again between Optic Gaming and Sentinels.
Well, this could be it, everyone. You've been watching all this time. I feel like we've been live for about 24 hours. It's probably closer to about 12 at this point. But we've all been enjoying all of the Halo action. It could come to an end if Sentinels are able to topple Optic Gaming here on Streets Oddball. But there is still potentially a Game 5 if we see Optic come back into things. This is certainly going to be an enjoyable one.
So rocket grab for Optic that you just saw on Lethal's POV for just a second. That'll likely be in the tires area, maybe being rotated B as well. That is an early grab, though, for Optic and Lucid. They will bring that back to a back elbow hold.
Yeah, and this is the most desirable hold that you'll see in Oddball, just being able to position the ball right back behind that tower, but then there needs to be some support there, and it doesn't look like there is that support right now. Trippy trying to be a little bit sneaky, and I said it didn't look like the support was there, but maybe because Optic Gaming got their best camouflage impressions on, they were hiding behind any object, and they went for the ambush, and the ambush was somewhat successful because they're still racking up some ball time.
Yeah, Optic Gaming playing a little bit of prop hunt there, just hiding and trying to look as much like a electric transformer as he could was Trippy against that ball. And he's actually still in the same exact spot, and he's going to win that battle in tires once again, coming back with a vengeance. That's going to continue to extend the Optic lead here, 27-0.
And this could be a lead that continues to grow if we don't see Sentinels manage to stop the ball, but they have done. Royal 2's now got his hands on it, and he's trying to rotate it a little bit closer towards the rest of the team, just tosses it out into a position where maybe they could do something with it. But look at Optic quickly recognizing that they can pick up some scrappy time here. They can really make Sentinels work to try and break this setup, and that time is slowly getting away from Sentinels. They need to get closer to this ball. They need to stop this time, otherwise they could be looking at going around down.
Where the ball is right now is actually the area I was talking about, where you can actually play it. Behind those wooden planks and pallets, you can actually go ahead and play that ball right there. We'll have to see if either team thinks about that, because it's a little bit of a less traditional spot here, Gaskin. You don't always see the PD holds come into play at this high level of play.
That's because you're so vulnerable when you are holding it in PD. Grenades can be banked off the 3 different entrances, and you can be completely wiped out of the game. But 3 kills going in favor of Optic make that all 4 dead. Rockets have just come up as well, so not only have they got the ball, they've got the setup, they've got all the goodies, and Sentinels off spawn have got a lot to do.
They do. They're lucky to get these B spawns, which is much further than, say, a back tram spawn. You can see a little bit of a smile there on Lethal's face, and not one that was an evil one, but just knew that he naded his teammate there, Snakebite, who was also dropping in on tire. So just unfortunate series of grenades and kills that are going in here, because it's going to amount to even more time on the board. It's a nice kill, though, between Frosty and Royal 2 and Lethal to work in back PD to clear out this part of the map.
Yeah, that's the perfect kind of setup push and setup break there from Sentinels, and just it does show that was a little bit of a sloppy hold from Optic Gaming. They weren't in the desired position. Sometimes you have to just have that poor man set up and rock with whatever's presented to you, but it does leave you a little bit vulnerable to those pushes, and now Sentinels can try and just put a little bit more ball time here, but here comes Lucid with the microwave, really being a nuisance.
We've seen him use that Sentinel Beam time and time again, and I think a lot of people are sleeping on that weapon, but Lucid making sure to grab it every time. We've seen him do a lot of damage with it. Kills will be exchanged on both sides, so just like that, they'll continue to fight over this PD and B area.
Yeah, it is a scrappy game, this one, and I guess I'm not really surprised with 2 teams who are so closely contested when it comes to slays, when it comes to their ability on every single game type. I know I've spoke a lot about statistics, but it would seem that both teams now know how to play every game there or thereabouts, as you'd expect, but it's only a couple of weeks into the life cycle of Halo Infinite, but already some very impressive statistics coming out from both of these teams. A little bit more ball time still to be gathered here by Lethal, but recognizing that he may have to drop and slay at any moment with those rockets coming up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, just angling himself away. Thought about dropping the ball and trying to maybe tuck it around the corner. Doesn't get it, still has to try to drop and shoot instead. Thinking about going back for it, though. You can tell he's thinking about at least trying to rotate this ball. He will finally grab it, but continue to help in the back of the base. Earlier, moments ago, you saw just how well he avoided the grenades and made sure to avoid those. That's led to a huge swing here. He's essentially brought the game back, just about tied here in game number 4.
What we were saying earlier about unorthodox setups and just holding those ball in those different areas, and the PD setup is not a great one, but certainly Sentinels have found a way to make it work. They've got back into this game and pretty much tie it up with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, and they keep spawning Cafe. I think that's the good thing here for Sentinels, is they can consistently keep pushing here towards PD, take that fight, get a little bit of scrappy ball time, but if Optic do manage to get all 4 dead and force Sentinels all the way back to station spawns, that's when things could start to get a little bit dicey.
You bring up a great point, Gaskin. Through all of these PD holds, notice that we have not seen lethal spawn in the back of Tram in several minutes. It's been all B spawns as well as Cafe Neon spawns, which they're going to be pretty happy with. It has let them stay very close to the action. Now that ball will finally rotate all the way to Neons and get out of PD for the first time in several minutes. But once again on the scoreboard, we are still essentially tied here, 68-60.
I swear just Lethal does not miss, but this is another one of those setups we were talking about that happened earlier from Sentinels, holding it towards Cafe, holding it towards Neons. It's not necessarily the most optimal setup at times, but Sentinels really find a way to make it work. Optic are having to try so hard to traverse the map right now, but every corner they're greeted by a battle rifle, by a grenade. There's something to stop them in their wake.
Look how much of a pain Lethal is being, just making sure to do as much damage as possible and then taking as much damage as possible, but still staying alive. Finally, Lucid has to bust out the 2,000-watt microwave and take him down at the bottom of A. That was quite a streak once again from the side of Lethal, and like that, they will be scoring earlier, 88 now to 70, and only 12 points away for Sentinels. They'll need maybe just one good push to close this out, but they need to make it soon.
Don't know if he just naded Frosty there or whether it was something else, but certainly there was an apology as rockets are about to pop. So if Optic or Sentinels grab these, you've got to have a feeling that it could be the difference maker with only, what, 10, 20 seconds needed between the two teams. But at the moment, Lethal is really just focusing on holding this cafe area, has to stay alive, just trying to get some support right now whilst dealing a little bit of damage.
Ooh, it was a great slide there on Ola. He happens to just miss the banister and able not to get into A, but it doesn't matter. He's able to still get that kill. But the rockets come in just as you say. It's a Trippy grab.
Trippy does get the rockets, does get the kill, but Sentinels are still there to pick up the ball time, to get that scrappy time that they've so desperately been searching for. And with only 5 points remaining, you've got to feel that Optic, without some miraculous grenades, this is going to be round one going in favor of Sentinels. Remember, if you've not seen Oddball on Halo Infinite yet, it is now round-based. It's first to two, so Sentinels are now one round away from winning this grand final.
A very convincing round from them, able to play that all the way through. Optic with a lot of points on the board, but it really came down to that long hold from Sentinels. And I think, Gaskin, you called this perfectly. Sentinels, certainly the team that has stood out within these top teams. It feels weird to call them within the top 12 because that's normally never how we'd refer to Sentinels. But of course, that was their placing last week. But importantly, they're really comfortable with these less traditional holds, and they win another round with a hold that's a little bit less common.
And I think that says a lot about their chemistry, about their ability to react to maybe a situation they get put in that other teams would just crumble. But because they're so quick to react to those calls, to jump on a one-shot or to push as a two, collapse on a team that is spawning in front of them, that's what's always made Sentinels so impressive as a team, whether it be through Halo 5 or the early stages of Halo Infinite. But this is going to be an entirely different game. Now we see the ball over towards Tram. We had a heavy game over towards Tower and PD, but you will see how different things are going to be with the ball in this area.
That's right. It's interesting that we get to see a completely different version of this game type, if you will, in the back Tram area, as Gaskin alluded to. It's a completely different game the way it plays out, and you'll see the choke points becoming so much more of a factor on this side, whereas it's a little bit more open and a little bit more sprawled out on the other side of the map that you got to see in that first run. But folks, this really is the test for Optic Gaming. Do they have what it takes to rally back in this series and three-peat, or is it going to be all Sentinels all the way? Here's the rotation from Lethal.
Yeah, look at the thought process here from Sentinels, not just accepting a default hold-in station. Instead, they've all moved as a unit towards the B area, and they're moving as a wolf pack. This makes it so difficult for Optic, who off-spawn were probably spawning at Cafe, moved down towards Neons, and Sentinels just gradually moved away from them so that they could get a little bit more time without sacrificing the possibility of Optic getting those slays and then getting ball time in an area where it's very difficult to push.
I gotta bring it up once again, the man on set here, still joining us, of course, from the casting booth, sitting this series out, but still enjoying the matches. He's the one who called it. Transitional setups will win this game. And has that ever been the story so far for Sentinels, with some of the most specific and fastest moving rotations that we've seen in tournament play so far? Now a rocket grab for Lethal. First one will not connect, but he will continue to advance on pillars and tires.
I certainly know from playing myself, I really dislike trying to play the ball game in station, in Tram. So I love what we've seen from Sentinels. I think they are the same. They don't like that push. They don't try to break that setup. Instead, they bring that ball away from the area and say, no, we've just won a round where the game and the ball has always been over towards A tower. Let's get it back towards there again. We know how to break their setups. We know how to work as a unit, and we can go for those unorthodox moves down towards Neons if we need to. It's a very closely contested round 2 here, but Sentinels still putting points on the board.
Frosty able to fly in there and get that kill on Lucid. Been a great back and forth between Lucid and Lethal all series long. But a pleasure watching these two duke it out for the entire series, and not just this series, but our entire grand finals, to be honest. Lethal just trying to control tires, now checking out a courtyard, wanting to see if anyone might have gotten through. It's a back whack for Snakebite off screen, and a great slide here from Lethal as he gets into the back of PD with a PD hold. Once again, somehow, Gaskin, we're back into the police department.
Yeah, just more scrappy time, though, for Sentinels. They will lap this up all day, and here comes Optic Gaming starting to get a little bit more desperate to stop the ball time, as they know if one hold just gets out of control, they will lose this grand finals. And it's not just a grand finals where they lost 1 best of 5, it would have been 2 best of 5s. It's what they did to Cloud9 just a couple of weeks ago, and now Sentinels are on the horizon of doing it to them.
Right, it's what they did, and in this version, it could be even more convincing version of that story. Rockets about to pop up in 7 seconds. Now you hear priority going down onto tires as well as PD. They're going to need to make sure that no one is behind them. A player on B stairs caution, so they'll need to be very careful here. But like you said, this really has been Sentinels ready to run away with this game. They're already at the 64-point mark. Once again, Lucid versus Lethal, and Lucid the one who's won the last few versions of that exchange.
Rocket's still in the hands of a member of Sentinels. I think he was just about able to get away, and yeah, it's Frosty who gets the kill onto Trippy, and it looks like he's still got one more. So even though the ball is down bottom middle, Sentinels have a 30-kill lead, and they've got Rockets in their possession. They can get aggressive here. Lucid falls. They've got the player advantage. They can collapse here onto Optic Gaming and get some serious ball time if they're quick about it.
Yeah, it should be a snag as well coming in from Lethal. He's ready to grab the ball right away, but before he does that, he's actually going to wisely challenge and force Lucid off of the C stairs and maybe try to get away with the ball. Teammate has already done so, so they're going to bring that to Cafe and keep ragging up time. They're 30 points away from closing out the series.
I think Optic have got maybe one more push in them here. If they're not perfect with it, it's going to be a victory for Sentinels. They all need to push as a unit. Lucid the first one to push into Cafe here, but does get taken down. Trippy falls, so does APG. It's 3 members of Optic that have gone down now, and with one only alive, you've got to imagine Sentinels are just about going to get over the line here without barring a miracle, a massive grenade. Anything can be sent over. Sentinels have done the unthinkable. From losers bracket, I don't know, 12, they've managed to win back to back to back to back to back to become grand final champions, and they will be the #1 seed, Bravo, going into Raleigh.
How quickly the narrative has changed here. Optic Gaming on top of the world just hours ago, 1 game away from closing out the grand finals, and instead Sentinels, they come from the depths, they come from the deep of the losers bracket. Just as my phone dies, it is 3-1 in favor of Sentinels over Optic Gaming. A convincing grand finals reset from the side of Sentinels. Former world champions, a team that placed top 12 last week, that many a Halo fan knew had so much more that they were capable of. And my God, you guys, we have come to the end. I can't believe we have. Sentinels, out of nowhere, steals the story from Optic Gaming, and we're heading into Raleigh in a completely different way than I think any of us thought we might.
Yeah, the storylines have just completely switched. I think it's safe to say that, you know, I think things have changed just a little bit. We've seen another bracket reset victory here, this time in the form of Sentinels. Optic Gaming fall short there. Just a completely different team. I've said it 100 times and I'll say it 100 more, but it really is a different team as opposed to what we saw right at the start of the game releasing. That could be down to so many different factors. We did get into it in the broadcast, down to practice, all sorts of things. But I think, Onset, you put it really, really well. Trust. It just seems like they have a lot of trust in now what they're doing. They're all on the same page. What did you make of the series overall?
I think as soon as it went to the bracket reset, I just felt like Sentinels were winning that. It was just the momentum was on their side. They just seemed to be locked in. I mean, we were kind of like, it was a blessing and a curse that we got to see only one POV for the finals, but seeing Lethal play and the way he was playing, every single decision the man was making was perfect. And you heard the communication. They weren't flustered. It was calm. It was cool. It was collected. It is what we are used to seeing from Sentinels. And that is what we're used to seeing from Sentinels as well. That's a victory in a grand finals. And that is a a hell of a way to do it, winning the second series 3-1, and they look dominant. I have to say, they look like the Sentinels we're expecting to see.
They did indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, it is time for bed now. We've had an epic day here, of course, at the Kickoff Qualifier. And to end things off, we had a bracket reset with a win there from Sentinels. Congratulations to our team for closing that one out in such an incredible fashion. Thank you so much to our talent members, our producers, our production team, our admins, our players, and you guys at home, our fans. Thank you so much for tuning in. We cannot wait to see you at Raleigh. Make sure you don't miss it. We'll see you right there. Thanks for tuning in, and good night.